In the 55th year of Konoha, in the forest outside the village, dense footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Uchiha Natsuki led his squad members hurrying back toward the village. Captain, slow down a bit. The mission is already completed. Why are you still in such a rush? Don't tell me you want to take on another mission. The teammate who had long since been left far behind wailed in despair. They had no idea what had happened to their captain. Ever since he was injured a few months ago, he seemed to have become a completely different person, constantly requesting audiences with the clan head and obsessively taking on missions. They had just returned from the land of rivers and originally planned to rest outside for a night. Unexpectedly, that afternoon, Natsuki suddenly declared they had to rush back to Konoha and charged homeward as if possessed. Aside from his own swifter body technique, the shadows of the other two teammates had already vanished completely. Fortunately, this was still the outskirts of Konoha, otherwise encountering an enemy would have been dangerous. At this moment, Natsuki was racing toward the clan compound in a frantic hurry. He had transmigrated here less than half a year ago, and now he was about to run into the plot of the coup and Shizui's death. He had originally planned to take on more missions, and after fully familiarizing himself with this body defect from the village, and find some remote place to lie low and slack off. After all, he was merely a jonin. The burden of saving the world should be left to Indra and Ashura. When the Ōtsutsuki eventually descended, if the world had to be destroyed, then so be it. He had never expected that just as he finished getting used to his physical abilities, his golden finger would suddenly arrive. With a golden finger, Natsuki no longer felt drowsy at all. If he could command his own fate, who would still choose to slack off? As the saying goes, when poor one lies flat and plays dead, when rich one rises from the coffin. This world so full of regrets. Here I come. Although the third great ninja war had ended 5 or 6 years ago, the entire ninja world was still in utter chaos, and missions were as numerous as cattle on a plain. Over the past 3 months, Natsuki had survived countless brushes with death, and with a sliver of luck finally fully mastered all the skills of this boat's original owner. Natsuki paused only briefly at Konoha's gate, and within mere minutes had pinned the mission completion proof onto the task window. At last he heard the voice of the system he had been waiting for. Ding, system loading complete. The strongest faction system shall forge the mightiest power for the host. The initial mission updated, rescue Shursui. Mission requirement: Shursui must survive. Reward: Mangekyō Sharingan ocular power. The novice gift pack has been sent. Uchiha acting elder and elder of the Uchiha has passed away. Due to your outstanding recent performance, you are specially permitted to temporarily assume the position of acting elder. To a certain extent, he would now be able to influence Uchiha Fugaku's decisions. As Natsuki hurried toward the clan grounds, he read through this so-called novice gift pack. That's it. How stingy can you be? If you're not going to hand out a Rinnegan and a Sage Body, you could at least give me a Mangekyō outright. And I still have to complete missions to get it. What use is this acting elder identity anyway? Even the system isn't intelligent. Terrible, terrible, terrible. He sighed. Complaints aside, I still have to stay alive, don't I? Something is better than nothing. Natsuki sorted through the current predicament of the Uchiha. More than 4 years had passed since the Nine-Tail. In these years, the village's suspicion toward the Uchiha clan had grown ever more intense, hindering them in all aspects. The police force was the most thankless department of all, and the naturally proud Uchiha clansmen frequently clashed with others. Complaints poured in like snowflakes in winter, falling without end each day. Yet this was not the most fatal problem. The most crucial issue lay with Uchiha Shursui, currently the strongest among the Uchiha. He had already been thoroughly indoctrinated by Konoha, and by now his eyes were likely in Danzo's possession. Instead of thinking of ways to safeguard the clan, he naively chose suicide in order to quell the situation. Thus, he squandered a great opportunity for the rise of the Uchiha. Through his dedicated slacking at resolving the crisis, he shifted all the pressure onto Itachi. This drove Itachi's mindset completely to the opposite extreme, and in 2 years' time, he would raise his blade against his own clan. In Uchiha Natsuki's view, Fugaku as clan head was entirely unqualified. He had always been swept along by the will of the clan and had never made any truly sound decisions. After all, under the designs of the second Hokage Tobirama, the Uchiha as enforcers had long since accumulated deep resentment with the other shinobi in the village. To vie for the position of Hokage was simply impossible. The confidence vote would never pass. The time and effort invested in struggling for power had all been in vain. After the Nine-Tails incident, Konoha's suspicion toward the Uchiha clan only grew more severe. Surveillance and suppression were everywhere. Yet the proud Uchiha would never bow their heads. The hawkish clansmen were constantly running about for this cause. By now the Uchiha and Konoha were already like water and fire, and many things had slipped from Fugaku's control. Judging by the timeline, Shursui should at this moment be under pursuit by Root. If he could not save Shursui, Natsuki's own life would enter its countdown. Besides the Hokage faction, even Obito had no desire for any Uchiha to remain alive. When that time came, apart from defecting from Konoha, there would be no other way out. High atop a tower on the outskirts of the Uchiha district, a masked ANBU was peering toward the clan grounds through a telescope. Report to the third, the Uchiha clan assembly has begun, and everything appears normal at present. Understood. The figure behind him vanished in a flicker. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, held his pipe between his teeth. Even as a famed ninja of legend, he could not resist the ravages of time. He could feel his once sturdy body already on the decline. Yet there was no alternative. The fourth had died too suddenly. Only by stepping out of retirement could he stabilize Konoha's situation. He waved his hand, dismissing the ANBU who had just made the report. An assembly. Fugaku, I hope you will not disappoint me. Shursue, am counting on you. I fear my left eye has also become his target. Before that happens, I entrust this eye to you. You are the only friend I can entrust it to. You must protect this village and uphold the name of Uchiha. If I die, circumstances will inevitably change once more. I have already written my will. Do not stop me, Itachi, not if you are truly my friend. Shursue. When Ōtsutsuki stepped into the ancestral hall, it was already in an uproar, just as he had. The fourth elder addressed Fugaku, who sat with his eyes closed. Clan head, the complaints against our police force are increasing by the day. The great ninja clans all have their grievances with us. If this continues, the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha will only grow worse. The fourth elder was a textbook dove. Handling the police force complaints was his responsibility. Thus he had the most say regarding the surge of grievances. Fugaku remained silent, eyes still closed, but the third elder took up the conversation. Grow worse, so what, he said. Since the Ninetales incident, we've been excluded at every turn. There are watchers monitoring us Uchiha everywhere. It has only become more severe over these years. That tower outside our clan grounds now, wasn't it built precisely to monitor us Uchiha? Clan head, it is time to make a decision. The fourth elder snapped, Uchiha Takuya. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you intend to stage a coup? The third elder sneered, a coup. Konoha was founded jointly by us Uchiha and the Senju. Yet now, not to mention the Hokage, there is not a single Uchiha, even among the elders. Aside from the police force, what voice do we Uchiha have at all? The others began murmuring at the third elder's words, with a majority expressing agreement. That's right. We need a voice. We need power. Clan head, please give the order. The fourth elder grew frantic. His greatest supporter was usually Uchiha Shursue, yet Shursue was absent today. Fugaku's intentions were unclear, and he still did not speak. The hall remained in a stalemate. Fugaku's eyes snapped open, and everyone followed his gaze only, then noticing that Uchiha Ōtsutsuki had arrived at the ancestral hall. Ōtsutsuki himself had no idea how the identity of acting elder had been imposed upon him. Since he had returned, Ōtsutsuki, for the sake of his own life, forced himself to walk straight up to Fugaku. Fugaku spoke. Ōtsutsuki, you are now the acting elder, and you have the right to speak as well. I wish to hear your stance. My stance? Ōtsutsuki was taken aback. What stance is there to discuss? Shursue is being hunted down right now, and you're still here holding a pointless meeting. Ōtsutsuki spoke in a fury. With the blade already pressed to their throats, they were still here dithering. Fugaku's pupils trembled violently. Ōtsutsuki, is what you say true? Ōtsutsuki swung his arm sharply. There's no time to explain. Chiguangdo Yuta, take your squads, and come with me, all of you. Izumi, you come as well. We'll likely need your healing. Shursue had a gentle temperament and many friends in the clan. The ones Ōtsutsuki named were all close to Shursue in private. Several people sprang to their feet and followed Ōtsutsuki as they rushed outside. Fugaku sat in the chief's seat, his expression dark as ink. The third and fourth elders no longer had any intention of arguing. Although the fourth elder belonged to the dovish faction, he was not the sort to fail to resist, even with a blade at his neck. Fugaku remained silent for a long time, then slowly exhaled a long breath. Uchiha Takuya. Fugaku's shout rang out like a whip crack. Yes. The third elder jolted, that was his name. His seniority was higher than Fugaku's, and ordinarily, he would be addressed as third elder. Yet the moment Fugaku called him by name, it meant Fugaku was acting in the capacity of clan head. You will rally and assemble all Uchiha combat personnel. Have them ready for battle. The third elder's expression grew solemn. He could almost smell the stench of blood. At the Nanga River, splash, icy water exploded upward as Uchiha Shursue plunged in the freezing current, granting him a fleeting moment of clarity. But his injuries were far too severe. With a heart ashen to the point of death, he was still worrying about the clan. Would his death be enough to change anything? Could Itachi truly fulfill the charge he had entrusted to him? Shursue's world grew steadily darker as his body sank deeper into the surging waters of the Nanga River. Found him. Elder Shursue is here. Amid the shouts, two Uchiha leaped into the river and hauled the unconscious Shursue up from the depths. Elder Shursue's eyes have been gouged out. Ōtsutsuki had anticipated this. Izumi treat and examined Shursue at once. No matter what, he must live. Uchiha Izumi hurried forward to treat Shursue. Because of Itachi, she was also Shirsue's friend. Seeing Shirsue covered in wounds, Izumi's mind was shaken to its core. Shirsue was a top expert of the clan, yet he had been reduced to this state his Sharingan dug out, and all this within Konoha's very walls. Time was short, there was no chance to summon other medical ninja. Uchiha Natsuki still remembered that Uchiha Izumi knew medical ninjutsu. Under emergency treatment, Shirsue's vital signs were finally stabilized. A clear chime resounded in Natsuki's mind. The mission to rescue Shirsue was complete. The host had obtained Mangekyō Sharingan ocular power and preemptively unlocked Susanoo. Only then did Natsuki truly let out the breath he had been holding. He had rushed back from outside the village at full speed and had not rested for half a day. At last, Shirsue's life had been preserved. The strengthening of his power was also a safeguard for his own life. He promptly claimed the Mangekyō. After he did so, a chill breath surged into Uchiha Natsuki's eyes. So this was released chakra, preemptively unlocking Susanoo while he did not yet even know what his eye techniques were. The Uchiha who had come to rescue Shirsue, once assembled, saw Shirsue's hollow eye sockets and collectively erupted. To this day, who would dare pull at the tiger's whiskers of the Uchiha? It was an utter humiliation. Bastards. They actually dared steal our Uchiha eyes. To injure Shirsue like this, I will never forgive them. Elder who ambushed Shirsue. As Natsuki's ocular power rose, his sensory perception climbed in tandem. He suddenly turned around, looking toward the grove behind the clansmen. The sound of urgent footsteps through the trees rang out. In an instant, 4 ANBU in white cloaks burst from the forest. No sooner had one of the white-clad ANBU emerged from the trees than he saw a whole group of Uchiha standing by the riverbank, their long-sought target lying on the ground receiving treatment. But why were there so many Uchiha there? The man flashed a sequence of tactical hand signals, ordering the 3 ANBU behind him to halt. Root. The eyes of the Uchiha all sharpened. They knew very clearly what that organization was. In almost an instant they understood. Shirsue must have been hunted down by Root. Blades were drawn in unison as they charged at the Root operatives. The Root squad leader at the front felt his heart sink. Over a dozen Uchiha, among them 3 elites with 3 Sharingan. It was doubtful they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Lord Danzo will had to be carried out. The squad leader gave another hand signal, his teammates' faces turning equally resolute. The 4 did not retreat, but advanced, rushing straight at the Uchiha. They shifted their formation again and again, crossing over one another to conceal their intent. The distance between the two sides rapidly closed. Fire-style great fireball technique. 2 Uchiha formed seals at high speed. Before steel met steel, they spat out great fireballs as a feint. Using the flames for cover, their figures darted in quickly. The other Uchiha simultaneously hurled volleys of shuriken. Earth-style earth flow wall. The Root operatives swiftly joined forces to raise an earthen wall blocking both the great fireballs and the shuriken. The 4 took cover behind the wall. When they leaped out again, they flung 10 explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. At such close range, the blasts were essentially a matter of wounding the enemy 1,000 while harming themselves 800. The Uchiha staggered out of the cloud of dust in some disarray. None of them had expected Root to disregard their lives so utterly. The Root members were in no better shape. They had been closer to the explosions and took even more damage, the 4 of them lunging out with bloodied wounds. They threw themselves into the melee in a near-suicidal grapple. At that moment, the Root squad leader was cut down by an Uchiha's blade, only to burst into smoke. Damn, a shadow clone. Bang. The ground exploded as he sprang up from beneath it, his entire body covered in sizzling explosive tags. With a desperate roar, he hurled himself toward the prone Shirsue. Let's die together. At that moment, only Izumi and Natsuki were standing beside Shirsue. The other Uchiha had no time to come to their aid. A deafening explosion followed. The massive blast flung all the other Uchiha away. Elder. As the smoke cleared, they saw a golden skeletal frame firmly shielding Shirsue and Izumi behind it. Waves of chakra surged outward like a storm. Natsuki stood within arms folded across his chest, the tomo of his Mangekyō Sharingan slowly revolving in his eyes. What is that? Susanoo. Is this the legendary divine power of our Uchiha? Elder has the Mangekyō Sharingan. Natsuki privately thought that a towering giant really was magnificent, nodding in satisfaction. If only it were an eternal Mangekyō that would never go blind. Natsuki cherished his ocular power deeply. Seeing that the danger had passed, he immediately deactivated the Mangekyō Sharingan. His eyes had only just been enhanced. He had not yet had time to understand his personal eye techniques. Fortunately, Susanoo had been unlocked in advance. By this time, the Uchiha combat forces within the clan compound were gradually assembling. The hawkish Uchiha wore fanatical expressions, hurrying about to check their gear and don their battle attire. The 4th elder Uchiha Yohei felt his mouth go dry. He did not know how many Uchiha would fall tonight. Could they truly succeed? The dovish Uchiha were all somewhat absent-minded. The thought that they might soon clash with the village itself left their hearts heavy with dread. The third elder Uchiha Takuya could barely suppress the excitement on his face. Clan head, the combat personnel have assembled. Please give the order. Fugaku's fingers were tightly interlaced. We wait for Elder Natsuki to return first. By now Konoha should already have begun to act, should it not? As Uchiha Fugaku had anticipated, news spread as soon as the Uchiha clan began mobilizing. Not to mention that the tall buildings surrounding the Uchiha compound were filled with umbu. The third Hokage silently set down his pipe. What is the current situation? The umbu bowed their heads to report. All combat personnel of the Uchiha clan are gathering. Uchiha Shakur and 13 clan members have gone missing. Uchiha Shursui is also missing, and Uchiha Itachi is unaccounted for. The third Hokage remained silent. He truly did not wish to reach this point. It seems Shursui has failed, or perhaps. Sighing, the third Hokage made a resolution, his expression turning resolute. He tore off his Hokage robe, revealing the combat uniform he had already put on. Issue the command. The entire Konoha is to enter a state of emergency. Notify all clan leaders. Gather all Jonin and elite Jonin. Surround the Uchiha compound for me. Thud, thud, thud. Dense footsteps came from the rooftops as one ninja after another leapt over the residential buildings. Under normal circumstances, this would be very impolite, but just now the Hokage had issued an order and the entire Konoha was in a state of emergency. Thus, ninjas were leaping across the roofs of Konoha while civilians stayed hidden in their homes. Meanwhile, from another prominent clan in Konoha, Hinata's strongest fighters, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hizashi, led the clan elites towards the Uchiha compound. Hizashi couldn't help but ask Hayashi, "Brother, has the Uchiha clan truly rebelled?" Hayashi frowned. "Call me clan leader outside." Hizashi fell silent for a moment. "Yes, clan leader." Hayashi paused, his tone softening a bit. "The third Hokage wants us to gather to surround the Uchihas. Tonight may turn into a fierce battle." Hayashi was filled with worry. Internal strife always leads to death. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is the strongest in the ninja world, each member a formidable fighter, many of whom are utterly insane. Hayashi turned back to see more than 20 Jonin following him. He wondered how many would return after tonight. This was the foundation of the clan. "Hizashi, if a fight breaks out later, you must keep the clan in check and not take the lead." "What about the third Hokage?" Hayashi waved his hand. "If the Uchihas are wiped out, we might be next." Hizashi was startled, looking around before silently nodding. "Lord Danzo, the third Hokage has declared a state of emergency for Konoha and issued a call for all Jonin and above to assemble for battle. Are we participating in the battle?" "Oh." Danzo, having just switched out his eye and finished his examination, finally came to his senses. "What happened?" "All combat personnel of the Uchiha clan are assembling." Danzo stood up, touching his recently replaced right eye. "It seems tonight will be the night to completely annihilate the Uchihas. How many Uchiha eyes can be harvested tonight?" "Hayashi, I already told you that you can't trust the Uchihas. Fortunately, I took the initiative and incapacitated Uchiha Shursui. Bring our people and head to the Uchiha compound immediately." "Yes." The entrance of the Uchiha clan was already brightly lit, and countless Konoha elites had surrounded the Uchiha. At the forefront stood the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Nara Shikaku and Mito Gaiden. Behind them were the clan leaders and elites from various noble clans. The members of the Hinata, Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans all arrived. All the umbu and elite Jonin of Konoha were basically gathered here, surrounding the Uchiha with layers upon layers. Everyone's face was serious. Each clan leader had their own thoughts. Creak. The huge wooden door of the Uchiha clan opened. Hundreds of Uchiha clansmen, fully armed, slowly walked out under Fugaku's lead. In an instant, all eyes turned to Fugaku's face, each with different expressions, but all were filled with surprise. Fugaku, who usually mediates conflicts, what has happened today? The Uchiha behind him, seeing that the door was surrounded by so many Konoha elites, started to stir. However, looking at their clan leader remaining silent, their voices gradually faded away. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. At that moment, a messenger bird flew in from the sky. Fugaku took the message, and upon reading it, a surge of killing intent burst from his eyes, only to be quickly restrained. Under the intense gaze of the third Hokage, Fugaku remained calm, his eyes scanning left and right. Seeing that Danzo had not yet arrived, he slightly squinted his eyes. "Hokage-sama, may I ask why you are surrounding our Uchiha compound?" The third Hokage frowned. "Fugaku, you have gathered so many Uchiha clansmen, and you are still asking us. What do you want to do?" Uchiha Fugaku's expression was unlike before, showing no respect for the third Hokage. "What do I want to do? Uchiha Shursui has gone missing after leaving today. We are now going out to search for Shursui. Is there a problem?" The third Hokage's brow furrowed tightly. He had considered countless excuses from Fugaku, but never expected him to say this. Furthermore, to his knowledge, Shursui was indeed missing, leaving the Third Hokage unsure of how to respond. At this moment, Mito Gate-in, who was beside the Third Hokage, spoke up. Nonsense. You Uchiha claim Shursui is missing and you want to gather the entire clan. Do you take us for fools? Fugaku remained silent. At this moment, the crowd of Konoha parted and Danzo Shimura appeared. He was still wrapped in bandages on his forehead, right eye, right shoulder, and right hand. Uchiha Fugaku, I believe your Uchiha clan intends to rebel tonight. Fugaku's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent upon seeing Danzo. He said in a low voice, Shimura, Danzo, how dare you appear before me? Itachi reported to me that Uchiha Shursui vanished after you summoned him this afternoon. Do you dare say this matter has nothing to do with you? Among the hidden crowd, Itachi frowned. Oh, he had not reported to his father. Danzo's face turned cold, confirming that Itachi was also unreliable. He immediately rebuked, Nonsense. I did not see Shursui at all this afternoon. You are slandering me. Fugaku chuckled coldly. Is that so? Fugaku's chakra surged, and his eyes grew increasingly cold. The surrounding ninja clans became tense. As the crowd was still in turmoil, a path opened from behind, and Uchiha Shikamitsu walked in with a group of Uchiha clansmen. Ding. The task has been updated. The outcome of the coup task requirement: preserve all Uchiha clansmen so they do not die. Task reward: I technique amplifier X1 Uchiha vice clan leader. I have no time to look at the rewards. Since the task requires preserving all clansmen, we cannot engage in combat tonight. Shikomitsu was in the front, his gaze sharp. The Uchiha behind him remained silent, occasionally glancing at Shikomitsu with eyes full of fervor and admiration. Two among them carried a stretcher on which lay none other than Uchiha Shursui. Several others dragged along the corpses of several members. The corpses were battered and broken. The Third Hokage's expression darkened. Fugaku, what do you mean by this? Uchiha Shikomitsu brought the person back among the clansmen, turning to face the Third Hokage, directly shielding Fugaku behind him. Shikomitsu sneered. Third Hokage, at this point, are you still speaking in riddles? Danzo summoned Shursui this afternoon and coveted his Sharingan. We mobilized the entire clan to search for Shursui due to his disappearance. Is there any problem? He then leaned down and whispered something in Shizui's ear, and Shursui struggled to rise. His body was covered in countless injuries, and it was clear to any discerning eye. The most severe were his eyes, which were now two empty sockets. His Sharingan had been gouged out. The surrounding ninja clans erupted in murmurs. Danzo coveted Shizui's Sharingan. Shut up, Danzo is the Hokage's advisor, but don't speak recklessly. Shursui weakly spoke. This evening I received a message from Danzo, asking me to meet him. I never expected he coveted the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan, and took it while I was unprepared. The Third Hokage was particularly familiar with Shursui, having reported to him this afternoon, wanting to use the Kodoame Tsukumi to prevent the Uchiha coup. He never expected that their next meeting would turn out like this. Danzo's face darkened as Shursui rose. He remained silent, pondering something. The crowd was in an uproar, casting suspicious glances at Danzo. In the ninja world, coveting someone's bloodline limit is a matter of life and death, let alone among villagers. Shursui was known as Shunshin Shursui, having contributed greatly to Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War, a genius of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui had maintained a stellar reputation, and his words carried great weight. The Third Hokage furrowed his brows tightly, knowing well the nature of Shursui. For the sake of peace, he would never bring such matters to light in public. What was actually troubling Shursui? It was simply that Shomu whispered in his ear that if Shursui lied, the Uchiha clan would rebel immediately. If Shursui spoke the truth, he assured that there would be no rebellion tonight. Danzo's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said, I did not wish to instigate a conflict between the Uchiha and the village, but matters have come to this. If Shursui spoke the truth, he assured that there would be no rebellion tonight. Danzo's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained. Shomu looked at Danzo with a mocking expression. Are you trying to fool ghosts with such words? Danzo, furious, retorted, you are just a substitute elder. What qualifications do you have to speak to me here? Fujiwara listened to the report from the Uchiha members behind him, and Elder Shomu activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, his eyes filled with shock and joy. It had been many years since a strong wielder of the Mangekyō Sharingan had emerged from the clan. Moreover, Shomu was still so young. Fujiwara raised his voice. Elder Danzo, Elder Shomu has done well to save Shursui today. The clan has already nominated him as the vice clan leader, so does he not have the qualifications now? The Uchiha members behind stirred, wondering how Shomu had suddenly become the vice clan leader. However, they soon realized that the clan leader was backing Elder Shomu, and they quieted down. Danzo scoffed at Fujiwara's words. It is a fact that Shursui attempted to assassinate me, and my roots can attest to this. Everyone present was astute, who didn't know Danzo's character. If Shursui had indeed attempted to assassinate him, he would have reported it to the Third Hokage long ago, instead of feigning ignorance. Shoma laughed heartily. It is true that Elder Danzo attempted to assassinate the third Hokage today, and all the Uchiha can testify to this. The Uchiha clansmen erupted in laughter. Yes, I can testify. I can testify too. I can testify. The surrounding ninja clans stifled their laughter and turned their heads away. The third Hokage's expression changed, and he understood roughly what was happening, but he still coughed lightly. Since Shursui has been found, Shoma, Vice Clan leader, this is all a misunderstanding. Let everyone disperse. Misunderstanding. Shomu turned hostile faster than flipping a page. Third Hokage, Shizui's Sharingan is still with Danzo. You call this a misunderstanding? Danzo coldly snorted. So now it has changed from an assassination attempt to a frame-up. Shoma didn't even glance at Danzo, turning to give Fujiwara a meaningful look. Then he spoke sternly. Third Hokage, are you and the Hokage's faction openly trying to seize our Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Fujiwara understood Shoma's gaze and said in a deep voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen, if Shizui's Sharingan is not returned, we Uchiha will not rest until the village is destroyed. The Uchiha clansmen who had come to battle behind Fujiwara silently activated their Sharingan. In an instant, countless blood-red eyes turned towards the third Hokage. The third Hokage's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, cursing Danzo's entire family in his heart. This was all you're doing, and now the whole Leaf Village must pay the price. Danzo hand over Shizui's Sharingan immediately. Danzo twitched his lips, completely unprepared for the situation to escalate to this point. However, he continued to struggle. I indeed had a conflict with Shursui, but his Sharingan was not taken by me. Shoma narrowed his eyes slightly, and then pulled out a kunai. The third Hokage said in a deep voice, Shoma, calm down. But Shomu slowly placed the kunai on his Leaf Village forehead protector. If the kunai were to fall, he would become a rogue ninja of the Leaf. Shoma shouted to all the ninja clans, everyone from the Leaf, look at this. This is the oppression of our ninja clans by the higher-ups of the Leaf Village. They will seize your bloodline's secret techniques and property. Hyuga, you are next. All the ninja clans present were the elite and pillars of their families. Some were even clan leaders, and their expressions were quite grim. The Hyuga clan stirred even more. After all, their Byakugan was also a renowned bloodline in the ninja world. Hizashi and Hayashi wore solemn faces, coldly watching how the third Hokage would handle this. The third Hokage's expression changed drastically. If he forced one ninja clan to rebel, in this manner the entire ninja world would laugh at the Hokage. All the families would no longer trust the Hokage's faction, which was digging the roots of the Hokage's authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen, listen. Hand over Shizui's Sharingan immediately. Otherwise we Uchiha will fight to the death with Konoha. This is what your Leaf has forced us Uchiha to do. Shoma's expression was fierce, and he was utterly hysterical, resembling a madman. The third Hokage felt a chill all over. The Uchiha clan could rebel, but they must not be forced to rebel. If he ordered an attack today, the Uchiha would be exterminated, and Konoha would also fall apart. The third Hokage felt a chill all over. The Uchiha clan could rebel, but they must not be forced to rebel. If he ordered an attack today, the Uchiha would be exterminated, and Konoha would also fall apart, especially the Hyuga clan, because if the Uchiha fell, they would be next. Although other ninja clans did not possess Sharingan or Byakugan, they still had some family assets and secret techniques. If even the Uchiha Sharingan could be seized, then theirs wouldn't be safe either. The third Hokage sighed and said, in light of Danzo's misconduct, I hereby remove Shimura Danzo from the position of Hokage advisor. Danzo immediately hand over Shizui's Sharingan. Danzo was somewhat incredulous, his gaze dark and sinister like a venomous snake. Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan is simply not to be trusted. Shizui's Sharingan poses too great a threat. I will never hand over the Sharingan. That's enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Danzo gritted his teeth. Fine, I will return and hand over the Sharingan immediately. The third Hokage turned to Shoma. Shomu, is that enough? Shoma sneered, even now, Danzo, you are still trying to play tricks on me. Shizui's eyes are clearly with you. What will you go back to get? Danzo's expression changed, wanting to explain. Shoma waved his hand, don't quibble. Our Uchiha clan has secret techniques, and Shizui's eyes are in your right eye. Danzo's expression turned ugly. He truly did not know that the Uchiha clan possessed such secret techniques. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have come. Now he was completely at a loss. Under the gaze of everyone, Danzo had no choice but to grit his teeth and unwrap the bandage around his right eye, revealing a Sharingan within. The ninja clans erupted in an uproar. The Hokage's advisor had actually attempted to seize the Uchiha Sharingan. Moreover, he immediately placed it on his own eye. The Uchiha clan certainly did not have such secret techniques, but Shoma was certain that once Danzo acquired Shizui's right eye, he would directly implant it. Even if it wasn't Shizui's eye, Danzo's right eye was still a Sharingan. Now Danzo was filled with hatred and anger, but he had already incurred the wrath of the masses, and all the ninja clans looked at him unfavorably. Who knew when Danzo would plot against their own clan next? Under the cold gaze of Uchiha Shokum, the third Hokage quickly dispatched a medical ninja to remove the Sharingan from Danzo's eye. Fugaku waved his hand, sending someone to retrieve Shizui's right eye and bring it back to Shizui's side. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi silently stepped out of the crowd and stood beside Shisui. He had returned when the family began to gather, but did not speak up when Fugaku was talking. He wanted to see what his father was really planning, completely blocking the path from the Hokage's side. Was he trying to bring him back to the family? Could it be that the family was truly going to rebel tonight? Just as he was at a loss, the development of events completely deviated from his expectations. Unexpectedly, this time his father merely played a supporting role, allowing Elder Shokum to handle everything. But now it seemed his father was right. The Elder Shokum's handling was excellent. Shokum glanced at Itachi before turning to Danzo and asking what about Shizui's left eye. Uchiha Itachi moved his lips slightly, but said nothing, even pressing Shisui down, who wanted to speak. Danzo was infuriated. Shokum, don't go too far. I only received Shizui's right eye. I have no idea where his left eye is. Fugaku and Shokum both looked at the third Hokage, implying that he should handle it. The third Hokage sighed. Danzo, hand over Shizui's left eye. Uchiha Shokum certainly knew that Shizui's left eye was in Itachi's hands. His actions were original. You say you didn't take Shizui's left eye? Who would believe that? The left eye is not with me. With no other choice, Danzo had to begrudgingly concede. Uchiha Shokum certainly knew that Shizui's left eye was in Itachi's hands. His actions were originally aimed at securing some benefits for the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Shisui used his chakra to sense and confirmed that it was indeed his right eye. Then he proceeded to have the eye transplanted back. After multiple battles digging out an eye and the surgery, Shisui fell into a deep slumber. Uchiha Itachi remained silent beside him. Shisui had tirelessly worked for the peace of the clan and the village, yet was ambushed by Danzo. And his father, who had never been assertive, was actually willing to openly confront the village for Shisui. In his eyes, Elder Shokum was merely a microphone to speak. His father must have not wanted to break relations with the village, hence he let Elder Shokum handle the situation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing Uchiha Itachi's mindset, significantly altering Itachi's life. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the eye techniques Tsukuyomi X1 Imitarasu X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for significantly altering Uchiha Fugaku's life. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the eye technique Jinjutsu X2. Oh, can altering a life yield their skills? What a pity it's only usable once. Does Fugaku actually have both eyes as Jinjutsu eyes? So he can use it twice. That's the same as Shisui, but the effects can't compare to Konoha Ōtsutsuki. Ding! The outcome of the coup has been completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the eye technique Amplifier X1, greatly enhances the power of eye techniques. What a useless system. Why is it all just one-time use? Once it's used, it's gone. System, can you even function? Shokum complained internally, yet the system continued to report mechanically without any response. The host has acquired the position of vice leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha vice leader. All Uchiha clan members recognize your identity as vice leader. Oh, it seems I've actually secured the title of vice leader. No, wait, is the title of vice leader something Fugaku just thought up? Ding! The host has acquired the identity of a faction leader. Faction template loading. Ding! Development task. Break free from Konoha's control and become self-reliant. Based on the outcome, rewards will be given. Forget it, I can't exchange it anyway, you'll just use it. Shokum accepted reality. A series of dinging sounds rang through his mind as Shokum looked at the rewards and new tasks deep in thought. The third Hokage assured that as soon as Danzo returned, he would immediately send Shizui's left eye. At this point, Shokum turned his gaze to Fugaku, who felt a surge of frustration as if he had become the scapegoat. But with outsiders present, Fugaku cooperatively said, in that case, I will await the good news in the clan. Before dawn, I want to see Shizui's left eye. With a cold snort, Fugaku waved his hand, instructing all Uchiha to disperse. Many Uchiha expressed their dissatisfaction, wondering why the gathering of the entire clan ended with so much noise, yet so little action. However, due to the presence of many outsiders, the elites of various ninja clans were also watching closely. All Uchiha only whispered among themselves without taking further action and followed Fugaku back. With a loud bang, the heavy doors of the Uchiha clan closed, and the third Hokage finally let out a sigh of relief. He waved his hand tiredly. Thank you all for your support. The village is lifting the emergency status. Everyone disperse. The various ninja clans exchanged glances, seeing something different in each other's eyes. They bid farewell, and their words showed a lack of respect towards the third Hokage. With the sound of swishing, the people from the other ninja clans quickly departed, leaving only the people from the Hokage's side at the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no heart to say anything else. Today's events had completely tarnished the reputation of the Hokage's faction. Moreover, it created a significant rift between many villagers and the leadership of the Hokage's faction. Everyone began to be wary of Danzo. Furthermore, everyone knew that Danzo was in cahoots with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps this incident was actually instigated by Sarutobi. In the ninja world, everyone knew that the Uchiha Sharingan was a treasure, but no one dared to provoke the Uchiha clan. However, it was unbelievable that the upper echelons of their own village were coveting the treasures of their own family. The third Hokage was also extremely exhausted. Danzo usually helped him with dirty work. Yet today's events were entirely Danzo's own doing, having nothing to do with him. Not only Danzo, but the entire Hokage faction had lost face and their trust level had plummeted. At the Hyuga clan grounds, Hayashi, who had just returned to his clan, hurriedly summoned the clan elders. Elders, what are your thoughts on today's events involving the Uchiha? Hayashi looked at the elders seated at the main seat. The clan elders looked around, and then the eldest elder spoke first. Hayashi, I believe we need to be more cautious of the Hokage's faction. The Hokage has long been dissatisfied with our Hyuga clan's main branch and branch family system. This incident with Uchiha Shursui serves as a warning bell for us. Due to the Hyuga clan's main branch and branch family system, the combat personnel are mostly from the branch family. And because of the caged bird seal, all branch families only obey the main family's orders. Thus, the Hokage's faction has extremely low control over the Hyuga clan. On the surface, it appears that Konoha is one family. But anyone with eyes can see that if anything happens, the branch family will only follow the main family's commands. Hayashi nodded. Danzo has been hiding behind Sarutobi Hiruzen all these years, undoubtedly developing many followers in secret. However, his ambition has grown day by day. It is hard to say whether this incident was his own doing or instructed by the third Hokage. The eldest elder said calmly, this is actually not important. What is important is that Uchiha's strong counterattack this time indicates that Fugaku's mindset has shifted. He may have already sided with the Hawks. He's clever using a microphone and not showing up himself, a vice leader. How interesting. The second elder took over. Tomorrow, Uchiha will likely seek more rights. I believe we should offer support. Hayashi nodded. Tomorrow, I will have a talk with Fugaku. After closing the gate of the clan's territory, Fugaku dismissed the many discontented Uchiha members, retaining the higher-ups Elder Takuya, Elder Yangping Shemu, Itachi, and Shursui, who was still lying on a stretcher. Unlike the other disgruntled Uchiha, Elder Takuya was deeply impressed by Fugaku's performance today, pushing Shemu forward as a reckless youth while strategizing from behind the scenes. Although he was an Hawk faction member, being an elder meant he was not without intellect. Just moments ago, they had been surrounded with elite Konoha shinobi all around. With Shursui, the clan's expert, gravely injured, it was not the optimal time for a coup. At the very least, they should wait until Shursui recovered. Fugaku felt a headache from Elder Takuya's admiring gaze and thought, do you really believe I arranged this? He paid little attention to Elder Takuya. He needed to confirm one thing. That is, Shemu, have you awakened your Mangekyō Sharingan? The others were shocked. Shemu had activated. Shemu nodded, and the three tomo in his eyes instantly transformed into a different pattern unique from everyone else's. An outer blade with inner flowers. The overwhelming power of his eyes made even Fugaku feel oppressed. How could this be? Fugaku was unable to hide his shock. Shemu's talent was extraordinary at the age of 19. He was already an elite with a 3-tomo Sharingan, excelling in all aspects except for Genjutsu. Later, due to a bet, Shemu was tasked with accomplishing a difficult mission with the promise of an elder's position upon his return. Unexpectedly, Shemu had actually awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Ha ha ha, good. Fugaku was unable to contain his excitement. Being a Mangekyō user himself, he knew how difficult it was to awaken one. For years, he had tread carefully, concealing his Mangekyō Sharingan to provide the clan with a trump card. He never imagined that someone from the new generation would awaken the Mangekyō. Fugaku excitedly patted Shemu's shoulder. Everything I said before stands. You are now the deputy clan leader. In a few years, once you are familiar with clan affairs, the clan leader position will be yours. Fugaku's excitement was not unfounded. The bloody Third Shinobi World War had turned the major shinobi villages into chaos. Konoha, sitting on the most fertile lands, had already suffered losses in battles against Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure, with the Uchiha clan also losing many talents. The clan urgently needed a young shadow-level powerhouse to stabilize their presence. From Shemu's appearance, it seemed he was quite resourceful. Fugaku actually found Shemu's earlier actions of using him as a pawn to be indicative of courage and strategy. One should know that if they made a wrong move, a civil strife could lead to the Uchiha's extinction. Yet Shemu challenged Danzo over Shizui's matter, standing on the side of righteousness. This not only caused Danzo to suffer, but also made the Hokage faction lose trust. Fugaku increasingly found Shemu pleasing to the eye. However, he was unaware that Shemu was confident that a conflict would not arise. In itself, if Shursui revealed this matter, the Uchiha would be the victims, and the other clans would not dare to add insult to injury. Furthermore, if a conflict erupted, it would be Fugaku, Shursui, Itachi, and himself. 4 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan capable of sweeping through the disunited major clans. Seeing Fugaku so pleased, Shemu couldn't help but feel like scoffing. What was 1 pair of Mangekyō? Did he not know his son and Shursui were both Mangekyō users? For the sake of his own life, he still needed to complete the mission. Shemu retracted his Mangekyō, cleared his throat, and spoke to everyone. Now that our Uchiha clan is in turmoil since the clan leader holds me in such high regard, then I won't decline. I have some small ideas regarding the development of the Uchiha clan. The others suppressed their smiles, eager to hear what Shemu intended to say. First, let me talk about the Mangekyō technique I awakened. It is called the Rift of Heaven, and it allows one to glimpse into the future. Sheamus' words fell like cold water into hot oil, causing everyone's eyes to widen in disbelief. Glimpse into the future. He began to spout nonsense. After all, when out in the world, one's identity is self-given, and one can fabricate their abilities. In truth, his Mangekyō technique had not yet awakened. If there is a rebellion tonight, our Uchiha clan will surely perish. The 2 elders turned pale, and Elder Yongping attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Shemu. Elder Yongping, the peace you seek is unattainable, for in 10 years the entire Konoha will be destroyed. Even Itachi the Stoic widened his eyes. Deputy clan leader, is what you say true? Elder Yongping spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. Shemu nodded. Elder Yongping, Elder Takuya clan leader, do not resist. I will take you to see the future. His Mangekyō spun rapidly, and a ripple rolled out, as if the few of them had entered a painting. Various scenes appeared, including Fugaku controlling the 9 tails with his Sharingan, but ultimately failing. There were images of the entire Uchiha clan being wiped out, and a massive shockwave destroying the entire Konoha village. Shemu selected a few future scenes to show the others. His Mangekyō was not truly glimpsing the future, but using Fugaku's technique, illusion. This was merely his conjecture, and not necessarily true. However, Shemu knew the plot, and could use this to impersonate future scenes, which was the best way to gain others. Shemu discovered that activating system skills ignored usage conditions and required no consumption. He could also autonomously increase chakra or enhance the skills of the system. From this perspective, the skills provided by the system proved somewhat useful. He stopped the Mangekyō, though the images were few. The 3 were still greatly shocked. Was the clan leader also a Mangekyō user? Both elders looked towards Fugaku, who gently nodded. The reason for skipping over Shursui and Itachi was that Itachi's actions were not suitable for others to see. After all, Itachi had no thoughts of destroying the clan at this point. Seeing Fugaku and the 2 elders come back to their senses from the illusion, Shemu said, both elders and the clan leader desire the strength of the Uchiha, but the paths taken before were undoubtedly wrong. The 3 of them fell silent. From the scenes they had witnessed, it seemed the position of Hokage was not so important after all. While the few pondered, Shemu turned to Shursui and Itachi. Shursui, you are truly naive. Your actions are utterly foolish. Shursui opened his mouth, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Shemu. Itachi, how old is Sasuke now? Itachi was slightly puzzled, but still lowered his head and answered, Sasuke is 5 years old, deputy clan leader. All of you look at me. Itachi and Shursui lifted their heads. Indeed, Shemu activated his Mangekyō. The 2 did not resist, and were instantly drawn into the painting. After Shizui's death, the entire Uchiha clan was annihilated by Itachi, and even Itachi's childhood friend Izumi perished on the night of the clan's destruction. The village completely allowed Sasuke to drift, seizing most of the clan's assets, and Sasuke subsequently deflected. Due to Itachi's death, he became dark and twisted, consumed with a desire for revenge, ultimately dying at the 5 Kage summit. Shemu deliberately only showed the 5 Kage summit to make Itachi and Shursui believe that Sasuke died there. Seeing Itachi kill his parents, annihilate the clan, and ultimately be met with Konoha's cold-bloodedness, Sasuke's death led to the clan's extinction. Shursui and Itachi were both deeply shocked and speechless. Having witnessed Shizui's situation, Itachi was already disillusioned with Konoha's higher-ups. Now that he saw the future scenes without the pressure of Shizui's death, his mentality had completely shifted towards the clan. At this moment, Shursui finally realized how naive he was, having been cowardly enough to consider suicide. Shemu watched as his attribute bar showed the technique illusion slowly disappearing. Indeed, it vanished after use. Shemu slowly stated, the Uchiha are first and foremost our family. Only secondarily are we a part of Konoha. Without the Uchiha, what connection do we have to Konoha? We have always sought the position of Hokage, merely needing recognition. However, the strong do not require validation. If our entire clan were to perish, where would the name Uchiha lie? The others mulled over Sheamus' words. Indeed, if all Uchiha were dead, where would the glory of the Uchiha come from? For many years in the shinobi world, there have been countless powerful clans. Yet once a clan is extinguished, regardless of how formidable their reputation was, it vanishes with time and the wind. Itachi, I know you have been providing information to the Third Hokage. Itachi paused for a moment. I'm sorry. Your desire for peace is not wrong, but the method is misguided. Itachi, there are many matters to handle in the clan now. You must resign from your position in the Umbu and return to assist the clan. Once you enter the Umbu, leaving is not as simple as you say. After all, the Umbu is privy to many secrets. The Hokage will not easily change your status in the Umbu. However, Itachi has already turned his heart toward the clan. He will always find a way. Of course, even if Itachi does not resign, he will definitely not regain the third's trust. Itachi agreed. Fugaku was gratified. During his time as clan leader, both Shursui and Itachi had seemed distant from him. Fugaku also had Itachi infiltrate the Umbu, but unexpectedly Itachi ended up providing information to the third instead. Fortunately, everything is now heading in a positive direction. Thanks to Natsuki. Fugaku began to ponder when he should hand over the position of clan leader to Natsuki. Ding, power template loaded. Natsuki opened it and saw that the top was Fugaku Uchiha and himself. Below were the names and avatars of each member of the Uchiha clan. Natsuki clicked on Itachi's icon. Uchiha Itachi loyalty, high proficiencies, combat stealth. Clicking on combat, it detailed Itachi's skills in taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, etc. Stealth, well, that doesn't need further explanation. Next to it was a separate column for the Mangekyō Sharingan and related ocular techniques. Natsuki then clicked on Fugaku, who did not have a loyalty rating but a closeness rating which was also high. Everything else was similar to Itachi. Now it was good I could know everyone's specialties in the clan, which would be convenient for future appointments. I opened the pages of the two elders. The fourth elder was skilled in internal affairs while the third elder managed. Natsuki politely said, for the upcoming plans we will rely heavily on both elders. Both elders bowed their heads. Deputy clan leader, you are too courteous. Please feel free to command us. At this moment, Natsuki began to form a preliminary idea in his mind. What does a clan's development require? Funding, while other ninja clans have their own businesses for income. The Akimichi barbecue shop, Nara Pharmaceuticals maintaining the medical system. Apart from the Uchiha's weapons being self-sufficient in the land of cats, the Hyuga clan almost monopolizes the entire equipment supply in Konoha. Other clans also have their means of livelihood. Otherwise, just doing tasks would only sustain themselves and development would be impossible. The Uchiha clan has not engaged in production and the assets accumulated during the warring states gradually decreased. The root cause is the lack of talent. Without suitable talent, there is naturally no way to perform corresponding tasks. The Uchiha have always been warriors. No one has studied these matters. In the warring states period, one could rob, but now that the 5 great countries are stable, attempting to rob will easily provoke war. In recent years, income has significantly decreased. Although they are richer than average ninjas, it is not easy to grow stronger. Now with my power template, I can see each person's talents. The path ahead will be easier. Natsuki said solemnly. After awakening the Mangekyō, I have seen many fragments of the future, and the time of peace in Konoha is not very long. Countless disasters will soon strike Konoha. Therefore, we must plan ahead, and the emotions within the clan also need to be expressed. We can no longer hold on to the position of the guard squad, as law enforcers are certainly not well liked. Both loosening and tightening will not gain us favor and will only increase dissatisfaction among the Uchiha. Fugaku tapped his hand. Natsuki, just speak boldly, or we will cooperate fully. Fugaku's words amounted to completely delegating power to Natsuki. The others had no objections as Natsuki's strength was high, and he was also shrewd. Fugaku's words amounted to completely delegating power to Natsuki. The others had no objections as Natsuki's strength was high, and he was also shrewd. Now we just need to select some people, vigorously develop the economy, and gradually break free from Konoha's control. Oh, the others present had not expected that foresight could be used this way. If there is ample funding, the clan's development can be entirely self-sufficient without being constrained by Konoha. Given the disasters that Konoha will face, having economic autonomy is very important. Everyone nodded in agreement. Natsuki continued, of course this is a relatively long-term task. Fortunately, we still have some time. During this time we need to give up all Uchiha's rights and make the Uchiha threat theory merely a paper. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Natsuki briefly explained the meaning of the threat theory. Everyone revealed looks of understanding and admired Natsuki even more. His mind. You have to admit he really is impressive. Natsuki waved his hand. The current Konoha guard squad is harmful to us now. Our first step is to relinquish the authority of the guard squad. Fourth Elder Danzo has suffered a huge loss. He will definitely cause trouble within the responsibilities of the guard squad tomorrow. You should recall all Uchiha members who have been complained against and suspend them back to the clan. If anyone comes to question, just delay, keep delaying. The fourth elder was thoroughly impressed by Natsuki and patted his chest, saying, Deputy clan leader, you can count on me. I'm good at this. Third elder, you have always been dedicated to using force to seize the position of Hokage. After seeing those future fragments, what do you have to say? The third elder smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had indeed been focused on seizing the Hokage position by force. However, in the future fragments, he saw that even controlling the Nine Tails with the Sharingan resulted in a failed coup. And the devastating technique that could destroy the world Shinra Tensei, he had already let go of that thought. Since Konoha fears us gaining power, then we can throw away all of it. Fugaku, you should also resign from your position as the Minister of the Police Department at the appropriate time. We have offended too many people for the sake of power, causing many citizens to completely forget the good of the Uchiha and take everything for granted. Now we will take a step back to advance. Third Elder, during the upcoming time, you need to gather those radical members who are dissatisfied. The third elder frowned. Natsuki, what do you have in mind? Not everyone can swallow this anger. Retreating to advance is simply impossible for some Uchiha. Thus the hawkish Uchiha emerged. We Uchiha need a rebellion and a serious injury. Natsuki smiled sinisterly. Otherwise, how can we eliminate the Uchiha threat theory, and how can we find people to go out and develop a? The two elders and Fugaku exchanged glances, but these people are not so easy to persuade. The three of them were unaware that Shursui had already activated his Mangekyō Sharingan along with the Kodoame Tsukumi technique. At this moment, Natsuki directly gave Shursui a look. Shursui understood a deputy clan leader Natsuki intended to utilize his Kodoame Tsukumi. He then explained his Kodoame Tsukumi abilities to the clan leader and the two elders. Another pair of Mangekyō. The two elders were stunned. Two pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan had emerged all at once after so many years without any. Fugaku's heart surged with overwhelming waves. Now with Natsuki and Shursui, the clan already had 3 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. If it weren't for wanting to push Konoha out of the way, the chances of a direct rebellion would also be quite high. No wonder Danzo wanted to pluck Shizui's eyes. If Fugaku knew at this moment that his son Uchiha Itachi had also awakened the Mangekyō, he would probably be so overjoyed that he would faint. After the two elders left, Natsuki asked, Itachi, Shizui's left eye is with you, right? Itachi nodded. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from the deputy clan leader. He summoned a ninja crow and took out a vial containing the Sharingan. Shursui, we need to unite the Uchiha clan as one, so you must recover quickly. Yes. Shursui felt the weight of his responsibility. Now there was a method to protect the clan without clashing with the village. He must do his best. Deputy clan leader, I suspect there are others spying on us, Uchiha. Natsuki nodded. You mean the person investigating the secret stone at the shrine, right? Itachi was taken aback. He hadn't expected the deputy clan leader to already know. This person will cause great turmoil in the ninja world in the future, but I am still unsure of his current identity. He has lingered around the secret stone many times, and I suspect the inscriptions on the stone have been tampered with, so do not trust him. Natsuki directly issued a warning. Yes, deputy clan leader, I understand. The night deepened. After the discussion, Itachi walked out and saw Uchiha Izumi dozing on the bench. Uchiha Izumi had already leaned against the chair and was dozing off. Itachi recalled the death of Izumi in the illusion, and his heart twisted painfully. Itachi approached and patted Izumi's shoulder. What are you doing here? Izumi raised her head in confusion. Is that you, Itachi? Then she quickly regained her senses. No, it's fine, I'm going back now. Izumi's cheeks flushed slightly as she stood up and hurried to leave. Izumi. Itachi called out to her. Moi. Izumi turned her head back. Under the dim light, she appeared playful and cute. Itachi was silent for a moment. Let's go eat dango tomorrow. Thump. Thump. The sound of Izumi's heartbeat was quite evident in the quiet night. The sudden happiness made her mind feel like it was about to overheat. Okay. Izumi covered her face and fled like a whirlwind. See you by the river tomorrow. Itachi watched Izumi fade away, and a rare gentle smile appeared on his face. At the root headquarters. Sir, someone from the third generation is here to take Jishu's left eye. Tuanzong gritted his teeth. Go to the collection room and bring a Sharingan over. The root members below replied. But we only have 4 Sharingan left. Tuanzong slammed his hand on the armrest. Does this old man not know that? If we don't hand over a Sharingan, Rijan won't let it go. Understood. The more Tuanzong thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it. This is a great humiliation. Tuanzong's face darkened. He had never been so thoroughly outmaneuvered. Having suffered such a huge loss today felt like trying to steal a chicken and losing a grain of rice instead. He never expected that the usually weak Fu Yu would hide a needle in the cotton. They pushed out an elder as a spokesperson, and for Jishu Sharingan, they were willing to publicly sever ties with the village. They had to show them some countermeasures. As dawn broke, the 4th elder Uchiha Yongping, who had only rested for a few hours, arrived early at the Konoha police department. Every morning people from the police department would report here taking shifts. If there was something, they would hold a small meeting. Upon reaching his office, he was greeted by a large pile of complaints. Most were complaints about Uchiha's violent enforcement. His usual handling was to rotate the complained Uchiha members to another part of the village. This way the complaints were resolved, and the Uchiha members who were complained about would not face punishment. However, today was different. He picked up the feedback stamp marked suspension for reflection and stamped it heavily on the complaint forms. To increase efficiency, the fourth elder even specially divided several shadow clones to help. Otherwise, how could shadow clones be called a divine technique? In no time, all the complaint forms were processed. Yang Ping examined the situation carefully. According to his handling, about 80% of the police force members had been suspended. All were hawkish Uchiha, as their strong personalities often led to offending others. Moreover, some dovish members were also suspended from their posts. When everyone gathered, Yang Ping held a list and read, "You Tai Yang Do, Ji Ren Yao Qi. All of you I just named, due to the complaints you are all suspended for reflection." Before Yang Ping's words could finish, the crowd erupted. "Fourth elder. Are you kidding? We've been suspended." Yang Ping glared, and the crowd immediately fell silent. "Fools, what are you shouting for? You all have other arrangements. Go report to the deputy clan leader now." He then gave a special look to the people below. These individuals were all hawkish clansmen who usually followed the third elder's lead. After the incident last night, where Xiaomu forcefully demanded Ji Shu's Sharingan back, everyone noticed Xiaomu's obvious hawkish attitude, and they all had a sense of the situation. Thus, with just a glance from the fourth elder, the crowd's imaginations ran wild. They thought the deputy clan leader might take some action, and thus they silently left. Once all the hawkish members had left, the police department's hall instantly became spacious. The remaining were either close dovish members or those who didn't align with either side. Yang Ping instructed, "All remaining members, today the patrol areas will be changed to the Uchiha clan's properties. Any incidents in other areas are not allowed to be investigated. Protecting our Uchiha's property is the top priority, understood?" Although the remaining members were all dovish and more rational Uchiha, they had still faced considerable criticism from the villagers. Hearing that they didn't need to patrol other areas and only needed to guard the Uchiha's properties, they all responded happily. They energetically planned the patrol routes and set out. As expected, early in the morning, Uchiha Fu Yu proposed to hold a high-level meeting. The attendees included the third Hokage Hinata Hayashi, Uchiha Fu Yue, and Uchiha Xiaomu. Tuanzong, having lost face, was hiding in his root base and did not come. Seeing that Fu Yu had brought Xiaomu again today, the others privately speculated whether Fu Yu was really nurturing this guy. Today's Fu Yu had returned to his previous demeanor, respectfully addressing the third Hokage. "Lord Hokage, please forgive me. I was anxious last night and resorted to this desperate measure." The third Hokage appeared amiable, but internally he was puzzled. Shouldn't Fu Yu be here to hold him accountable? "Fu Yu, you are being too modest. Any ninja clan facing such an issue would be unable to remain calm." Fu Yu nodded and stepped aside, allowing Xiaomu to speak. Xiaomu spoke calmly today. "Our clan leader is well aware that there have been considerable frictions between our police force and the villagers, which is detrimental to Konoha's security in the long run. Our clan leader has already committed to reforming the police force. Those members who were complained about for violent enforcement have been suspended by the clan leader." The third Hokage responded. What exactly was the Uchiha clan up to? How many Uchiha had been complained about for violent enforcement? Was there anyone who hadn't been complained against? That proportion must be around 80%. Were all of these people suspended? Xiaomu continued, "Most Uchiha have been suspended, leaving numerous vacancies in our police force. Today I invited the Hyuga clan leader here to ask for assistance in arranging personnel into the police force to maintain its normal operation." What? The third Hokage and Hayashi could not control their expressions, both stunned. The police force had always been the Uchiha's domain. 99% of the members were Uchiha clansmen, and outsiders could not intrude at all. This had also allowed the Uchiha clan to extend their influence over this area. Fu Yu's invitation for external aid into the police force would undoubtedly reduce the Uchiha's control over it. Lowering their influence over the entire village would mean distancing themselves from the Hokage position. Could it be? Was Fu Yu trying to convey that he wasn't interested in power, hoping to gain the village's favor in return? Or was it that the Uchiha were collaborating with the Hyuga? The third Hokage pondered this, but remained uncertain. He spoke in official jargon. "Xiaomu, deputy clan leader, I am pleased to see you considering the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. I have no objections. You can discuss this matter with Hayashi thoroughly." Hayashi was not dazed by the sudden offer. His first thought was what scheme Fu Yu might have. However, with the meat already in front of him, whether it was bait or not, the Hyuga clan wanted to give it a try. After all, the Hyuga clan was gradually declining, and their influence in Konoha was also waning. If they could gradually take control of the police force. Hayashi looked at Fu Yu and Xiaomu with a friendly smile. Xiaomu smiled back. "We Uchiha have enough thunder, now it's your turn, Hyuga, to give it a try." Moku no Hasan Street is a bustling commercial avenue filled with izakayas, restaurants, hot springs, and gambling houses. However, where there are crowds, disputes are bound to arise, especially in such a commercial street. Typically, a small team of Uchiha guards patrols this street. Yet today they are nowhere to be seen. Just then a person was thrown out of the izakaya reeking of alcohol, a drunkard. The izakaya owner stepped out saying, "You dare cause trouble after drinking and expect to dine and dash." The drunkard burped, "What's the big deal? I just owe you a drink. You still dare to act so arrogantly without paying. Beat him up." The owner signaled to two assistants, and they began to pummel the drunkard. After a while they stopped when the drunkard's face was bruised and battered. The drunkard was left with a body covered in bruises, surrounded by many onlookers. Usually when a fight breaks out, the guards would arrive quickly, but today the absence of the guards allowed for quite a spectacle. After a while the drunkard managed to get up from the ground. Seeing so many villagers pointing and whispering about him, he was extremely furious. Cursing under his breath, he pushed through the crowd and left. As the crowd dispersed thinking there was nothing more to see, unexpectedly, after just over 10 minutes the drunkard returned. He was holding a jug, and it was clear he had come back for more alcohol. However, his expression was somewhat dazed and his movements were mechanical and stiff. Instead of drinking, the drunkard stuffed a cloth into the jug's mouth, lit it, and hurled it at the door of the izakaya. With a loud bang, flames ignited along the strong alcohol, quickly catching the door curtain of the izakaya, which initially had a small fire. However, from the shadows a masked figure dressed in white, a member of the root organization, secretly formed seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. He controlled the amount of chakra, opened his mouth, and a gust of wind swept through the flames. Due to the wooden structure, the fire expanded rapidly with the help of the wind, causing chaos nearby. After a while, a chunin passing by used a water release to finally extinguish the flames. In just that brief time, the door of the izakaya was charred black and the sign was completely destroyed. Although there were no casualties, the izakaya would surely be closed for several days. After smashing the jug, the drunkard suddenly came to his senses, unsure of what had happened. However, with the chaos ensuing, he stealthily slipped away. The izakaya owner was furious, shouting, "Damn the guards. They are always wandering around when nothing is happening, but when there's an incident, they are nowhere to be found. I'm going to file a complaint." With the izakaya's entrance burned down, the owner had no choice but to rush to the Konoha guard headquarters. There were still many people heading towards the complaint room, but they quickly came out looking somewhat strange. Soon it was the izakaya owner's turn, and he pushed the door open. What he saw was Uchiha Elder Yongping leisurely sitting in his seat. "Elder Yongping, I have come to file a complaint." Uchiha Yongping took out a complaint form and placed it in front of him, asking, "What do you want to complain about?" "I want to complain that when a public security issue occurred at my place, no members of the guard came to handle it." "Oh, which place are you referring to? What's the name of the establishment?" "I am at Moku no Hasan Street, Seijui Izakaya." "Let me check." Yongping took a stack of complaint forms and flipped through them. "Found it." Yongping pulled out a complaint form. "The security team responsible for your area is the 9th Guard, and the person in charge is Uchiha Yang Triaura and Lurin. They have already been suspended, so there are temporarily no guards managing security in your area." "What? Why were—" The izakaya owner was dumbfounded. How could Uchiha members be suspended? "You should ask yourself. A week ago there was trouble at your izakaya, and you beat up the troublemaker. The 9th Guard arrested all of you, and you complained about their violent law enforcement. Do you not remember?" The izakaya owner suddenly recalled that there had indeed been such an incident when he had called several assistants to beat up the troublemaker, and the Uchiha guards had come directly to intervene. He felt it was unfair and complained about those Uchiha members. "I actually think they are quite good. Can I retract my complaint?" Elder Yongping waved his hand, saying, "That's not possible. Our deputy clan leader has issued new clan rule. All Uchiha members need to maintain harmony with the villagers. Since our Uchiha member made a mistake, suspension for reflection is warranted." The izakaya owner felt bitter in the past. When trouble arose, the Uchiha would come in no time. Now he regretted being rash. "So when will the new guard be reassigned?" Elder Yongping reassured him, "You don't need to worry at all. We will quickly allocate personnel to complete the guard deployment." As he left the Konoha guard headquarters, the izakaya owner felt something was off. Usually he would feel refreshed after filing a complaint, but today, after visiting the complaint room, he had the sensation of striking a punch into cotton. And there were needles hidden within the cotton. The izakaya owner left in frustration. After a day of handling complaints, Elder Yongping felt refreshed. He had begun to vaguely understand the deputy clan leader's intentions. Usually handling these complaints left him dizzy, feeling like he was losing half his life after a day's work. Today was different. He felt at ease everywhere. Those who came to complain with great energy left with their tails between their legs. Elder Yongping couldn't help. What was Uchiha up to? Obito, wearing a mask, appeared in the Uchiha clan grounds. He had witnessed everything from last night, yet he still did not understand the significance of Fugaku's actions. Was it all for a clan member's Sharingan? In the end, they retrieved the Sharingan, but suspended so many of their own in the police department. Was it to curry favor with the Third Hokage? Did Fugaku side with the doves? Regardless, with so many people around the clan grounds now, he would need to be cautious next time. It was time to send Mist to check the situation. Unable to find any useful information, Obito twisted through space and left. The Mist Ching, after being scared off by Uchiha Shursui last time, had been mocked. Now the elder ordered Ching to scout Konoha again, and if possible, to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Most of the Uchiha guards in Konoha had been replaced. Shursui was attacked by the village's Danzo elder and lost his Sharingan. Although Danzo later returned the Sharingan, Shursui and the village should have completely severed ties. News of what happened in Konoha reached Mist in a remarkably short time. It should be noted that Mist and Konoha were separated by several villages and isolated in the sea, making the journey extremely long. The Mist members were accustomed to receiving such timely news because the current elder rose to power due to his exceptional intelligence. The Mist members believed that the elder commanded a secret force specifically for intelligence gathering in the ninja world, which gave him high prestige. Upon receiving the elder's order, Ching felt this was a great opportunity and quickly gathered his team to set off. The root organization of Danzo is stirring up trouble on the streets today, inciting discord and chaos, yet the Uchiha from the security team remain absent to address the situation. The merchants who suffered losses have flocked to the security team's building to lodge complaints, but it seems the Uchiha clan is not moved by their grievances. The uniform response is that those who were complained about have been suspended and there are no extra personnel available. Meanwhile, the shops owned by the Uchiha clan members have not faced any disruptions. Several Uchiha from the security team are roaming about, yet they turn a blind eye to the various conflicts occurring on the neighboring streets. Many merchants have directly complained to the Third Hokage. He looks at the thick stack of complaint forms before him and pinches his brow. So the Uchiha have suspended 80% of their teams in just one day. The Umbu below replied, "Yes, this morning the Uchiha dealt with those previously complained about, suspending all for reflection. With personnel in short supply and various public safety incidents occurring outside, no one is managing the situation. What is Shimoku up to, or rather what is Fugaku scheming? The Third Hokage simply cannot fathom what the Uchiha are doing. Such trivial matters of public safety do not resemble a retaliation against Konoha. After all, if things escalated, the Umbu would intervene. Moreover, Shimoku had already given notice contacting the Hyuga clan to have their members step in." The Third Hokage picked up his pipe and took a puff. "How are the talks between the Hyuga clan and Shimoku going?" Uchiha Shimoku has handed over all the security deployment routes and daily patrol routes to the Hyuga clan without any concealment. However, the Hyuga clan needs to fully allocate personnel and familiarize themselves with the routes, which will take about a week. The security deployment and patrol routes have always been managed by the Uchiha clan, and it indeed takes time for the Hyuga to mobilize personnel. The Third Hokage tapped his pipe. "Then for this week, send some Umbu to keep an eye on things. If anything escalates, you can intervene directly. Once the Hyuga take over, you can withdraw." "Understood." Uchiha Territory Training Ground. Since the suspension of more than half of the security team members, the Fourth Elder has confined everyone within the clan's territory. Most of the security team members, having nothing to do, have voluntarily come to the training ground to practice. "Hey, Yinshu." The Uchiha Yinshu, who was practicing shuriken throwing, paused to see his teammates Aura and Lurin. "What's up?" These two teammates have worked with him for a long time and are quite friendly, considered friends. Aura chuckled. "You wouldn't know if you didn't go out. The Qingshui izakaya was burned down today." "Really? The izakaya on 3rd Street?" "Yeah, they got into a spat again with a drunkard today. After the drunkard was beaten, he came back and burned down their front door, and they won't be able to open for business for a few days." Lurin seemed a bit gloating. "No one stopped it?" Yinshu asked curiously. Aura shook his head. "Who is there to stop? From the 1st Street to the 7th Street, all of our Uchiha have been suspended." "Then why aren't they complaining?" Lurin laughed. "Of course they are complaining, but it's useless. Our security team has no one available now. Usually those shop owners complain about us being too strict or accuse us of using excessive force. Now that we Uchiha are not around, they come back with their tails between their legs, truly shameless. I heard the Fourth Elder is quite happy today, humming a tune as he walks around." Yinshu laughed in response. "We Uchiha have borne so much resentment all along, they deserve it." Aura asked, "The Fourth Elder suspended us, but hasn't mentioned any tasks. Do you know what the Vice Clan leader plans for us, Yinshu?" Yinshu shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure, but the Vice Clan leader said we worked hard in the security team and is giving us a week off. After a week, there will be tasks for us." Night falls. Uchiha Shimoku has been practicing in the clan's training ground. He has just awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, leading to a qualitative leap in his abilities. Both his insight and illusion techniques, as well as physical skills, have seen significant improvement. However, aside from unlocking Susanoo, he has not awakened any additional ocular techniques. This leaves Shimoku quite puzzled, though he's not in a rush since he doesn't need them right now. He can clearly feel that his ocular power surpasses that of the others. While practicing, he also looks through the clan's talent profiles to see who among the clan possesses business acumen. Yet most of the Uchiha ninjas are specialized only in combat, and there are very few with talents in business. There's a notable young Uchiha named Chiming who, although he only awakened his double tomo at 17, possesses interesting talents in business research and logistics. Moreover, Chiming was once a teammate of Shimoku. This kid is quite versatile, something he hadn't noticed before and now needs to nurture well. In addition to the Uchiha ninjas, the ordinary villagers of the Uchiha clan are also included in the talent profiles. Many of these villagers run small businesses in Konoha. Some even display certain talents. Shimoku has taken note of all these individuals completing the final piece of his plan. Around Shimoku, there are a few Uchiha practicing in groups. He can hear about various incidents happening outside to some extent. Feeling tired from training, Shimoku walks aside to sit down, drink water, and rest. At that moment, Fugaku is listening to reports from the third elder and fourth elder. Clan leader, today, I have taught the Hyuga clan our security, deployment configurations, and patrol routes. It is estimated that it will take about a week for the Hyuga clan to allocate personnel and be fully operational. Fugaku nodded. Did those individuals cause any trouble upon returning? The third elder shook his head. No, after those troublemakers returned today, they practiced in the training ground or chatted among themselves, not causing any disturbances. The fourth elder interjected. Of course they wouldn't cause trouble. Today they were all enjoying the spectacle of those merchants. What spectacle, eh? The third elder, having spent all day within the clan, has not paid much attention to outside news. The fourth elder, beaming with joy, replied, those merchants on the streets. When we Uchiha were around, they would complain every day, not about strict enforcement, but rather about slow response times and mostly about excessive force used in enforcement. Today they all came to ask where the security team had gone. You wouldn't believe it, they were eagerly asking when we could send people over with such hopeful expressions. The fourth elder, clicking his tongue, felt quite proud. Now they remember how good we Uchiha are. How we Uchiha are not serving them anymore. He is starting to understand the significance of Shimoku's actions. The third elder also seems to grasp the situation, looking toward Fugaku. Fugaku nodded. I see it too. Shimoku is using this method to provide an outlet for the clan members. Shimoku said this is just the beginning. There will be more places where the Uchiha will be needed in the future. The Uchiha are actually the most suited to be part of the security team, as they are generally versatile. They can use illusion techniques to quickly subdue troublemakers and have keen observational skills to detect issues promptly. With powerful physical techniques and swift movements, they can quickly arrive at the scene. However, due to historical issues, the people of Konoha have selectively ignored these aspects. The Uchiha clan members have always sought the villagers' recognition. Yet the Uchiha have never needed anyone's approval. Because the strong do not need recognition. As Xiaomu had thought, the security situation in Konoha had not been particularly good these past few days. There were no major conflicts, but minor frictions went unattended. Thankfully, the third Hokage ordered the Umbu to keep watch, otherwise it could have led to serious trouble. There were no more complaints from the garrison, but inquiries came daily about when personnel would be dispatched. However, the Uchiha clan currently had no manpower to spare. With no other options, those merchants had to voice their concerns to the Hokage, although not everyone could meet him. However, these villagers had lived in Konoha for a long time, and they had connections. As their numbers grew, many opinions still reached the third Hokage. The third Hokage had no choice but to urge the Hyuga clan to take over. Prompted by the third, the Hyuga clan hastened their efforts, and 2 days earlier than planned, on the 6th day, the members of the garrison finally arrived. However, the squad configuration was slightly less than that of the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan had Byakugan for observation and Gentle Fist to seal chakra, making them quite capable garrison members. Indeed, once the Hyuga clan took office, the security environment improved instantly. The one responsible for the garrison affairs was Hyuga Hayashi, and all members of the garrison were from the Hyuga branch family. Learning from the lessons of the Uchiha, Hayashi instructed all Hyuga garrison members to enforce the law gently and avoid any complaints from the villagers. The Hyuga branch had always been on the front lines with their heads marked like caged birds. Although they were born into the Hyuga clan, they were not haughty, but rather approachable. Thus, disputes among residents were primarily resolved through persuasion. When the residents saw that the noble Hyuga clan was so easy to talk to, they praised them, saying the Hyuga clan is indeed reliable. They are much gentler than the Uchiha. If you ask me, the Hyuga should have taken over the garrison long ago. Xiaomu and Itachi walked down the street, with Itachi having resigned from his position in the Umbu under the third Hokage. Xiaomu intended to get closer to Itachi, as he would be an incredibly strong asset in the future, though they needed to think of a solution for his illness. Fugaku wanted Itachi to be closer to Xiaomu, and Itachi admired Xiaomu's intellect. Both wanted to observe the villagers' reactions as the Uchiha gradually withdrew from the garrison. Itachi, what do you think our clan needs? While Xiaomu spoke to Itachi, he observed the streets of Konoha. Although Konoha was called a village, its scale was truly outrageous. From the prosperity of the streets, there were at least tens of thousands of permanent residents. No wonder the Uchiha had long yearned to seize power. Unfortunately, the changes in the ninja world in the future could not be altered by a mere few 100,000 ordinary people. After all, the lack of high-end combat power left Konoha strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. The long-standing oppressive policies had caused the Hokage's faction to distrust the Uchiha clan. Not to mention the Hokage position, even the position of advisor elder was denied to the Uchiha. No wonder there was such great resentment among the Uchiha. The more the Hokage faction refused to relinquish power, the tighter the Uchiha grasped the garrison. Furthermore, during the Nine Tails incident, it was clearly a high-level order that prevented the Uchiha from participating in the battle. In the end, this became a reason for the villagers' suspicion. It was hard to say whether this public opinion was manipulated by the Hokage faction. It was unclear whether the mastermind was Danzo or the Third Hokage. Itachi pondered seriously. Deputy clan leader, I think what we need is a sense of belonging. Xiaomu waved his hand. Just call me senior. A sense of belonging. How many jonin do we Uchiha have? How many does Konoha have? In Konoha, the total number of registered jonin was around 200. A jonin can usually lead 3 to 5 4-member squads, and even more during wartime, so the weight of a jonin is particularly significant. However, in the garrison, a jonin from the Uchiha was merely a squad leader. There were more than 30 such jonin squad leaders in the garrison. Our Uchiha have more jonin than other ninja clans, yet they are all confined to this small territory of the garrison. As long as the Uchiha are in the garrison, they cannot earn recognition. They can only wear down their sharpness in daily trivial matters. We Uchiha are strong by nature. Do we need others to recognize us? Itachi nodded thoughtfully. I've heard that the Hyuga clan is doing quite well now with very few complaints. What do you think, senior? After pondering for a while, Itachi glanced towards the street. Hearing that Itachi had merely changed his address to senior made Xiaomu feel much more comfortable. Fugaku had whimsically given him the title of deputy clan leader, which always felt strange to Xiaomu. Xiaomu followed Itachi's gaze and saw 2 members of the Hyuga garrison dealing with a dispute. Moments later, he smirked. Few complaints, huh? The work of the garrison isn't so easy. Indeed, the conflict over there escalated. The 2 people involved in the mediation raised their voices. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? My wife is from the Yamanka clan. And what of the Yamanka clan? My surname is Shimizu, do you understand? I am a relative of the advisor elder Shimizu Danzo. The 2 Hyuga members were caught in the middle, feeling helpless, unable to grab or let go. Sir, it was clearly your fault first. The other party was just forced to retaliate. Hyuga Kawakawa patiently. After all, Hayashi had instructed that unless in particularly serious situations, they should not resort to force. You are but a member of the Hyuga branch, a mere watchdog. How dare you meddle in my affairs? That man was drunk, throwing punches and kicks at Hyuga Kawakawa, yet the words he uttered were deeply hurtful. Hyuga Kawakawa's face changed dramatically. This was an insult that hit home, and for branch members, it was the most taboo. Thus, he swiftly pointed 2 fingers and directly struck the drunken man's pressure points. The drunk fell to the ground at once, his face smashing into the ground, blood gushing from his nose as he cried out, "You are using violence to enforce the law, or I will complain about you." Hyuga Kawakawa's face turned pale, watching the villagers pointing at him. He quickly pulled his teammate to take the drunken man away. Uchiha Itachi observed this scene and felt a sense of déjà vu. He often saw Shursui encounter such situations, and Shursui would always take the initiative to apologize and reconcile. This led to some dissatisfaction among the clan members towards Shursui. Most of the merchants here had connections with the major clans. Every time a conflict arose, they would threaten, using their background. Thus, the Uchiha often found themselves in the middle, struggling to navigate the situation. They could only mediate, but many Uchiha were quite emotional. It was impossible to mediate. A single disagreement could lead to direct confrontation. Now these matters were left to the Hyuga clan, and it seemed the Hyuga were not doing as well as the Uchiha. Itachi admired Xiaomu even more. Xiaomu smiled at Itachi's expression. Many Uchiha had encountered such situations, but the Uchiha never coddled these individuals. Although the patrolling areas of the security team have been changed, the Hyuga clan clearly handles these matters far worse than the Uchiha. At least the Uchiha clan never cared about your background. They would capture those who needed to be caught and detain those who needed to be detained. The Hyuga branch is too severely constrained by the main family, making their actions clumsy and frantic. At this moment, Xiaomu was within the Uchiha clan, quietly identifying those commoners with business talent. Konoha has strict entry and loose exit policies. If you are a commoner leaving the village, you will generally not be scrutinized. The Uchiha still has a large portion of commoners who lack ninja talents. Many of them will never awaken their Sharingan. Except for the surname Uchiha, they are not much different from ordinary people. In his past life, Xiaomu worked in the restaurant industry, and these days he has been writing culinary recipes and planning proposals. These delicacies should not exist in this world. Outside the Konoha barrier, Ching led 7 elite ninjas from the mist swiftly approaching Konoha. Byakugan. Ching's right eye bulged with blood vessels, and through his observation, he found that the Konoha security team was not from the Uchiha clan. Instead, it was the Hyuga clan. It seems that the Uchiha and Konoha have had some conflicts, so our opportunity has arrived. Let's go. Ching's heart surged with joy. Although the Hyuga family also possesses ocular techniques, they pose a significantly lesser threat than the Uchiha. The visible range of Byakugan is related to the purity of the eye's training and strength. After obtaining the Byakugan, Ching trained day and night, and with this high-purity main family Byakugan, his visibility range was exceptionally far. Furthermore, Ching learned through years of usage that if he scanned a 360-degree range, the visible distance would be shorter. However, if he focused in one direction, the visible distance would be exceptionally far. People's attention tends to be directed at the front 180 degrees. Their observation habits also lead them to use the Byakugan to see further ahead. Although his single Byakugan has a smaller range, his visibility distance exceeds that of those trained in the matter, as long as the patrolling Hyuga clan members do not observe the area behind them with the Byakugan before he approaches. They would have their chance. You guys follow my lead. There are Hyuga patrolling ahead. Yes, Lord Byakugan. Unable to use ninjutsu, Ching kept leading the mist ninja team around. Hyuga Senji patrolled with his teammates, occasionally activating his Byakugan. Everything appeared normal from a distance with no abnormalities. However, he was unaware that a group of people was circling behind him. As he turned his body, the mist ninjas also turned with him. Although Ching did not understand why this Hyuga did not directly use Byakugan to observe the rear, he noticed Senji turning his body, indicating that his attention was directed forward. As they got closer, the mist ninjas quickly advanced. Their goal was to reach the attack range before being observed from the side or behind by the Byakugan. Hyuga Senji tightened his expression. Be careful. A blade flashed from behind Senji, targeting Kobayashi Yuju. Hiss. Senji was a moment too late. As he advanced with his gentle fist, Kobayashi Yuju had already collapsed, clutching his neck. Damn it. A ninja appeared from the mist, wielding a large blade with bandages wrapped around his face and neck. It's Zabuza. Silent killing technique. Now Hyuga Senji opened his Byakugan for a full field observation, discovering several chakra responses within the surrounding mist. They fiercely charged towards his team. The remaining 2 Chunin did not have time to fire signal flares before they fell in a pool of blood. The others revealed themselves, all dressed as members of the Mist Assassination Squad, with Ching leading them, wearing an eye patch over his right eye. I didn't expect it to be you. How dare you come to Konoha to wreak havoc? Hyuga Senji assumed a gentle fist stance, but his heart sank. During the Third Shinobi World War, Ching obtained a Byakugan, and he was viewed as a mortal enemy by the Hyuga clan. He appeared on Konoha's wanted list. He was not easy to deal with. Ching stood on a branch. It's a pity he's a member of the Hyuga branch, otherwise I could have gained another pair of Byakugan. Hyuga Senji was speechless. How could the main family patrol the outskirts of Konoha? Seeing the 8 mist ninjas surrounding him, and considering their chakra levels, they were all jonin. The one with the lowest chakra was Zabuza. It seemed that today it was hard to escape death. Hyuga Senji assumed a gentle fist posture. Zabuza's muffled voice came from beneath the bandages. Let me test his worth. Hurry up, Ching nodded. Hyuga Senji was furious. How dare he use him to test his skills? Zabuza initiated the silent killing technique and once again disappeared into the mist. Unfortunately, Hyuga Senji had already activated his Byakugan, keeping his eyes locked on Zabuza. Seeing that he could not gain an advantage, Zabuza charged at Senji with his blade. Hyuga Senji's gentle fist foundation was solid, while Zabuza's blade techniques were fierce. The two quickly engaged in a fierce battle. As was tradition in the Hyuga clan, Senji was used to waiting for the right moment to strike, calmly responding to Zabuza's aggressive attacks. Zabuza seemed very confident in his swordsmanship, showing no fear of taijutsu battles, and he clashed with Senji furiously. Zabuza had already gained some notoriety despite not yet being promoted to the 7 ninja swordsman. But among the mist, he was a top peer, and his training in taijutsu was also somewhat advanced. Unfortunately, he had encountered the restraining Hyuga clan. Hyuga Senji had several opportunities to eliminate Zabuza, but held back. He clearly knew his duty. He needed to send out the alert signal. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan's hard-won entry into the security team could not be blamed on his mistake. The two swiftly moved as they fought, and eventually they reached a corner where Hyuga Senji found an opening and struck the side of Zabuza's blade with his palm. With a resounding crack, Zabuza did not expect the opponent to exert such force, and his blade flew out. Hyuga Senji, dragging his injured hand, leaped backward, having already pulled out the warning flare from his pocket. You won't get away with this. Several mist ninjas who were nearby quickly sealed off Senji's escape route with shurikens. However, Hyuga Senji charged in the opposite direction. With his own flesh and blood, he collided with the shurikens. The warning flare in his hand also went off with a bang. At that moment, a nearby mist ninja kicked Hyuga Senji in the waist, sending him crashing to the ground, rolling several times. Senji was coughing up blood with several shurikens embedded in his chest, neck, and head. In a very short time, Hyuga Senji breathed his last. The caged bird on his forehead emitted a faint glow, and his Byakugan seemed to lose its color and was destroyed. Nearby, the forest quickly received the urgent signal from this side. Several signal flares exploded in the sky. Chin glared at Hyuga Senji with hatred, then shot an angry look at Zabuza. This is not going well. Retreat. The group quickly left the scene. Amidst the sounds of rapid movement, 3 Umbu appeared on the scene. Among them, wearing a fox mask with silver hair and carrying a sword on his back, was Hatake Kakashi. After Kakashi landed, he swiftly pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, and after scanning the surroundings slightly, he signaled to his 2 colleagues. The other 2 Umbu quickly examined the corpses of the people. One of them said to Kakashi, "Taijutsu dense fog. Blade injuries, it is highly likely the mist is involved." Kakashi nodded. "Now that the enemies have retreated, we cannot rule out the possibility that they will return. I will report this to the Third Hokage now." Since the Third Shinobi World War, the mist has been sending people to Konoha to cause trouble, but they had previously been repelled by the Uchiha. Unexpectedly this time, 4 Konoha ninjas died here, including the Hyuga clan, known for their strong reconnaissance abilities. Now the trouble has escalated. In the Hokage's office, after listening to Kakashi's report, the Third Hokage furrowed his brow and said, "Bring Rijan here." It was simply unimaginable that the Byakugan, known for its exceptional reconnaissance abilities, had been ambushed. In the past, the Uchiha clan was responsible for guarding the outskirts of Konoha and had never suffered such a significant loss. Who would have thought that the moment the Hyuga clan took over the Mist Village would launch an attack? Fortunately, they had set off warning fireworks. Otherwise, if the Mist ninjas had slipped into the village, the consequences would have been dire. After Kakashi left, with the sound of the cane tapping on the ground, he continued, "Rijan, I have always said that Konoha's mutual defense is of utmost importance. These noble clans cannot be relied upon, and my route should join the defense team." The person who arrived was Shimura Danzo, who had already been stripped of his position. The Third Hokage was not surprised to see Danzo. After all, even though Danzo had lost his role as an assistant to the Hokage, he was still a senior advisor. The title of Hokage's assistant was merely a name for him. After all, the Third Hokage had many matters to attend to that were inconvenient for him to handle personally, and still needed to rely on Danzo. The Third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. "Danzo, you must be the one behind the recent security issues, right? If I don't know what you're talking about." Now the Uchiha have completely withdrawn from the defense team, and the remaining few Uchiha clansmen are only guarding their own shops. You better stay quiet. Danzo had indeed caused some chaos for 2 days, but later realized that the Uchiha did not respond at all. His actions had turned into a joke. He did not pursue this topic, but continued with his earlier suggestion. Each member of Root is utterly loyal and very suitable to join the defense team. The Third Hokage understood Danzo's intentions and waved his hand in annoyance. "We will discuss this matter later. I need to ask Rijan about the situation first." Rijan, think carefully. Danzo did not press the issue. He knew the Third Hokage would not allow him to extend Root's influence into the defense team. Thus, he slowly leaned on his cane and left. During this time, the defense team was attacked, and news of a squad and a Hyuga clan member being killed had already reached the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Shiki was visiting Shisui, who had already received his new eyes. It must be said that the eye transplant surgery was indeed quite simple. Even without a special physique, this kind of surgery was considered a relatively easy procedure here. Look at that Noira Rin on the battlefield. She was able to give Kakashi an eye transplant. It really shows how advanced medical techniques in this world are. Of course, the most remarkable among them was Tsunade, with her mastery of the healing arts. She could rapidly repair various wounds, significantly reducing the mortality rate. If Shisui did not have other injuries, just the eye transplant alone would not have kept him bedridden for a week. "Senior, I'm already fine. Why do you insist on making me stay home for so long?" Shisui originally was going to call him the deputy clan leader, but Shiki stopped him, saying it was better to strengthen their rapport and just have him call him senior. "Konoha is currently in a tumultuous period with many eyes on us Uchiha. I want you to rest at home, partly to ensure your full recovery and partly to allow things to simmer for a while." In Shiki's mind, although Shisui might not be the sharpest, his abilities were indeed impressive. Moreover, Shisui was still young and had a vast potential for growth. The Sharingan was a significant burden for Shisui now, and he should not use Susanoo recklessly. However, if used properly, it could be a tremendous asset. "Deputy clan leader, you're here. How is your recovery, Shisui?" The person who arrived was Uchiha Yaoyi, a relatively obedient member of the hawkish faction. A week ago, after Shiki had made the Hokage's faction suffer, Yaoyi had been admiring Shiki. Interestingly, his younger brother was Uchiha Kimi. One was boisterous, the other clever. It was hard to understand why these two could be siblings. The third elder simply tossed Yao Yi to Shiki to command, and now he was here to inform Shiki about the attack on the defense team. This is how things are. The strange part is that there was a Hyuga clansman involved, and they almost failed to launch the warning fireworks. Indeed, the Hyuga clansman cannot compare to us Uchiha. The defense team was quickly attacked without our Uchiha. Shiki did not heed Yao Yi's self-praise. Instead, he understood why they would be attacked, even with the Byakugan. The Byakugan has excellent long-range vision, but does not provide a full 360-degree view. When looking in one direction versus when looking at the full 360 degrees, the visual range is different. When members of the Hyuga branch use the Byakugan to look far away, they habitually turn their bodies to observe. This is due to the visual blind spot created by the first thoracic vertebra expanding 1 degree backward. They tend to rely on their immediate field of vision when looking far away. If someone could suppress their visual range, they could see the Hyuga's body movements. The visual range of the Hyuga Byakugan is determined by the purity of the Byakugan and their strength. Only a Jonin-level member of the main family could suppress the range of Hyuga Moriaki. Since there were shadows of the Mist Village involved, this matter was likely orchestrated by Mizukage's elite. The Hyuga clan had only lost a pure-blood Byakugan during the Third Great Ninja War. Last time Ao tried to stir up trouble in Konoha, but was scared away by Shizui's Jinjutsu. He was a very cautious person. Now that Rijan has reported to the Third Hokage, do you think the Hyuga will come to ask for our Uchiha's assistance? Shiki looked at Yao Yi with some amusement. Although he was already a Jonin with 3 Demo, he would certainly be considered part of the command structure in other ninja clans. However, Yao Yi's mind was somewhat simple. Although he was promoted to Jonin during wartime, it was all due to his own strength, and he had hardly commanded any other squads. In his mind, if the Uchiha could handle a task, well, other ninja clans would surely come to seek help. Because the Uchiha were the strongest. They will definitely come, but we will not wade into this murky water again. Yao Yi, go bring the clan leader to the meeting room, and tell him he'll be waiting there. Yes, deputy clan leader. Guessing that the deputy clan leader might take action, Yao Yi was quite excited. Watching Yao Yi dash away, Shiki waved his hand. Shursui, prepare yourself, you will be needed in a few days. Shursui touched his eyes and nodded firmly. When Shiki arrived at the meeting room, Fugaku was already there waiting. Shiki, what do you think about this matter? The previous news had been sent over by Fugaku. The Hyuga clan should be competent as the outer guards of the defense team. This attack was an accident. Because the Byakugan of their branch family is flawed, this flaw leads to issues with their usage habits. Shiki then explained to Fugaku about the visual blind spots created by the Byakugan, the impact of Byakugan purity on reconnaissance range and visibility. He also discussed his speculations about the attackers. At this point, Fugaku suddenly realized why the Hyuga clan had been attacked. It turned out that the branch family's Byakugan had such flaws. Is the eye that glimpses the future really that powerful? Fugaku automatically assumed that Shiki was referring to his Mangekyō Sharingan ability, otherwise such secrets would be unknown to outsiders. Shiki. Fugaku said with a serious tone, the techniques of the Mangekyō Sharingan should not be misused. Otherwise your eyes will soon go blind. Shiki nodded. It seemed Fugaku truly trusted him. Rest assured, clan leader, I am aware of the risks. Thank you for your concern. Seeing Shiki's confidence, Fugaku finally nodded in reassurance. How will the Hyuga clan handle this matter? As long as the Hyuga dispatch 2 teams from the branch family, they can completely resolve this issue. However, the Hyuga clan had a fatal problem. They simply did not have enough people. The number of Uchiha clan ninjas was fewer than that of the Hyuga clan. Since all members of the Hyuga family can activate the Byakugan, they are essentially an army of soldiers. Thus their numbers are considerable. However, the main family would not leave the clan grounds, and the guards of the main family are all from the branch family. This way the available personnel would be reduced by half. Moreover, external patrols at least required Chunin-level strength. With the Hyuga clan's manpower stretched thin, maintaining internal security, they would undoubtedly face difficulties in external patrols. Now that you are still the captain of the defense team, the Hyuga clan will definitely come to consult you. At that time we can't. Hinata Nichi was questioned by the Third Hokage, and he firmly insisted that the assailant was definitely from the Mist, specifically Ao. The reason why the Byakugan failed to activate was left vague with evasive words. The Third Hokage did not pursue the matter further, as this was not the first time the Mist had invaded. He simply instructed Nichi to strengthen defenses, ensuring that there could be no next time. Recently, the Third Hokage had been busy negotiating with the Cloud Village to sign a peace agreement. With the constant back and forth, he was too exhausted to focus on this matter. After returning to the clan and discussing with Hisashi, Nichi indeed visited the Uchiha clan's territory that night to seek an audience with Fugaku. Captain Fugaku, the current security team is understaffed in terms of defense. Do you think we should recall some of the suspended Uchiha members? Fugaku waved his hand, saying, my clan members are not very obedient. Recalling them now would not be easy. Moreover, moving the clan members is not a simple task. Fugaku made it clear that he did not want to get involved in this messy situation. Nichi forced a smile and said, Captain Fugaku, I now understand the grievances your security team faces. I receive complaints from clan members every day. Even doing what is expected becomes a source of contention. Captain Fugaku, you must help with this matter, otherwise the Hinata clan cannot stabilize the security team. Fugaku took a sip of tea and replied, Nichi, you don't understand. The reason you all face scrutiny is due to comparison. Comparison? Nichi asked in confusion. Exactly, because what you do is not as good as what we Uchiha do. That's why the villagers are dissatisfied with you. Nichi fell into deep thought. It must be said that Fugaku's point was quite reasonable. As the foremost ninja clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha were always seen as the elite. No matter the background, those who need to be captured must be captured, and those who need to be detained must be detained. The Hinata clan was not lacking in ability, but the awkward status of the branch family meant they were constantly at the mercy of the main family. Everyone was well aware of the nature of the main family. Thus, the branch family always acted cautiously. Now, with the outer patrol team of the security team having been ambushed outside Konoha, the main family was furious, insisting that the branch family resolve this issue at all costs. Although Nichi also thought of a strategy involving both branch families, there were only so many members in the branch family. If more people were added to the patrol team, then the security team would have to lose personnel. That's why Nichi came to seek help from Fugaku. I really don't have a good solution. Fugaku flatly rejected him. Just as Nichi felt a bit disappointed, Fugaku changed his tone. However, you could ask Shaku, he has a lot of clever ideas. Oh. Nichi glanced at Fugaku, who wore his usual poker face. Nichi suspected Fugaku might have a plan, but given his position, he could only hint at it through Shaku. Alright, where can I find Deputy Clan Leader Shaku? I'll pay him a visit. Fugaku stood up and said, We've cooperated on the battlefield before, so there's no need for formality. I'll call him over. As he spoke, Fugaku left the conference room, and shortly after Shaku wandered in. Indeed, Nichi felt reassured as he saw Shaku, coming in confirming his inner thoughts. Shaku greeted warmly, Lord Nichi, right? I'm Uchiha Shaku, though I've long heard of your reputation. I hope to get to know you better in the future. He held a good impression of Hinata Nichi. Although Nichi was foolishly loyal, he could not escape the confine. Being able to take his brother's place in death was something ordinary people could not achieve. Moreover, he was also Niji's father, and among ordinary people Niji's talent was already quite rare. If there's a chance, getting to know Nichi better would be beneficial. Besides, the Third Great Ninja War had just ended, and the kidnapping incident involving Hinata had yet to occur. Shaku wanted to lend a hand to Nichi, feeling it would be too unfortunate for him to die like this. Nichi found Shaku's enthusiasm a bit strange, but he believed in not striking a smiling face. With Shaku being so accommodating, Nichi was pleased. Deputy Clan Leader Shaku, you're too polite. I can't bear to be called Lord. Haha, then let's drop the formalities. Oh, just call me Shaku, and I'll call you Nichi. Nichi couldn't help but chuckle, as Shaku truly was a remarkable person. He also had a good impression of Shaku and agreed. Nichi then recounted what he had discussed with Fugaku. Shaku already had a plan in mind. Nichi, this matter is quite simple. Since the villagers have comparisons, just pull in someone who is definitely worse than you and use them as cannon fodder. Someone who is guaranteed to perform worse than us. Nichi thought it over, but couldn't think of a suitable ninja clan. I can't think of which ninja clan would be appropriate at this moment. Nichi shook his head. Shaku, seeing this, bluntly stated, You can ask Danzo for personnel. Hasn't Danzo always wanted to insert people into the security team? Nichi was taken aback. Isn't Danzo's group the Root? That wouldn't work. Those ruthless killers from Root can't handle this task. Hey, wait a minute. If they're ruthless killers, that's perfect. Shaku's expression was playful. We need ruthless killers to manage security. You'll be able to free up your hands for the patrol team. Nichi began to understand. Even if Root is filled with ruthless killers, they can't kill civilians. For someone like Danzo, if given the chance to seize power, he would definitely not let go. Moreover, whether Root could maintain security is a question that seems obvious without thinking. After all, the Hinata clan and Danzo have never been on good terms. Nichi quickly left the Uchiha clan's territory and returned to his clan to discuss this with his elder brother, Hinata Hisashi. Hisashi also found this idea quite remarkable. He patted Nichi on the shoulder, saying, This Uchiha Shaku is interesting. Perhaps Fugaku sent him to negotiate with you to cultivate him. The reason we got into the security team this time was exactly because Shaku mentioned it to Fugaku. You should get to know him better. Perhaps there will be other opportunities for collaboration in the future. Nichi nodded in agreement. He quickly sent a visit request to Shimura Danzo. Everyone knew about Danzo's route, but Danzo wouldn't usually let outsiders go there. Guests were usually received within the Shimura clan territory. This time when Nichi went to deliver the visit request, Danzo was somewhat surprised. After all, the Hinata clan was typically closed off, rarely interacting with outsiders. They had even less personal connections privately. However, Nichi was after all the head of the Hinata branch family, so Danzo couldn't completely disregard him. Thus, he quickly met with Hinata Nichi. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nichi went straight to the point. Elder Danzo, you know that our Hinata clan has recently taken over many tasks from the Uchiha security team. However, the patrol team outside Konoha was attacked yesterday, and I've noticed that our Hinata clan is somewhat understaffed. I heard that Root has sufficient personnel, so I would like to borrow some people from you to supplement the security team. I wonder. Oh. Danzo felt pleased. He had always wanted to enter the security team, but the Third Hokage had been suppressing him. Now that Nichi was asking him for help, he couldn't be blamed for it. A bunch of useless people who couldn't even handle patrol duties. No problem, Nichi. Root has plenty of people. How many do you wish to borrow? Nichi pondered for a moment. How about 30 people? Lord Danzo, we must agree beforehand that once your people enter the security team, they must follow my commands. Otherwise, Fugaku won't agree. Danzo readily agreed, saying, no problem. Since they're being borrowed by you, they will definitely obey your orders. The two quickly reached an agreement, and Nichi took his leave. Danzo watched Nick his departing figure and sneered inwardly. Once my Root personnel are inside, then it will be out of your hands. Nichi's Byakugan could naturally see that Danzo was watching him from behind. Nichi also coldly scoffed inwardly. You've got this thunder on your head. Tuanzong quickly arrived at the Root base and summoned his subordinates. After selecting the appropriate personnel, he said to Nakamura Kinzuya, the leader Kinzuya, your task is to enter the security team and quickly seize power. Remember, do not engage in conflict with anyone at the beginning. Especially with Uchiha Fugaku, do not give him a reason to dismiss you. Understand? Yes. Hyuga family. Nichija was coordinating the team. Daijian withdraw everyone from Street 1 to Street 4 and integrate them into the outer patrol team. Each squad must be staffed with 2 of our clan members for cross-observation using Byakugan. Hyuga Daijian was a particularly calm and mature member of the Hyuga clan, and Nichija entrusted him with many responsibilities. Tomorrow, Elder Tuanzong will send a group of people over. Once they reach Streets 1 to 4, they will take over. The personnel for Streets 5 to 7 will remain unchanged. Lord Nichija, why let Elder Tuanzang's people come in? Aren't they all from the Root? Nichija smiled and patted Daijian's shoulder. You'll understand in due time. The next day in the security department, the morning assembly. Nakamura Kinzuya had already led the Root members to the scene early. As Nakamura Kinzuya pondered how to deal with Hyuga Nichija, he found the long-unseen Uchiha Fugaku had unexpectedly arrived with Nichija standing directly behind him, clearly wanting Fugaku to take charge. Nakamura Kinzuya's face darkened as the developments seemed to exceed his expectations. Soon all personnel had gathered. Fugaku addressed the remaining Uchiha clan members. The patrol range and deployment for all Uchiha members remain unchanged today. Fugaku nodded slightly to Nichija, who then stood up and said, all Hyuga members, I have given the new arrangements to Daijian, who please follow his distribution. The Uchiha and Hyuga members quickly departed, leaving only the Root team, led by Nakamura Kinzuya. Fugaku, maintaining a stern expression, instructed Nakamura Kinzuya, your patrol positions are from Street 1 to Street 4, primarily responsible for maintaining public order. Nakamura Kinzuya replied, Captain Elder Tuanzong borrowed us for patrol duties. Why are we being tasked with managing public order? Fugaku maintained his stern demeanor. The patrol personnel have already been arranged. Your responsibility is to maintain order from Street 1 to Street 4. But, Fugaku interrupted Nakamura Kinzuya, there are no buts. This is the security team. I am the captain. If you do not comply with the arrangement, I will send you back. Nakamura Kinzuya gritted his teeth and said, we will comply with the arrangements. Internally thinking to secure a foothold in the security team first before finding a way. Fugaku nodded at Nichija and said, you can arrange the next steps. Then he walked away. What is Fugaku doing? The Third Hokage, after receiving a report from the Umbu, pondered for a moment. Fugaku had previously not been on good terms with the Root, especially after the incident with Shursui. How could Fugaku allow the Root to take residence in the security team? Fortunately, there weren't too many personnel. The Third Hokage was also ready to observe Fugaku's intentions. From proactively withdrawing from the power hierarchy to actively approaching the Hyuga clan, his own authority had almost been undermined. Now he was giving up the power position of the security team to accept Root members. Uchiha's series of maneuvers were completely incomprehensible. In the security team complaint room, the owner of the Saishui Izakaya on Street 3 of Konoha had come again. He had been coming almost every other day recently. From previously complaining about the lack of response to later feeling that the Hyuga clan was not as good as the Uchiha, he was now coming almost every day. Yangping did not comment. He always had a reason to send him away whenever he came. You don't have to worry about this. Because of your previous complaint, we have already transferred the Hyuga members away. Now we have brought in a more capable team, the direct troops of the elders. We are now sincerely thinking of the residents of Konoha. Really, the izakaya owner was somewhat skeptical. As a tavern, there were many troublemakers. When the Uchiha were present, anyone who caused trouble would be apprehended, including his own staff. Later, when it changed to the Hyuga, their attitude was quite good. However, they were a bit hesitant in their actions and slow in handling incidents, far less efficient than the Uchiha. Now it has changed again. Elder Yongping smiled and said, "You can rest assured, the personnel will start working today. This time the personnel will not be sluggish." The izakaya owner left in doubt. After he walked out, Elder Yongping burst into laughter. The Root's methods were not timid at all. They were even braver than us Uchiha. In Konoha Street 3 at the Saishui Izakaya, the owner now had his heart sinking. When he came over, he had already seen the new security patrol officers moving back and forth. Both squads had cold expressions, not smiling, and their appearances were unfamiliar. He did not know which Elder's direct troops they were. "Hick, boss, why does your wine taste off? Did you dilute it with water?" A drunk man shouted, and as two people entered, they hesitated for a moment and then backed out. The izakaya owner's face darkened. There were always such drunks who complained about watered-down drinks. Although he indeed diluted the wine, hadn't they always been drinking watered-down wine? Now that it turned into a scene, wasn't it affecting his business? The owner signaled to his staff. Two tall and strong employees went up and dragged the drunk man outside. "Sir, please do not cause a disturbance. It disrupts our business." "Damn, you are driving me out for selling watered wine." The drunk was furious and immediately started fighting with the two staff members. He was no match for them and was quickly shoved out the door. The izakaya owner had become accustomed to such occurrences, but did not expect to soon hear the terrible cries of his staff from outside. He hurried out to discover 4 members of the security team blocking his door. His staff and the drunk had already been knocked to the ground. 3 members of the security team were cold-faced, pressing them to the ground. The force was so great that they all emitted pig-like screams. One member of the security team stepped forward and said, "Your staff and this drunk had a conflict in the street and are now under arrest by our security team with a penalty of 3 days in detention. Come to the security team in 3 days to retrieve them." The izakaya owner felt his vision darken. He was supposed to run a business. Were 2 of his staff really taken just like that? How could he keep his shop open now? Although the public order regulations did indeed include a penalty for street fighting of 3 days in detention, such matters were usually quite flexible. Wasn't it still up to your security team to decide whether to detain them? No matter how much the izakaya owner pleaded, the Root personnel ignored him and simply took the people away. The izakaya owner truly wanted to cry. Without tears, this wave was worse than the last, even inferior to the previous Hyuga. Similar incidents were happening on streets 1 to 4 of Konoha. On the 8 streets of almost all the shops are run by the Uchiha clan. Many Uchiha civilians without ninja talents conduct their businesses here. Since last week, the number of Uchiha patrolling the 8 streets has tripled. Many Uchiha members are patrolling back and forth, and they quickly arrive whenever a public security issue occurs. Moreover, in the past few days, all businesses have noticed that trade in the 8 streets has improved significantly. The foot traffic is much higher than usual, especially today. Many people flock to the 8 streets, leaving the shop owners somewhat bewildered. Upon inquiry, they discovered that the security team members from Street 1 to Street 4 had completely changed. They were no longer from the Hyuga clan, but rather cold and ruthless newcomers. Regardless of the reasons, once a conflict occurs, most are directly arrested. Moreover, the methods are brutal, with severed limbs being a common sight. The personnel from Street 1 to Street 4 are silent, while civilians simply go to Streets 5 to 8 to purchase the necessary supplies. Streets 5 to 7 are handled by the Hyuga, while Street 8 is under the Uchiha's responsibility. Today, Uchiha Yangshu received a command from the deputy clan leader, instructing all suspended Uchihas to stroll through their original assigned streets. Although this instruction seemed somewhat puzzling, the previously suspended Uchihas, having been cooped up in the clan grounds, were eager to relieve their stress, so they went out. What surprised all the Uchihas was that the roadside shopkeepers who had previously regarded them as nuisances now greeted them warmly. It was as if they were seeing family. Previously, shop owners would avoid them, but now they actively approached to chat. When Uchiha Yangshu approached the Qingshui Izakaya, the owner enthusiastically greeted him. "Captain Yangshu, have you been assigned to patrol?" Yangshu, somewhat perplexed, patiently explained, "I have been suspended and will no longer be part of the security team. I am just out for a stroll." The Izakaya owner grabbed his hand. "Hey, you can't be suspended. The security team has performed best with you Uchihas." Yangshu found it amusing, as he had dealt with this Izakaya owner quite often. In the past, he had been arrogant and had frequently complained, claiming that the Uchiha security team merely slacked off. Now it seemed they were regarded as the best. "Hey, let go. I really have been suspended. I've received too many complaints, and the deputy clan leader won't let me serve in the security team anymore. He'll withdraw the complaint. He'll withdraw the complaint. Can you Uchihas come back to duty, please?" Yangshu helplessly formed a hand sign and used a substitution technique to escape from the Izakaya owner's grip, fleeing the 3rd street in a distressed manner. However, Yangshu felt a wave of comfort wash over him. All the grievances from before had dissipated. Similar scenarios unfolded across various streets where Uchiha patrols had previously occurred. Many former Uchiha security members were warmly welcomed by shop owners. Upon learning they weren't returning to patrol, the owners were all greatly disappointed. They spoke many kind words, eagerly hoping for these Uchiha clan members to return to work. If it weren't for the agility of these Uchihas, they might have been trapped on the streets. These Uchihas were all hawkish members, previously very assertive in their work, which had earned them many enemies. Yet now they were being pulled by shop owners pleading for their return. This brought a long-awaited light into their suppressed hearts, dispelling all resentment and gloom. Someone indeed needs our Uchihas. Did they realize our worth only when we were gone? Some even contemplated returning to plead with the clan leader for their reinstatement. After all, the security team leader is Uchiha Fugaku. Whether they could return to duty is merely a matter of words. After returning, several of these suspended Uchihas genuinely sought an audience with the clan leader. What they said left Fugaku questioning whether he had fallen under a genjutsu. He neither agreed nor opposed, but merely instructed these individuals to continue their leave. He then summoned Shemu, Shursue, and Itachi. Shemu had been practicing diligently at the training grounds for the past few days while Itachi had been accompanying him. Meanwhile, the recovered Shursue was also engaging in rehabilitation training. The three soon gathered together. "Have a seat, Shursue. How is your recovery going?" Fugaku first nodded at Shemu and Itachi before turning to Shursue. "Thank you for your concern, clan leader. I have basically recovered and am currently undergoing rehabilitation training." Shursue was always meticulous. Even after just recovering, he sat straight and answered earnestly. "Shemu, did you send those personnel out?" Fugaku inquired. Shemu chuckled. "They're not causing trouble anymore." Fugaku nodded. "Your tactic is indeed effective. Previously, wherever they went, they were met with disdain. Now they are being dragged everywhere, hoping for their return." Shemu turned to Shursue and Itachi and asked Shursue, "Itachi, what have you two discovered in the past few days?" Shursue and Itachi had also been very concerned about the Uchihas who returned from suspension. They feared they might cause trouble, but aside from the first 2 days, the subsequent developments surprised both of them. Itachi said, "The seniors have highlighted the irreplaceability of our Uchiha clan." Shursue added, "Seniors, I believe our Uchiha are needed." Shemu nodded. "These two foolish boys are somewhat After all, they were only in their teens, and in their previous lives they were merely middle school students. This is a time of great ideological upheaval, and without proper guidance, even geniuses can become fools. People have a bad habit of habitually ignoring what is around them. Therefore, no matter how much we Uchihas do, we will still be overlooked. This neglect can be highlighted through loss and contrast. We Uchihas have been security personnel for so long, no one is more suited than us, and no one performs better than us. However, there are conspirators in the village who always believe that we Uchihas will seize everything, and they do everything possible to suppress us. Thus, we retreat to advance, eliminating the perceived threat of the Uchihas, and when these villagers realize that their previous suspicions were mere misconceptions, they will remember our merits." Everyone listened quietly. This is just very basic knowledge that they do not possess. After all, in this cruel world, those who go to the battlefield before the age of 10 are numerous, and how much education can they receive? Geniuses are those with combat abilities, but in other aspects they are too immature. A few words can easily mislead them, or they might be brainwashed by the Third Hokage's will of fire. Fugaku asked, "Now, there are clan members who want to return to the security team. What do you think, Shemu?" Shemu rolled his eyes and replied irritably, "Not much." Shursue hesitated, "But many villagers are eager for us Uchihas to return." Only Itachi sat quietly, knowing that Shemu would explain to them. Shemu slapped Shursue on the head, rumpling his hair into a mess. "Shursue, you've really forgotten the pain after the scar has healed. Do you forget how your eyes were gouged out? People are forgetful creatures. Having the current Uchihas return to duty would merely be treading the same. Although initially those merchants and villagers would rejoice, over time things would return to normal. Until the root of the issue is resolved, everything you say is meaningless." Fugaku watched Shemu speak eloquently and sometimes felt that his own mind was too simplistic. Maintaining a clan is truly difficult. Fortunately, there is Shemu. Itachi hesitantly asked, "Then what is the root of the issue?" Fundamentally, patting Itachi's shoulder, Xiaomu clenched his fist. "This is the essence." "Are you referring to strength, senior?" "Yes and no." Xiaomu shook his head. "Yes, because in the ninja world, strength is everything. Once our Uchiha clan's power can completely overshadow Konoha, then whoever we want to be Hokage will become Hokage. No, it's because even if we overpower Konoha, there are still the hidden cloud, hidden stone, hidden mist, and hidden sand. In the era of Madara and Hashirama, Hashirama's strength could completely subdue all the ninja villages, which is why he became Hokage. And now the Hokage is merely a product of compromises among several ninja clans. Without strengthening ourselves, the title of Hokage is simply unworthy of our merit. In my Mangekyō Sharingan, you have seen so many disasters, you should broaden your vision a bit. I have put the Uchiha on hold just to let them see some truths so they won't be blinded by the unfairness before. What we need is strong individuals. Once every one of our Uchiha experts can stand alone, Konoha will beg us to become Hokage. Fuyue was lost in thought. He pressed down on Xiaomu's shoulder. Xiaomu, this clan leader position should be held by you. Xiaomu smiled and brushed Fuyue's hand away. You just clan leader. As long as the Uchiha prosper, it doesn't matter who leads the clan. If the Uchiha are destroyed, what difference does it make who becomes the clan leader? The group fell silent. Ding. Shursui. Yes. Uchiha Shursui nodded heavily. It's almost time. We have already resolved the psychological issues of many Uchiha. It's time for us to break out of this circle. It's time to prepare for a rebellion. Fuyue fell silent for a moment. Notify those people according to the previous plan. Xiaomu took out a sealing scroll and handed it to Itachi. Itachi, this contains some family assets and some business plans I have drafted. It will be tough for you once you go out. You will have to rely on yourself. They had previously decided that Itachi and Shursui would lead a portion of the clan to leave the Uchiha. Xiaomu and Fuyue would remain in Konoha. Originally, Fuyue wanted Xiaomu to lead the team, but Konoha still had many talents and he needed to recruit them all. Only then could they control their own destiny. Itachi took the sealing scroll, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. In recent times, his mentality had undergone tremendous changes, as if a new world had been opened up to him. Previously, his perspective was too limited, confined within Konoha. He was reluctant to part with Sasuke, but Shizui's temperament was too gentle, unable to bear heavy responsibilities, so he could only be used as a soldier, and Itachi would have to lead with the three elders assisting him. Fortunately, Senior Xiaomu was there, and he felt at ease. Don't worry, Father Senior. I will do my best. Senior, please take care of Sasuke for me. Xiaomu waved his hand. Don't make it sound like a life-and-death separation. Your father is still in the clan. Oh, he will teach Sasuke well. Clan leader Fuyue, please gather them. In the shrine. I know that all of you present here hope for the Uchiha clan to become better and better. Xiaomu sat at the head with others sitting beside him. The Uchiha clansmen below were mostly radical hawks, and there were many former members of the police force. However, for a long time the oppression from Konoha has prevented us from receiving the treatment we deserve. For so long our Uchiha clan has not had a single Hokage position. Not even a position of advisor elder has ever included our Uchiha. Hearing Xiaomu's words, the Uchiha below began to breathe heavily. Most Uchiha were emotional and easily incited. A few days ago I instructed the fourth elder to suspend your positions just to show you something. Konoha cannot do without us Uchiha. We Uchiha deserve to obtain the rights that are rightfully ours. Uchiha Yaoyi asked below, but Vice Clan leader, how should we obtain our rights? Xiaomu secretly made a hand gesture to Shursui, and the Sharingan in Shizui's eyes began to spin wildly. Meanwhile, Xiaomu secretly used a lens amplifier to enhance the coverage of Konoha Ōtsutsuki. The necessary process to obtain rights is that we must be strong enough, and what our Uchiha clan lacks, staying within the police force forever will never allow us to transition from the easily offended police to Hokage. We Uchiha cannot always be mercenaries, we need our own industries. We need to be strong enough that Konoha cannot ignore us. Why is our land of fire always attacked by other nations yet remains the strongest? Because our land of fire is the most prosperous and the wealthiest. Our land of fire has countless lives. The land of fire can lose countless lives while other countries collapse after losing a few. We need to develop our economy. Develop our population. Let Konoha beg us to become Hokage. Xiaomu's voice was forceful, and in Shizui's Mangekyō Sharingan the chakra began to pour out like mercury. Using Konoha Ōtsutsukimi's power was already demanding, not to mention with so many people. Just inciting these people made Shizui's eyes shed blood tears. Fortunately, he had the lens amplifier. The third elder Takuya was beside him, seeing that Shursui was about to give up, immediately raised his arm and shouted, "Develop the economy. Revitalize the Uchiha." Seeing the fervent atmosphere among the clansmen below, Shursui issued the command loyal to Uchiha Xiaomu in Konoha Ōtsutsuki before collapsing. Hokage's office. A member of the Umbu was currently reporting. Report to the third Hokage. The Uchiha held an assembly for unknown reasons today. The participants were mainly radical members of the Uchiha, and the details of the assembly are unclear. However, shortly after the assembly began, the slogan "Revitalize the Uchiha" was heard from within, and the tone was quite fervent. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead tiredly. Didn't the Uchiha extend an olive branch? The police force had also withdrawn so many Uchiha. What is Fuyue really doing? Boom. A massive roar came from afar, and a tremendous chakra. The third Hokage's expression changed. That was from the Uchiha clan's territory. There was a sky-high plume of smoke from the Uchiha's territory, and the Umbu quickly received a message from a summoning beast. Lord Third, a battle has erupted within the Uchiha clan with a wide impact. The combatants are Uchiha Itachi and Fuyue. The jutsu used by Uchiha Itachi and Fuyue is too overwhelming if our scouts can't get close. Suspected to be the legendary Susanoo. Susanoo, the third Hokage, tightened his grip. Gather the Umbu and head to the Uchiha clan immediately. The third Hokage executed a body flicker technique and leaped out of the window. Boom, boom, boom. The third Hokage heard countless rumblings as he made his way down the road. When he arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory, he saw the Uchiha buildings reduced to rubble. Beneath the billowing smoke and dust stood a massive orange-eared Susanoo, clashing violently with another purple-black Susanoo. The two colossal beings collided fiercely, sending a tremendous shockwave and clouds of dust radiating in all directions. How could this be? The third Hokage looked on in a daze. How could Susanoo be so terrifying? Of course he recognized Susanoo, as the second Hokage Senju Tobirama had thoroughly instructed him about it. This powerful ninjutsu known as the divine ability could only be wielded by Uchiha clan members who had activated their Mangekyō Sharingan. Were both Fugaku and Itachi actually masters of the Mangekyō Sharingan? Fugaku had never revealed this over the years, and Itachi was still so young. He had also become a master of the Mangekyō Sharingan. And then there was Shursui. The Uchiha clan had 3 masters of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Seeing that nearly half of the Uchiha territory had been leveled, the third Hokage felt uncertain. The fourth Hokage was unexpectedly dead, Orochimaru had defected, and Tsunade and Jiraiya were both out of the village. Could they rely on other ninja clans to fight against the Uchiha? The smoke and dust were too thick and the pressure from the chakra was overwhelming. No one could get close, nor could they understand the situation within. Itachi's voice faintly echoed from within. Father, what is there left to cling to in Konoha? They dared to gouge out Shizui's eyes, and next their target will surely be you. Fugaku shouted enough. The Uchiha have been a part of Konoha since its founding. Shizui's incident was merely an accident, the third Hokage will. The rest of his words were drowned out, but soon a tremendous rumble resounded again. Outside the Uchiha territory, the crowd continued to grow, with the Hyuga clan arriving early. Hinata activated her Byakugan and saw 2 massive chakra conglomerates. It was impossible to see what was happening inside. Others couldn't even approach. After a long time, the 2 Susanoos vanished. Amidst the dust, Itachi's voice could be faintly heard, "Forgive me, father." Then silence gradually fell. At that moment, the third Hokage waved his hand, and everyone rushed into the scene. They found Fugaku sitting weakly on the ground, beads of sweat on his forehead, his face pale. It was clear that he had exhausted too much chakra. The third Hokage jumped into the scene and quickly called over the medical ninjas for treatment. Once the medical ninja's chakra entered a ninja's body, they could learn many details. Therefore, external medical ninjas were generally not allowed to treat their own. However, Fugaku was very cooperative. Weakly, he said, "The Uchiha have faced misfortune, third Hokage. My son and Shursui have defected." At that moment, the medical ninja gave the third Hokage a glance indicating that it was merely chakra exhaustion and nothing serious. The third Hokage silently calculated in his heart. Just then a figure leaped into the scene. Upon closer inspection, it was Uchiha Shikuma. "Lord Clan Leader, while you were engaging with Itachi, I moved the clan members to a safe location. Only some sustained minor injuries, everyone else is fine." The third Hokage's expression flickered before he said, "What Fugaku said is nonsense. There are many ninjas from Konoha who have gone on training missions. If Itachi wants to go out for training, it is not a problem." Shikuma seemed to be taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, chiming in, Yes, Itachi is just out training with Shursui. Clan Leader, don't think too much about it." Fugaku seemed still dazed from a series of blows, staring blankly at the half-destroyed clan buildings. Shikuma supported Fugaku and said to the third Hokage, "Our Uchiha clan sincerely apologizes for the chaos caused this time. However, the clan leader is seriously injured and needs treatment. We shall take our leave now." The third Hokage nodded and allowed Shikuma to take Fugaku away from the scene. Other ninja clans had now gradually arrived. Witnessing the devastated land around them, they could hardly believe their eyes. They all believed it was an attack by a tailed beast. Yet they never expected that 2 Uchihas could wield such destructive power. Seeing the third Hokage in deep thought, everyone awaited his decision. After a long while, the third Hokage surveyed the surrounding ninja clans and found no trace of fighting spirit in their eyes. Instead, he saw flickering gazes and retreating figures. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and slowly exhaled. Tonight, the Uchiha are merely leaving, not rebelling. The third Hokage had made a determination about the events of the night. The tension among the surrounding ninja clans eased, and they began to assess the damage done to the Uchiha territory. Because the Uchiha territory had been expanding every year, and many Uchiha had died in battle each year. In reality, much of the territory was quite vacant. Moreover, it seemed that Shikoma had evacuated in advance, so there were only some injured Uchiha, and no fate. Was it an accident or a performance? Fugaku was helped back to his residence by Shikoma. His weakness was no act. He had activated the Mangekyō Sharingan many years ago. After his vision declined to a certain extent, he discovered it was irreversible, so he had refrained from using the Sharingan. Until now, he still had some ocular power, but not much, and maintaining Susanoo required a massive amount of chakra. Just now, Fugaku had maintained the colossal first form of Susanoo, which consumed a vast amount of his chakra. Although it only destroyed some of the clan's buildings, maintaining the massive Susanoo nearly drained him completely. Itachi's situation was similar. He had only recently awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan. He had been taught how to use Susanoo on the spot by Fugaku, and the destruction of the clan territory nearly left him unconscious. After all, Itachi was only 11 years old, and his body could not bear such a powerful chakra skill. Fugaku rubbed his blurry eyes. It seemed his vision had declined again. Shikoma, do you think the third Hokage can see through this play? Shikoma shrugged nonchalantly. Of course he will see through it. This is not a conspiracy, but a show of strength. Even if the third Hokage sees through it, he does not dare to tear the facade apart now. One reason is that the Uchiha have already voluntarily returned their rights. The second reason is that our Uchiha clan well possesses 3 Mangekyō Sharingan. Right now is the crucial moment for Kumogakure to negotiate. If our Uchiha with 3 Mangekyō Sharingan were to rebel against Konoha, even if Konoha could win, it would suffer heavy casualties. At that time, Kumogakure would not come to negotiate, but to annihilate the village. For now, we just need to follow. Fugaku endured the discomfort in his eyes, discussed the subsequent plan with Shikoma, then entrusted the task of reassuring the clan members to the 4th elder before drifting into a deep sleep. Root base. Danzo flipped through the report in his hand. The report detailed the damage inflicted on the Uchiha clan. Are you saying that such extensive damage was caused solely by Fugaku and Itachi? The root operatives confirmed below. Yes, Lord Danzo, more than half of the clan's buildings have been destroyed. The scene looked like a clash between several elite ninja. How could the Mangekyō be so powerful? Danzo paced back and forth, recalling that Shursui had only mentioned the matter of the god of the sky. Even if he revealed Susanoo while being chased, it didn't have this kind of might. He naturally did not know that the Uchiha Susanoo had several stages. Moreover, Shizui's condition at that time was not good, and his fighting spirit was weak. Thus, Shizui's use of Susanoo was quite conservative. How many people did Itachi take away? In response, my lord, the specific numbers haven't come out yet, and the Uchiha side is not cooperating. The preliminary estimate is over 100. What did the third say? Danzo lowered his eyes, his whole being hidden in shadows, revealing no joy or anger. The root replied, the third Hokage said there was only a departure tonight, not a rebellion. Upon hearing this, Danzo struck the ground fiercely with his cane. The third has ultimately grown old. You actually still defend someone like Uchiha with such wolfish ambitions. Send out our people, spread the news in the village tomorrow that due to the third's incompetence, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui have defected. Understood. After his subordinates left, Danzo walked into the darkness, his eyes faintly gleaming with greed. Mangekyō, Hyuga clan, Hinata, and others were also looking at the investigation report in their hands. The destruction of the Uchiha clan's territory resembled devastation by a tailed beast. Could we, the Hyuga clan, do such a thing? As the only 2 noble clans in Konoha, the Hyuga clan has always been compared to the Uchiha clan. During the Third Shinobi World War, they were also evenly matched. Although they suffered in numbers, the Byakugan's reconnaissance ability was highly regarded. Didn't they see how Mist Village fought to obtain a Byakugan, practically beating drums and gongs? Thus the Byakugan is indeed very powerful. However, it now seems that the Uchiha clan unexpectedly produced 2 Mangekyō powerhouses. Moreover, one of them is the clan head Uchiha Fugaku. The other one is even more remarkable, Itachi, who is only 11 years old. His future growth is limitless. Clan leader, the Uchiha clan sent this over this morning. Hinata opened it to find a recommendation letter from Fugaku. The gist of it was that Fugaku, due to injuries, was unable to manage the security team's affairs and recommended Hisashi as the team leader. The rest contained Fugaku's development suggestions and plans for the security team. It was clear that it had been prepared long ago. After Hinata read it, Hisashi and the other clan elders circulated it. Everyone understood Fugaku's intention. He was completely withdrawing from Konoha's power structure. Although Fugaku had hinted at it before, they didn't expect it to come so suddenly. And the method was so decisive. The devastation of the Uchiha clan's territory was clearly intentional. Because those houses were mostly empty, casualties were almost non-existent. In a real battle, how could they allow you to withdraw personnel first? I feel that since Uchiha Shursui returned, Uchiha Fugaku seems to have become a different person, Hisashi said. The others were shrewd. They all witnessed how Fugaku had changed after Shizui's return. Everyone unanimously believed that Shisui was very insightful. Hinata finally spoke. Regardless of the situation, the Uchiha have completely given up their former power now. And Itachi also took away a significant number of people. There is no reason to target them in the village anymore. Fugaku left us such a big gift. We the Hyuga clan cannot lose our manners. Hinata, there are still a few Uchiha clansmen in the security team. Let them manage their own districts and raise them. Understood. Then he changed the subject. Hisashi, among this batch of Chunin, who else is there besides Hinata? Is Niji also included? Yes, Lord Clan Leader, besides Hinata, there are Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki, Naruto, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. He recited this batch of children from prominent clans, including Naruto. They built relationships in advance to pave the way for future development. Hinata nodded. Being a year older doesn't matter. They are all in the same school, so they built relationships in advance to pave the way for future development. Hinata nodded. Being a year older doesn't matter. They are all in the same school, so let Niji build a good relationship with Sasuke. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I wonder if you will regret it. Speaking of regrets, the third has already felt some regret. He had witnessed the destructive power firsthand. Only then did he realize how strong the Uchiha's destructive capability was. While he felt fortunate that a conflict hadn't broken out earlier, he also regretted why he hadn't treated the Uchiha better. Now the Uchiha had stopped playing with him. Early in the morning, Uchiha Fugaku had submitted his resignation and a recommendation letter. The resignation letter indicated that his failure as clan leader led to a disagreement with Itachi, resulting in his departure from Konoha. He thus took responsibility and recommended Hisashi to take over his duties in the security team. Moreover, he stated that besides Hisashi, no one else could do well. Additionally, there was a notice for the Uchiha's relocation. Due to the damage to their territory, the Uchiha decided to migrate the entire clan 5 kilometers outside Konoha to rebuild. 5 kilometers is an interesting distance. Why? Because the range of the detection barrier outside Konoha is at most 5 kilometers. The Uchiha's message is that you don't need to use the detection barrier to protect us anymore. We are responsible for our own safety. However, you also don't come to monitor us, or we will handle our own affairs. Since you haven't defined Itachi as a rogue ninja, the Uchiha still belongs to Konoha. They are just living a bit. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the pile of documents in front of him. He felt more exhausted than after a day's worth of administrative duties, as not only had Fugaku resigned, but several other high-ranking members of the security team had also resigned at the same time. Among them were the elder Uchiha Takuya, who had followed Itachi out of the village, and Uchiha Yohei, the fourth elder. The management team was left with no Uchiha members. Only a few pacifist Uchiha remained at the bottom, and their numbers were very few. It was likely that the Uchiha had intentionally left them behind to watch over their own business. Previously, the third Hokage had tried every means to suppress the Uchiha clan within the security team. He also spread public opinion to make the villagers suspicious of them. He feared that one day the Uchiha would become powerful, gain more authority, and compete for the position of Hokage. But now things were good. The Uchiha had simply stopped playing with them. If you, the Hokage, do not allow us Uchiha to hold power, then we will give up that ambition entirely, and we will not seek it anymore. Furthermore, Itachi's departure is hard to say whether it was initiated by Fugaku or Shisui, because this move has completely stabbed at Konoha's weak spot. First, the Uchiha publicly claimed that someone was trying to seize their Sharingan, which is why they left. Second, they showcased their strength, fully demonstrating the Mangekyō's might to the ninja world, letting everyone weigh the cost of targeting the Uchiha. Third, they eliminated threats. Itachi's departure took away a large number of Uchiha elites, and the Uchiha were no longer as numerous. If you want to use the Uchiha again, they could simply claim insufficient manpower as an excuse. Fourth, if you take action against the Uchiha, at least the Uchiha have 3 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan capable of combat. The key is that you won't know where Itachi is or when he will strike. Lastly, regarding the timing, Konoha is currently signing a peace agreement with the Cloud Village. At this critical juncture, if the third sends Umbu to hunt down the Uchiha, his regime will be in jeopardy. Now the Uchiha are merely defecting. If you push the Uchiha against you, the Cloud Village won't come to sign a peace treaty, but to start a war. It's all Danzo's fault. If he hadn't taken it upon himself to pry out Shizui's eyes, how would things have turned out this way? One should know that both Itachi and Shisui were close to the village. In the forest of the Fire Nation, over 100 members of the Uchiha clan moved through the trees. Leading the way was the third elder Uchiha Takuya. Ever since witnessing the future in Xiaomu's illusion, he had been completely convinced by Xiaomu and willingly assisted the Uchiha group that decided to leave. Although Itachi was powerful in battle, he was still too young and lacked experience. Having someone to assist him was a safer option. More than half of the over 100 Uchiha clan members were hawkish members. The rest were Uchiha members who possessed various special talents. All of them were identified by Xiaomu, who had previously altered their thoughts through Baishinshin. Now they would only wholeheartedly support Uchiha Xiaomu and strive for the future of the Uchiha clan. These Uchihas were ninjas, mostly chunin, with very few jonin and jinin. This group of over 100 represented half of the clan's combat power. Meanwhile, the other nearly 1,000 civilians and their families did not leave with them. They needed to establish a foundation outside before deciding whether to relocate their families. Whether it was the Uchiha who stayed in the village or those who left, both sides faced their own difficulties. A figure leapt to Itachi's side and handed him a skewer of 3-colored dumplings. Itachi received it expressionlessly. "You didn't need to come along." Though his tone was cold, he still brought the 3-colored dumplings to his mouth. Uchiha Izumi wore a faint smile. "If you leave, there will be no one to share 3-colored dumplings by the river with me." Since that night, when Itachi invited Izumi finally understood Itachi's feelings and decided to leave everything behind to stay by his side until the truth was revealed. The other Uchiha clan members seemed deaf, even dispersing a bit to let the two talk. Itachi hadn't spoken for a long time, but his expression slightly changed. After a long while, he chuckled softly. "In Senior Xiaomu's plan, there are many new delicacies. When they are made, I will treat you." Izumi smiled sweetly, her eyes filled only with Itachi's figure. The journey was arduous, and their destination was a small country near Konoha, the land of rice, where there was a small ninja village, the Sound Village. The other personnel selected by Xiaomu had no means to match their speed, so they could only take alternative routes. At this moment, Itachi seemed to sense something. "Stop!" Uchiha Itachi extended his hand and clenched his fist. The clan members behind him all came to a halt. In the open space ahead, the air distorted and a vortex appeared with a masked ninja materializing out of thin air. Itachi looked at him with vigilance. "You are the one who lingered at the shrine, aren't you?" Obito smiled faintly. "I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. Did you notice me back then?" Itachi's tone was frigid, neither warm nor panicked, distant and aloof. He waved his hand behind him, and the other Uchihas silently bypassed the two and continued onward. Only Itachi and Obito remained at the spot. Obito did not stop the others from leaving. His purpose this time was Itachi. Recruiting Itachi to his side would make his own tasks much easier. "I've heard about Shursui. Konoha has long decayed. Staying in the village is not a good choice." Itachi remained silent, seemingly devoid of the desire to speak. Obito found Itachi's reaction somewhat odd, but continued. "Join our organization, the future of the ninja Uchiha Madara." Itachi shouted loudly. Obito was startled, wondering why Itachi had suddenly yelled. As Obito glanced at Itachi, Tsukuyomi. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power. A surge of ocular power erupted. Obito's expression changed as he found himself in the black, white, and red world of Tsukuyomi. "Itachi, how did you know about me?" Obito bound asked with a cold expression, seemingly unfazed by being caught in an illusion. Instead, he found it amusing that Itachi recognized him as Madara. Itachi stood silently before him, gripping his blade ready to strike. Obito snorted coldly. The power of his Mangekyō Sharingan erupted fully. However, the illusion merely shook for a moment before returning to normal, leaving Obito astonished. A blade pierced into his body, and Obito felt intense pain. Yet the illusion did not break. He opened his eyes and returned to the wooden stake. Again, he thrust down with his blade. Was this Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan technique? Sizzle. Another blade pierced in. Obito grunted, and his mental energy began to deplete. I must admit, Obito's mental fortitude is quite formidable. He endured torture in the illusion world for 7 days and still managed to stand. However, his Sharingan had exited the Mangekyō state due to the depletion of mental energy, reverting to the Threedemo form. He then fell further from the Threedemo state, exiting the Sharingan state entirely. As Obito emerged from the Tsukuyomi world before his mind could recover, a kunai was already thrust into his throat. Ambitious fool. Obito's body flickered and vanished from the ground. Itachi looked at Obito's vanishing corpse without any hint of surprise. Ugh. Itachi covered his eyes, barely able to stand. He stumbled back 2 steps, leaning against a tree. Drip, drip. Blood tears fell from his eyes onto the ground. The searing pain persisted until the Uchiha members returned to find him. Izumi, with a pained expression, treated Itachi while the others stood guard nearby. After a while, Izumi's treatment had some effect, and at least Itachi could stand normally now. We can't stay here long, let's hurry. Xiaomu had already informed Itachi of Obito's background. Thus, Itachi directly utilized all his ocular power to maintain Tsukuyomi, determined to force Obito out of the Sharingan state. Itachi knew that this person was the one controlling the Nine Tails, the mastermind behind Konoha's suspicion of the Uchiha, which filled him with deep hatred. In the future vision, Sasuke's death was also attributed to Obito. Itachi poured all the ocular power he could muster into Tsukuyomi, a complete gamble of an attack. Fortunately, he succeeded. Since Obito liked to pretend to be Uchiha Madara, let him continue to do so. Today, this would serve as a profound lesson for Obito. At the very least, it ensured that Obito would no longer obsess over Itachi. Itachi was no longer alone. He had over 100 followers and Izumi. Kamui space. In a moment of illusion, Obito stood up, covering his face. Looks like you had a rough time. A figure resembling an aloe leaf spread out as Kurizetsu slowly spoke. As the mask was removed, Obito's left Sharingan had turned grayish-white, losing its efficacy. Kurizetsu was taken aback. You actually used Izanagi. Itachi is that strong. Izanagi. The Uchiha's power to turn fate, rewriting all misfortunes, but the price of this technique is the loss of light in the Sharingan. Originally, Obito's space-time ninjutsu Kamui had a tremendous advantage in various ninjutsu battles and physical confrontations. However, he had a significant weakness. He was defenseless against Genjutsu. Thus, in the original timeline, Obito had always refrained from boasting openly until Uchiha Itachi was deceived by Danzo, leading to the extermination of the Uchiha clan and the deaths of Fugaku Shisui and Itachi. Only then did Obito begin to recklessly show himself. It was precisely because without the Mangekyō Sharingan, he could not be threatened by Genjutsu. As for Sasuke, he was a typical ninjutsu-type ninja, not specialized in Genjutsu. Little did he expect that after just meeting Itachi before he could even finish his recruitment pitch, Itachi would strike hard. Although Itachi's attack carried an element of surprise, it must be said that Itachi's Genjutsu severely countered him. It was just a momentary lapse. Obito stood up. Fortunately, Itachi doesn't know Izanagi, otherwise it would have been dangerous. He removed the blind Sharingan from his eye. Does he not accept your offer? Kurizetsu asked curiously. I don't know. I thought Itachi was a special person, but it turns out he's just like the other Uchihas, a madman who directly attacked me. Obito's tone carried anger. Without experiencing the night of the massacre, he actually didn't have that many Sharingan left, and with each use he lost one. Aren't you also a madman? Kurizetsu fell silent for a moment. Are you still going to attack Itachi? Obito shook his head. Let him go. Uchiha Itachi, such a powerful force leaving Konoha, will facilitate our capture of the Nine Tails in the future. Obito should feel fortunate. If Shisui hadn't been overly depleted from using his ocular power, he would have had to deal with the Byakushin. In Yunin village, Kurabi and Yamato were called back by the Fourth Hokage just as they were about to set off. Brother, why did you call us back again? Yo, you fool. It was Kurabi speaking. He always had a strange tone when he talked, and whether his rapping talent was good or bad was beside the point. However, he truly loved rap, even though everyone found it odd. AI had become immune to his brother's way of speech. As the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, he had already endured enough grievances in the village. Having a hobby was a small matter. We received news that Uchiha Itachi led half of the Uchiha elite to defect from Konoha. So those Uchiha crazies finally couldn't take it anymore. Yo, you fool. Several major ninja villages had spies in each other's villages, and after all the villages were so large that having spies was unavoidable. Thus they learned about Danzo's scheme to take Shizui's eye a couple of days ago. Because of this incident, Konoha had become a laughingstock throughout the ninja world. Kurabi had no political talent. Not only was he young now, but even decades later, he would still be politically. Therefore, he couldn't understand the twists and turns of the matter. However, Yamato was much smarter than Kurabi. She immediately grasped the key point. Has Konoha been weakened again? Should we change our target to the Uchiha this time? AI shook his head. The situation has become more complex. He then handed over the intelligence report to Yamato. Kurabi leaned over to take a look and immediately noticed the imposing image of Susanoo. Is this Susanoo? Yo, you fool. After Yamato finished reading the information, she realized that although over 100 Uchiha had defected, there were no casualties among the clan aside from their buildings. Moreover, it was revealed that both Fugaku and Itachi were wielders of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Currently, the Uchiha and Konoha were merely at odds without a clear break. Additionally, Itachi's defection was hard to say whether it was part of some deal with the Third Hokage. If a new war were to break out, it was uncertain whether Itachi and Fugaku would help Konoha, but they definitely wouldn't assist Yunin, at least not for now. After all, Yunin's finances were already stretched thin, which is why they were actively seeking peace. Now that such events had occurred, Raikage-sama, what are your thoughts? The Raikage pointed at the Uchiha on the intelligence report. Our original plan remains unchanged, but we must pay attention to the Uchiha's attitude. The current Uchiha are very strong. Although Kurabi was nominally the leader of the delegation, he was merely a mascot, being AI's younger brother. The true leader was Yamato. The Uchiha had severed ties with Konoha, and the Third Hokage was aging. The two Jinchuriki could easily ensure their own safety at Konoha. Whether their visit was for peace talks or another purpose would depend on the other party's state. The major changes within the Uchiha clan had sparked much discussion among the villagers. Many rumors had spread. It was said that during the Nine Tails incident, Danzo prevented the Uchiha from fighting to protect the villagers, and they had been targeted all these years. It was said that the defection of the Uchiha's young clan head was due to Danzo gouging out Shizui's eye. However, the third Hokage had only verbally reprimanded Danzo, and Danzo's role as Hokage's assistant was merely a title. He was still a senior advisor after all. Another rumor was even more interesting. It claimed that the Uchiha had long harbored discontent towards the village due to the third's incompetence, leading to the rebellion of Itachi and Shisui. Now the third was soft-hearted again, merely saying that Itachi had defected and that the third was unworthy of being Hokage. Normally these rumors would garner some support. However, after witnessing Shisui being deprived of his eye without any rebellion, everyone scoffed at the rumors of the Uchiha being evil. If others were to rebel, they would have done so long ago, not wait until today. Moreover, the villagers were most sensitive to their daily lives. Konoha's commercial streets were limited, and the places where the Uchiha patrolled had to ensure better security. With concentrated patrols, high efficiency in handling matters, and rich experience in accident management, the Hinata clan's areas were also known for their mild demeanor and byakugan. Even accidents occurring far away could not escape the eyes of the Hyuga clan members. Although their handling of incidents seemed a bit sluggish, it was still acceptable to everyone. The worst areas belonged to 1st Street through 4th Street, which were said to be under Danzo's subordinates. When issues arose, they would arrest without questioning, imprisoning people indiscriminately. Danzo's subordinates would often show cold faces and were brutal in their methods. Severing hands and feet was common. Now everyone was reluctant to go to 1st through 4th Street, leading to a considerable decline in that area. Originally, people didn't have much impression of Elder Shimura Danzo, but now everyone had an understanding of what kind of person he was. If you want to become Hokage, you need to achieve results. Every day, he either framed the Uchiha or tarnished the third's reputation. If Danzo were not Konoha's senior advisor, the villagers would surely spit at him. Although Danzo was aware of the problem and instructed the Umbu to enforce the law gently, some habitual behaviors were not so easily changed. Furthermore, once the villagers formed a fixed impression, it was hard to expect a favorable outlook from them towards the Umbu. Currently, the Uchiha were busy hiring construction teams for the reconstruction of their clan territory. However, it was relatively far from Konoha. Of course, the Uchiha also built a road at the first opportunity to facilitate the return of Uchiha civilians who had shops in Konoha. Although it was a bit troublesome, business was much better than before. The other villagers no longer looked at them with strange eyes, so the Uchiha civilians still accepted it. Moreover, this road was paved with high-quality stone and cost quite a bit of money. Many people thought that the Uchiha must have a lot of money to burn to build such a good road. In contrast, the Uchiha's own clan territory seemed lackluster. The building materials could only be described as average. It was merely at a regular level, lacking any sense of grandeur typical of a large clan. The decorations were also quite sparse, and the new buildings exuded simplicity. These matters had been discussed between Yamato and Fugaku, and later someone would come to Konoha to transport rice. If the scope of rice transportation were larger, the beautiful structures they built now would simply become a pile of rubble. If development outside thrived, this place would eventually be abandoned, so why build it so beautifully? Yamato had previously been researching the cuisine and snacks of the Land of Fire. After understanding the culinary situation in this world, she began drafting plans. She replicated various Chinese dishes, of course, using a main framework. Yamato had been involved in restaurant training in her past life, so she had plenty of recipes in her mind. However, here the detailed selection of ingredients and final products required Itachi and the others to constantly experiment themselves. Aside from the differences in raw materials, there was also the question of the local population's taste preferences. Fortunately, the Uchiha had accumulated a significant amount of funds over the years, enough for them to experiment for quite some time. If funds were to run low, Itachi and Shisui could also take up the role of bounty ninjas. After all, it would be a waste not to utilize two high-end combatants. There were plenty of bounties in the black market, and as long as you had the ability, it was the fastest way to make money. Wasn't that how Akatsuki got rich? Although later all of it was squandered by that wasteful girl Konan. It has been a while since Itachi's departure. As time passes, the fervor surrounding the Uchiha clan has diminished. Xiaomu, who had previously paid attention to public opinion, was indeed very busy. A new feature has been added to his faction template. Upon opening it, there was a dream button inside. Currently, the personnel include Fugaku, Takuya, Yongping, Itachi, Shisui, and some Uchiha clan members. Xiaomu clicked on Fugaku's avatar frame, and the battle section was further divided into categories. He gently tapped the Taijutsu button. Dream construction in progress. Dream construction completed. Uchiha Fugaku Taijutsu. Xiaomu lay in bed, closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered a training ground. Fugaku appeared across from him, demonstrating his taijutsu one by one. Every move of his taijutsu was infused with the strong style of the Uchiha, splendid and skillful. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, he soared through the air, making it hard to imagine that a muscular man could have such coordination. Once Fugaku finished his demonstration, he lunged forward. Xiaomu instinctively used the body replacement technique, but found he couldn't mobilize his chakra. With a loud bang, Xiaomu burst apart like a shadow clone. He opened his eyes to find himself back in his bedroom. Oh, a virtual training room. Xiaomu opened the faction panel again and noticed that Fugaku's avatar had dimmed with a countdown next to it. It would take 24 hours to simulate again. Xiaomu clicked on Itachi's taijutsu. Dream construction in progress. Dream construction completed. Uchiha Itachi taijutsu. Xiaomu closed his eyes and returned to the training ground, where he faced Itachi dressed in umbu attire carrying a sword. Itachi first demonstrated taijutsu like Fugaku, but he showcased even more the use of shuriken and kunai as well as his mastery over them during various high-speed movements. Controlling the direction of the shuriken with wire. Also using kunai to collide in midair to change their trajectory. It left Xiaomu utterly amazed. Originally as a transmigrator, he had spent months struggling for survival. He thought he had mastered his skills and considered himself a qualified Uchiha Jonin. Now it seemed that there was still a considerable gap between an ordinary ninja and a genius. After Itachi finished his demonstration, he, like Fugaku before him, rushed towards Xiaomu. However, Itachi, while moving at high speed through numerous kunai and shuriken. This time Xiaomu was somewhat prepared, so he was very cautious at the beginning. With the support of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Xiaomu adeptly dodged Itachi's kunai and shuriken. I indeed have some talent, Xiaomu thought to himself. Ping. The sound of kunai colliding. Hiss. The sound of wire being pulled. The kunai that he had already dodged changed direction and came towards Xiaomu. The shuriken, due to the wire's pull, curved and restricted Xiaomu's movement trajectory. Xiaomu barely managed to evade. But Itachi threw kunai again, hitting the kunai in front. Another wire tightened, blocking Xiaomu's retreat in two directions. As Xiaomu parried the shuriken with his sword, the wire had already wrapped around him. Itachi had closed in. One slash turned Xiaomu into smoke. Xiaomu suddenly opened his eyes. Itachi's throwing of hidden weapons was truly an art form. Xiaomu, not willing to concede, chose the fourth elder Yongping. Dream construction in progress. Dream construction completed. Uchiha Yongping taijutsu. Xiaomu closed his eyes again. After a long time, Xiaomu opened his eyes and exhaled heavily. In the dream, Yongping was already in a decrepit state. Even in this condition, Xiaomu had to expend a lot of effort to achieve mutual destruction with him. Yes, that's right, not a victory, but a mutual destruction. Indeed, those who have been on the battlefield are not easy to deal with. However, in the faction panel, the taijutsu section for Uchiha Yongping had vanished. Xiaomu scratched his head. So should I try something else? He clicked on Yongping's ninjutsu. Dream construction in progress. Dream construction completed. Uchiha Yongping ninjutsu. Now Xiaomu had some experience. Upon entering the dream, he saw Yongping standing still, explaining the ninjutsu he knew. Most of it was fire release with a small amount of earth release. Xiaomu's strongest point in his original form was ninjutsu, but he only knew fire release. He couldn't use earth release since he lacked the earth attribute. It would yield little result. Xiaomu had tested this long ago. He only had fire release and lightning release attributes, and fire release was much stronger than lightning release. Following Yongping's hand seals and the chakra flow path, he successfully released fire release. Xiaomu also tried earth release and found that its power in the dream did not diminish due to his lack of earth attribute. After completing all the techniques, there was no combat demonstration as he had imagined. Instead, he directly exited the dream space. Elder Yongping still had a jinjutsu left. After clicking on it, it was just like before. Dream construction in progress. Dream construction completed. Uchiha Yongping Jinjutsu. Upon entering, it was again a theoretical course covering how to release and dispel Jinjutsu. The previous generation's Jinjutsu was quite poor, though Xiaomu quickly passed through this course. But he still felt somewhat confused. However, due to Xiaomu's strong ocular power, when Yongping used Jinjutsu on him, Xiaomu directly countered it with his ocular strength. Xiaomu exited the illusion space. He found that in the faction template, Uchiha Yongping's avatar had lost taijutsu, ninjutsu, and Jinjutsu. Only a practical combat button remained. Xiaomu, filled with fighting spirit, clicked again. Dream construction in progress. Dream construction completed. Uchiha Yongping practical combat. Xiaomu entered the dream again. But this time it was completely unrestricted practical combat. After a while, Xiaomu opened his eyes again, his expression quite grim. He never expected that Uchiha Yongping, this decrepit elder, would have such sharp experience. He actually set traps using shuriken and explosive tags. He accidentally fell into the trap. In the end, he still won, relying on Susanoo. His practical combat was even worse than he had imagined. Clicking on Yongping's interface, the practical combat button was still available, but it had entered cooldown. It would seem that practical combat could be challenged repeatedly. Xiaomu thought about this, and then set his sights on the third elder Uchiha Takuya. He entered the dream again. The morning sun poured in, and Xiaomu opened his eyes lifelessly. The time in this dream synchronized with reality. Having not slept all night, Xiaomu felt mentally drained, almost dead tired. After a night's hard work apart from defeating the old and frail Elder Yang Ping, Xiaomu also lost in practical combat, against Elder Tsukuyomi of course, without using Susanoo. As for Fugaku Shursui and Itachi, they did not have practical combat options. Xiaomu lost during taijutsu. In the ninjutsu section, even though there was no combat demonstration. If ninjutsu training went awry, chakra would explode within his body, and if he wasn't careful he would turn into smoke. As for Jinjutsu, Xiaomu's talent could only be described as extremely poor. He couldn't understand many things. Xiaomu tried many times and had to accept the fact that he was a Jinjutsu idiot. However, his ocular power was strong enough to break free from Jinjutsu in a very short time. But in terms of casting, it was completely rough. The only ones he could firmly suppress were some elite Uchiha with 3 tomo or 2 tomo like Uchiha Kiyomi. Most elite Uchiha had no shortcomings. Among taijutsu practitioners, the best swordsmanship belonged to Uchiha Yaoyi, who was extremely fast and ruthless with his strikes. He didn't seem at all like the usual foolish demeanor. The best shuriken thrower was Itachi. That technique of changing the direction of shuriken through mutual collisions required exceptional insight. The best in Jinjutsu was Shursui, or fighting against Shursui made Xiaomu feel like a fool as he was controlled by Jinjutsu without even having a chance to face him. If it weren't for the strength of the Mangekyō, Xiaomu wouldn't have had any chance to fight back. After a night of rigorous training, Xiaomu was utterly exhausted. Seeing that nearly all the dreams in his faction template had entered cooldown, Xiaomu closed his eyes, and this time, he truly fell asleep. After waking up, Xiaomu went to the training ground for some exercise. He returned to continue with the dream simulations, which led to Xiaomu spending every day either sleeping or at the training ground. Sometimes other Uchihas would see Xiaomu at the training ground. Xiaomu would only do some exercises and then leave. But whether in taijutsu or ninjutsu, he left everyone present in awe. With this highly efficient training every day and practical combat in dreams, Xiaomu finally grew rapidly. Now he was like a battle-hardened warrior, no longer just a jonin who would risk his life for trivial tasks. However, he couldn't learn the unique ocular techniques of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Moreover, there had been no signs of awakening his own Mangekyō ocular technique. However, he couldn't learn the unique ocular techniques of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Moreover, there had been no signs of awakening his own Mangekyō ocular technique, continuously improving. Now, even without doing anything, Xiaomu was growing stronger all the time. Not to mention, every night he was sparring with Fugaku Shursui and Itachi in dreams. After enjoying a few leisurely days of life, Xiaomu was caught by Fujitake, who insisted that Sasuke become his disciple. Initially, Fujitake planned to send Sasuke out of the village due to the unclear situation, but he was stopped by Xiaomu. Xiaomu's reason was that there are too many ambitious people in the ninja world. Unless Sasuke has the protection of the Mangekyō Sharingan, it would be much more dangerous for him to be alone outside. It's ridiculous. If Sasuke is not in Konoha, how can he form bonds with Naruto, grow, be challenged, grow again, be challenged again, and grow once more? However, this is merely a pawn in Xiaomu's game. Although Sasuke and Naruto are both children of destiny, they are reincarnations of Indra and Ashura respectively. You could say he has potential. He awakened a Sharingan after the annihilation of his entire clan. But if you say he lacks potential, he has already reached 3 tomo with just 1 year alongside Naruto. The remaining 2 and 3 tomo are all related to Naruto. Only by being teammates or rivals with Naruto can he rapidly improve. In Itachi's design, Sasuke was supposed to awaken the Mangekyō long ago. It was meant to be an evenly matched battle, ultimately ending with his death at Itachi's hands. This would allow for the release of the hatred in Sasuke's heart, ultimately leading to the achievement of his Eternal Mangekyō. However, when Sasuke fought him, he only had a pitiful 3 tomo. Itachi's battle against Sasuke was probably the most challenging of his life. After all, he had to calculate Sasuke's chakra, his own chakra, his lifespan, and his ocular power. And he couldn't let Sasuke realize this. It was a masterclass in letting someone down gently. Sasuke has suffered throughout his life. His family was annihilated and his brother deceived him. He was made to bear a false hatred. Little Sasuke never considered whether all this was reasonable. The Uchiha clan was exterminated. Why did Konoha not react? Where were the Umbu? With no one to guide him after the clan's destruction, he was emotionally unstable, proud, yet self-deprecating. After gaining more power, he became both confident and arrogant. Each time he leveled up, his attitude turned more arrogant, and with the Mangekyō, he believed himself unbeatable. He always challenged bosses beyond his level 3 tomo against the Mangekyō against the 8 Tails, and the Eternal Mangekyō against the Rinnegan. This led to him getting beaten up every time he acted on impulse. Itachi's Mangekyō took years to master. Yet Sasuke awakened his Mangekyō and went blind in less than a month. In reality, the time he could use it was less than an hour. I don't know if it was the influence of the Sharingan, but by the time he sought revenge, he was already slaying anyone he encountered. In the end, he sealed Kaguya alongside Naruto. Xiaomu felt that too many random factors were at play. However, all of this didn't happen, and Sasuke need not struggle so much. Xiaomu didn't have to place all his hopes on Sasuke. After all, Itachi was still around. Itachi's learning ability is exceptional. His kunai and shuriken skills surpass those of other ninjas of the same level, and his hand seal speed is astonishing. In battle, he knows how to utilize the enemy's attacks to control the entire situation. After entering the Umbu, his growth rate far outstripped that of genius Kakashi, and by the time he defected, he was already comparable to a cage-level powerhouse. His strongest asset is undoubtedly his Jinjutsu. With just a glance, he can reflect the Jinjutsu of Konoha's master Yugao, and use Tsukuyomi to defeat Kakashi in an instant. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru was pinned down by Itachi's Jinjutsu. His composure is remarkable. He remains calm at all times. In practical combat, he can quickly analyze the enemy's weaknesses, and his situational judgment is exceptionally strong. He always holds on to cards that can turn the tide. If he were to grow, he would be more stable than Sasuke. His only flaw is poor health, which is why Xiaomu arranged for him to go to the land of rice. Shursui is also a teenage genius. He awakened the Mangekyō even earlier than Sasuke. His Jinjutsu is even above Itachi's, and his body techniques are exceptional. Apart from the bulldozer from Kumogakure and those with space-time, ninjutsu, few can keep up with his speed. In the original world, if he hadn't died young, his future achievements would have been limitless. For this reason, he is also a key training target for Xiaomu. Thus, Xiaomu didn't put much effort into training Sasuke. With your brother and Shursui supporting you, you can relax. However, Fujitake has come to request him. Xiaomu couldn't refuse anymore. After all, even though it was all aided by the system, every decision was still his own. Fujitake has consistently supported him, which is why things have gone so smoothly. Sasuke is after all the reincarnation of Indra. Now he is still a child. Xiaomu is also considering whether he can salvage something. If Sasuke could be a bit more steady, he wouldn't be a bad fighting force in the future. When Sasuke was just brought back to the village, he learned that during his absence, many things had happened to his clan. His beloved brother Shursui had his eyes gouged out. The clan gained a vice clan leader, and the brother he admired had left the village, taking many Uchiha with him. His home was destroyed. Now it has become ruins. Fortunately, both his father and mother are still around. In his 5-year-old mind, he couldn't comprehend why all of this happened. He walked alone through the streets, feeling somewhat gloomy. Although he was unhappy, he still tried to maintain a cool expression. After all, he is an Uchiha. The villagers saw him and had various meanings in their eyes, but most of it was goodwill. After all, Sasuke was just a child and his family had just undergone a massive change. To ordinary people, these huge changes signified the beginning of a noble clan's decline. Sasuke couldn't understand the meaning behind those gazes, but he felt very displeased. He ran forward desperately and unknowingly arrived at the small grove he often visited. Still at the same spot, he heard the sharp shouts of children. "Get lost! You damned fox, who wants to play with you? Just wait, I will definitely become Hokage." "Ha ha, with you like this, how can you become Hokage? It's you damned fox who killed my father. Beat him! Beat him!" Sasuke passed through the grove and saw several children fighting. A few kids were riding on Naruto's back, hitting him. Naruto had tear stains on his face, but showed no signs of giving up, struggling all the while. "Hey, who allowed you to bully others?" Sasuke stepped out from the woods. "Who are you? What does it matter?" "I'm Uchiha Sasuke. Let him go quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." "Uchiha." The children exchanged glances. Then they burst into laughter. "What's so great about being Uchiha? Ha! The Uchiha are already finished. Even the young clan head of your Uchiha clan has defected. What are you still showing off for?" "Damn it." Sasuke was furious upon hearing this. "Today I'm going to teach you little brats a lesson." Sasuke charged forward and knocked down the child who was pinning Naruto. Naruto took the chance to stand up. He was quite resilient, dirty all over, but unharmed. The two joined forces and started fighting the other 3 children. Sasuke, after all, came from the Uchiha clan, unlike Naruto's wild punches. His taijutsu already had some form: 1 trip, 1 elbow strike. He had already taken down 2, while Naruto was still tussling with the other 2. Naruto knocked down another one with a... Seeing they were at a disadvantage, they pulled each other up and ran away. A damned fox and a traitor's clansman. "You wait for me." Only gray-faced Naruto with tear stains on his cheeks remained in the woods. Although Sasuke was clean, his expression wasn't good either. Sasuke stuffed his hands into his pockets and said, "Hey crybaby, why do you look so disheveled?" Naruto tucked away the melancholy on his face and replied, "Humph, arrogant brat, where have you been lately? I haven't seen you by the lake." Sasuke and Naruto had known each other since childhood. Sasuke often practiced fire release by the lake, but Naruto hadn't seen him around recently. Recently, there have been many unfavorable rumors about the Uchiha clan. For children, rumors are usually made up of the worst tales. In any world, these little brats are the same. My father took me out for a bit. I've been cooped up at home every day. It drives me crazy, Sasuke explained casually. Naruto cautiously asked, Sasuke, is something wrong at your home? Sasuke wanted to get angry, but seeing Naruto's cautious demeanor, he merely huffed coolly. Nothing is wrong. My Uchiha clan is doing just fine. For Naruto, who had been bullied since childhood, he envied Sasuke greatly, because he had family around him. Meanwhile, he was just an orphan without parents, with only his grandfather, the Third Hokage, visiting him occasionally. There were many things he didn't understand, like why people called him the Nine Tails. He also didn't know why those people wouldn't be his friends. However, Sasuke, Hinata, and Shikamaru had never bullied him. They were the ones he could approach. He was very worried that something might happen to his friend's family, turning them into orphans like himself, unwanted by anyone. While Naruto and Sasuke were talking, a few Umbu were standing on the treetops nearby. They were dispatched by the Hokage, monitoring the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails 24 hours a day. Everything Naruto did, what he ate, and what he said had to be recorded and reported to the Third Hokage. Although Sasuke and Naruto had known each other before, the Uchiha clan was different from what it used to be. Thus, when the Umbu saw Sasuke interact with Naruto, one of them had already gone to report to the Hokage. While Naruto was being monitored, another person stood on the tree nearby. That was Uchiha Shemu. He had been entrusted by Fugaku to take Sasuke as his disciple, but he wanted to come and see for himself what Sasuke was like before experiencing the night of the massacre. From the previous fight, Uchiha Sasuke appeared to be just a slightly arrogant and kind-hearted child. He had received elite education at home, practicing shuriken techniques, and he could even perform fire release. However, he merely used taijutsu to chase off several small children. Afterwards, he even consoled Naruto. Shemu thought for a while, stroking his chin. It seemed he had some preconceived notions about Sasuke. After the Uchiha clan was annihilated, their property was taken over by Konoha, and without proper guidance, it was no wonder Sasuke had grown up a bit crooked. The Sasuke who hadn't experienced the massacre was still a lovable child. It's not too late now. Shemu jumped down from the tree, startling both Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke, do you know me? He then revealed his Sharingan. Sasuke began to feel a bit wary, positioning Naruto behind him, but upon seeing Shemu's Sharingan, he let out a sigh of relief. Having Sharingan meant he was a clan member. I am Shemu. You've seen me before, Shemu said with a smile. Sasuke looked at Shemu and gradually started to recall the Uchiha Shemu he once knew. It was no wonder he had trouble remembering, as Shemu had only seen Sasuke a few times before. Oh, you are Senior Shemu. Sasuke suddenly recognized Shemu. Then he hesitantly said, I heard Senior Shemu. You're the vice clan leader now. Shemu had no habit of putting on airs. Maintaining a stern face was necessary for authority in the clan. There was no need to do that in front of Sasuke. He said impatiently, forget about vice clan leader, just call me Senior. Sasuke happily replied, yes, Senior Shemu. Shemu looked up and then asked, didn't I tell you to go home straight after returning to the village? What are you doing here? I. Sasuke had come here, feeling gloomy after hearing many rumors upon entering the village. Stop with the and you must be hungry. Let me take you to get something to eat. Shemu ruffled Sasuke's. Sure. Sasuke felt a bit uncomfortable, but couldn't escape Shemu's hand. Naruto stood nearby, feeling a mix of envy and melancholy. Then I'll head home for dinner too. Naruto tried to cheer himself up, not wanting Sasuke to see his sadness. There should still be a cup of instant noodles at home. Wait a moment. Shemu showed a friendly smile and said, you are Sasuke's friend, right? Naruto sniffled and replied, yes, sir. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm going to be the next Hokage. Sir? Shemu couldn't help but feel a bit amused. He was the same age as Kakashi in this body. In a world where one goes to war at a young age and marries early, being called sir at nearly 20 was normal, but Shemu didn't like it. Ignoring the latter part of Naruto's statement, he had quietly assessed Naruto earlier. His clothes were tattered and his face looked pale. If it weren't for the Uzumaki clan's strong constitution, based on Naruto's long history of skipping meals and drinking expired milk, he would definitely be sick by now. Sarutobi Hiruzen is truly disappointing. He secretly cursed. Shemu said with a smile, since you're Sasuke's friend, how about I treat you to ramen? Oh, really, sir? Naruto exclaimed with excitement. The Third Hokage usually didn't give him much money. It took him a long time to be able to eat ramen. Seeing Naruto's joyful expression, Shemu cursed the Third Hokage again in his heart. Of course it's true, but I don't like you calling me sir. Just call me Senior Shemu instead. Shemu squatted down and ruffled Naruto's hair. Oh, okay, Senior Shemu. Naruto had faced various disdainful looks since childhood and had a faint sense of who genuinely cared for him. He was genuinely happy now to have an adult who didn't despise him. Let's go, Sasuke. Let's get something to eat first. Shemu waved to Sasuke, who stood nearby, trying to look cool with his hands in his pockets. I'm so troublesome. He said this somewhat proudly, but seeing Naruto's happy expression, Sasuke didn't say anything to refuse. Shemu looked up and then led the two out of the woods. The Umbu standing on the tree exchanged glances. Uchiha Shemu was quite a prominent figure. He was now the vice-clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Previously, he had made quite a mess in the Hokage system. Now he was actually approaching the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Report to the Hokage immediately. Yes. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. The curtain was lifted and Shemu brought Sasuke and Naruto inside. There were no other customers in the shop, only the chef and his assistant. Ichiraku, I'm back again. Naruto shouted as soon as he entered while Sasuke turned his face away, feeling a bit embarrassed, pretending he didn't know Naruto. Uncle Ichiraku had a friendly face and smiled, saying, Naruto, you're here. What do you want to eat today? A big. Under Sheamus' glare, Naruto swallowed the word big. Senior Shemu, can I have tonkatsu ramen? Naruto asked somewhat shyly. Shemu was already studying the menu, his finger tracing across it. Forget the tonkatsu ramen. Can I eat? Naruto lowered his head, feeling a bit disappointed. Get Naruto the deluxe set. Shemu ordered the most expensive item on the ramen menu. Besides the ramen, it would come with various meat cuts, chicken eggs, chashu, and everything else that could be added, making it the most luxurious ramen set. Oh, long live Senior Shemu. Naruto had never had the deluxe set before. The best he had ever eaten was tonkatsu ramen. Shemu shook his head, watching Naruto's face light up with happiness over something as simple as food. I'll have a tonkatsu ramen. Sasuke, order whatever you want. At that moment, Shemu sensed a chakra sweeping over his head. Shemu didn't look up. Was it the third Hokage's telescope technique? How when it came to taking care of Naruto, you weren't around, but when someone drew close to Naruto, you were the fastest to run. Slurp. Slurp. Naruto made a loud slurping sound, utterly delighted. Xiaomu finished a bowl of pork bone ramen, which was indeed fresh and delicious. However, Xiaomu wasn't quite used to it and could only make do. Sasuke ordered some snacks to eat on the side. Just as Naruto was finishing up, the curtain was lifted. A silver-haired ninja wearing a mask entered and sat in the far corner. Boss, could I trouble you for a bowl of miso chashu ramen? Xiaomu turned his head and glanced at Kakashi. TCH, is it that tense that even Kakashi was sent? Thank you for the hospitality. The Uzumaki clan's physique is truly impressive. This grand bowl of ramen was larger than Naruto's head and packed with generous toppings. Even he would take a while to finish, yet Naruto had already cleaned his bowl. After all, Naruto was only 5 years old. Naruto loved ramen partly because it was delicious here. Another reason was that Sho and Xiaomu were among the few who didn't discriminate against him. Also, the ramen here was quite affordable. Naruto could only eat this much at most. Naruto, are you full? Xiaomu asked with a smile. Hee Senior Xiaomu, I'm full now. Naruto patted his belly, never having felt this happy before. Naruto, I heard from Sasuke that you often cause trouble. Sasuke looked puzzled, having just met you today. How could he have heard that from me? But a single glance from Xiaomu made Sasuke shut his mouth. Naruto scratched his head a bit awkwardly. After all, he couldn't tell Xiaomu that it was all a prank to get attention. I'm sorry, Senior Xiaomu, I won't cause trouble anymore. Xiaomu, however, didn't scold him, but instead waved for Sho to come over. Could you please take care of the bill? Xiaomu directly pulled out 21,000 Ryu bills and handed them to Sho. Sho shook his head repeatedly. You only need 320 Ryu in total. Ichiraku ramen is very cheap, aside from the grand bowl costing 200 Ryu. Xiaomu and Sasuke's orders were only 60 Ryu each. Xiaomu waved his hand. The extra money is kept here. Naruto and Sasuke can eat freely whenever they come in, and their expenses will be deducted from this amount. Is that okay? Sho turned to see Sho nodding with a beaming smile before accepting the money. Naruto, I've stored some money here, so you and Sasuke can eat freely whenever you come here. Senior Xiaomu, how can that be? I can't take your money. Naruto was taken aback. Xiaomu's face turned serious. Who said I was giving you money? You're Sasuke's friend. Do you expect to just watch while Sasuke eats here? With the ninja school about to start, you and Sasuke will have classes every day. It's more convenient to eat here. This. Naruto felt something was off in his little head, but couldn't quite articulate it. Xiaomu switched back to a smile. Sasuke doesn't have many friends, so please make sure to hang out with him. And don't cause trouble everywhere. Just focus on studying when you get to school. Alright. I will play with Sasuke often from now on. I will study hard. Naruto decided not to think too much about the things he couldn't understand. This was the first time someone had asked him for a favor. He felt an endless drive and warmth in his heart. Sasuke beside him rolled his eyes. Who wants him to come play with me, humph? Xiaomu was already used to Sasuke's tsundere attitude. Shaking his head, he took the two kids outside. Kakashi quickly finished his ramen and chased after them, following closely behind. The third Hokage had urgently summoned him to come take a look. Why was Xiaomu being so nice to Naruto? What was his intention? In the end, Xiaomu took Naruto to finish his ramen and then took him to the 8th Street of Konoha. This street was full of Uchiha shops, and today's 8th Street of Konoha was the most bustling area. Because the remaining Uchiha guards were patrolling nearby, everyone who saw Xiaomu respectfully came over to pay their respects. Lord Xiaomu. Xiaomu waved them off one by one. At this moment, as Xiaomu reached the street corner, he sensed that Kakashi and the others were getting anxious and the number of umbu was increasing. Xiaomu did not wish to have a conflict with the umbu just yet. He pulled out a wad of money to give to Sasuke. Sasuke, since you haven't been back for so long, go buy some new clothes and buy a couple of extra sets. And buy a couple of sets for your good friend Naruto as well. I have something to take care of, I will come back later. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Sasuke, whose eyes darted around, unsure if he understood or not. Xiaomu walked toward the street, giving orders to the Uchiha nearby. An umbu will come to check on Naruto soon, you don't need to worry about it. Understood. The Uchiha guard saluted. After walking a short distance, Xiaomu turned back and said, "Come out, Kakashi." Kakashi revealed himself. Uchiha Xiaomu, deputy clan leader, do you know me? What is your purpose in getting close to Naruto? Xiaomu scrutinized Kakashi from head to toe. He was still dressed as an umbu without a mask. His forehead protector was pulled down to cover his left eye. The exposed eye looked lifeless and despondent. Xiaomu felt disgust towards Kakashi, recalling Naruto's tragic days over the years. Suddenly he appeared in front of Kakashi in an instant and kicked him down to the ground. Kakashi did not expect Xiaomu to attack him suddenly and was caught off guard, falling to the ground. Xiaomu spat angrily. I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Then he exhaled. Now I feel better. Kakashi got up, his face filled with anger. Xiaomu, why did you attack me? Kakashi was very restrained. He feared Xiaomu was intentionally provoking him to attack, as the relationship between the Uchiha and the village was very sensitive. Xiaomu wore a mocking expression. Why did I attack you? Because you are ungrateful, heartless, and acknowledge. Xiaomu pursed his lips, swallowing the last words. Me? Ungrateful? Kakashi looked puzzled. I don't even know you, how could I be ungrateful? Xiaomu stroked his chin, looking at Kakashi from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. What the hell is this? Is this really the son of Hitaki Tsukuyomi? Aren't you the disciple of Minato Namikaze? So what if I am? This is not a secret, the Uchiha clan is well aware of it. You know you are Minato Namikaze's disciple, huh? Xiaomu said sarcastically. His orphan is bullied every day, eating expired food, don't you see it? Kakashi fell silent. It was the third Hokage's order. Naruto. Oh, come on, don't give me that nonsense about how his identity cannot be revealed or anything like that. Xiaomu said impatiently. What does that have to do with him eating garbage food and expired items every day? He has hardly any decent clothes and is always hungry and cold. The third Hokage really knows how to take care of the fourth's orphan. You really care for your master's son, huh? You just watched as the third Hokage occupied your master's property as Naruto suffered and starved, drinking expired milk and eating lunchboxes mixed with sand without lifting a finger, right? You still call yourself a member of the Hitaki clan. You really disgust me. Kakashi was at a loss for words. He truly had nothing to say. Ever since Obito died, he had been in a state of despair, living a zombie-like existence. Give me 2 of these. And 2 of this one as well. Get 2 of all these and wrap them separately. By the time Xiaomu returned to the 8th Street, Sasuke was already inside a clothing store purchasing clothes. Looking at the several bags Naruto was carrying filled with shoes and pants, Sasuke waved money, directing the store clerks to run around. As a store of the Uchiha clan, they naturally recognized Sasuke, the young clan leader. The service was exceptionally attentive, especially since Sasuke was generous and never haggled, buying whatever caught his eye. Bang! Xiaomu tapped Sasuke on the head. Ouch! You brat, is this how you shop? Sasuke pouted in dissatisfaction, but happily handed the items to Naruto, chattering away with him. It wasn't that Xiaomu was stingy. The Uchiha family was wealthy enough that buying more clothes wouldn't impoverish them. However, he needed to ensure that Sasuke didn't develop a bad habit of being demanding. Naruto was excitedly gazing at the various garments, things he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Yet he felt a bit embarrassed. Xiaomu these. Xiaomu waved his hand dismissively. You're Sasuke's friend, no need to say anything else. Naruto's eyes sparkled with joy as he nodded emphatically. Yes. Hello, Xiaomu-sama. Besides the store clerk, there were also 2 Uchiha members from the security team standing nearby. I see you 2 are quite idle, the 2 Uchiha said with awkward smiles. With both Sasuke and Naruto having special statuses, it wouldn't do to have no one watching over them. Xiaomu noticed this as well. He glanced at the sky, but it was getting late. Several umbu operatives were stationed in the corners of the rooftops. It's getting late, Sasuke, let's go home. Naruto, you should head back early too. Oh, can I come find Sasuke tomorrow? Naruto asked with some anticipation. Sasuke has things to do these next few days, so he can't come out to play. Seeing Naruto looking a bit downcast, Xiaomu smiled. In a couple of days school will start, and you'll see him then. Yes, school is starting soon. He watched as Naruto beamed with silly joy. Remember to wear new clothes for registration, it's a new beginning. Naruto felt this was the happiest and most joyful day had had in years. Xiaomu waved to the side. Uchiha Kenichi, you take Naruto home. Yes. Uchiha Kenichi stood straight. Xiaomu-senpai, I don't need someone to escort me, I can find my way home, Naruto said shyly. Xiaomu ruffled Naruto's hair, be obedient. Head back now. Oh he. Naruto grinned again, hugging the clothes to his chest. Uchiha Kenichi tried to take Naruto's things, but Naruto was unwilling. I'm off then, Xiaomu-senpai. Bye Sasuke. See you at school. Naruto waved energetically while carrying a lot of items. Xiaomu waved his hand, go on. Sasuke also waved at Naruto, having never seen him so happy before. Let's go back. Xiaomu of the Uchiha clan said that Uzumaki Kushina had done him a favor and he just wanted Naruto to eat well and dress well. He wanted Naruto and Sasuke to become good friends. According to the surveillance by the Umbu, along the way Xiaomu had no other words or actions. The third Hokage took a drag on his cigarette, feeling somewhat irritated as he couldn't believe Xiaomu would be so kind. As for Kushina having done him a favor that was a matter from years ago, who could know the truth? Kakashi hesitated for a moment and said, Xiaomu said in the end that if Naruto feels that the Uchiha are better, that's Naruto's business. The third Hokage frowned, pondering that the Uchiha had become increasingly alienated from Konoha. Statistics from the mission center showed a steep decline in the Uchiha's mission workload. In addition to the fewer Uchiha ninjas, those remaining were also very cautious when accepting missions. They collectively downgraded their ranks and refused dangerous tasks. Whenever there was a mandatory task, they would take a leave of absence, yet the third Hokage had no way to manage it. Others had to repair their own houses. They couldn't just live without a place to stay just to serve you. Now with Xiaomu suddenly approaching the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the third Hokage became highly vigilant. Were the Uchiha planning a mass defection or even to abduct Naruto? Hokage-sama Naruto has had a bit of a tough time these years, Kakashi said, unable to hold back as he saw the third Hokage lost in thought. The third Hokage took a puff of smoke and asked, Kakashi, are you blaming this old man for not taking care of Naruto? Although the third Hokage's tone was not severe, Kakashi still bowed in apology. It's nothing, Hokage-sama, must have your own concerns. The third Hokage nodded, feeling that Kakashi needed to be stable. He earnestly explained to Kakashi, Kakashi, you may not know, but when the fourth died, everything was in chaos. There were many ambitious individuals in the village who had different opinions on the handling of the Jinchuriki, with some even wanting to imprison Naruto. I fought hard to ensure that Naruto wouldn't always be confined. However, some leaked the fact that Naruto was the Jinchuriki, so I had to spread the rumor that he was the son of the demon fox to confuse the situation. Many villagers lost family members during the Nine Tails attack, so he was always targeted. As for his identity as the fourth son, that was even more not to be known by outsiders, as the son of a Hokage and a Jinchuriki could easily attract envy. But over the years I have often gone to see him to make up for the debts I owe him. The third Hokage's tone grew heavy towards the end. Hearing that the third Hokage had so many burdens, Kakashi couldn't help but feel guilty. I'm truly sorry, Hokage-sama, I didn't understand the situation and questioned you. The third Hokage waved his hand in understanding. Since Naruto is your master's son, I understand you. Let's do this. Naruto's past days were indeed too hard, and now that the Uchiha are approaching Naruto without clear intent, you should keep an eye on Naruto for a long time. Besides school, you will follow him to prevent any schemes from Uchiha Xiaomu. With you watching over him, I will feel at ease. Kakashi was overjoyed after hearing Xiaomu's words. He had been uneasy. Now he could protect Naruto closely and Naruto wouldn't be bullied anymore. So Hokage-sama, should I protect him in secret or? The third Hokage pondered for a moment. You can find an opportunity to interact with him. It would be best if you could become Naruto's teacher. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi thought that the third Hokage was looking out for him by assigning him such a task. You may go now. After Kakashi left, the third Hokage sighed, feeling he had no choice but to have Kakashi watch over Naruto. After all, the Uchiha were approaching Naruto in this manner. If he didn't send someone to keep an eye on him, Naruto might really be abducted. And Kakashi was a standard supporter of the Hokage with strong abilities and a suitable identity, making him the best choice. Although Naruto chattered non-stop along the way, Jin remained silent, only nodding occasionally. It wasn't that he was aloof. The previously hot-tempered Uchiha had nearly left Konoha with Itachi. In fact, Jin belonged to the gentle, peace-seeking faction of the Uchiha. The reason he was quiet was that there were always Umbu watching around him, and he didn't want to cause trouble for the Uchiha. Goodbye, Uncle Jin. Naruto waved at Jin from behind, and although Uchiha Jin had not spoken on the way, he did not show any discriminatory gaze toward. Goodbye, Uncle Jin. Naruto waved at Jin from behind, and although Uchiha Jin had not spoken on the way, he did not show any discriminatory gaze towards him. This had already made the lonely and sensitive Naruto feel very happy. Uchiha Jin did not look back. It was only after Jin had walked far away that Naruto entered his home. However, at the entrance, Naruto turned on the light. The house was filled with dirty clothes thrown everywhere, and the sink had unwashed dishes. The floor was messy, littered with a pile of garbage. Naruto looked around his home, then at the new clothes and shoes in their packaging. The environment he used to be accustomed to now suddenly felt so dirty. Carefully, Naruto hung the items along with their packaging on the hooks. Then he rolled up his sleeves and began to tidy up the house. In the bright room late at night, Naruto was full of enthusiasm. Outside, the Umbu exchanged glances, unsure of what Naruto was up to in the middle of the night. However, as long as Naruto wasn't running around, they weren't worried about what he was doing. They could just report it. The mood of children changes quickly. Sasuke, who had been in a good mood before, now felt different. As he walked to the old site of his clan, with Xiongmu, Sasuke's smile faded away. The new clan grounds were still a few miles away from this place. Sasuke's little head was filled with too many questions he wanted to ask his father. Unconsciously, he quickened his pace. Xiongmu, on the other hand, was pondering over Kakashi's situation. Kakashi was undoubtedly exceptionally talented. However, he was also brainwashed by the so-called Will of Fire. As a scion of a prestigious clan, he had been in a state of depression since the battle at the Bridge of Shinobi, wasting his talent. Although he had activated the Sharingan, which greatly enhanced his combat ability, it also limited how high he could reach. He had long been unable to turn it off, which was exhausting. He could copy techniques all the way, and naturally he would take the easy way out. Throughout the story, he merely experienced Obito's Kamui. At other times, he had always been dispensable. His nature could be described as indecisive. Obito had killed countless people, including his master and his master's wife, devastating the ninja world, leading to countless families being torn apart. It was the first time Kakashi was in the Kamui space, and he held back as he punched Obito's belly twice. His rear end dictated his actions. Because it was Obito, he couldn't bring himself to hit hard. If he could be ruthless, the story might have taken a different turn. Being good to Naruto was one way for Xiongmu to invest, but he genuinely felt that Naruto's childhood was the most tragic. Many pains should not have been endured, and many hardships were unnecessary. The filthy politics between the Third Hokage and Danzo had to involve a small child. Moreover, glorifying suffering is more malicious than the suffering itself. If love could surround Naruto, there would be no issue with the Nine Tails going berserk. Did they not see that the child next door playing with sand was driven crazy? Naruto's childhood was no easier than Gaara's, although he wouldn't face assassination. However, the discrimination from every villager was like a cruel blade. Fortunately, Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura, otherwise he might have turned dark and destroyed Konoha. Father, I'm back, Xiongmu said as he returned to the new clan grounds with Sasuke. The new clan grounds were filled with unfinished buildings. However, Xiongmu did not have the habit of exploiting workers. He let them off work on time. After all, overtime would cost more money, and as long as the Uchiha could live, that was enough. Fugaku had already received the news of Sasuke's return and was sitting in the house drinking tea. Seeing Sasuke come in, he rarely showed a smile. Welcome back. How was your time with your teacher, Xiongmu? Xiongmu also followed Sasuke into the house. Teacher? Sasuke asked with a puzzled expression, as Xiongmu had not mentioned anything about making him his disciple. Fugaku frowned slightly. Xiongmu, didn't you tell Sasuke? Xiongmu laughed heartily. It's getting late, and let's bring him back first and talk about the master-disciple matter tomorrow. I'm off now. After handing Sasuke over to Fugaku, Xiongmu leisurely left. After becoming familiar with Fugaku, he had become increasingly casual and no longer observed any formalities. He knew that Fugaku was merely maintaining a stern face due to work. In reality, Fugaku was a pragmatic person. Father, why did brother and Shursui leave Konoha? Were they accused of betraying the village? Why was our Uchiha clan's territory destroyed? Why did you resign as captain of the security team? Sasuke sat down and eagerly asked his father, a string of questions spilling from his mouth. Having been away from the village for only half a month, he returned to find the entire Uchiha had changed. Fugaku always maintained a cold expression, displaying authority in front of his son. However, previously Xiongmu had said that this was of no use. It would only make Itachi and Sasuke distant from him. Thinking about it, they were in their own home, and his facial expression softened a bit. Your brother and Shursui are just working for the development of our Uchiha. Don't believe everything you hear from others. If Itachi and Shursui had betrayed the village, why wouldn't Konoha capture us? The territory can be rebuilt. As long as there are people in the Uchiha, we can build as much territory as we want. Seeing Sasuke nodding in a somewhat understanding manner, Fugaku also revealed a smile. As for the position of captain of the security team, it was too busy. You always said no one accompanied you to practice ninjutsu, right? Now that your brother won't be back for a while, he'll accompany you instead. Hearing this, Sasuke was a bit surprised. His father had always spoken little and had a stern demeanor. He had endured a lot of hardship to gain his father's recognition. Now his father unexpectedly said he would accompany him to practice ninjutsu. Sasuke pinched himself to ensure he wasn't under an illusion. Ouch! Sasuke pinched himself hard, causing Fugaku to laugh out loud. It was the first time Sasuke had seen his father so easygoing. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. So father, when will brother and Shursui come back? When you graduate from the ninja academy, your brother will come back. Ah, that's so long. Sasuke's face fell. The ninja academy took 6 years to complete. He wouldn't see his brother for 6 years. That was too long. Seeing his son feeling a bit down, Fugaku said, "You're a member of the Uchiha. You shouldn't be disheartened over such trivial matters. It's not like you won't see him again." Hearing this, Sasuke perked up. "Then father, what did you mean by making me a disciple?" Fugaku replied, "I intend to have you be a disciple of Xiangmu." "A disciple, eh?" Sasuke tilted his head. He didn't dislike Xiangmu. Is Senior Xiangmu strong? Strong. Fugaku mulled over the word. Very strong. Fugaku nodded affirmatively. Is he stronger than brother? How about Shursui? In Sasuke's eyes, his brother Itachi and Shursui were the strongest among the Uchiha. Xiangmu is currently the strongest in the Uchiha. In Fugaku's view, Xiangmu was already the strongest Uchiha in terms of intellect. In terms of skill, Xiangmu was impressive even before awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, and after that he would enter a rapid development phase. Even though Shursui also had the Mangekyō, he was much younger than Xiangmu and would definitely not stand a chance. The strongest Uchiha. In Sasuke's mind, the amiable Senior Xiangmu suddenly had a halo around him. I think Senior Xiangmu should be the second strongest in the Uchiha. Oh, Fugaku asked curiously, then who is the first? Of course it's father. Otherwise, why would you be the clan leader while Senior Xiangmu is the vice clan leader? Fugaku was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. His laughter echoed far away. After a night of household chores, Naruto finally fell asleep before dawn. In his drowsy state, he had a dream. In the dream, he had a father and a mother, as well as Senior Xiangmu. Then they all turned into a large bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Naruto reached out to grab them. Ouch! Naruto fell off the bed. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Naruto prepared to wash up. Through his blurry vision, he saw a figure standing in his house. Wow! Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Only then did he see that the person standing there was the Third Hokage. Grandpa Third Hokage, what brings you here? Naruto, I came to see you. I heard you made a new friend yesterday. The Third Hokage said kindly. Well, he can be considered a friend. You mean Senior Xiangmu, right? He is a member of Sasuke's clan and asked me to play with Sasuke more often. He is just as good as Grandpa Third Hokage. He took me to eat Ichiraku ramen and even got Sasuke to buy me a lot of clothes. Naruto eagerly shared his joy with Grandpa Third Hokage, who listened patiently. The Third Hokage smiled gently. So what did your Senior Xiangmu tell you? Oh, Senior Xiangmu told me to get along well with Sasuke and not to cause trouble. Naruto slapped his forehead. Grandpa Third Hokage, you have to see this. He took out the clothes Sasuke had picked out for him the day before and modeled them. Do they look good? They look. After realizing that Xiangmu hadn't instilled anything in Naruto, the Third Hokage felt relieved and chatted with Naruto for a while. Then the Third Hokage took out 5,000 ryo and handed it to Naruto. Naruto, you've grown up. Tomorrow you'll start school and you need to listen to your teachers. Keep this 5,000 ryo for your living expenses. Naruto, a bit confused, asked Grandpa Third Hokage, why are you giving me so much money? The Third Hokage replied gently, when you go to ninja school you'll need to buy various ninja tools, and that all costs money. Don't spend it recklessly. Naruto was deeply moved. Thank you, Grandpa Third Hokage. When I grow up, I will definitely repay you. Ha ha, remember your words. Go report early tomorrow, I have to leave now. Okay. Happiness suddenly filled Naruto's life, causing him to break into a silly grin. Uchiha clan territory. Serve tea to your master. Sasuke didn't have a concrete concept of apprenticeship, but he didn't dislike Xiangmu. So at Fugaku's urging, he became Xiangmu's apprentice today. Originally, Fugaku had planned to invite some friends over, but Xiangmu, who disliked formalities, refused. In his words, having a cup of tea was enough to be considered an apprenticeship. How much Sasuke could learn depended entirely on him. After Xiangmu finished his tea, Fugaku quickly left. Although he no longer had to manage the security team, the clan territory was in ruins and the Uchiha clan had many issues to address. Fugaku spent most of his time arranging the reconstruction of the clan territory. Of course, this was all just surface work. Much of Fugaku's real work involved quietly recruiting some business talents which would benefit future development. Ding! Congratulations to the host for significantly altering Uchiha Sasuke's life. Congratulations to the host for receiving Space Transfer X1. Space Transfer. It seems Sasuke has acquired the ocular technique from his Rinnegan during the era of Boruto. If it can be used once, then it should be utilized, no matter how much Xiangmu complains the system doesn't respond. Only after finishing the current task will he see if any new features are unlocked. After Fugaku left, it was just Sasuke and Xiangmu staring at each other. Master, what are you going to teach me today? Xiangmu scratched his head as he hadn't considered how to teach Sasuke and didn't have a specific plan. However, since Sasuke would be going to school soon, it was better for him to learn the basics there. He could only give Sasuke some extra guidance to help Sasuke grow a bit faster. Also, it was important to correct his habit of trying to show off. Xiaomu coughed. Sasuke, since you've called me master, I will officially teach you now. Yes, master. Sasuke sat up straight. Xiaomu waved his hand. I don't like a rigid way of interacting. You don't have to be like this. Just treat me like a friend. Okay, master. Sasuke relaxed, adjusting his posture to be less formal. Xiaomu said, now I will test you. Sasuke with a cool expression said, Master, feel free to test me. I am quite formidable. Xiaomu took Sasuke to the empty courtyard. Alright Sasuke, come at me now. Use everything you know, whether it's shuriken or kunai, or even fire jutsu. Attack me with the intent to kill. Sasuke had known there would be a testing segment today, so he had prepared his ninja tool pouch early. Master, I'm coming. Sasuke lowered his body, pulled out a shuriken, and struck a battle pose. Xiaomu waved his hand, signaling Sasuke to attack. Sasuke threw 2 shuriken, which were fairly accurate. Xiaomu stood still, merely tilting his neck as the shuriken flew past. Seeing that the shuriken had no effect, Sasuke rushed in with a complete set of calisthenics, or rather should I say Uchiha-style fluid techniques. Xiaomu effortlessly blocked with one hand, completely nullifying Sasuke's attack. That's how Uchiha fluid techniques are said to be born for showmanship. With the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's physical coordination is exceptionally good. With their observational prowess, Uchiha clan members can fight with an elegance akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. However, Sasuke is still too young, and his physical condition is not up to par. Plus, he hasn't activated his eyes. In Xiaomu's eyes, it was akin to calisthenics. Many of the flashy kicks and flips had too many openings. He casually punched Sasuke in the stomach. Sasuke stiffened from the blow, slowly stepping back before kneeling on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of saliva to recover. You're still far from it, Sasuke. Xiaomu's nonchalant remark ignited Sasuke's competitive spirit. Sasuke formed hand seals: snake, horse, monkey, pig, goat, tiger. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke puffed out his chest, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire. The view ahead was engulfed in flames, and Sasuke's breath was still not finished. This was something his father praised him for, and Sasuke's thoughts were still not complete. Xiaomu had already bypassed the wall of fire and struck down onto Sasuke's neck with a hand chop. Cough, cough, cough. Sasuke's great fireball was still going strong, but he was suddenly struck on the neck, nearly choking. After coughing for a while, he managed to recover. Xiaomu watched him with his arms crossed. Master, Sasuke said, a bit anxious, unsure of Xiaomu's thoughts on him. Xiaomu pondered for a moment, deciding to be a bit stricter. Under Sasuke's apprehensive gaze, Xiaomu's expression turned cold. It's simply a complete mess. Sasuke, did you learn these before? Did Itachi teach you and play ninja games with you? Who told you to use fire style like that? What were you doing just now? Using fire style as fireworks. I'm sorry, master. Sasuke lowered his head in disappointment. Although he didn't expect to defeat his teacher, he still wanted his teacher to recognize his strength. He didn't expect to be deemed worthless. Do you know where you lost? Xiaomu asked. Sasuke opened his mouth, but lowered his head instead. Xiaomu saw Sasuke's expression and did not explain immediately. Instead, he waved his hand. A member of the Uchiha clan quickly entered. Go find a lower-ranked Uchiha ninja, the younger the better, Xiaomu instructed. Yes. Soon a lower-ranked Uchiha ninja reported in. The newcomer was small, just a lower-ranked ninja who graduated last year. What's your name? Have you activated your eyes? Xiaomu asked. Although the information was in the clan template, there were many Uchiha, so he was too lazy to search. The newcomer replied calmly, I am Hong Tai, and I have not activated my eyes yet. Xiaomu nodded. Now attack me with all your might. Uchiha Hang Tai did not speak further and quickly assumed a combat stance. Sasuke, pay attention, Xiaomu reminded, then gestured for Hang Tai to come forward. Hang Tai quickly moved side to side, then pulled out a shuriken and threw it. As a lower-ranked ninja, his strength and accuracy were quite commendable. Xiaomu also seriously dodged to the side, while Hang Tai quickly formed seals and released a great fireball technique in the direction Xiaomu was dodging. Zaima's movement was swift, and he dodged the fireball. Hang Tai abandoned the great fireball technique, evaded Zaima's handblade, and quickly kicked towards him. Although Xiaomu easily deflected the attack, he still allowed Hang Tai to attack for a round. When Hang Tai kicked in midair, Xiaomu kicked him away. Hang Tai expressed his joy without asking further and left. Did you understand, Sasuke? Is the master saying I used too many movements? Hang Tai expressed his joy without asking further and left. Did you understand, Sasuke? Is the master saying I used too many movements? Bang! Xiaomu struck Sasuke on the head again. Wrong. Sasuke rubbed his head. Your mistake is not in using too many movements in taijutsu, nor is it in throwing your shuriken poorly, nor in using your great fireball ineffectively. It is that you lack control over them. Control. Sasuke looked up. Exactly. Our Uchiha-style taijutsu has many movements, which is not a disadvantage. Having more movements allows for more varied attack methods. Fists, feet, elbows, shoulders, knees, etc. All can become points of attack. Our Uchiha-style taijutsu can be as graceful and splendid as dancing with swords. But there is a prerequisite, which is the Sharingan. The Sharingan, huh? Without the aid of the Sharingan, you cannot keep up with your opponent's speed and cannot adjust your taijutsu in time, then the movements of Uchiha-style taijutsu are just superfluous. The Sharingan, huh? Without the aid of the Sharingan, you cannot keep up with your opponent's speed and cannot adjust your taijutsu in time, then the movement. He himself did not have the Sharingan and could not fully control these movements. Your aim with the shuriken is decent, but you must understand that your enemy is not a stationary target. Just being accurate is not enough. You also need to predict where the enemy will dodge. If you cannot predict the enemy's response, then what is the purpose of throwing shuriken? Do you expect the enemy to stand still and be hit by your shuriken? Your brother Itachi's shuriken are quite famous. He can change the landing point of a shuriken mid-flight. When you cast the Great Fireball technique, you cannot even see where your enemy is. When the enemy is right in front of you, you do not know to interrupt the technique. Will the enemy wait for you to finish your ninjutsu before attacking you? The Great Fireball is not effective just because it's large or takes a long time to cast. Rather, it requires you to control the timing and opportunity of the cast. Sasuke nodded vigorously, feeling that it made more and more sense. Combat and training are completely two different things. It turns out that in the past his brother was just playing games with him. When to throw a shuriken, which way will the enemy dodge? You must continue to use shuriken to create opportunities for yourself, or use fire release to force the opponent into your trap. One thing you must understand. Shemu raised a finger. The Great Fireball technique that all Uchiha can use is generally only used to compress the enemy's position or to use the flames to obscure one's figure and launch an attack. Very few ninjas actually die from the Great Fireball technique. Yes, teacher. I understand. Sasuke now realized he still had much to learn. Shemu tapped Sasuke's forehead. You are currently unable to control your own strength. Once you can manage your ninjutsu and hit moving targets with your shuriken, I will teach you more advanced techniques. Also, until you activate your eyes, you are not allowed to use Uchiha-style taijutsu. Understood, teacher. Just like my brother tapping my forehead. Sasuke murmured. He had become much closer to Shemu. Controlling all the skills you possess is a necessary lesson for a strong person. Sasuke, if you want to become strong, then you must fully master each skill before using it in battle. Otherwise, you may end up harming yourself. Yes, master. Looking at the now obedient Sasuke, Shemu was quite fond of him. No matter how much Sasuke remembers of what he said, as long as he is no longer so arrogant and works steadily, his achievements will only be greater. Alright, school starts tomorrow. You should prepare yourself. You are almost 6 years old. Your brother graduated from ninja school at 7. Don't worry, teacher. I am Itachi's brother. I will definitely graduate early. Sasuke's face was filled with... Shemu waved his hand. Itachi graduated early due to environmental reasons. There was a shortage of people on the battlefield. Basically, anyone who could throw a shuriken or use a substitution technique would be sent to the battlefield, let alone a genius like Itachi. Ninja school is a great place to build a foundation. You also need to learn to get along with others. Being able to communicate well with your peers is something you need to learn. First aim for first place in ninja school, then consider early graduation. Teacher, I will definitely get first place, Sasuke declared firmly. At the border of the Land of Fire. After a long journey, the Uchiha group finally was about to enter the Land of Rice. Everyone was quite exhausted from the journey. Itachi decided to rest before entering the Land of Rice. The many Uchihas quickly took out camping supplies from their storage scrolls and set up tents. Using water release to gather water and fire release to start a fire. The quicker ones went to hunt for game nearby, while the others collected wood to prepare cooking utensils. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Before long, several team members caught a deer and a wild boar, which was enough to eat. Itachi took out the plan that Shemu had given him earlier to read. Shursui sat beside Itachi. Itachi looked up and asked, has your ocular power recovered? Shursui nodded. The first time using Konoha Tsukumi on so many people, I thought I would drain both eyes' power, but it turns out I still have one left. Senior Shemu must have calculated this. You should save the remaining Konoha Tsukumi for here. Shursui saw a familiar name in the direction Itachi pointed. Orochimaru. The Konoha school has begun its new semester. This year's Konoha school is particularly noteworthy, as the heirs of various ninja clans are all entering the school this semester. Among them, Naruto and Sasuke draw the most attention. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is not even worth mentioning, but now the Uchiha clan, which is at odds with Konoha village, has actually sent Sasuke to attend school. Moreover, it was Uchiha Shemu himself who brought him over. The implications of this gesture might carry other. Is it a gesture of goodwill from the Uchiha clan? Meanwhile, Neji, although a year older, has become good friends with Sasuke and Naruto. With Shemu beginning to take an interest in him, Naruto now has a caring elder along with friends like Sasuke and Neji. The time for mischief has significantly decreased. He no longer deliberately plays pranks that annoy others. Those who can get into the ninja school, whether commoners or nobles, are aware of Sasuke and Neji's identities. Under the protection of friends from the two great ocular clans, Naruto finds that few dare to cause trouble. His situation is somewhat better than in his previous world. The delegation from the Cloud Village finally arrived in Konoha after a long journey. After extensive negotiations and discussions, all terms were finalized and preparations were made for the formal signing of the peace agreement. In light of this, Konoha Village also organized a grand peace celebration. While the villagers may not particularly like the Cloud Village, there isn't a single person who favors war. Many villagers joined in the festivities. The commercial streets of Konoha buzzed with activity, teeming with people. Meanwhile, the Cloud delegation, under the guise of the celebration, roamed about gathering intelligence. They discovered a startling fact: the Uchiha clan had completely retreated into their clan grounds. Furthermore, all security patrols had been replaced by members of the Hyuga clan. The defenses of the Hyuga clan, on the other hand, had loosened considerably. Yumu gathered all the information, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He then took out a patrol map of the Hyuga clan and began to study it closely. The Cloud Village had paid a hefty price to acquire this information. Nagasaki Shinichi, have you made up your mind? Perhaps it would be better to send someone else to carry this out. Yumu asked somewhat regretfully. Sir, all three of my brothers died in the war. Right now I have only one thought left: revenge. Regardless of success or failure, we can gain benefits. Nagasaki Shinichi's eyes were hollow, his entire being exuding a sense of impending doom. Yumu, why don't you go out and have some fun? The celebration is particularly interesting. Yo, you idiot. With a somewhat absurd tone, Karabi walked in. He is the leader of the entire delegation, having just strolled around Konoha with several elder advisors from Konoha accompanying him. Yumu said, Karabi, stop fooling around. Get ready, we might need your strength tomorrow. Karabi put away his playful demeanor and clenched his fist tightly. The bustling atmosphere of Konoha had little to do with Shemu. He had no interest in such festivities, and after a period of procrastination, the new clan grounds of the Uchiha were finally completed. The moment the clan grounds were established. Ding! Development task: breaking away from Konoha, the first phase of self-strengthening completed. The host acquired knowledge related to Konoha's sealing techniques. A wealth of sealing technique knowledge flooded into his mind. Shemu felt a jolt. This was a solution to his urgent problem. Apart from the well-known 4 symbols, 8 trigram sealing technique, there is another particularly important one. That is the defensive exploration barrier technique, which also employs sealing technique formulas. This is precisely what the Uchiha who lack exploration barrier techniques urgently need. By placing the barrier formulas at various key points, they can activate it with chakra. The defensive exploration barrier technique allows outsiders to be detected upon entering the area. Without this technique, the vast expanse of Konoha village is particularly vulnerable to enemy infiltration. Given the current size of the Uchiha clan grounds, a team of about 3 people would be enough to cover it completely. They need not fear Konoha surveillance anymore. In the past, the Third Hokage monitored the Uchiha clan's grounds by constructing tall buildings nearby. Now that they have moved out and there are no tall buildings, they resort to using the umbu to monitor secretly. Shemu had been displeased for a long time, but found it inconvenient to catch these pesky flies every day. Now he needed to remove every single nail embedded by Konoha. Shemu quickly found 3 suitable individuals: Uchiha, Kaming, Uchiha Iori, and Uchiha Daichi. They are all talented individuals skilled in sealing techniques. Kaming was once a teammate of Sheamus. Although not very strong in combat, his abilities are formidable. His brother is the loud and somewhat foolish Yao Yi, who has already left with Itachi. The other 2 are new teammates with whom he has recently bonded well. Due to Itachi's defection taking away more than half of the clan, many clan members have had to reassemble their teams. Using this as an excuse, Shemu instructed all Uchiha clan members to choose safer tasks. He was concerned that the Third Hokage might sabotage missions, deliberately leading Uchiha to their demise. Fortunately, the Third Hokage hasn't been messing around with this lately, and no unexpected incidents have occurred. Ding! Long-term task: how can a single faction only rely on its own clan's strength? Recruit elites from non-Uchiha clans. Gain specialized skills upon success. While this system finally has new features, Shemu has waited so long for this. But specialized skills, what does that mean? Shemu had a vague suspicion in his heart, but needed to experiment. Non-Uchiha targets were best found among the Konoha. After all, proximity is advantageous for planning. While he was pondering, Kaming, Iori, and Daichi had already. Kaming had a doll-like face and a slender figure. His mind was agile and his ninjutsu was precise. Iori, like Izumi, was one of the few medical ninjas in the Uchiha clan, with smooth long hair and a tall stature, possessing strong sensory abilities. Moreover, Shemu discovered that she possessed the rare talent of space-time ninjutsu. Daichi was the quintessential hexagonal warrior with no apparent weaknesses, excelling in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Captain, Lord Shemu, Vice Clan Leader. The 3 of them greeted differently. Many were still adjusting to Sheamus' rapid rise to Vice Clan Leader. Shemu nodded, saying, I called you here today because I have tasks to assign to you. Please give your orders, Captain. It was Uchiha Kaming who spoke, as he was the most familiar with Shemu. In the past, when our clan's grounds were still in Konoha village, Konoha recklessly built tall towers around him. Our entire Uchiha clan was left with no privacy. Now that we have moved from our old site to a new place, there are still plenty of Umbu keeping watch around us. Next, our Uchiha clan also needs to establish a defensive exploration barrier, and you three are the chosen personnel. The Uchiha exchanged glances. The defensive exploration barrier technique is not something just anyone can use. The defensive exploration barrier technique requires both arrangement and usage. For usage, the three of them had no problem. However, for arrangement, barrier techniques are a secret art of Konoha which the Uchiha do not possess. However, since the vice clan leader called them three over, he must have a solution to the problem. The three of them remained silent, awaiting Sheamus' next words. Seeing that the three remained calm, Shemu felt satisfied. He traced his hand across his left arm, causing a series of sealing technique patterns to appear. Is this the formula for the defensive exploration barrier technique? The three were somewhat astonished, not expecting Lord Shemu to know sealing techniques. Shemu smiled, but did not explain where this formula came from. Instead, he began to teach the three how to circulate chakra and how to inscribe the formulae. They felt both grateful and anxious, thankful for Lord Sheamus' trust, but worried about their inability to learn it well. However, the three quickly discovered that they seemed to be particularly familiar and attuned to sealing techniques. The knowledge Shemu imparted was easily understood, and Daichi even proposed some of his ideas. The three were captivated by the knowledge of sealing techniques, as if they should have known this technique all along. Truly, Lord Shemu has an eye for talent. This thought arose in all of them. Seeing that they were all enthusiastic, Shemu spent several hours completely teaching the defensive exploration barrier technique. Have you all learned it? Upon hearing Sheamus' words, Kaming instinctively tested the barrier formula in his hand, and soon the barrier formula shone in his palm. Iori and Daichi also tested it in their hands, and soon their barrier formulas glimmered as well. Shemu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, their talents included this aspect, and with the knowledge acquired, they were able to learn quickly. All three wore excited expressions, having learned a technique in just one night. It was simply unbelievable. The barrier formulas in their hands transformed into various shapes. This indicated that they had already begun to apply this skill. How many days do you think it will take to arrange the barrier? After some discussion, Kaming replied, Captain, it will take about 7 days to familiarize ourselves with the formula, and we will need some materials. However, the time needed for arrangement will be about 2 weeks. Alright, Uri, you go report to Fugaku tomorrow. Daichi, you communicate with the patrol team. Kaming, you prepare the materials. Once preparations are complete, we will begin the arrangement directly. I want to see the barrier in 3 weeks. Yes. Tonight, I will first remove the embedded Umbu. Shemu stretched his limbs, finally free from the annoying flies watching over him. Around the Uchiha clan's new territory, several Umbu operatives were lurking. They were equipped with surveillance gear, monitoring the movements of the Uchiha at every turn. They reported their findings to the Third Hokage daily. At that moment, a perceptive ninja sensed a wave of probing chakra sweeping over him. He immediately made an urgent hand signal, and the other Umbu quickly gathered. Hurry, we've been discovered. They had no time to ask how they were found and rushed outside. Thinking of escaping now is too late. Xiaomu descended from the sky, kicking one of the Umbu away with a whip-like leg. How is it possible? Why is his speed so fast? The remaining few felt a chill in their hearts. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village was delicate now. If they were captured, it would be troublesome. Xiaomu, the current deputy clan leader of the Uchiha, posed a serious threat. The three looked at Xiaomu, suddenly feeling as if they had been struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Xiaomu shrugged, thinking they were pathetic. Even his illusion technique was so poor that they couldn't defend against it. If it were Shisui, they probably wouldn't have even seen a thing before lying on the ground. In fact, Xiaomu had misunderstood. The Umbu that had been monitoring them had never clashed with the Uchiha before. In the past, the Uchiha had only chased them away. They had never anticipated that Xiaomu would suddenly attack them. Although Xiaomu's illusion technique was weak, his Mangekyō Sharingan's power was overwhelming. In just an instant, a few of them lost consciousness. At that moment, the Uchiha patrol team quickly approached with, "Lock these people up first, we'll deal with them tomorrow." Understood. The Uchiha patrol team was responsible for preventing intruders from breaking into the clan territory. However, these Umbu had secretly monitored from a distance, without stepping into the clan territory, making them difficult to detect. Now their clan needed a barrier, and a warning had to be given to the Third Hokage. Lord Hokage, for Umbu monitoring the Uchiha territory have gone missing. Upon hearing this news early in the morning, the Third Hokage's expression soured. Previously, the Third Hokage had tested the waters by placing some Umbu, and the Uchiha showed no reaction. Later, feeling bolder, he stationed numerous Umbu around the Uchiha to monitor their every move. Yet he never expected the Uchiha to suddenly retaliate, especially during the peace talks with the Cloud Village. What did the Uchiha intend to do? Today was also the birthday banquet of Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan expressed their gratitude to the Uchiha for relinquishing their rights by inviting Fugaku and Xiaomu to visit. They had thought that the Uchiha who had become estranged from the village would not come. Unexpectedly, both Fugaku and Xiaomu showed up. Due to the prior relinquishing of rights, Hinata and Fugaku had a good relationship, so after the banquet Fugaku stayed behind to chat with Hinata. Xiaomu, however, made an excuse about feeling too stifled and went out for a stroll. He swiftly made his way to the back courtyard of the Hyuga clan, where Hinata's room was located. From a high vantage point, Xiaomu observed a sneaky figure entering Hinata's room. Soon after, the figure emerged holding the unconscious Hinata. Of course, while this figure had sneaked in stealthily, they were brazenly making their exit. They were immediately spotted by an enraged Hisashi. Hinata was the eldest daughter of the main family. How dare someone audaciously attempt to kidnap her from the Hyuga clan? Hisashi activated his Byakugan and quickly locked onto the target using a few body flicker techniques to appear before the intruder. Was that an enemy? Even Hisashi's vision could not clearly discern the figure's appearance. The opponent swiftly delivered a punch to the intruder's throat, and the intruder offered no resistance, collapsing dead on the spot. At that moment, Hisashi recognized the newcomer as Uchiha Xiaomu. Xiaomu glanced down and saw that lying on the ground was the third in command of the Cloud Village delegation, Nagasaki Shinichi. So it's Xiaomu. Oh, I didn't expect your skills to be this impressive. Hisashi was not being polite. He hadn't even been able to catch a glimpse of Xiaomu's form with his Byakugan. Lord Hisashi, now is not the time to relax. Xiaomu had already heard the faint sounds of commotion outside. He quickly whispered to Hisashi, who looked stunned for a moment, then frowned and nodded. Xiaomu quickly concealed his figure. Only the corpse of Nagasaki Shinichi and Hisashi holding Hinata remained at the scene. Just then a series of footsteps approached. The important members of the Cloud Village delegation were arriving. Among them were Yamura and Killer Bee, accompanied by the Third Hokage Tsunade and Mito Gaiden. Hisashi felt a heavy weight in his heart. Just as Xiaomu had said, trouble was indeed brewing. Yamura saw Nagasaki Shinichi lying on the ground, his expression darkening as he hurried forward to check. He discovered that Nagasaki Shinichi was already dead. Furious, he exclaimed, Hisashi, why? We heard it was the birthday of the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, so we came to congratulate you. Why did Shinichi have to die here? Hisashi, filled with rage, replied, nonsense. This person broke into my daughter's room with the intent to abduct her. I discovered him and killed him. What's wrong with that? Yamura countered vigorously, you speak nonsense. We of the Cloud Village come with sincere intentions, and Nagasaki was merely here to offer gifts. Yet you killed him. Are you trying to provoke a war? Hisashi, filled with rage, replied, nonsense. This person broke into my daughter's room with the intent to abduct her. Turning to the Third Hokage, he demanded, Third Hokage, you witnessed this incident. We know today is a joyous occasion for the Hyuga clan, so we specifically rushed over to congratulate you. Yet we never anticipated that Nagasaki Shinichi would die here. Is this how you treat us from the Cloud Village? The Third Hokage's expression had been grim. He immediately recognized this as a scheme from the Cloud Village. While he was contemplating, Yamura became even more aggressive. Third Hokage, what do you mean? If you are dissatisfied with our Cloud Village, you can openly express it. Did you order the killing of Shinichi? He was directly pouring mud on the Third Hokage's head. Hisashi's expression darkened, his eyes were fixed on the Third Hokage, who found himself in a difficult situation. Yamura pressed further, for the sake of peace, if Lord Third Hokage wishes to resolve this matter, then the murderer must pay with their life. If you think the Cloud Village is easy to bully, we will not hesitate to fight. His words were firm and resolute. Meanwhile, Killer Bee's chakra surged wildly, quickly manifesting a cloak of tailed beast chakra around. The Third Hokage sighed, looking at Hisashi with a guilty expression. Hisashi, this matter was instigated by your clan. You are responsible for resolving it. Nearby Tsunade also chimed in. Yes, Hisashi, the Cloud Village came with intentions of peace. You must resolve this matter appropriately. At this moment, Hisashi looked at the Third Hokage with disappointment. Just as Xiaomu had said, the current Hokage was lacking in backbone. At this time, Fugaku and Hinata had already arrived from the nearby courtyard. The developments had been conveyed to them by the members of the Hyuga clan. Hinata, seeing her brother being pressured, could not help but want to step forward. Suddenly, applause echoed, and Xiaomu slowly emerged from the shadows. He smiled at the tense situation, saying, what a fine show this is. The people from the Hokage faction and Kumo were taken aback. The Third Hokage was puzzled by what Uchiha Shemu intended to do at this moment. However, he absolutely would not allow Konoha to engage in battle with Kumo again. Yumu frowned, not expecting the unexpected variable of Uchiha Shemu as he watched the Hokage pressuring the Hyuga clan. Yumu was still putting on an act. Uchiha Shemu, while our people from Kyumo have perished at the hands of the Yumu was still putting on an act. Uchiha Shemu, while our people from Kyumo have perished at the hands of the Hyuga, you come here to make snide remarks. But to his surprise, Shemu did not take the bait. Stop acting. You sent a death warrior to die and to test Konoha's attitude, so why put on a show? Now that you have tested it, Konoha dares not initiate war again. Shemu raised a finger. Unfortunately, you have misunderstood something. All present turned pale, knowing one thing, but tearing apart the facade and speaking the truth was another matter altogether. Yumu also dropped the pretense, his face darkening as he said, "What did we misunderstand? If you don't believe it, come and kill me yourself." Yumu shouted angrily, "Killer bee. Lightning release lightning cutter." The nearby killer, Yumu was both shocked and furious. "Hey, don't ask, just know that I killed him because I found him displeasing." Shemu provoked. "If you don't believe it, come and kill me yourself." Yumu shouted angrily, "Killer bee. Lightning release lightning cutter." The nearby killer bee, adorned in tailed beast attire, could no longer contain himself. His body was charged with lightning release chakra as he rushed forward at high speed. Stones flew and the fine stone slabs cracked underfoot. Shemu. Nikaritsu was extremely anxious, not expecting the situation to turn so quickly, suddenly erupting into conflict. Meanwhile, Fujitake crossed his arms, seemingly confident in Shemu. Just as he thought, boom, bang, a tremendous roar resounded as the entire arena was engulfed in dust and smoke. A golden giant surged up from the ground. This Susanoo, compared to the first stage's skeletal form, was covered in veins and flesh, enveloped by the chakra radiating from it surged like a storm, impacting the hearts of everyone present. Meanwhile, Killer Bee was pinned to the ground like a bug. Susanoo. Everyone present gasped. The third Hokage's expression darkened further, not expecting Shemu to also possess the Mangekyō Sharingan. Yuma's heart sank heavily. Is this the divine power of the Uchiha? Damn. Roar. Killer Bee was not one to back down. Though pressed down, he refused to yield. While struggling, his body underwent significant changes. Tailed Beast Chakra surged from his back, forming crimson tails of Tailed Beast Chakra. Partial Tailed Beast Transformation. Just as Seamus Susanoo was about to lift its hand, boom, another purple-black Susanoo appeared, pressing down once more. Fujitake also revealed his Susanoo. Two Susanoos appeared simultaneously, and the surrounding ninjas could not stand their ground, all being blown away by the fierce aura. Under the divine power's enhancement, the still young Killer Bee was instantly crushed down. The sound of bones shattering echoed as Killer Bee let out a cry of agony. He fainted, and the tailed beast cloak slowly peeled away. Yumu was stunned and horrified. Is Susanoo really this strong? Could the partial tailed beast transformation not hold up? Shemu grabbed the unconscious Killer Bee. If you want to fight, then I will crush Killer Bee right now, Yumu, it's your choice. Killer Bee's life and death were in Sheamus' hands, making Yumu hesitant. Wait. Uchiha Shemu, what do you want? Shemu, controlling the might of Susanoo, stood in the arena. What do I want? Isn't today's incident a trap? What, unable to accept that you've gotten yourself caught in it? Sheamus' expression was mocking, yet Yumu could not retort. Besides Killer Bee in his hands, he truly did not expect Uchiha to possess two Mangekyō Sharingan. In comparison, the Hokage faction resembled a turtle with its head retracted, clearly aware that it was Kumogekyu's scheme. Yet they betrayed the Hyuga, forcing them to resolve the situation. Accompanied by the tremendous commotion of Susanoo, more and more ninjas arrived. Yuma's complexion turned despondent. This time, it was truly a defeat. She gritted her teeth and said, "This time Kyumo has suffered a loss. Please spare Killer Bee." Shemu nodded at Fujitake and then released Susanoo. He directly threw the severely injured Killer Bee to the Konoha side. "I am very dissatisfied with this peace treaty. Let's renegotiate the terms." Shemu was talking nonsense. He had no idea what the peace treaty entailed, but he didn't mind offering a favor. As for why he would extend a favor to Konoha, Third Hokage, our clan's territory is quite safe now, so you no longer need to protect us. Otherwise, I would worry about accidentally harming the same village comrades. Shemu emphasized the word same village comrades. At this moment, the Third Hokage stepped forward. Previously, the Uchiha clan's territory was under construction. To prevent any threats, we arranged for many Umbu to protect it. The Third Hokage paused, glancing at Killer Bee beside him. Since the Uchiha clan's territory has been completed, we shall naturally withdraw our forces. Shemu nodded and turned to Nikaritsu. "Lord Nikaritsu, you are welcome to visit our new clan territory anytime." Nikaritsu first shot a cold glance at the Third Hokage, then sincerely replied, "Once I've dealt with the family matters, I will certainly pay a visit. Let's go." Shemu called to Fujitake and the other Uchiha clan members as they turned to leave. The Third Hokage, seeing the Hyuga clan's gaze upon them, realized they had been outmaneuvered by the Uchiha. However, Kyumo had indeed delivered a benefit here. Thus, thick-skinned, facing the gaze of the Hyuga, he said, "Yumu, there are some errors in our peace treaty that need to be discussed again." After returning to the clan, Fujitake was slightly unsteady, and Shemu quickly supported him. Leader, you didn't need to intervene. I could handle Kumo alone. Fujitake covered his eyes and slowly. You were too aggressive this time. If Yumu had also intervened, you wouldn't have been able to withstand two Jinchuriki. I had to step in to help you quickly control Killer Bee. Fujitake panted, his eyes subtly aching. His vision blurred even more. Seeing how concerned Fujitake was for him, Shemu felt a pang of shame. Eternal Mangekyō was just a matter of time. Even the second stage of Susanoo was already enough to put Killer Bee at a disadvantage. If needed, he would directly activate the third stage Susanoo. Eternal Mangekyō was just a matter of time. Even the second stage of Susanoo was already enough to put Killer Bee at a disadvantage. If needed, he would directly activate the third stage Susanoo. No one present could match him in battle. As of now, he was the strongest in all of Konoha. The Uchiha no longer needed to consider Konoha's opinions. Leader, are your eyes already blurry? I can still see for now, but not for much longer. Fujiwara spoke with a hint of melancholy, having finally awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan only to find such immense power fleeting. Will Itachi also go blind in the future? Will Shemu also go blind? Shemu noticed Fujiwara's reluctance and chuckled. There's no need to worry, clan leader. The Mangekyō Sharingan can be restored through two methods. Oh. Fujiwara's spirit lifted as he looked at Shemu with eager anticipation. Shemu pondered for a moment and said, clan leader, do you know the major elemental chakra types in the ninja world? Water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin, and yang. The awakening of our Sharingan relies on the power of yin release. Yin release. Fujiwara mused over the term, aware of yin release, but not its connection to the Sharingan. However, he wasn't too familiar with the relationship between yin release and the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara's departure had taken with it a vast amount of family secrets, leaving many gaps in knowledge. Everyone knows that yin release chakra is composed of mental energy. When our Uchiha clan experiences severe stress, our mental energy can surge. At the same time, it stimulates the brain to secrete special chakra, which in turn affects the eyes, leading to mutations. The transformation from the single tomo to the Mangekyō is just like that. However, the chakra of yin release will increase, making a person more melancholic. This temperament makes us Uchiha appear unapproachable. From this evolutionary standpoint, Tobirama determined that we Uchiha are an evil clan. Howard, Seamus' tone dripped with sarcasm towards Senju Tobirama, who despite inventing many ninjutsu, remained constrained by the era and family rivalries. He still held deep prejudices against the Uchiha. In reality, with his scientific mind, if he were to truly study the Uchiha's yin release, the current Konoha would surely not be the same as it is now. Throughout the entire Naruto world, the only pure scientist is Orochimaru. And as for Tobirama, one could only say he was a genius ninja. Is that so? Fujiwara was stunned, unable to articulate his astonishment. He was aware of the history between Tobirama and Uchiha Madara, but he had only assumed that Tobirama's antagonism was due to his brother's death, not realizing there was an additional layer to it. Shemu continued, of course, where there is yin release, there is also yang release. The chakra possesses of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. The Uzumaki clan's vast chakra and vitality. The Senju clan's extraordinary physique and recovery ability. Even the Akimichi clan's secret techniques, such as expansion, are related to yang release chakra. Clan leader, you've heard the rumors about Hashirama, right? Of course. Fujiwara nodded. His era was very close to Senju Hashirama. He had grown up hearing tales about Hashirama. Moreover, the clan had records stating that the former Senju Hashirama was known as the god of ninja. No hand seals needed for healing. Fujiwara suddenly had a revelation, blurting it out. Shemu nodded. Senju Hashirama was a rare sage body, so his physique was brimming with vitality, allowing him to heal injuries automatically without performing hand seals. Thus, clan leader, the first method is to inject Hashirama's cell solution. After injecting the cell solution, one can achieve the fusion of yin and yang, producing the power of all phenomena. Hashirama's cell solution. Fujiwara furrowed his brow. Hashirama has been dead for so many years, where would we even find his cell solution? Hihi, Shemu chuckled. Clan leader, can you guess why Orochimaru defected? Fujiwara was aware that Orochimaru was conducting human experiments. Ever since Hashirama died, Konoha has been trying to replicate would-release ninjas, so they've been experimenting with Hashirama's cells. During the Great Ninja War, there were naturally enemies to conduct human experiments, and after the war ended, they could only use the villagers as test subjects. Did Orochimaru succeed? Fujiwara asked. Shemu shook his head. One could say he succeeded, or one could say he failed. Hashirama's cells were too powerful. They conducted experiments on 60 infants, and only one survived. The remaining 59 all turned into trees. Fujiwara fell silent upon hearing this. He did not believe he was much stronger than others. Then what is the second method? Turned into trees. Fujiwara fell silent upon hearing this. He did not believe he was much stronger than others. Then what is the... Shemu fell silent for a moment. Why is the Uchiha Sharingan known as the Cursed Eye? It is precisely because of the second method, which involves transplanting the Mangekyō Sharingan from a blood relative. When two pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan merge, one can awaken the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. In the past, Uchiha Madara transplanted his brother Izuna's eyes, evolving into the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, which allowed him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hashirama. Great. 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 If that's the case, Itachi can keep his eyes. And he can even become the Eternal Mangekyō. Great. 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 Fujiwara's first thought was not sadness. He immediately wanted to give his own eyes to Itachi. He wished for Itachi to achieve the Eternal Mangekyō and become powerful. Shemu was amused by Fujiwara and maliciously said, "Clan leader, you're too early to rejoice. Sasuke is exceptionally gifted. Awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan is only a matter of time." Fujiwara's expression froze. Since Shemu said Sasuke would also awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan, it must indeed be true. Not only does Shemu have the ability to glimpse the future, but he also highly respects Sasuke's talent. But now it turns out both sides are equally important. What should be done? If he goes blind, that's one thing, but do both brothers have to be blind? Suddenly Fujiwara's eyes brightened as if he had thought of something. Shemu immediately cut him off. "Don't think about one eye for each person. Both eyes need to be transplanted to awaken the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan." Fujiwara felt a bit down, but then he noticed Shemu stifling laughter. "Shemu, you have a plan, don't you?" Do you know why I insisted on having the Uchiha stand alone? Do we still need to remove all the Umbu spies?" Fujiwara looked at Shemu with burning eyes. Shemu clenched his fists. "I want the entire Uchiha to stand at the pinnacle of the world. I want the Uchiha clan to become the strongest force." Shemu took a deep breath. "I want every Uchiha to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. Every Uchiha awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan." Fujiwara's eyes sparkled. The entire clan possessing the power of gods. Such an Uchiha. Fujiwara seemed to envision Uchiha passing through Susanoo, flattening the earth, and conquering all nations. It doesn't matter if the clan leader's eyes go to Sasuke or Itachi. Doesn't Mikoto still have a pair of Sharingan? Sheamus' languid voice brought Fujiwara back to reality. He frowned. Even if Mikoto awakens the Mangekyō, if she gives her eyes away, she won't be able to see anymore. I didn't realize Fujiwara was so devoted to his wife. He doesn't mind going blind himself, but Mikoto cannot be blind. Shemu rolled his eyes. "Why are you so stubborn? In the past, so many of our Uchiha died. Didn't we recover the Sharingan? Just transplant a random pair. They just won't have the ability of the Mangekyō." Fujiwara seemed to have opened a new door. Right, it can be done like this. If he takes out his own Mangekyō Sharingan, he can also transplant other eyes. Although he would lose the power of Susanoo, at least he could still see. During the Third Great Ninja War, many Uchiha clansmen also perished, and the clan had been studying the Sharingan, so they had collected many Sharingan. However, they had been unable to find a clansman with the related talent, so they remained idle. "Shemu, do you know how to awaken the Mangekyō?" Fujiwara looked at Shemu with burning eyes. Shemu pointed to his own eyes. "Of course, there are many methods, but whether you can succeed requires some essential conditions. It also depends on whether the person has that talent. Having methods is already great." Fujiwara sighed. For so many years, the Mangekyō Sharingan had always been recorded in the family's secret history. Recently, the only clansman to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan was himself. He had stumbled upon it accidentally. Now that we've moved the clan land out and removed the Umbu spies. In the Hokage office. Third Hokage, the Uchiha, have returned the 4 Umbu they detained. They were not punished, only held for one night. "Is that so?" The third Hokage took a puff of smoke. "Sarutobi, what are you planning to do?" inquired Ma. The third Hokage sighed. "Withdraw all Umbu monitoring the Uchiha clan. There's no need for them anymore." "Is that really okay, Sarutobi?" Mihoto Min was still uneasy. Monitoring the Uchiha clan had always been a command left by Tobarama. They dared not let their guard down for a moment, yet they had never caught any evidence. However, the Nine-Tails incident was clearly caused by the Uchiha Sharingan. "If you don't withdraw them, are you planning to let the Umbu die there?" The third Hokage snorted heavily. Right now, the Uchiha have 2 shadow-level powerhouses, Fugaku and Shemu, both masters of the Mangekyō Sharingan, and now Karabi is still lying in our Konoha hospital. Mihoto Min sat down gloomily silent. Togen Kamaru said, "Otherwise, should we recall Jiraiya and Tsunade?" Sarutobi took a deep drag on his cigarette. "Tsunade's whereabouts are unpredictable. Let's bring Jiraiya back." Mihoto Min and Togen Kamaru exchanged glances. How could Tsunade's whereabouts be unpredictable? Wherever she goes, the title of Big Fat Sheep follows her. The reason Tsunade isn't coming back is that she has always harbored suspicions about Konoha's higher-ups. The death of Shimoku was too obvious in its man-made traces, but Tsunade had no evidence, which is why she left Konoha. Now finding a way to bring Tsunade back may not be easy. Jiraiya's character is easier to manage. Togen Kamaru nodded. "I'll take care of it." After Togen Kamaru left, the third Hokage asked, "What about the cloud hidden?" Mihoto Min and picked up the official letter in his hand. Currently, after emergency treatment in the hospital, Karabi is no longer in critical condition. With his Jinchuriki physique, he will be discharged soon. The Wood Ninja wrote a letter back to the Cloud Hidden, but they have been very honest in the embassy, not going anywhere else. The third Hokage nodded. This time the Cloud Hidden was genuinely frightened. They probably didn't expect the Uchiha to openly support the Hidden Leaf Village. Although the peace talks this time could bring some benefits to the Hidden Leaf Village, the Hyuga clan, the third Hokage felt a deep headache. How did the Uchiha clan give rise to such an anomaly like Shemu? This series of changes in the Uchiha clan occurred after Shemu became the deputy clan leader. Now with the Hokage faction losing the Hyuga as an ally, recalling Jiraiya is also a last resort. If only Orochimaru were here. The third Hokage understood Orochimaru's nature. However, Orochimaru's research capabilities and intelligence are top-notch. If Orochimaru were to become Hokage, the third Hokage momentarily lost his thoughts. Sarutobi. Mihoto Min's voice pulled the third Hokage back to reality. Shaking his head, he realized he was indeed getting old. How could Orochimaru return? The third Hokage gathered his spirits. What has Danzo been up to lately? Mihoto Min hesitated for a moment and said, since the Root has joined the security team, Uchiha has only allowed them to maintain law and order. Due to numerous complaints, Danzo had to personally oversee the situation. What actions he has been taking recently are not very clear. However, he often sends Root members to patrol areas under the Uchiha's responsibility. The current Uchiha are not so easy to bully. The third Hokage had mixed feelings about Danzo. They were originally teammates. Later they reached leadership roles with him as Hokage and Danzo doing the dirty work. Their cooperation was seamless. But in recent years, Danzo's ambitions have been growing, and the number of Root members has exceeded the original count by far. No one knows how many Roots are buried underground, not even the Hokage. Previously, Danzo coveted Shizui's Mangekyō Sharingan. As a result, he was caught by Shemu and suffered a significant setback. He still hasn't given up now. The third Hokage contemplated. Pass this message to Shemu. Let them handle it themselves. Mihoto Min nodded in agreement. He had also noticed Danzo's ambitions in recent years. They were once teammates, yet Danzo now had an air of superiority. Now that the Uchiha are so strong, Danzo is likely to suffer a loss. Land of Rice. After several days of arduous travel, Itachi and Shursui finally arrived at the Land of Rice. The Land of Rice is just a small country with less than 1/10 the area of the Fire Country. Its resources are not as abundant as those of the Fire Country, and its national strength is relatively weak. However, after wandering in the wilderness for many days, everyone just wanted to rest well. On the way, they also aimed to gather some intelligence. In a small town, the Uchiha group directly booked the entire inn. The innkeeper, who was on the verge of bankruptcy, was overjoyed to receive such a large order. He was extremely attentive to Itachi's group, fulfilling every request. After a day of rest, the group regained their energy. Early the next morning, Takuya began to inquire about the intelligence of the Land of Rice. Has your Land of Rice recently established a new ninja village? I guess you already know about this, the innkeeper replied in surprise. A few years ago, we established a sound ninja village. Although it's a small village, its capabilities are quite impressive. Many foreign ninjas are in the sound ninja village, and its task efficiency is very high. Our daimyo also supports the sound ninja village greatly, and I've heard they allocated quite a bit of funds to it. Before setting out, Elder Takuya had gathered information about the location of the sound ninja village and some details. After all the Uchiha had rested, they swiftly headed towards the sound ninja village. The Land of Rice is very small. Within just 2 days, they reached the borders of the sound ninja village. To avoid unnecessary casualties, Itachi arranged for the other Uchiha to stay in the town, while he and Shursui prepared to go alone. The overall scale of the sound ninja village is quite shabby, occupying less land than the Uchiha clan's territory, with only a few hundred people coming and going. However, as Itachi and Shursui entered the sound ninja village, they could clearly sense the presence of many powerful chakras hidden within the village. Those were clearly ninja at the Jonin level. Itachi and Shursui remained vigilant and proceeded to the mission center as instructed by the task requester. There was only one reception window at the mission center. Inside was a plump ant, just an ordinary person. Shursui approached to talk. The ant smiled warmly. Welcome to the Sound Ninja Village. How can I assist you? Shursui politely replied. We need to find someone. He should be in your Sound Ninja Village. Oh, may I ask who you are looking for? The ant inquired curiously. They are here to find me. A person wearing glasses walked in from outside, smiling. It was Kabuto. Please follow me. Kabuto greeted the ant and led Itachi and Shursui towards the back of the village. At the back of the village was a mountain's foothill, and as they walked, the number of people decreased until only the sound of the 3 footsteps remained. In a short while, Kabuto stopped at a mountain hollow. I wonder what brings the famous Shunshin Shursui and the Uchiha's young clan leader to the Sound Ninja village. As he spoke, several figures jumped down from the side, each with different forehead protectors. They were all followers of Orochimaru, found in other ninja villages, all Jonin-level ninjas. Everyone glared at Itachi and Shursui with hostility. Itachi ignored everyone's gazes and stepped forward. "You are Kabuto, where is Orochimaru?" Itachi's tone was flat without any fluctuations, but several Jonin seemed to be provoked. "You dare to call him by his name?" They then lunged fiercely at Itachi and Shursui. The sudden kick hit Itachi. Ah! With the caw of the crow, Itachi split into a flock of crows. While the crows were in the air, Itachi appeared in an instant. Shurikens were thrown down, clashing against each other midair, changing their positions. For members of the Sound Ninja worked together to block Itachi's shuriken assault. With a body flicker technique, Itachi closed in, kicking one of the Sound Ninjas away. The remaining three quickly became entangled in battle with Itachi. The other two advanced towards Shursui, who with just a glance caused both of them to collapse onto the ground. Kabuto remained still, as these Sound Ninjas were elite Jonin brought back by Orochimaru. Their abilities were unquestionable. Yet even in a situation of being besieged, Itachi effortlessly defeated them. He only used a crow substitution technique. Shursui stood still, casting an illusion that rendered the two unable to fight, and thereafter, he did not participate in the battle. In just a short while, the elite Sound Ninjas lay strewn across the ground. "I'm truly disappointed, you didn't even force out the Mangekyō Sharingan." A hoarse yet magnetic voice. The newly changed Orochimaru stepped out from the shadows. Kabuto bowed his head and said, "My apologies, Lord Orochimaru. Step back, the upcoming battle is beyond your involvement." Although he had just changed bodies, the presence of Manda should suffice. Orochimaru's handsome face was icy, his finger biting down, hair dog rooster monkey sheep. Kabuto was taken aback. Was Lord Orochimaru really going to use that directly? Summoning technique. Bang! A massive cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Itachi and Shursui jumped out. A booming sound rushed past their ears. "Orochimaru, you need a sacrifice for me to appear this time." Orochimaru looked irritated. "Defeat them, and I will prepare a sacrifice for you." Roar! A sharp cry. The enormous body of Mando whipped around like a whip. Boom! It smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. After Manda missed, it slowly raised its body, casting a vast shadow beneath it. Kabuto hurriedly pulled three nearby elite Jonin away from the scene. Meanwhile, the other ninjas had already been pressed into a pulp by Manda. "Uchiha Itachi, I never expected you to come looking for me." Orochimaru gazed greedily at the Sharingan in Itachi's eyes. Before his defection, he had seen this genius training, which was simply akin to suicidal training methods. At that time, he had already developed the covetous desire for the Sharingan. After gaining control over the daimyo in the land of rice, he established the Sound Ninja village, developing and researching ninjutsu. In just a few years, he improved the Edo Tensei left by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. He also conducted the first ever non-corpse reincarnation for immortality. Due to his obsession with Itachi's Sharingan, he was preparing to take action. Unexpectedly, news from the Konoha spy arrived, indicating a rift between Uchiha and Konoha. Uchiha Itachi and Fugaku had awakened the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru did not expect Fugaku to endure so well. The Third Shinobi World War had lasted so long. He had never heard of Fugaku possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan, yet it was now revealed. And Itachi, so young, also possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances to ensure they didn't let the heavenly god through, and to keep Orochimaru unaware of their illusions. To deal with a giant summoning beast like Manda, they could only use Susanoo. Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances to ensure they didn't let the heavenly god through, and to keep Orochimaru unaware of their illusions. To deal with a giant summoning beast like Manda, they could, and Susanoo was the legendary technique. How could it not drive him as a researcher mad? Boom, boom, boom. Each attack from Manda was like a magnitude 7 earthquake. The entire ground erupted with flying sand and stones, and dust swirling everywhere. Itachi and Shursui had to dodge quickly. In the midst of the shaking earth, the flying debris carried immense lethality. "No good, we have to leave." Kabuto, dragging 3 unconscious burdens, could only leave the battlefield in haste. "Itachi, hiding all the time isn't your style. Come on, let me see the legendary divine power." Orochimaru was eager to see Susanoo, but Itachi and Shursui kept dodging. Feeling impatient, Orochimaru noted that only the 3 of them were left nearby, so Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances. The Tomo in Itachi's eyes instantly transformed into a triangular windmill. An orange-eyed chakra giant shot up from the ground. The surging chakra started constructing from the giant's bones veins, and finally the flesh appeared. It was the second stage of Susanoo. Shursui also leaped up, charging towards Orochimaru. Incredible! Incredible. This is the Mangekyō Sharingan. This is the divine power. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru's ashen face was filled with a sickly smile as he laughed loudly. The second phase of Susanoo consumed a great deal of chakra, and after its appearance Itachi instantly knocked Manda away. Boom. The enormous rumble caused Manda to be unable to stabilize, its form being sent flying. After Susanoo sent Manda flying, it immediately threw out a Yata mirror. Orochimaru jumped down just as Manda was knocked away, coincidentally meeting Shirzue, who was charging at him. Orochimaru's gaze shifted away from Itachi's Susanoo. Shirzue, I heard that Danzo is desperate for your eyes. Do you also possess the Mangekyō Sharingan? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled. With his intelligence, how could he not know that Shizuo's Sharingan must also be special? Unfortunately, he only knew that the Mangekyō Sharingan could activate Susanoo. But he was unaware that the Mangekyō Sharingan could also give rise to other secret techniques. You will find out. The moment Orochimaru's gaze met Shizuo's eyes, a stream of blood tears flowed from Shizuo's eyes, and they suddenly opened wide. Heavenly God! What? Orochimaru was startled. It was too late. Ding! Congratulations to the host for significantly altering Orochimaru's life. The host gains corpse manipulation X1. Shirzue smiled. It seemed he was quite reliable. Roar! Amidst the swirling dust, Manda wailed as it was struck by the Yata mirror and black flame. What kind of flames are these? Oh, he screamed. Orochimaru, what are you doing? In his last moments, he saw Orochimaru stiffen and fall from the sky. How could it be? Orochimaru was defeated. Why didn't Orochimaru use ninjutsu Shadow Snake Hand or Manda's formation? Manda was somewhat terrified. Bang. Manda turned into a cloud of smoke and fled. Orochimaru raised his head, his voice hoarse, saying, well, that saves me the trouble of preparing a sacrifice. Why are you just arriving now? We still have much to do, don't waste time. With that, Orochimaru turned and walked towards the valley behind him. Itachi dispelled Susanoo, panting as he descended from the air, supporting the exhausted Shirzue. He looked at Shirzue, who nodded wearily. In that moment, he altered Orochimaru's will. Originally, Orochimaru wanted to become the wind to move the windmill. The heavenly god made him realize he had a group of like-minded partners to become the wind together. Now he not only wanted to move the windmill, but to sweep across the entire world like a hurricane. Orochimaru walked ahead, seeing Itachi and Shirzue looking very tired. Susanoo consumes more than just chakra, right? Itachi nodded. Susanoo also consumes ocular power. It is a very dangerous technique. Just a moment ago, they were fighting fiercely, and now they are discussing like teammates. The atmosphere was quite strange. However, Orochimaru found nothing wrong with it. Kabuto emerged from the base, surprised to see Orochimaru with two Uchiha. But due to his trust in Orochimaru, he did not question it. Orochimaru casually explained, they are here to cooperate with me. You go prepare the medical laboratory. Medical laboratory? Kabuto, who was from a medical ninja background, was quite familiar with this. It was generally needed during biological research. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. What are we researching this time? I will go prepare the test subjects. Orochimaru glanced at Itachi, sticking his tongue out and licking his face. Researching Uchiha, the test subject is Itachi. Kabuto. In the end, Itachi was only subjected to blood collection, skin, and bone marrow. Elder Shimu said that Itachi's body has already shown signs of problems. If not treated, it will deteriorate rapidly. Oh. Orochimaru took Itachi's cellular tissue for testing. He picked up the items that Shimu had specially prepared for him. Orochimaru flipped through the pages of the document, filled with writing. His demeanor shifted from casual indifference to intense concentration, his expression gradually becoming fervent. Incredible, incredible. I never thought of these things. How could Shimu know? On the negative mental effects of soul fragmentation, basic analysis of Yin release and Yang release chakra, the evolution and speculation of the Sharingan, on the sage eyes, sage body, sage blood, and bloodline limit speculation on sage techniques and seals. These pages were filled with Zaimus accumulated knowledge and some reasonable conjectures. When Shimu handed over this knowledge to Shizashi, he had mentioned that if the day Tenchi succeeded, he could directly inform Orochimaru about his ability to foresee future events. When Orochimaru heard that the Mangekyō Sharingan could actually foresee the future, he was utterly shocked. His focus on the documents intensified. Beep. Beep. At this moment, the detection machine had completed its analysis of Itachi's cellular tissue. Orochimaru casually glanced at it and frowned. What is this? He discovered that Itachi's cells were abnormally active and a small number of cells were undergoing pathological changes, specifically at the cellular level. If Shimu were here, he would recognize that Itachi's symptoms are indicative of a form of leukemia. Although Orochimaru did not know the name of this ailment, it did not hinder his superb medical skills. He quickly determined that Itachi's condition was a result of the erosion of his body by Yin release chakra each time he used the Mangekyō Sharingan. As long as the use of the Mangekyō Sharingan is paused, Orochimaru could suppress the mutated cells. Once Itachi grows older or his body becomes stronger, he will be able to resist the erosion of in-released chakra from the Mangekyō Sharingan. Itachi's condition could heal without medication. That's great. Itachi. Shizashi also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried day and night when Shumu mentioned that Itachi could only live until 20. Fortunately, Elder Zaima's plan was not flawed. Shizashi touched his eyes. It would take many years for him to be able to use the Daitenshi again. Fortunately, the previous 2 attempts had been effective. Don't be too happy too soon. Orochimaru's voice pulled Shizashi's thoughts back to the present. The Mangekyō Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is inherently unstable. If abused recklessly, it will not only lead to vision degradation and blindness, but also cause unpredictable pathological changes in your bodies. Orochimaru continued to read through the section on the evolution and speculation of the Sharingan, cross-referencing it with the book on the Sage Eyes, Sage Body, Sage Blood, and Bloodline Limits. He found an introduction to the Ōtsutsuki clan in the second book, as well as the influence of the Ōtsutsuki bloodline on various bloodline limits in the shinobi world. Bloodline limits are both a gift and a curse, Orochimaru's side. The upcoming experiments will require your full cooperation. Regarding the method to stabilize the Mangekyō Sharingan, Shumu had also proposed ideas. Even if Itachi could transplant a blood relative's Mangekyō Sharingan, Shizashi is now alone, having no blood relatives, and thus needs to take the second path, which is to inject Hashirama's cells. However, Orochimaru had his own thoughts. He wanted to try directly injecting yang-release chakra and see what effects it would have on the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, injecting chakra was something that had never been experimented with before. With only 2 living test subjects, Orochimaru needed to replan his approach. All of his previous plans and research topics were completely overturned. He no longer aimed to simply acquire the Sharingan. His ambitions had grown significantly. Orochimaru quickly became busy delegating all affairs of the Sound Ninja Village to Kabuto. Yet Kabuto was often preoccupied with experiments for Orochimaru and could not spare the time. After all, such meticulous scientific work cannot be done using the shadow clone technique. When the shadow clones dispersed, the massive medical data would cause a mental crash. You would need to rest for many days to sort it out. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan members brought by Itachi and Shizashi quickly filled the manpower shortage in the Sound Ninja Village. Elder Takuya quickly took over Kabuto's administrative duties in the Sound Ninja Village, allowing Kabuto to cooperate with Orochimaru for extended periods. Elder Uchiha Takuya finally fulfilled his long-held wishes. Although the Sound Ninja Village is not large now, it still satisfied his cravings for power. Kabuto had no interest in such power. He was in the Sound Ninja Village to assist Orochimaru. To him, Orochimaru was his superior brother and family. As long as he could help Lord Orochimaru, he was more than willing to do anything. Itachi and Shizashi worked with Orochimaru daily, treating themselves as living materials. If it weren't for their confidence in Daitenshi, they would genuinely worry that Orochimaru would perform vivisection on them. Uchiha's new clan territory. Lord News has arrived from the Ninja Cat. Chiming walked in with the information. Kaiming's brother Yaoya also had assigned Ninja Cat. Using summoning techniques, Yaoya, who followed Itachi, could quickly communicate with Chiming. Shimu opened the scroll and saw that Orochimaru had already begun researching Itachi's body. Itachi's condition should be stabilized. The next step is development. Ding. Congratulations to the host for significantly altering Kabuto's life trajectory. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Sage Technique X1. Shimu raised an eyebrow. It wasn't the Sage mode. Lord Shimu. At that moment, another Uchiha entered. News has come from the Third Hokage. What news could the Third Hokage have? Shimu opened it with some confusion and then let out a light laugh. That guy Danzo really isn't honest. Previously, due to the matter of digging out Shizashi's eyes, he became the pariah of Konoha. He could only shrink back into his own clan or stay at the root, not even going to the Hokage building. Unexpectedly, he still has the audacity to scheme against the Uchiha. However, the Third Hokage isn't a good person either. On the surface, he appears to be friendly with the Uchiha, but in reality, he is diverting disaster. With Danzo now in power, the Third Hokage has lost some control. Moreover, the Uchiha have become further estranged from the village. The key is that the 2 Mangekyo's combat power is something the Third Hokage cannot contend with. Thus, whether Danzo or the Uchiha suffers losses, it is good news for the Third Hokage. The current reactions from Konoha can gradually be ignored by the Uchiha as long as the land of rice grows. The ordinary civilians of the Uchiha no longer need to rely on Konoha. Send down the order. All Uchiha security teams and patrols will operate in 2 standard teams simultaneously. All clan members with activated eyes are not allowed to leave the clan territory alone. The acceptance of missions from Konoha is temporarily halted, and they should return to the clan to rest. These powers have been delegated to Shimu by Fugaku, who has completely regarded Shimu as his successor. Shimu stood up and patted Chiming on the shoulder. Danzo is still eyeing our Sharingan. If you need people, go ask Fugaku and expedite the matters regarding the barrier team. Yes, Captain. Kaiming's eyes were filled with determination. The clan must be protected by me. In the following time, the Third Hokage began renewed negotiations with the Hidden Cloud. However, the strong support from the Uchiha clan rendered the Hidden Cloud like a toothless tiger, unable to fight or drag things out, ultimately at the mercy of Konoha. Originally, Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, was supposed to stabilize the situation, but he ended up hospitalized, becoming a hostage. In the negotiations, they suffered great losses with a compensation of 300 million and also had to pay Konoha for some of the Hidden Cloud's research technologies. Though these technologies might not be the latest, they were certainly not easily found outside. The Third Hokage did not dare to keep everything for himself, making copies of all the documents and sending them to Uchiha Shikamo. In the streets of Konoha, the merchants noticed something strange today, as all members of the Uchiha security team were walking together in a group of 8. Fortunately, the merchants on this street had been thoroughly subdued by the Uchiha, with very few disturbances occurring. The Uchihas patrolling only piqued some curiosity. However, Danzo felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He hadn't even made a move yet, and the road was already blocked. Don't those Uchiha ever walk alone? Reporting, my lord, all the Uchiha with Sharingan now enter and exit together. There haven't been any situations with less than 4. Jito whispered below. Recently, aside from implanting his right eye with the Sharingan, Danzo had also used the remaining 2 Sharingan for experimentation. He wanted to know how the Mangekyō Sharingan was activated. However, it was of no use. If it were so easy to research, the Uchiha clan would not have been in their current state. Now the Shimura clan had suffered because of him cutting off cooperation with many other clans. Without benefits, the root funds had diminished even further. Moreover, the Third Hokage had reduced his expenditures due to previous incidents, causing many of his experiments to stagnate. The display of the Mangekyō's might by Shikamu at the Hyuga clan had made Danzo extremely envious. But now the inventory of Sharingan had been exhausted. Thus, Danzo set his sights on the Uchiha security team. However, before he could make a move, the Uchiha seemed to have foreseen his intention, making all of them vigilant. Who leaked the information? Danzo's eyes darkened, and in his contemplation, he thought it must be that old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only the Third Hokage could command a large number of Umbu. They would know best if anything stirred in Konoha. In the past, he was very affectionate when he needed the old man, but now that the old man has power, he seeks to suppress him. Go around the Uchiha's territory and see if there are any opportunities. Jito worriedly said, isn't that too risky? Right now, the Uchiha's territory can't even be entered by the Hokage's Umbu. Danzo smiled confidently. That's because the Third Hokage was threatened by Shikamu. The Uchiha territory is so vast, can Shikamu defend it alone? Having more people might increase danger. Let Aburame Ryoma check if there are any opportunities. Jito was somewhat anxious. My lord, Aburame Ryoma has already been detained in the dungeon by the Third Hokage. You secretly let him out and tell him there's a way to cure his illness as long as he helps me capture an Uchiha with a Sharingan. Although he was reluctant to face Aburame Ryoma, Jito gritted his teeth. Yes. In the dungeon, a figure in a black trench coat was leaning in the shadow against the wall. His muscles were well-defined but exuded a faint blue-gray hue. Footsteps approached. Jito walked to the cell door. Ryoma seemed distracted, yawning before walking to the door. Who are you? Jito. Jito nodded. Lord Danzo said there's a way to cure your illness, but the condition for treatment is to help Lord Danzo capture an Uchiha with a Sharingan. A Sharingan? Aren't Uchiha easy to catch? Ryoma had been in the dungeon for too long and was completely unaware of the changes outside. No problem. When do we go? Jito swallowed hard, not knowing why he felt cold, and his mind slowed down when he stood before Ryoma. The sooner the better. Ooh, Lord Danzo must be anxious. Saying this, Jito reached the cell door and unlocked it for Ryoma. Aburame Ryoma leisurely walked out. Jito, you don't know why I was locked up here, do you? I heard you killed your teammate to get in. Do you want to make a move against me? While Jito felt uneasy, he also became vigilant. Aburame Ryoma said lightly, I won't make a move against you, but my darling hasn't eaten for too long, so I have to trouble you. What? In an instant, Jito felt paralyzed, the chakra within him quieting down. Jito's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness in an instant. A swarm of invisible parasitic insects flew out from Jito's body. Meanwhile, Jito had turned into a desiccated corpse. Outside the Uchiha territory, Uchiha Chiming was busy working alone on the ground. In a rush, the 3 who were taught the exploration barrier completed it a week early. Chiming's final task was to complete the barrier node before him. Ever since Uchiha Shikamu was promoted to deputy clan leader, the Uchiha clan changed drastically day by day. Although many clansmen had left, those remaining in Konoha had not faced any oppression or injustice. On the contrary, all Uchiha members in the security team were particularly popular. The streets they patrolled had always been the safest in Konoha. Sometimes merchants from other streets would come and secretly ask Uchiha members if they would patrol their streets. Upon receiving the news that they wouldn't, they would often feel particularly dejected, no longer casting disdainful glances. Seeing the Uchiha clan developing so well, Chiming felt genuinely happy. He himself was not good at fighting, all he wanted was a thriving family. Now the Uchiha had stepped out of the whirlpool of Konoha. Although the clan leader required tasks to be done conservatively for safety, causing everyone's income to decrease significantly. At least the oppressive atmosphere of the past was gone. Recently, the clan leader said that the Uchiha had lost a significant number of elites due to some leaving. Now they were preparing for the future, encouraging clan members to have children. Moreover, any family that had 2 or more children would receive a subsidy of 200,000 ryo for each child born. Many families that already had children were immediately preparing for another. Currently, young men and women in the Uchiha clan were quickly pairing up. After all, the subsidy for having a child was equivalent to the reward of a brank mission. Uchiha Chiming worked diligently preparing to finalize this barrier technique node, ready to activate it, so that the Uchiha could have an exploration barrier. He was so engrossed in his work that he did not notice the danger approaching him from all around. A swarm of black insects, widely dispersed, was slowly flying toward Chiming. Buzz! 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 The buzzing of insects gradually reached Chiming's ears. Just as Chiming finished the sealing technique, he instinctively input chakra. An invisible ripple spread outward from the node. Countless small points representing chakra appeared in Chiming's mind. Buzz. A loud insect noise accompanied by a sharp scream in the air. A large swarm of parasitic insects descended from the sky. Chiming fell to the ground, rolling twice in a panic. A hole exploded in the ground, and Chiming narrowly dodged the attack. He stood up and shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble in the Uchiha territory?" Then he activated his Sharingan. Chiming did not have any signaling flares on him, so he could only shout to alert his clansmen. He never expected that someone would dare to attack him at the edge of the Uchiha territory. UNV Longma is a genius ninja of the UNV clan. Previously, he was an elite member of the Roots with invasive techniques that stood out among the ranks of the Dark Division. It is said that at that time he was powerful enough to challenge Orochimaru. He was ambitious, wanting to strengthen the UNV clan, and traveled extensively to collect insects, eventually discovering a new type of insect. The parasitic insects he cultivated, like UNVGHE, are nano-level poisonous insects. They can spread toxins through the air without physical contact. Later, while developing a new secret technique, he encountered problems with his body. He began secretly killing teammates to feed the blood of his comrades to his poisonous insects, but his actions were soon exposed, and he was imprisoned. It was him. Chiming immediately became alert. He quickly formed hand seals, and with a surge at his chest, unleashed fire release great fireball technique. The target was right beneath his feet. Puff! A surge of flames erupted, colliding with the ground and rolling back. Chiming, charred all over, burst out from the flames. Oomph! UNV Longma snorted, coldly impressed by how decisive this Uchiha was. The large number of poisonous insects that had infiltrated moments ago were instantly incinerated. Knowing that his poisonous insects were invisible to the naked eye, he had directly targeted himself with fire. Despite suffering multiple burns, at least he had escaped the nano-level parasitic insect assault from UNV Longma. If the poisonous insects from UNV Longma touched him, within seconds Chiming would lose control of his body and die here without understanding why. Will you come with me obediently, or shall I take your corpse? UNV Longma had exhausted his nano-level poisonous insects, which now required blood to hatch, so he had no choice but to attack with ordinary parasitic insects. With a wave of his hand, a swarm of parasitic insects surged forward. Chiming, heavily burned, could only retreat, awkwardly relying solely on fire release since he had no ninja tools. Fire release Phoenix Fire technique. Balls of fire erupted from Chiming's mouth, colliding with the swarm of parasitic insects. Instantly, a batch of them fell. The other fireballs struck the ground, igniting a massive blaze. Seeing the chaos, UNV Longma swiftly darted through the flames towards Chiming. Chiming narrowly dodged a punch, rolling on the ground twice, but Longma advanced again, landing a kick on Chiming. However, Longma's foot felt lighter. Bang! Chiming exploded into a cloud of smoke. It was a shadow clone. When did he do that? As the shadow clone burst into smoke, the memory of the damage it took instantly returned to the original Chiming. Chiming had known from the start that he couldn't win. As he spewed the great fireball towards the ground, he had split nearly all his chakra to create another shadow clone. This approach was extremely risky. With insufficient chakra, the shadow clone could suffer severe damage and disappear. The instant those memories returned to the original body, it could very well cause him to faint. Chiming stumbled, nearly falling, but he had to hold on. His family had just avoided turmoil. If he were to get into trouble, it could stir up quite a storm. Chiming suppressed a groan, blood streaming from his nose. He could hear footsteps. A Longma was about to catch up. Secret technique: parasitic insects. The buzzing sound of a large swarm of parasitic insects was already behind him. Qi Ming's eyes widened in anger. Qi Ming felt a surge of strength, leaping forward to dodge the attack. Huh. He gasped for breath. His eyes with the spinning Sharingan had evolved from 2 tomo to 3. You have some skills managing to trick me like this. He realized that he had been delayed for such a long time. Yunvi Longma was somewhat embarrassed and angry. However, seeing Qi Ming's eyes had transformed into the 3 tomo Sharingan, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. What luck! The parasitic insects around him began to swirl and charged towards Qi Ming. Is it the end? Qi Ming's eyes widened and his chakra depleted, leaving him no time to dodge. Bang! A large cloud of dust erupted from the ground, instantly wrapping Qi Ming within a skeletal giant. Oh, I made it just in time. Xiaomu gave Qi Ming a thumbs up. Captain. Qi Ming felt a wave of relief before his vision faded to black and he collapsed. Is this Susanoo? He sensed the overwhelming chakra from the opposite side. Although it was merely the skeletal form of Susanoo, the pressure was enough to make the parasitic insects on Yunvi Longma emit mournful cries. Yunvi Longma immediately turned to flee. Xiaomu's gaze swept over and Susanoo struck with a palm, creating a gust of wind. Buzzing. Yunvi Longma exploded into a swarm of insect clones. He then reappeared nearby. However, the number of parasitic insects had already decreased by more than half, clearly indicating that this replacement technique had consumed most of Longma's chakra. Xiaomu dissipated Susanoo and swiftly moved forward. With a hand seal, he formed the Noon Seal. Fire release, great fire extinguish. Puff. Boom. A massive flame erupted, instantly turning the ground into a sea of fire. Once again, Yunvi Longma, now transformed into insects, had all his parasitic insects instantly incinerated by the flames. The intense heat and fire completely cleared the area. As Yunvi Longma's parasitic insects were burned away, he revealed himself instantly engulfed by flames. The searing heat charred him instantly, leaving no time to emit a sound of agony. A blackened humanoid figure collapsed to the ground. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of many Uchiha arriving could be heard. However, by the time they reached the scene, the ground was already in ruins and many trees had caught fire. Oh no, it seems we went a bit overboard. Xiaomu scratched his head. For dealing with insect users, fire release is the most suitable. To ensure all the parasitic insects were burned to death, Xiaomu had used up a lot of chakra. As a result, the great fire extinguish burned out an area the size of half a basketball court. Put out the fire first. Quickly. Water release, water flow technique. Water release. Although the Uchiha clan excels in fire release, it doesn't mean they can't use water release. After all, they have the Sharingan to copy it. Xiaomu helped Qi Ming up. When he had set up the defensive detection barrier, he was just in time to input chakra for the experiment. Therefore, he had known immediately when Longma invaded. Moreover, he had arrived at the scene, but had simply not intervened. However, Qi Ming's performance truly surprised him. First, he burned himself with the great fireball, then distributed nearly all his chakra to the shadow clone amidst the flames. He had used the flames to quickly conceal his form and escape, making a fool of Longma. It was just too risky. The danger of using shadow clones lies in the fact that when chakra is scarce, ending the shadow clone will return memories to the original body, which could easily overwhelm it and cause it to faint. Moreover, the multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique. Except for Naruto, the reincarnation of Ashura, others would never dare to create a bunch of shadow clones to confront an enemy. Unexpectedly, Qi Ming had relied on sheer will to overcome the issue with the shadow clones and awakened the 3 tomo. Just moments ago, the Uchiha medical team had conducted a preliminary examination. Aside from his burns, Qi Ming was largely unscathed. This was indeed a fortunate occurrence. Looking at the body lying on the ground, Xiaomu recalled that this guy should have been locked up in the dungeon. The Third Hokage was not unable to find a reason to deal with Danzo. Now he had a reason. Hokage Tower. Thud. The Third Hokage slammed a stack of documents onto the table. Danzo, what do you intend to do? You actually opened the prison without permission. If another prisoner escapes, how will you take responsibility? Danzo replied coldly. Sarutobi, what are you talking about? I know nothing about the prison. The Third Hokage retorted angrily. You still dare to argue? The body of your subordinate was found in the prison, and you claim you know nothing. Danzo leaned on his cane, saying, that was a private action by your subordinate. It has nothing to do with me. Danzo, stop acting with me here. Do you think no one knows about your orders to Ryoma to seize the Uchiha's Sharingan? The Secret Techniques Department has already found evidence in Ryoma's body. Danzo no longer pretended, glaring at the Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I told you before, you need to eliminate the Uchiha clan sooner. You've been hesitating. Now the Uchiha have become a formidable force with 2 powerful Mangekyō Sharingan in the clan, and outside the clan there are Itachi and Shursui. If it weren't for your obstruction, I would have eliminated the Uchiha clan long ago. The third Hokage also slammed the table. Kill. 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 All you know is to kill. Uchiha Fugaku is already a Mangekyō Sharingan user. He just hasn't made it public. Can you defeat Susanoo? How many lives do you think you need to extinguish the Uchiha clan? Can you guarantee that the Cloud Village won't take advantage of the situation? Can you ensure that the Mist Village won't come? Or do you think the Rock Village will be easy to deal with? Danzo retorted. If you had weakened the Uchiha earlier, would there still be a powerful figure like Shikumo? Without the Uchiha clan to hold us back, which ninja village would be our opponent? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Uchiha Shikumo's Susanoo and felt a wave of frustration. He picked up his pipe and took a deep puff. What's the use of saying all this now? You are not allowed to provoke the Uchiha for the time being. As for the matter with Ryoma, step down from your position as advisor elder for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo looked at the third Hokage with fierce eyes. The third Hokage, however, maintained a stern expression with no other emotion. Oomph. After a few seconds of staring at each other, Danzo huffed heavily and turned to leave. The third Hokage watched Danzo's retreating figure and took a deep puff from his pipe. Lord Shikumo, news has come from the third Hokage that Danzo's position as advisor elder has been revoked. Shikumo raised an eyebrow at the report, thinking that the third Hokage was playing his tricks again. Although Danzo had his advisor elder position revoked, he had already become a commoner on the surface. But as long as the root organization in his hands was not disbanded, Danzo would never fall. Losing the title of advisor elder only costs him some money. After a series of previous events, Danzo already had little reputation left. Now Danzo is very cunning. He is trying hard to lower his presence. People are forgetful, and as time goes on they will forget what Danzo has done. At least he can be a bit more quiet for now. Shikumo still has no interest in clan affairs, and has talked with Fugaku a couple of times. Expressing his disinterest in these matters, Fugaku could only comply with Shikumo. After all, Shikumo is still young and can take his time. What makes Fugaku anxious is that after the policy encouraging childbirth was issued, many clansmen responded positively. Some were due to the loss of family members in the Third Ninja World War. Others were already planning to add new members to their families during this peacetime. In just 2 months, many Uchiha women have been confirmed to be pregnant. And as for the clan's finances, once these babies are born a year later, a huge sum of money will need to be paid out. The Uchiha treasury is in jeopardy. Shikumo just told Fugaku to relax. If it really comes to it, they can catch some rogue ninjas. Getting some bounty can help them get through this for now, as there is still time. Fugaku could only temporarily put his worries aside and discussed various sealing techniques that Shikumo had recently learned. It must be said that although the Uchiha clan has their own collection, sealing techniques have always been their weak point. To be precise, no country has particularly strong sealing techniques. Konoha's sealing techniques are strong because when the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, Konoha acquired some of its resources. However, Fugaku had no talent for sealing techniques, being worse than the younger generation that Shikumo found. After a week of teaching without success, Shikumo had no choice but to write it down and let Fugaku practice on his own. He then went to the Ninja Academy to visit Naruto and Sasuke. He suddenly thought of an issue that concerned him very much. That is, Naruto must not invent vulgar seduction technique. In the original world, Naruto's original intention for inventing this technique was to attract others' attention. Now that he no longer needs to do this, it means he doesn't need to peep into the women's bath every day anymore. Thinking of the son of a hero engaging in such disgusting acts before his values were formed, Shikumo felt sorry for Minato. And that old pervert Jiraiya, while he may have no flaws in other areas, his private morals and preferences are simply beyond praise. At the Leaf Academy, Naruto, who used to run around everywhere as a child, was a bit unaccustomed to sitting at a desk without moving. Listening to the large amount of textual knowledge made him feel drowsy. However, seeing that Sasuke and Hinata were listening attentively, he could only calm down and listen to the teacher's lecture. Now Naruto had friends accompanying him everywhere. Sasuke, Hinata, Shikamaru, and others often spent time together. Sasuke had already defeated everyone and secured first place in the end-of-month exam. Hinata, on the other hand, had been bullied by some thoughtless commoner kids once. As a result, their parents were warned, and that kid went home only to be beaten, his cries echoing through 2 streets. Later, the commoner children learned about the concept of a great ninja clan, which made them dare not provoke them. As for Naruto, who had previously been isolated and pelted with stones, they no longer dared to bully him openly. Since Shikumo took care of him, he often wore new clothes and ate well. Aside from Ichiraka Ramen, Sasuke also took him around searching for delicious food. Although Sasuke pretended to be reluctant to follow Shikumo's orders, the 2 children still had fun together. Sometimes their group would also include Hinata or Shikamaru, Kiba, and Choji. Neji, although a year older, would sometimes come along with Hinata. Under such circumstances, Naruto's spirits were particularly high. He no longer dressed sloppily, didn't play pranks all day, and there was much less unwarranted dislike. Moreover, Kakashi, under the orders of the Third Hokage, began to approach Naruto. After several coincidental encounters at Ichiraka Ramen, Kakashi also started to recognize Naruto. He would create opportunities for coincidental meetings and chat with Naruto for a while. Naruto was a particularly content child. He felt that every day now was particularly happy. And the beginning of this happiness was brought by Lord Shikumo. Therefore, since Lord Shikumo told him not to be naughty, he must listen. Although the class was a bit boring, Naruto still endured and listened. Just back from the headquarters of the Hidden Leaf Village, Danzo received the document from the Third Hokage, relieving him of his position as an advisor elder. He picked up the document and glanced at it. He then slammed it heavily onto the ground. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right eye. Ugh! Danzo covered his right eye and groaned in pain. Come here. Soon, medical personnel affiliated with the Root organization stepped forward to examine Danzo. After a flurry of activity and administering 2 types of medication, the pain in Danzo's right eye diminished, becoming slight. What's happening? Why does my Sharingan hurt? The medical personnel replied solemnly. My lord, the transplanted Sharingan is deteriorating. It is expected to lose its vision in a week and become useless. Why is this one deteriorating so quickly? Danzo had encountered the deterioration of Sharingan before, but every previous Sharingan had lasted several years. Yet this one began to deteriorate immediately after being installed. My lord, each Sharingan has different physical properties. Some have high adaptability and are very stable. Some, like this one, deteriorate particularly quickly when used by someone outside the Uchiha clan. Oh, Danzo was surprised that the only remaining Sharingan he had chosen was one with poor compatibility. The Uchihas were as prickly as hedgehogs, making it impossible to obtain a Sharingan from them. Danzo thought, how about Kakashi's Sharingan? The medical personnel paused for a moment, then seeing Danzo's cold gaze, quickly responded, Kakashi's Sharingan was implanted several years ago. It has very strong adaptability and is quite stable. Danzo snorted coldly. Bring Kakashi in. Hokage office. The Third Hokage summoned Kakashi. How has Naruto been lately? Kakashi maintained his usual lazy demeanor, but at the mention of Naruto his expression changed slightly. Naruto has been doing quite well lately. He often spends time with Sasuke, Hinata, Neji, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. I got to know Naruto while eating at Ichiraka Ramen. We chat whenever we run into each other. I got to know Naruto while eating at Ichiraka Ramen. We chat whenever we run into each other. Kakashi still appeared quite dispirited and numb. However, he was genuinely concerned about Naruto. The Third Hokage took a puff of smoke. Since the appearance of Uchiha Shikaku, the entire Uchiha clan had changed dramatically. Meanwhile, the talent within the Hokage's faction had dwindled. His useless son was filled with rebellion and was always hard to train. Now the only one with potential was the present Kakashi Hatake. The Third Hokage planned to nurture Kakashi more so that he could grow quickly and share some of the burden if that time comes. Sigh. The Third Hokage sighed inwardly. Then he said to Kakashi, Orochimaru has been a rogue for some time, but he left behind many research bases in Konoha. The Umbu discovered one of Orochimaru's research bases yesterday. Go investigate and see if there are any findings. Yes. Outside the Konoha Ninja Academy, Sasuke walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, followed by Sakura, and behind them were Naruto and Hinata. Naruto walked behind Sakura with his arms crossed over his head. In this world, Naruto was much healthier both physically and mentally, and he no longer harbored romantic feelings for Sakura. They were just ordinary friends. In contrast, Hinata, who followed closely behind him, had become quite affectionate towards him. Sasuke, you got first place again. That's amazing. Sakura exclaimed, starry-eyed, praising Sasuke. Sasuke found such girls very annoying. They clung to him like flies every day. No matter which path he took, girls came after him, causing quite a stir. Later, it was unclear whether they had coordinated or not. Different groups of girls would follow him on different paths. Sasuke remained indifferent and did not respond, turning to see Naruto with his arms crossed over his head. Hey, Naruto, if you don't put in more effort, you're going to fall behind. Naruto dropped his arms. Shut up, Sasuke. It was just an accident. Next time I'll definitely score better than you. Sasuke scoffed arrogantly. That's impossible. The Uchiha are the strongest. Naruto, stop bragging. You can't even surpass Choji. How could you beat Sasuke? Hinata, standing behind Naruto, softly said, I believe in Naruto. He will definitely do well next time. Hearing this, Naruto laughed heartily. See, Sakura, someone still believes in me. He then gave Hinata a thumbs up, saying, Hinata has the best insight. Hinata's face visibly flushed. Hey, Hinata, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Do you have a fever? Naruto, oblivious, leaned close to Hinata and even reached out to check her forehead. Naruto was getting too close. So what to do? Hinata trembled, nervously, feeling faint. Idiot. Sakura yanked Naruto away and stood beside Hinata. If Naruto had reached out, Hinata would have fainted. After all, this wasn't the first time. I'm not an idiot. Naruto protested unhappily. The group quickly became a lively mess. What a youthful scene. Uchiha Shikaku stood on a tree, sighing, when he saw Kakashi appear in his line of sight. Yo Naruto, you're here. Kakashi was fully geared up, looking like he was about to carry out a mission. Even so, he still had to come over to greet them and assert his presence. Oh, what a hard worker. Kakashi, are you going on a mission? Naruto waved happily. He had few friends, and it was nice that Kakashi was the one to take the initiative to get to know him. So he had a good impression of Kakashi. There's a mission, or I need to get busy. I'll treat you to ramen another day, Kakashi said before hurriedly leaving. That person seems to be Kakashi, Sakura said in surprise. Naruto, how do you know him? She asked incredulously. Naruto looked confused. You mean brother Kakashi? Naruto said puzzled. I got to know him at Ichiraku Ramen. We've bumped into each other a few times and became familiar. He even said he wants to be friends with me. Do you even know what Kakashi represents? Sakura shook Naruto's clothes, trying to get through to him. No. Seeing that Naruto still looked innocent, Sakura turned toward the direction Kakashi had disappeared. That's Kakashi Hatake, is super genius. He graduated from the Ninja Academy when he was only 5 years old. Sasuke's attention was immediately captured. At their age, they had just enrolled while others had already— Hey, Naruto exclaimed in shock. Brother Kakashi is that strong? He never mentioned that. Naruto also looked astonished. Sakura rolled her eyes, not wanting to deal with him. Kakashi moved forward and soon arrived at a hidden spot in the Konoha forest. There was a very inconspicuous cave. Kakashi observed his surroundings and then jumped down. Moments later, another person dressed in umbu attire with a cat mask jumped down, small in stature and very young. Soon a rumbling sound echoed from below. Shemu approached the cave entrance, stroking his chin. The one who just went down seemed to be Yamato. Oh, he seems to be called Ko now. Did Danzo still send him to take Kakashi's eyes? I really can't tell if Danzo is confident or just not very clever. Is he still relying on Yamato's wood release? Suddenly Shemu sensed something and leaped onto a tree. Swish, 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 3 root members arrived at the cave entrance. 2 of them concealed their presence while the other jumped down. No wonder Danzo still had a backup with surveillance and substitutes. If Ko failed the mission, there would be others. The mission is not everything. If the mission is to kill comrades, then that mission is wrong. Kakashi, who harmed his comrades, is rightly called such, but I really do not wish to kill Rin. I couldn't protect my comrades, and that's why Rin died. I couldn't safeguard her with this Chidori. I couldn't protect her. Ko, you should abandon the Root's mission. It seems the members of Root have been indoctrinated to abandon all emotions. Not just emotions, but to forsake names past and future, living solely to complete missions. I am your enemy. It's only natural that I wouldn't save you in the face of death. Shemu waited for a while, and the Root member following Ko stepped out first, pretending to wait for him at the entrance. Before long, Ko jumped out. He took out an eyeball soaked in a jar, and the two exchanged glances. Shemu was very familiar with this part of the plot. Kakashi had already won over Ko. Ko had forged a fake Sharingan to report back to Danzo. Afterward, Kakashi and the Third Hokage forcefully took Ko from Root and renamed him Tenzo. Later, after the battle for the Kazekage, he was commonly referred to as Yamato. You dare to forge a lie. A loud shout pulled Sheamus' thoughts back. How could this be discovered as a fake here? Make a move. The other 3 members of Root jumped out. Indeed, Lord Danzo does not trust me, Ko murmured. He offered no resistance and allowed one of them to bind him. The other 3 jumped into the cave, presumably to find Kakashi. Ko, why did you forge a lie? Ko, with his dead fish eyes showing no emotion, asked dejectedly. I increasingly do not understand the significance of this task to kill comrades, so I abandoned the mission. Lord Danzo, who oversees Root, believes the mission is everything. Kakashi is also a Konoha ninja. As a comrade of Konoha, is it really acceptable to kill comrades? Just like the tree is divided into above ground and below ground, Root exists independently. Isn't Root supposed to stand on Konoha's side? Ko gritted his teeth and replied. I's expression was almost reverent as he responded. Root is the invisible underground organization that silently supports the great tree of Konoha. Just like the tree is divided into above ground and below ground, Root exists independently. The so-called ninjas of Root are nameless, emotionless, devoid of past and future, with only the mission in their eyes. Ko suddenly struggled violently, yelling, No, I am a ninja of Konoha. I am not just part of Root. I have branches, I have leaves. I am a ninja of the entire Konoha. All Konoha ninjas are my comrades. He coldly pressed down on Ko, saying, Who has confused you? I will take you back to let Lord Danzo re-educate you. Of course it was Danzo who confused him. A languid voice floated over. Who? He was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat, not realizing someone had approached him. Before he could turn around, he felt a pain on his head and instantly lost consciousness, falling to the ground. Get up. As he spoke, Shemu untied Ko's bindings. Who are you? Ko did not recognize Shemu, but from Sheamus' attire he realized he was from the Uchiha clan. My name is Uchiha Shemu. Shemu said calmly, contemplating whether to go down to rescue Kakashi, or perhaps simply let the root members take out his Sharingan. You are the vice clan leader of the Uchiha. Why are you saving me? Ko had heard of Uchiha Sheamus, name a figure who had caused Danzo countless troubles and recently made him lose the position of advisor elder. I just enjoy opposing Danzo. Who you are is not important. However, Shemu smirked, I do know you. What do you know about me? Aren't you one of the 60 infants Danzo stole back in the day? What? Ko's mind was shaken. Danzo stole us. Shemu nodded. Yes, Danzo stole you all, and Orochimaru was responsible for conducting human experiments on you. It seems like only one is left now. Ko said excitedly, do you have any evidence? Shemu raised his eyelids. I have my sources of information. I have no intention to prove it to you, believe it or not, it's up to you. For years, Danzo has been gathering various people using the pretext of protecting Konoha to fulfill his own ambitions. Ko's mind was greatly shaken, and the person he had pledged loyalty to turned out to be such a person. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A screeching sound of Chidori echoed from the cave. Oh no, Kakashi. Ko suddenly remembered that his brother Kakashi was still down there. He stood up and intended to head towards the cave entrance. Shemu reached out to block him, saying, there's no need to go, he will be coming up soon. Just as he finished speaking, Kakashi jumped out of the cave. Shemu immediately noticed Kakashi's Sharingan was intact. Although he was injured, he was generally fine. Tisk, he spat internally. The members of Danzo's root are truly useless, 3 against 1, and still getting counterkilled, can they even fight? As Kakashi leaped out of the cave, he saw Uchiha Shemu standing at the entrance. He quickly assumed a combat stance, saying, Lord Shemu, why are you here? Unfortunately, despite his concern, Shemu had no intention of directly taking Kakashi's Sharingan. You should hurry to find the third Hokage, otherwise Danzo's people will be coming soon. Shemu did not answer Kakashi's question and casually dropped a line before swiftly leaving the scene. Kakashi, are you alright? Ko rushed over to check on Kakashi's condition. Kakashi stumbled, responding, I'm fine, but why is Shemu here? This is not a place to linger, we should find the third Hokage and talk along the way. Hokage building. So it was Danzo's doing. The third Hokage was somewhat taken aback, although he had tacitly approved of Danzo's ongoing research. However, he truly had no knowledge of the incident involving the abduction of 60 infants from Konoha. This matter had caused an uproar in Konoha, marking the greatest evidence of Orochimaru's betrayal of the village. When Orochimaru defected, he directly bore the blame. To his surprise, Shemu claimed that it was Danzo who had kidnapped the infants, leading him to reflect on Danzo's recent style of conduct. It was indeed very plausible. In the end, Danzo declared the experiment a failure. This matter was eventually swept under the rug. Little did they know that someone had actually survived that experiment. Danzo had even hidden Jia away. His heart was truly despicable. Jia, can you use wood release? Jia nodded and formed hand seals, transforming his arms into wooden sticks. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. Although your origin stems from a conspiracy, nurturing a wood release ninja has always been Konoha's long-held wish. Since you possess wood release, you should not remain hidden in the roots. The Jinchuriki's child is already 5 years old, and the sealing techniques of wood release are becoming increasingly vital for the village. We need you in Konoha. Jia, are you willing to join the Umbu? Jia looked at Kakashi, who gave an encouraging nod. I am currently in the Umbu, contributing to Konoha. Jia nodded. Third Hokage, I am willing to join the Umbu. Jia is my codename in the roots, you can call me. Kakashi tilted his head. Tenzo. Jia was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Yes, I am called Tenzo. Good, then you will be a formal member of the Umbu from now on. For now, let Kakashi guide you for a while, and work hard to practice the sealing techniques of wood release. The third Hokage instructed. Yes. Tenzo's usually dull eyes seemed to have a glimmer of light. I will negotiate with Danzo, you may leave for now. The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling Kakashi and Tenzo to leave. Yes. After the two left, the third Hokage picked up his pipe and took a puff. Shemu, the vice clan leader, should come through the front gate in the future. It's easy to cause misunderstandings. Shemu leaned out from the window. Do you still like this gift, third Hokage? The third Hokage fell silent for a moment, then asked Shemu another question. Was it really Danzo who kidnapped the 60 infants? Shemu smiled and nodded. Is this really important? The third Hokage nodded, thinking that Orochimaru, who had some principles, was still easier to control than Danzo, who had none. Shemu shrugged. Absolutely true. The third Hokage asked, what do you want? Shemu put away his smile. Third Hokage, you know that our Uchiha clan has no significant conflict with Konoha. It's just that Danzo keeps targeting us. The third Hokage stated, Danzo has lost all his positions. He is now just an empty shell. Shemu shook his head. As long as his roots are not disbanded, his ambitions will only grow greater. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment. Even if I publicly demand the disbandment of the roots, it won't have much effect. Shemu knew this was not entirely the Third's excuse, as the personnel within the roots were complex and numerous. Moreover, they had all been brainwashed by Danzo. Even if the Third Hokage issued an order to disband the roots, they would still secretly gather. Any reduction in losses is a gain. After all, he keeps obsessing over our Uchiha clan. Moreover, they had all been brainwashed by Danzo. Even if the Third Hokage issued an order to disband the roots, they would still secretly gather. Any reduction in losses is a gain. After all, he keeps obsessing. Although the Uchiha clan had just caused trouble for Konoha, the village had not suffered any actual losses. Instead, they had gained quite a bit from the peace talks with the Cloud Village. Now, with the arrival of the much-needed wood-release ninja, to be honest, the Third Hokage felt both love and hate towards Uchiha Shemu. Furthermore, Shemu was too powerful, and for now, he could only keep things stable. No problem, I will issue a notice to the entire village in the name of the Hokage to disband Danzo's roots. Shemu stood up and slightly bowed, but did not lower his head. Third Hokage, you are wise. We Uchiha will always support you. There are many matters in the clan, so I will take my leave for now. Although unfamiliar with this gesture, the Third Hokage could guess that it was likely a form of courtesy. This Shemu truly lacks proper conduct. The Third Hokage snorted as he watched Shemu's departing figure. In the land of water at the Mist Village. The task failed. Uao led Zabuza and a group of elites back to the village. Zabuza, if it weren't for your arrogance, we would have already infiltrated Konoha. Ao was somewhat angry at Zabuza's overconfidence. If I take full responsibility for my actions. If the elder reprimands us, I will bear the brunt of it. Zabuza looked annoyed. Uao spoke as if he could have infiltrated Konoha himself. Ao was greatly angered by this hothead. However, Zabuza was indeed talented and had already reached the level of a jonin at such a young age. Since the mission had failed, there was no other choice but to see how the elder would respond. Ao no longer quarreled with Zabuza and quickly took the others to plead their case before the elder. In recent years, the fourth Mizukage Koki Yakura had found Isabu and implanted it within himself, becoming a Jinchuriki. Over the past 2 years, he had gradually learned to control the tailed beast perfectly and began to implement sweeping reforms. The elder's power had also gradually diminished, and the village was clearly divided into 2 factions. One faction was led by the fourth Koki Yakura, while the other faction was headed by the elder. The elder was well-versed in intelligence and had brought countless opportunities to the Mist Village. However, he was very wary of bloodline clans and advocated weakening the various bloodline families in the Land of Water. The Mizukage was powerful but conservative, favoring a peaceful approach towards the various bloodline families. After reporting the details of Ao's mission, he knelt down to await the elder's judgment. The elder's expression was indifferent, as if he had long anticipated Ao's failure. In that case, throw Zabuza into the assassination unit for some training. As for you, I will punish you with a year of confinement. Thank you, elder. This punishment was already quite light. Even throwing Zabuza into the assassination unit could be considered a reward. Compared to the other punishments in the Mist Village, a year of confinement was nothing. Ao and Zabuza were quickly taken away. The space behind the elder twisted and a masked Obito revealed. The elder bowed slightly to Obito. Madarasama, we have already controlled Ao. Obito nodded and imitated his voice as he spoke. Koki Yakura is becoming an increasingly significant threat to us. What is your plan, my lord? My people will arrive soon. Lure Yakura out in 7 days. I will carry out your will, Madarasama. Currently, there are too many elite forces in the mist, and the bloodline families are all troublesome. They cannot be of use to me. They all must die. 7 days later, Obito arrived at the entrance of the Mist Village with Pain's Devapath and Konan. Upon seeing the 3, Yakura immediately drew his weapon. Who are you? Obito's eyes swirled with power, and a massive force instantly pinned Yakura to the ground. In an instant, Yakura lost consciousness. At the entrance of my village, a robust and muscular Jiraiya looked up towards the Uchiha's clan land, which had already been repaired by the Third Hokage. Gone were the former Uchiha houses, replaced by only a series of walls. The Uchiha clan has now migrated even further away. Uchiha Shemu Mangekyō. Jiraiya pondered over the name before entering my village. Uchiha clan land. Lord Shemu, the Hyuga clan just sent a message. Uchiha Chiming came to report. Jiraiya has returned to the village. Oh. Shemu, who was checking the defensive detection barrier technique, straightened up. It was quite beneficial to be on good terms with the Hyuga, as any disturbances from the outer patrols would quickly be reported to the Uchiha. Understood, I'll leave the next inspection to you. Shemu had entrusted Chiming with the routine maintenance of the defensive detection barrier technique. After Chiming, Iji, and Da-Di became familiar with the defensive detection barrier technique, Shemu selected a few talented clan members within the clan for training, ensuring a rotation in the future. Shemu was quite familiar with Jiraiya. After all, he was the pinnacle of power before the collapse of combat strength. Had he not been tricked by the toad into insisting on dying, Pain would likely not dare to come to me so recklessly. However, Jiraiya's issues with personal conduct were too serious. The third Hokage called him back, and Jiraiya would definitely go see Naruto. Since Shemu had already helped Naruto, he naturally could not let Jiraiya lead him astray. With a few movements, Shemu headed towards the security team. In a short time, he emerged from the security team, placing the scrolls he held into his possession. Hokage building. Old man, I'm back. Jiraiya barged through the window into the Hokage's office. The third Hokage had already received word of Jiraiya's return. He was no stranger to Jiraiya's carefree attitude. The third Hokage didn't even lift his head, continuing to handle official business. Any news about Orochimaru? Seeing that the third Hokage was ignoring him, Jiraiya scratched his nose. After all, he was supposedly tracking Orochimaru, but gradually became lazy, collecting materials from hot springs instead. Leaning awkwardly on the chair, he reclined back. No, I only know he fled north, but I don't know where he is. At this moment, the third Hokage raised his head, lit his pipe, and took a deep puff. With some fatigue, he said, "Mai seems to be in a period of tribulation. Now that you're back, don't leave just yet." Jiraiya looked at the increasingly aged face of the third Hokage and also reined in his smile. In just a few short years, the third Hokage appeared to have aged a decade. The once fierce demeanor of the ninja was no longer present. "Master, you have truly aged. Old man, how did you become like this?" Jiraiya's tone was inexplicably filled with sadness, worry, and oomph. The third Hokage, hearing this, was filled with anger and knocked his pipe against the table. "Isn't it because of you unwilling to bear this burden? Otherwise would I have aged like this?" Jiraiya, upon hearing this, could only awkwardly scratch his head. "Old man, you know, I don't like doing these." The third Hokage, understanding Jiraiya's nature, did not continue on that topic, but directly shifted to the Uchiha. "Did you see the new Uchiha clan land when you returned?" Jiraiya nodded. "Why did they move so far away?" The third Hokage sighed. "We were too harsh on the Uchiha in the past, coupled with the actions of Danzo, which made the entire Uchiha clan not want to associate with us and Mai anymore." The incident regarding Danzo coveting Uchiha Shisui, gouging out his eyes, and nearly causing the entire Uchiha clan to rebel had finally spread throughout the ninja world after such a long time. Now even the most remote countries had received this news, and the entire Hokage faction of Mai had become the laughingstock of all ninja villages. Whether it was during missions or doing business in other countries, people would tease about this matter. Naturally, Jiraiya had also received the news. He was naturally displeased with Danzo as well. He even suspected that Orochimaru's defection was related to. Unfortunately, Danzo the old fox hid too well, and Jiraiya couldn't grasp any evidence against him. However, thankfully, the third Hokage had already ordered the disbandment of Root. Letting the Uchiha be isolated outside the village now is also unreasonable. The third Hokage helplessly shrugged. There's no way around it now. The Uchiha just sent us a great gift and has not explicitly indicated rebellion. The Uchiha even handed over the entire security team's authority to us. What reason do you have to call for them to move back to Mai? Jiraiya scratched his head. He was never good at matters like these. I don't have any solutions either now that I'm back. The third Hokage shook his head. The Uchiha now has 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. There's no one left in Mai who can stop them now. Mangekyō. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya certainly understood the power of the Mangekyō. "Old man, you don't mean for me to go measure Uchiha Shemu, do you?" Jiraiya asked. The third Hokage shot Jiraiya a glance. "Do you want me to take action?" Jiraiya could only respond helplessly. "All right, I'll look for an opportunity. I'm going out for a stroll." Without waiting for the third Hokage to react, he leaped out of the window in an instant. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. He then sat back down to continue handling work. There's a pervert." A series of screams came from the hot spring inn as countless women ran out. Jiraiya, who claimed he was going out for a stroll, ended up at the hot spring and peeking at the women's bath to gather materials for his book. To his surprise, there were even members of the Hyuga clan inside, and he was immediately discovered. Jiraiya had no choice but to run away immediately. News of a peeping Tom at the hot spring inn quickly spread. The patrolling Hyuga security teams soon arrived. They saw a man in red clothes with white hair being chased relentlessly by a group. "Kill that pervert." The patrolling Hyuga Yudo, seeing his sister among the crowd, felt it was bad and hurried after. "What?" Hyuga Aiko turned her head to see her brother, her feet unable to stop as she explained, "I just went to the hot spring with some friends to relax. Then I heard a lewd laugh, and when I opened my Byakugan, I saw this person peeping at us bathing by the wall." Hyuga Yudo was furious. It had been a long time since Mai had such a pervert. Did our security team not exist? He then sprang into action, chasing after him. However, the person ahead was quite agile, quickly leaving the ordinary civilians behind. Behind him were only Hyuga Yudo, his sister, and his teammates. The few of them were flying across the rooftops, watching as the shadow ahead grew ever further away. At this moment, several members of Root suddenly blocked their way. They could only watch helplessly as the peeping Tom escaped. What do you mean Nakamura Kazuya? Hyuga Yujin shouted angrily, furious that his younger sister had been spied on. As a member of the security team, allowing someone to escape was an utter disgrace. The person in question was indeed Nakamura Kazuya, whom Danzo had intended to place in the security team to seize power. However, Uchiha Fugaku merely assigned them patrol duties, and later with Hyuga Hisashi's rise, he was given no opportunities. They were firmly kept in their patrol positions, unable to do anything. Even Danzo frequently questioned him. Now being able to cause some trouble for the Hyuga clan was an opportunity not to be missed. Hyuga Yujin, this is our route patrol area. Anything that happens here is under our team's jurisdiction. Your route organization has been disbanded by Lord Hokage, and you still call yourselves route. Hyuga Yujin replied angrily. Upon hearing this, the three route members instead surrounded him, their expressions cold. Hyuga Yujin's face darkened. I see you deliberately let the peeping pervert escape. I will report you to Lord Hisashi. Nakamura Kazuya showed a provocative expression. Go ahead, do it. Do you even know who you were just chasing? Hyuga Yujin furrowed his brows. No one can be a peeping pervert. Nakamura Kazuya laughed heartily. That person is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. I doubt your Hyuga clan can do anything about him. Hyuga Yujin's expression froze, his face filled with disbelief. What did you say? That's Lord Jiraiya. His reputation just crumbled. He was a hero of Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin. I never expected Jiraiya to have such a filthy private life, actually being a peeping pervert. Nakamura Kazuya and the others burst into laughter, relishing Hyuga's embarrassment. The Hyuga members could only swallow their anger, and Hyuga Aiko had to suppress her feelings. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Shimura Kazuya and kicked him off the roof. He grabbed the remaining two root members and violently slammed them together. After glancing at the last person, the final root member collapsed to the ground. As long as it's a matter of public order, it's under the jurisdiction of the security team. Everyone who commits a crime is treated the same. Ōtsutsuki coldly looked at Nakamura Kazuya. As for you, I believe your position has come to an end. Your root organization has been disbanded by Lord Hokage, yet you remain so arrogant. It's Lord Ōtsutsuki. The Hyuga group rejoiced, for Uchiha Ōtsutsuki was fearless. Nakamura Kazuya rolled on the ground, coughing up blood. Uchiha Ōtsutsuki, you're not even part of the security team. You have no right to manage this matter. Ōtsutsuki grinned. I knew someone would intervene, I specifically prepared for this. As he spoke, he took out a scroll, opened it, and it clearly stated, appoint Uchiha Ōtsutsuki as the patrol captain of the security team. Nakamura Kazuya gasped for breath. Even if you're the patrol captain, you still can't do anything, after all he's one of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. The Hyuga members felt a sense of despair and anger. Yes, Jiraiya, what could they do? Ōtsutsuki grinned. Ōtsutsuki specialized in dealing with all forms of defiance. If you don't believe me, let's give it a try. He waved his hand towards Hyuga Yujin and the others. Which way did Jiraiya go? Hyuga Yujin and the others shuddered. Uchiha Ōtsutsuki was a fearless figure. Could it be? If it was Uchiha Ōtsutsuki. The group quickly responded. Jiraiya went that way. Following the direction they pointed, it seemed there was a hot spring in over there. A leopard can't change its spots. Even while fleeing, he didn't forget to choose the next route. Alright, I got it. Do you want to follow me or return to your district? Hyuga Aiko and Yujin exchanged glances and said, Lord, we want to follow you. Ōtsutsuki nodded and waved to call back the other Hyuga members to return to their duties. Taking Aiko and Yujin, he proceeded directly, seemingly aware of the destination. The two Hyuga members were puzzled, but didn't ask, merely following behind Ōtsutsuki. After a few minutes, Ōtsutsuki stopped. He saw a lecherous white-haired old man peeping in the corner right at the... Hey he! Jiraiya chuckled lecherously while pulling out a small notebook to take notes. Ōtsutsuki immediately threw a shuriken. Jiraiya was startled. Ninjutsu Needle Earth Prison. His long white hair quickly elongated and hardened, wrapping him inside. Clang! Clang! Two crisp sounds rang out as the shuriken was deflected. Jiraiya, furious, thought, is this a death wish? You bastard, what are you doing? Ōtsutsuki shouted, bold scoundrel daring to peep at the women's bath in broad. You're asking for death. The voice echoed like thunder throughout the commercial area of Konoha. Many people gradually began to gather and chaos erupted in the women's bath. Oh no! Jiraiya, seeing so many people gathering, hurriedly tried to escape. However, Ōtsutsuki had completely sealed off the escape routes. Jiraiya was furious. How many people would come to watch if this continued? He immediately engaged Ōtsutsuki in combat. Jiraiya attacked with powerful punches and kicks, initially holding back. But after realizing he couldn't do anything against Ōtsutsuki, he went all out. However, Ōtsutsuki merely defended, forcing Jiraiya to remain in place. Seeing more and more members of the security team and villagers gathering, Jiraiya could no longer hold on. He even spotted the Umbu of the Hokage lurking in the corner, but they did not intervene, recognizing his identity. He anxiously stopped and said to Ōtsutsuki, Hey brat, let me go. Jiraiya. Natsuki, however, did not buy it, and seeing the crowd grow shouted loudly. All villagers of Konoha, look. This person in front of you is a pervert who spied on the women's bath, and his identity is none other than our village's renowned legendary Sannin Jiraiya. What? Lord Jiraiya is actually a peeping pervert? Huh, is this really Lord Jiraiya? Ew, how disgusting. I can't believe Jiraiya is such a person. Jiraiya's face changed dramatically, realizing that the Uchiha clan members recognized him. Everything happening now must be part of a well-planned scheme. As a significant figure in Konoha and the third Hokage's apprentice, how could he engage in such despicable behavior? As the patrol captain of the security team, I cannot arrest him due to his identity. Natsuki feigned heartache. I can only remind everyone to keep their eyes open when going out to bathe. Wherever Jiraiya is, you must take a detour, otherwise your wives, daughters, and sisters will all be seen by him. The crowd continued to grow, whispers circulating among them. So disgusting. I must take a detour whenever I see Jiraiya in the future. Never bathe where Jiraiya is, otherwise you'll definitely be seen naked. The third Hokage's apprentice has such morals, it truly disgusts me. The security team has it tough, facing such a big shot they can't arrest him, and can only stop him this way. Jiraiya's face turned from blue to white. In the past, when he peeped at the bathhouses, even if he was caught, others could only chase him off. Ordinary people couldn't catch up to him, and those who could were deterred by his status, leading to nothing happening. He never expected to meet someone tough who would publicly humiliate him. He suspected this was a conspiracy. You brat, who are you really, and why are you targeting me on purpose? Jiraiya said, filled with anger and embarrassment. Because you are the third Hokage's apprentice, I cannot arrest you, so I can only warn the women to not fall victim to you. You are Uchiha Natsuki. Because you are the third Hokage's apprentice, I cannot arrest you, so I can only warn the women to not fall victim to you. You are Uchiha Natsuki. Jiraiya was shocked. He finally understood why the third Hokage said this person was troublesome. Now he couldn't withstand it at all. He couldn't attack or escape. Natsuki continued to fire at Jiraiya. What do you mean by targeting on purpose? Is it not a fact that you were peeping? Hyuga Aiko, you come testify. Hyuga Aiko felt a surge of blood rush to her head. Yes, I will testify. Just now while we were bathing, this Jiraiya was peeping from outside the wall. After saying that, Hyuga Aiko felt uneasy. Was it really okay for a small fry like her to offend Jiraiya? Jiraiya was at a loss for words. Natsuki timely said, everyone take a good look. Our victim is named Hyuga Aiko, and today she bravely stood up to identify a prominent figure in the village. If one day Hyuga Aiko encounters misfortune, it must be at the hands of Jiraiya. Aiko, do not be afraid. The eyes of all villagers are sharp. Your safety is guaranteed by our security team. Even if the third Hokage scolds you, our security team will definitely stand by your side. Villagers nearby were enraged. Oh, what kind of Sannin was this? A pervert who used his status to retaliate. Zaimus' intentions were certainly not limited to this. His cannon was now aimed at the surrounding Umbu. The Umbu felt a chill. How did this come to be about us? Why doesn't the Umbu take care of those who are spying? Is it because they are someone important? They cannot deal with Jiraiya. They can only deal with the victims. As long as no one comes forward to testify, Jiraiya can remain free forever. Jiraiya couldn't hold on any longer. What a toxic tongue he had, and he forced his way out. However, without being able to use ninjutsu, his physical skills, though slightly superior to Zaimus, were still inadequate. But it was utterly impossible to break through Zaimus' full defense. While Shimu passively defended, he continued to incite the crowd. Everyone look. This criminal Jiraiya is about to escape. If he escapes this time, the matter will end without resolution. Why has he been able to remain free until now? It's because someone is condoning him. The Umbu have been here for so long. Didn't anyone inform the third Hokage? Of course not. It's because the third Hokage is covering for his perverted disciple. Zaimus' mouth was like a loudspeaker, continuously shouting outside while defending himself. He also yelled, Jiraiya has hit someone. The third Hokage condones his disciple's spying. All the villagers along the way were in an uproar, their grievances visibly boiling over. Jiraiya was becoming increasingly anxious and aggressive. Stop! With an old man's shout, Jiraiya forcibly halted his steps. But Zaimus' performance was far. Villagers of Konoha remember to be cautious of Jiraiya. Phew! Shimu dramatically spat out a mouthful of blood. The villagers looked at Uchiha Shimu, who stood up for them, with eyes full of concern and sympathy. Look at this member of the Uchiha security team, how responsible he is. He has suffered so much for us ordinary folks. At this moment, the third Hokage jumped into the scene, and Jiraiya looked at him with a face full of embarrassment. His toenails were almost digging into his wooden sandals, signaling him not to be there. The third Hokage rolled his eyes. If he didn't show up, his identity as the Hokage would be tarnished. Shimu always does strange things that catch him off guard. Just a couple of days ago, he said he would support him forever, and now Jiraiya returns, and he pours dirt on him. Shimu, what the hell are you doing? How did you become the captain of the security team? Shimu wiped the blood he spat out from his cheek. Only a small portion of us Uchiha are in the security team. Today I wanted to see the usual work of the security team. To avoid interfering with my colleagues' law enforcement, I specifically applied for a position in the security team. Seeing that the third Hokage had come down, Shimu felt it was about time and loudly proclaimed, "Since the third Hokage personally came to cover for your disciple Jiraiya, then as a small squad leader of the security team, I have no choice." The third Hokage's expression darkened. When did he say he would cover for Jiraiya? He already saw that the villagers around were looking at him with strange eyes. The third Hokage hurriedly said, "Shimu, what nonsense are you talking about? I have no intention of covering for Jiraiya." "Oh," Shimu said suspiciously. "Then third Hokage, why has it been so long since the Umbu discovered this matter and you only just arrived? Isn't it intentional to let Jiraiya off the hook?" The third Hokage really wanted to drag Shimu out and chop him up. How could he say such things? Absolutely not. I was just handling official business and was a step behind. Coughing, the third Hokage cleared his throat. Since the matter had come to this point, he could only sacrifice Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya is my disciple, today is the first time I've learned of Jiraiya's preference. Since he has made a mistake, he should be punished accordingly. Jiraiya's face turned ashen. He never thought he would face such a humiliating day. Merely for spying, his punishment wasn't severe, but it was incredibly shameful. His thick skin was one thing, but being publicly punished in front of so many villagers was another matter entirely. Shimu loudly declared, "Since that's the case, then I've misunderstood the third Hokage. Today we have witnesses on site who can testify against Jiraiya. May I ask, third Hokage, can you guarantee that the witness will not suffer retaliation?" Jiraiya gritted his teeth and glared at Shimu. Although he was a lecher, he would never resort to retaliation. This Shimu truly. The third Hokage's hand hidden in his sleeve clenched tightly. "Shimu, rest assured, I guarantee in the name of the Hokage that the witness will not suffer any harm, and they will also receive compensation." Shimu, feeling quite satisfied, spoke to those around him. "Everyone look, our Hokage is very reasonable. Even when his own disciple makes a mistake, he still does not cover for him, and he protects and compensates the witness. The Hokage is wise. The Hokage is truly wise. The Hokage is so good. The Hokage stands for justice even against his kin." The praises from the villagers around forced the third Hokage to maintain a fake smile, nodding in acknowledgement. At this moment, Shimu poked Hinata Yurin and quietly asked, "Hey Yurin, what should be the punishment for spying?" Hinata Yurin was stunned by Zaima's actions, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly said to Shimu, "Lord Shimu, for spying one should be detained for 15 days and must publicly apologize." Shimu nodded and cleared his throat. "Ahem, then I thank the Hokage for his support. Today Jiraiya will be punished for spying on the women's bath according to security regulations and will be detained for 15 days. Shimu walked over to Jiraiya and gestured, "Lord Jiraiya, please." Jiraiya turned to look at the third Hokage's face, which resembled a pot bottom, and could only silently follow Shimu out of the crowd. Unexpectedly, Shimu had not taken 2 steps before he turned around and handed Jiraiya over to Hinata Yurin. Yurin was shocked and at a loss. After all, this was Jiraiya. Seeing Hinata Yurin's timid expression, Shimu quietly said to Yurin, "Don't worry, Jiraiya won't dare to run, and you performed very well today. When you report back to Nakaira, he will reward you." Hinata Yurin, reassured by Zaima's guarantee, relaxed and nodded vigorously, taking Jiraiya towards the At this moment, the third Hokage, deeply embroiled in the villagers' whirlpool, stood in place, repeatedly emphasizing he had no knowledge of Jiraiya's actions and had never covered for him. Shimu then loudly called out, "Third Hokage." The third Hokage shivered all over. What new trick was Shimu going to pull? Shimu continued, "Third Hokage, our security team's detention center is quite rudimentary. It probably can't hold Jiraiya. He might escape in a few days. What do you think?" The villagers' gazes were filled with suspicion again. Indeed, the security team's detention center could not hold such an important figure. If he secretly escaped, no one would know. The third Hokage forced a smile. "Shimu, rest assured, Jiraiya will accept his punishment and will never escape. If he does escape, then as Hokage, I will directly label Jiraiya as a rogue ninja. Please everyone supervise him at all times." Oh, the surrounding villagers were quite satisfied with the third Hokage's words. They expressed various supportive and celebratory sounds. "There are still many official matters to deal with in the village. I will take my leave first." The third Hokage squeezed out of the crowd somewhat awkwardly. Once again, Shimu was listed as the most troublesome person without exception. Shimu ignored the third Hokage and turned to Jiraiya, who had just been publicly punished, and Jiraiya happened to look back. "You little brat. Just wait until I get out. I will make sure to teach you a lesson." "Jiraiya, with your reputation tarnished, how can you still be Naruto's teacher?" In the detention room of the guards, the third Hokage looked at Jiraiya through the bars, feeling a surge of anger. He summoned Jiraiya back to balance the Uchiha clan. However, before Jiraiya could be pushed out, his reputation had already been tarnished. Jiraiya, what on earth are you doing? How can you still stand in Konoha now? Jiraiya, flustered, replied. How was I supposed to know I would run into Uchiha Kamiki this time? No one outside can catch me. The third slammed his palm onto the bars, producing a dull thud. I don't care what you do outside, but you better put an end to these bad habits while you're in Konoha. Jiraiya mumbled, didn't you also use the telescope technique to spy? Ahem. The third Hokage coughed, seriously interrupting Jiraiya's words. Looking back, he noticed the Umbu standing far away on high alert. The third picked up his pipe and said solemnly, in any case, you will stay in here for 15 days until the storm passes. If you manage to run out beforehand, it would be troublesome, so I apologize for this inconvenience. Jiraiya had also heard Kamiki's taunts earlier and knew this imprisonment was unavoidable. That old man should get me some sake. Understood. The third Hokage replied as he walked outside. After the third left, Kamiki arrived at the guard station, but he didn't go to see Jiraiya. He was looking for Hinata. Hinata was busy at the guard station handling various affairs. When Kamiki arrived, Hinata Yudo had just finished reporting and was leaving. Kamiki patted Hinata Yudo on the shoulder, saying, not bad, young man. Hinata Yudo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lord Kamiki, I'll take my leave now. Kamiki's eyes shifted. Wait a moment. Then he whispered something in Hinata Yudo's ear. Hinata Yudo nodded repeatedly, saying, don't worry, Lord Kamiki, leave it to me. Kamiki waved his hand and entered without knocking. He found Hinata fully engrossed in the report in his hands. Hinata looking quite official. Hinata looked up, seeing it was Kamiki, and smiled. During their first meeting, Kamiki had addressed Hinata with utmost respect, calling him Lord Hinata. However, as they became familiar, Kamiki's playful demeanor began to show lacking formality with anyone. However, Hinata didn't mind, especially since the Hyuga clan and Uchiha were currently on good terms. Thanks to Kamiki's intervention during the previous Yuin incident, otherwise Hinata would have been seriously harmed. The Hyuga clan would have faced serious trouble. They might even risk the life of an elder brother or their own. Kamiki, you've really made a name for yourself today. Kamiki waved his hand, saying, it was all an accident. Who knew Jiraiya would return and cause such a scene? I was merely standing up for the common folk. Today he specifically came to request a mission scroll, which was just a pretext to cause trouble for Jiraiya. Jiraiya had quite a few scandals. His travels were filled with indulgences. Wherever he went, seeking out women and drinking were a must. And no matter where he went, he would end up on the blacklist of that place's bathhouse. Moreover, Jiraiya was also known for writing novels and comics. The novels were serious, but the nature of the comics remained dubious. However, in the past, Hinata took his tales of Jiraiya's romantic escapades as a joke. Now, as the captain of the guard, he needed to intervene regarding Jiraiya's behavior. You'd think as such a prominent figure causing chaos outside the village would be fine, but returning to the village and continuing such antics is a bit excessive. Even a rabbit wouldn't eat the grass by its burrow. Moreover, some of the victims this time were from the Hyuga clan. If Hinata took action, it would indeed be troublesome. After all, Jiraiya's status was well known. But if Kamiki took action, it would be different. He would likely leave Jiraiya with a shadow of fear. The illustrious disciple of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, was caught peeping at a women's bath and then publicly punished. Deep in thought, Hinata finally spoke. Kamiki, why did you do this? Kamiki shook his head, saying, no particular reason. I simply disapprove of such behavior, even if it's Jiraiya. Hinata gazed deeply at Kamiki, acknowledging with a sound, not commenting further. Additionally, I caught Nakamu Kanzuya from the route today. He obstructed my enforcement. You can use this excuse to dismiss him. The remaining route members are leaderless and won't stir up much trouble. Hinata nodded in agreement, recalling how Nakamu Kanzuya had been stirring trouble trying to rally the guard. However, the structure of the main and branch families of the Hyuga was as solid as iron, making it impossible for outsiders to sway or corrupt them. Nevertheless, having such a person jumping around was also problematic. Since he was captured this time, it would be best. Kamiki produced the mission scroll, stating, Captain Hinata, I find the guard station quite entertaining, but am busy, so I resign for now. Hinata felt somewhat amused and exasperated, as if everyone knew Kamiki was just there for fun. Alright, just leave it there. Many speculated that Kamiki's actions aimed to tarnish the Hokage faction's reputation. However, only Kamiki knew that he simply did not want Naruto to go astray. Kamiki made his way to the Konoha Ninja Academy, hearing many people discussing Jiraiya's arrest along the way. By the time he arrived at the academy, classes had already been dismissed for a while. Nearby, a member of the Hyuga clan from the guard station said, where did Sasuke go? The Hyuga clan member hurriedly bowed, saying, Lord Kamiki, Sasuke just went towards the 8 streets with Naruto. Alright, you may go about your business. Kamiki searched for the 8 streets and indeed found the 2 boys. They were each holding a skewer of takoyaki, and Naruto had received more living expenses now. Naturally, he no longer felt inferior and was in good spirits. Naruto, Sasuke, you two are here. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Naruto looked up in surprise. With delight he exclaimed, "Senior Kamiki." Sasuke more formally called out, "Master." Kamiki tapped Sasuke's forehead saying, "I heard you ranked first in this week's test again." Naturally, he no longer felt inferior and was in good spirits. "Naruto, Sasuke, you two are here." Upon hearing a familiar voice, Naruto looked up in surprise. With a serious face he declared, "As a disciple of my master, I naturally cannot let my master lose face." Naruto looked at Sasuke with a hint of envy. Sasuke had previously told him that he had become a disciple of Senior Kamiki. He used to be a loner, and although he now had more friends, there were still very few close elders. "Teacher, did you come specifically to pick me up?" Sasuke asked, his fair and round little face contrasting with the handsome Sasuke he would become. "How look at your proud face. Today I'm here to pick both of you up." Hearing that Xiaomu had come specifically for them made Naruto extremely happy. Although Xiaomu treated him well, he didn't have much time to see him. Just by picking him up from school, Naruto was already so happy. This child must have lacked love in the past. Damn, the third Hokage Xiaomu became even more determined. Such a pure child must not fall into bad habits. "Let's go." As Xiaomu walked ahead, he asked the two little ones, "Did you hear any rumors today?" Naruto scratched his head. "Many classmates say that Lord Jiraiya has been captured." Xiaomu's capture of Jiraiya was something that even spread within the Ninja Academy. "Who is Jiraiya?" Naruto asked curiously, as they had just entered the Ninja Academy and hadn't learned about him yet. Sasuke couldn't help but say Jiraiya is a disciple of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin. He is a hero of Konoha. Naruto looked confused. Since he's a hero, why was he captured? Xiaomu explained, because he went to peep at the women's bath, that's why he was caught. Sasuke made a disgusted expression. Why would someone go to peep at the women's bath? Naruto, who had no one to teach him since childhood, was like a blank slate. Xiaomu ruffled Naruto's hair. The old Naruto had no one to teach him how to dress, and he didn't have the time to care. Now it seemed Naruto was gradually understanding the importance of appearances. His hair was well-groomed, and if the sides were a little longer, he would look just like his father Minato Namikaze. Right now you're still young and may not understand why it's important, but you should know that such peeping behavior is wrong. Oh, Naruto seemed to grasp some of it. Xiaomu said, "For example, do you have any female classmates or friends you are close to?" Naruto nodded and counted on his fingers. "Yeah, Hinata, Sakura, and Ino are all our friends." "Then if someone were to spy on them while they were showering, how would you feel?" Naruto furrowed his brows for a moment, then clapped his right hand against his palm. "I would be very unhappy. I might even want to hit someone." Xiaomu nodded in satisfaction. "So never do such things. Those who do are of low. Even if one is powerful like one of the Sannin, doing such things makes them just a pervert." Naruto patted his chest and declared, "Don't worry, Senior Xiaomu, I will definitely not do such things." Xiaomu turned to Sasuke. "What about you, Sasuke?" Sasuke turned his head away with a haughty demeanor. "I wouldn't do something so boring. I am from the Uchiha clan." Xiaomu rolled his eyes. "I actually hope you would be a little more interested. Unlike in the last life, if it weren't for someone shoving it in your face, you'd probably remain single for life." "Naruto, I heard your grades aren't very good." Xiaomu asked. Naruto felt a little embarrassed. "Senior Xiaomu, the stuff in school is a bit difficult, and I learned very slowly." Xiaomu didn't scold him. After all, Naruto had only been a wild child before, and it was unrealistic to expect him to become a top student right away. "It's okay, Naruto. You can take your time with your cultural studies, but you must work hard in your other subjects. You can't always be at the bottom." Naruto nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Senior Xiaomu, I will definitely work hard." Seeing Xiaomu caring for Naruto, a surge of jealousy suddenly welled up in Sasuke's heart. He shook his head, suppressing that feeling. Looking at Naruto's blissful face, Sasuke also revealed a smile. During the following time, Xiaomu was concerned about Naruto's living situation and also listened to what Sasuke had learned at school. The three of them chatted and laughed together, making the Umbu watching from the side anxious. Every time Xiaomu came to see Naruto, they were on edge, afraid that Xiaomu would instill some strange ideas. After all, this morning Jiraiya had already suffered at Xiaomu's hands, and they were just small Umbu, trembling in fear. Ignoring the thoughts of the Umbu around them, Xiaomu simply treated himself as an elder. He cared about Naruto's living conditions, and then sent Naruto home without taking any other actions which relieved the accompanying Umbu members. After the Umbu members retreated, Xiaomu walked with Sasuke towards the clan compound, pulling out an envelope. "This is a letter from Itachi for you." Oh, Sasuke was filled with joy. It was a letter from his brother. Although he knew he would see his brother again in the future, Itachi's departure still left Sasuke feeling uncomfortable. Sasuke quickly opened the envelope. He didn't hide it from Xiaomu, but opened it in front of him. Although there were not many words on it, Sasuke read it back and forth several times before carefully putting the letter back in the envelope. Xiaomu chuckled lightly. Sasuke was indeed adorable now. What did Itachi say? Sasuke couldn't contain his smile. "Brother said to listen to you, study hard in school, and not to bring shame to the Uchiha." Itachi truly sounded like he was consoling a child. When he was Sasuke's age, he was already on the battlefield. Sasuke put the letter away and followed Xiaomu back to the clan compound. However, Fugaku had gone out for some matter. It seemed there was something useful in the compensation from the Cloud Village. Before leaving, Xiaomu asked Sasuke a question. Sasuke, what do you think of Naruto? Sasuke was somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? Xiaomu stroked his chin. What is he like as a person? Sasuke muttered that he was an idiot, but in front of Xiaomu he honestly replied, Naruto is a really nice person, very warm-hearted, but a bit simple-minded. Even when others secretly insult him, he never holds grudges. Xiaomu nodded. Sasuke spoke the truth. Naruto could be described as open-minded and cheerful, but on the downside that meant he was a bit dim-witted. However, growing up in such an environment without developing a dark mentality is already quite remarkable. Seeing that Sasuke had no prejudice against Naruto, Xiaomu asked again, what do you think of his strength? Sasuke looked a bit dazed. Strength? What strength does Naruto have? He can't even pass his academic classes. He definitely can't beat me in a fight. As Sasuke spoke, he became quite proud, his little face full of a look that seemed to say, praise me, praise me. Xiaomu laughed. Sasuke, don't be so proud. You're stronger than Naruto now because you had parents around to teach you when you were young. Naruto had no one to teach him, so he isn't as good as you. Sasuke raised his chin. Even if Naruto had someone to teach him, he still couldn't compare to me. I am Uchiha. Xiaomu nodded. How about we make a bet? Sasuke asked, what are we betting on, teacher? If Naruto manages to beat you at any point during his time at the Ninja Academy, you lose. If you continue to be stronger than Naruto at school, then you win. Sasuke was full of confidence. Don't worry, teacher, you're definitely going to lose. Xiaomu chuckled. All right, if you win, I'll give you a treasure. But if you lose? Before he could finish his sentence, Sasuke confidently said, don't worry, teacher, I will definitely not lose. Xiaomu shook his head. It's good that you have confidence, but don't be arrogant. If you lose, I will ask you to do something. Sasuke nodded. Teacher, what is it? I haven't thought of it yet. At the root headquarters, what are you doing? Danzo berated Nakagawa Kinzuya, who was kneeling before him. Did I not tell you not to give them any handle? Now several of you have been dismissed. What can the others achieve? Nakagawa Kinzuya's expression darkened. I intended to cause some trouble for the Hyuga, but unexpectedly Uchiha Shemu suddenly appeared. I believe this incident was premeditated by Uchiha Shemu, Danzo said, striking his cane forcefully again. Do you need me to say more? Right now the entire Konoha village is discussing how Jiraiya is nothing but a even Sarutobi's reputation has taken a hit. People say a crooked beam leads to a crooked building. Danzo let out a breath, having to admit that Shemu often operated in an unconventional manner. However, the results were unexpectedly good. This time the third Hokage called Jiraiya back, intending to showcase him as a figurehead. But before the figurehead could even be established, he was already smeared with disgrace. Jiraiya's reputation was tarnished. He couldn't serve as a figurehead, at least not for now. Danzo, feeling angry, also sensed a sharp pain in his right eye. Without a spare Sharingan, he did not know how long this one could hold out. Ever since Uchiha Shemu emerged as an anomaly, he had been suffering setbacks, and Sarutobi had been left in a pitiful state. Previously there were operatives in the security team, but now it was just a scattered mess. Danzo exhaled. Select someone capable from the remaining members of the security team to temporarily replace. The root needs to lie low for now. Once it absorbs enough nutrients, it will surely emerge again. Nakagawa Kinzuya nodded firmly yes. Danzo felt anxious. The third Hokage had issued several orders mandating that this place must be cleared within 3 days. Although the root had ostensibly disbanded, it would still remain loyal to him alone. However, his losses were particularly great in terms of funds, equipment, and the support from certain ninja clans, all of which had been severed. After all, the root had been officially disbanded by the Hokage. Danzo gazed out the window as bright light streamed in, casting a shadow over his face. I will return. Though he loathed Shemu intensely. Yet the third Hokage still fulfilled his promise to Shemu and disbanded the root. When the third Hokage announced the public notice, he and Danzo publicly severed ties. Danzo accused the third Hokage of taking away his root members without permission. The third Hokage condemned Danzo for his insatiable greed, having plotted against Kakashi's Sharingan, and ordered the dismissal of root members. Danzo, now without an official position, found himself shrinking like a quail under the third Hokage's authority. No ninja clan supported Danzo, and he had almost no popularity among the common people. Facing overwhelming circumstances, Danzo could only watch helplessly as the entire root was thoroughly cleaned out by the Umbu. Even some expensive equipment that could not be moved was seized by the Umbu. With problems in his right eye, Danzo gritted his teeth and disbanded the root, hoping to rise again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for significantly altering Shimura Danzo's life trajectory. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Izanagi X1. It seems that disbanding the root has also been a significant blow to Danzo, though many of his loyal subordinates remain. However, this heavy blow could keep Danzo subdued for a while. Enough time for Uchiha to navigate through this difficult period. Now only one person needed to be dealt with, and that was Jiraiya. In the tumultuous half-month of Konoha, Jiraiya was detained and Danzo's root was dismantled. Regarding the earlier Hyuga incident, the Third Hokage sent diplomatic messages to the mist. However, the mist showed no reaction, and the entire land of water closed itself off. Given the long distance and the historically poor relations between the mist and Konoha, the matter ultimately fizzled out. Time passed quickly, and as public opinion settled, Jiraiya was released from the detention room of the security team. It was none other than Hinata Nichiryu, who came to personally free him. Lord Jiraiya, your detention period is over. Ahaha, Nichiryu, why did you come personally? Jiraiya scratched his head. Nichiryu appeared somewhat aloof, carrying a tone of business. Lord Jiraiya, the security team is now under our Hinata's management. Nichiryu said no more, just escorted Jiraiya out the door and left. As Jiraiya stepped out of the security team, sunlight poured down, and he felt a wave of comfort. It had been a long time since he had. Nichiryu said no more, just escorted Jiraiya out the door and left. As Jiraiya stepped out of the security team, sunlight poured down, and he felt a wave of comfort. It had been a long time since he had basked in the sun. However, he hadn't bathed in over 10 days and was starting to smell. He needed to relax. The last bathhouse he visited was quite good. Making up his mind, Jiraiya followed the main road toward Konoha's commercial street. But the public still remembered what had happened a month ago. He did not change his outfit. His red clothing and white hair along with that oil paper forehead protector made him easily recognizable. Women screamed and fled while men stopped to whisper, "Look, that's Jiraiya. Isn't he the peeping Tom who enjoys spying on bathhouses? I heard he even spied on Sanadeheim and almost got killed. And he's one of the legendary Sannin TSK. Hey, not only that, he's also the Third Hokage's disciple. I heard Jiraiya has been a lecher since childhood, and similar incidents have happened before, but due to the Third Hokage's influence, they all ended without resolution. I wondered why he never got caught. It turns out he has connections." The surrounding voices were not loud, but with Jiraiya's strength, how could he not hear them? Many people were holding a flyer, repeatedly comparing it with Jiraiya. He felt a chill run down his spine and quickly snatched one of the flyers. It clearly recorded Jiraiya's identity and various scandals. It even speculated about the things he did in the past that ended without resolution and who was backing him. Moreover, it emphasized how he liked to draw the objects of his peeping into his little yellow books. Who would want their women drawn in a little yellow book? Thus, women were terrified of Jiraiya, while men spat and furious. Jiraiya used body flicker technique to dash away, running into Hinata Yudo, who was distributing flyers along the way. Jiraiya was extremely angry. What nonsense were they writing on these flyers? When did he ever draw the women he saw into his sketchbook? He was just collecting material. Collecting material. He didn't start liking peeping until he grew up. You brat. Who told you to distribute this? Jiraiya's voice boomed as his white hair flared up. But Hinata Yudo was not afraid of him. Not only did Lord Shemu support him, but even Lord Nichiryu. This is Konoha, where Jiraiya could do nothing. Hinata Yudo stood tall. Greetings, Lord Jiraiya. Lord Shemu said, to prevent the women of Konoha from suffering again, we specially made this flyer to remind everyone of your deeds and to avoid contact with you. Preventing victims? Specially made. Distributed today. Jiraiya was furious, thinking Uchiha Shemu intended to ruin his reputation completely. Hinata Yudo felt a bit nervous, but seeing many villagers looking over, he stood firm. Please, Lord Jiraiya, do not disturb my work. Saying this, Hinata Yudo bypassed Jiraiya, preparing to distribute the flyers further away. Uchiha clan grounds. When Jiraiya arrived, the gates of the Uchiha clan were already wide open, and Xiaomu greeted Jiraiya with a cheerful smile at the entrance. Yo, Jiraiya-sama, you have come. I have been waiting for a long time. Jiraiya felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, waiting for a long time. Was Xiaomu deliberately trying to provoke me? Jiraiya squinted his eyes and thought to himself, Uchiha Xiaomu, did you know I would come? Xiaomu nodded and said, I was afraid you wouldn't come, so I specifically asked someone to distribute flyers to lure you here. Jiraiya no longer underestimated Xiaomu, but spoke in a deep voice, Why are you targeting me? Xiaomu waved his hand dismissively. Oh, how can you say it's targeting? What I said is all facts. You. Just as Jiraiya was about to speak, Xiaomu changed his expression. He coldly said, Is this really unbearable? Compared to the grievances our Uchiha have suffered over the years, this doesn't even account for 1% of it. During the Ninetales incident, you were out on a mission and did not return. We Uchiha even evacuated the villagers, yet we were still resented for it. Why did you return without any issues? Isn't it just because you have a third Hokage teacher? Otherwise, why wouldn't anyone say you Jiraiya deliberately didn't come back during the Ninetales incident? Jiraiya exhaled deeply, then couldn't help but laugh and cry. You bear a grudge over this. Are you out of your mind? Xiaomu rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it. I just want to tell you, we Uchiha moved away from Konoha because we don't want to be involved with you anymore. Every time we did something, if we were wrong, we were scolded. If we were right, we were still scolded. We Uchiha are tired of this and don't want to get involved anymore. We have already returned all the power of Konoha to you. We have no interest in the position of Hokage. Please do not come and test us again. Jiraiya did not expect Xiaomu to be so straightforward. He scratched his head. Couldn't you just say no directly? Why go through all this trouble? Xiaomu spread his hands. I didn't set a trap. You got caught because you want to spy. How can you blame me? Jiraiya's face turned pale and flushed. Then he snorted heavily. Still, he decided to complete the task assigned to him by the third Hokage. I heard that the Uchiha Susanoo is unmatched in power. I wonder if we could spar a bit. Xiaomu did not refuse. I have also heard that the Toad Sage dominates the battlefield. Ooh, I would like to witness it today. Let's head to our training ground. Xiaomu made his way to the training ground, fully aware that he would definitely have a confrontation with Jiraiya. He cleared the Uchiha clan grounds of all its members. With no one around, Xiaomu and Jiraiya stood their ground, and Xiaomu raised a finger first. He formed a confrontational hand seal. Jiraiya's expression changed as he formed a confrontational hand seal as well. Xiaomu took the initiative to attack, raising his hand to form seals, and a great fireball came hurtling towards Jiraiya. A figure followed suit. Jiraiya clasped his hands together and executed the technique ninja, art needle earth concealment. As Jiraiya's white hair extended, it coiled to block the flames. He switched to the chaotic lion's technique, extending his white hair to sweep forward. Xiaomu casually pulled out a kunai to block, but it produced a metallic clang. Xiaomu threw the kunai, but Jiraiya kicked it away. Xiaomu charged forward to collide with Jiraiya. Bang! The tremendous force of a kick forced Jiraiya to block with his arm, and he slid back on his feet, lifting his arm. Xiaomu took advantage of the momentum to fly backward. In midair, he threw out shuriken. Swish, swish, swish. The consecutive throws caused the shuriken to collide, sealing off Jiraiya's escape routes from different angles. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Uchiha style throwing technique. Summoning technique. Bang! A purple toad appeared on the scene. As it drew out a shield from its back, it instantly covered both Jiraiya and itself. Xiaomu threw the shuriken while forming seals with both hands. Fire release Phoenix Flower Claw Red. The flames clung to the flying shuriken, sending them soaring like scattered phoenix flowers towards the toad. The toad leapt up, vigorously dodging the flaming shuriken, and Jiraiya emerged from the fray, holding a blue chakra sphere. Spiral Sphere. Xiaomu lowered his body, crashing into Jiraiya's chest, but was blocked by his white hair. Xiaomu charged at Jiraiya's chin with a kunai. If Jiraiya's spiral sphere hit him, the shuriken would pierce his chin as well. Thus Jiraiya hunched down, kicking Xiaomu away. At this moment, the steel fork in the toad's hand was left with gashes from the immense force of the shuriken, and the shield on the toad's back also bore several wounds. I am so foolish. With a bang, he vanished. As Xiaomu was kicked away, Jiraiya puffed his cheeks and shouted, "Fire release fireball." A torrent of flames slammed into Xiaomu. Bang! A cacophony of crows echoed as Xiaomu transformed into countless crows, his figure disappearing among them. Countless crows flew towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya formed seals with both hands. Summoning technique. Bang! A green toad wielding twin blades burst forth from the smoke, swinging its swords. One by one, the crows dissipated into smoke. Xiaomu emerged from the mist. Fire release Dragon Fire technique. Pooh! A violent flame spewed forth from Xiaomu's mouth. The moment Xiaomu landed, he realized the ground beneath him felt soft. The Jiraiya across from him, hit by the dragon fire, had turned into a pile of mud. The real Jiraiya was behind him, executing the Yellow Springs Marsh technique. Xiaomu's eyes shifted into the kaleidoscope Susanoo. Bang! A first stage Susanoo projected outward. Xiaomu broke free from the Yellow Springs Marsh and crawled out. A stream of oil sprayed onto Susanoo. Fire release Great Fireball. The flames ignited the oil on Xiaomu's Susanoo. Xiaomu immediately dispelled Susanoo, slipping through the gaps. Xiaomu swiftly retreated, making hand signs. I concede. Xiaomu's face showed signs of fatigue, appearing to have suffered severe chakra depletion. Jiraiya also dispelled the massive spiral sphere in his hand, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Isn't your Susanoo supposed to be able to grow larger? Xiaomu, in a rather ungracious manner, plopped down on the ground. I don't have that much chakra. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Xiaomu had just consecutively used several techniques, particularly the Crow Clone and Dragonfire technique, which consumed a significant amount. The chakra consumption must have been great. Susanoo requires not only chakra, but also ocular power. Xiaomu probably doesn't have much chakra left. Jiraiya estimated in his mind that Xiaomu likely held back, and he hadn't even activated Sage Mode. If he hadn't held back, he should have been able to win. Susanoo has high chakra requirements. If he fought with all his strength, the duration would be very short. Jiraiya contemplated as he walked towards Xiaomu. Xiaomu stood up and formed a reconciliation seal, which Jiraiya also mirrored. Then Xiaomu unceremoniously laid down on the ground. If you could change your habit of peeking at women's baths, maybe we could still be friends. Xiaomu lay leisurely on the ground, hands behind his head. His eyes turned to Jiraiya, who still had a penchant for women with a lazy demeanor, unfocused on his work and lacking a sense of responsibility. If he seriously went after Orochimaru, it was likely that Orochimaru would not escape. At least he wouldn't have developed in one place for so long. Today Xiaomu tested his skills against Jiraiya, also assessing his own strength, which was different from his battles in dreams against Shursui and the others. Jiraiya's aggressive style meant that often they could only clash with ninjutsu, lacking the finesse of Itachi. In terms of handling his own battles, he indeed lacked precision. It turned out that even though he was pretending, he was still at the shadow level. Once faced with a competitor like Choji, unless he ended the fight quickly, the likelihood of losing was high. Xiaomu understood that Jiraiya hadn't even switched to Sage mode and hadn't summoned the two toads. But in a life-or-death struggle, Xiaomu would undoubtedly open the second form, the flesh form, or the higher stage of Susanoo, at the first opportunity. Although Xiaomu hadn't awakened his eye techniques, that didn't prevent him from using Susanoo recklessly. His chakra was sufficient for ordinary techniques, but Susanoo was a great consumer of chakra, so he had to think of ways to manage it. Hokage Tower. Old man. Jiraiya jumped in through the window. The third Hokage put down the document in his hands. How did Shakma do? Jiraiya replied. Although I feel he was holding back. The third Hokage took a slow puff of his cigarette. And you? Jiraiya shook his head. I didn't use Sage mode. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. Oh, so he didn't use Susanoo. He did, but for a very short time. It seems Susanoo consumes an enormous amount of chakra and cannot be maintained for long. The third Hokage paced a few steps, murmuring, cannot be maintained, cannot be maintained. You've worked hard, Jiraiya. The third Hokage showed a relaxed expression. Jiraiya shook his head. After competing with Shakmu, I feel he doesn't seem like an ambitious person. Is that so? If judging a person based on one's feelings was to be believed, the third Hokage would have scolded him outright. But Jiraiya was different. He had been training in Myaboka Mountain, regularly receiving natural energy. He could remarkably sense the inherent tendencies of a person's character. Thus, Jiraiya's words held significant weight. Moreover, even the third Hokage himself had never fully experienced the true strength of Jiraiya's Sage mode. Since Jiraiya said there was no problem, the third Hokage relaxed a lot. After all, Uchiha Shakmu had always been an unstable factor, often making unpredictable moves. This time, ruining Jiraiya's reputation would undoubtedly be to Jiraiya's liking. After all, the third Hokage could no longer pressure Jiraiya into taking on the Hokage position. Which village leader is a peeping Tom? Speaking of which, since Orochimaru is not the one behind the baby kidnappings, then. Old man, I'm preparing to leave. Jiraiya's voice interrupted the third Hokage's thoughts. The third Hokage frowned. You're leaving, so Jiraiya spread his hands. There doesn't seem to be anything to stay for in the village. Our route has been disbanded by you, and the Uchiha have relinquished power. I went to test Shakmu and found he is not an ambitious person. Why should I stay? The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya with suspicion. You're not leaving because you can't go spy in the hot springs, are you? Jiraiya's expression turned dark. Absolutely not. I just received news from Orochimaru and need to check it out. Really? The third Hokage's voice carried a hint of other emotions. However, Jiraiya did not pick up on it and nodded seriously. It's true, I received a lead that Orochimaru is in the land of rice in the north. The third Hokage pondered for a moment. Then go ahead, there's no need to specifically bring him back. Jiraiya looked at the third Hokage in surprise. Old man, what did you just say? The third Hokage appeared somewhat uncomfortable, taking a puff from his pipe. After a long pause, he sighed. It doesn't matter whether he comes back or not. Just help me relay this message to him. Old man. Jiraiya felt somewhat moved. He understood what the third Hokage's words meant. It meant the third Hokage would no longer pursue the past events. Moreover, the third Hokage still regarded Orochimaru as a disciple. The third Hokage wearily waved his hand. Shakmu brought news that the kidnapping of babies was orchestrated by Danzo. Orochimaru, at most, just collaborated on the experiments. Though I don't know where Shakmu got his information, he has no reason to lie. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. To be honest, he had a considerable friendship with Orochimaru. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept dragging his feet, claiming to pursue Orochimaru while actually wandering outside. Had it not been for the gruesome baby kidnapping incident, he would not have accepted this mission. Now it was said that the mastermind behind the kidnapping incident was Danzo. Jiraiya felt a weight lift off his heart. As for the relationship between the third Hokage and Orochimaru, Jiraiya was also aware. Orochimaru was exceptionally talented from a young age, learning any ninjutsu with ease. He was also the most favored disciple under the teacher, so their relationship was undoubtedly good. However, Orochimaru was too proud, which is why the teacher chose Minato. What Jiraiya didn't know was that the third Hokage initially intended for Orochimaru to become the fourth Hokage. But Danzo recommended Orochimaru and the two had a deep cooperation. Orochimaru was too powerful with an extremely independent mindset, and he would not accept anyone's constraints. Not even the third Hokage. Thus, in the end, the third Hokage chose the civilian representative Minato Namikaze. After all, Minato had no significant background, making him easier to control. What the third Hokage did not expect was that Orochimaru's pride would lead him down a dark path in pursuit of his own truth. In the end, the baby kidnapping case erupted, and Orochimaru never explained himself from beginning to end. To say that Orochimaru left because of the position of Hokage would be an understatement. Rather, it was his inability to endure the third Hokage's distrust that drove him away. And the so-called Konoha collapse plan that Orochimaru devised was akin to a child showing off their achievements to an adult. Or perhaps he didn't want the third Hokage to rot away here in decay. Even when he ultimately killed the third Hokage, he shed tears. Jiraiya had interacted with Shakmu. Though the experience was not very pleasant, he believed this information. Alright, I will pass the message to Orochimaru. Jiraiya's previously relaxed expression subtly changed. The third Hokage waved his hand. Before you leave, go see Naruto. That boy is now in the Chunin school. Jiraiya nodded and vanished from the office. Jiraiya emerged from the Hokage tower intentionally, using transformation jutsu to avoid chaos. He transformed into an unremarkable Konoha ninja. By afternoon, the ninja academy had not yet After greeting the Umbu monitoring Naruto nearby, Jiraiya found a suitable location. Jiraiya looked over. With a head of fluffy yellow hair and a few whisker-like marks on his face, Naruto was training seriously on the playground. They started with running, then had to overcome obstacles, jump pits, and traverse ropes. These are all fundamental physical training and body coordination exercises. Leading the team was Iruka, who explained while running. After you graduate, you will encounter countless terrain obstacles while on missions, so you must adapt to various terrains now. Behind him, the fastest student was Sasuke, who was extremely serious. He would not take any training lightly. Sasuke's movements from jumping pits to crossing ropes were all very standard and natural, indicating that he had received similar training at home. The other children from prominent ninja clans were running ahead. Conversely, the children from civilian families were somewhat clumsy with this training. There were many who fell into pits and cried, or fell from ropes and took ages to get up. Of course, there were also children from major ninja clans who ran slower, like a Kimichi Choji. Among civilians, Naruto stood out. He took this training very seriously and always remembered Shakmu's expectations of him. Thus, even though Naruto often fell into pits or off ropes, he quickly got back up, striving to catch up with Sasuke and the others. After 3 laps, only half the students had finished. But Naruto, through sheer determination, managed to reach the end of the first group, placing 9th. This made Jiraiya, who was watching from the trees, feel immensely gratified. Naruto truly worked hard and was very sensible. After the training ended, Iruka announced the results and dismissed the class for free activities. Iruka approached Naruto. Naruto, are you alright? Naruto had been trying hard, so he had fallen many times and had several scrapes on his body. Naruto looked up at Iruka, showing a big smile. Iruka-sensei, I'm fine, just some minor injuries. Iruka gently patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, you did great this time, but be careful next time, don't act recklessly. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, Iruka-sensei, I'll definitely get first place in the next training. Naruto, come play a game. A voice called from afar. Iruka-sensei, I'm going to play. He cut off Iruka's following words. Seeing that Naruto was indeed fine, Iruka could only shake his head helplessly. The dissolution at the roots, the departure of Jiraiya, transformed Konoha back into its former self. Without the Uchiha security team, it was well managed by the Hyuga clan. Yet many did not notice that the Uchiha in Konoha's 8 streets had quietly closed their small dining establishments for renovation. From the land of water, sporadic news arrived. The largest ninja clan, the Yuki clan, which possessed bloodline limits, was dissatisfied with the 4th Mizukage Yagura and attempted to assassinate him. After the assassination attempt failed, Yagura was severely injured and retreated into the shadows, subsequently initiating a brutal purge of the major bloodline clans in the Land of Water. Many ninjas from the Mist Village began to flee. Due to the remoteness of the Land of Water and the closure of its borders, news became increasingly scarce. Other factions were not very clear about what had transpired in the Mist. Due to the remoteness of the Land of Water and the closure of its borders, news became increasingly scarce. Other factions were not very clear about what had However, after the war, he stabilized the situation through his personal abilities and worked hard to develop the village's economy. Utilizing his bloodline limit magnet release, he sought gold in the desert. This brought substantial financial support to Sunagakure, entering a period of stable development. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander grew old and lost his fighting spirit, indulging in pleasure. He had been eliminated by Nagato, and the Rain Village subsequently entered the era of Nagato's rule. In Awagakure, the genius youth Deidara left the village due to his unwillingness to be controlled, becoming a rogue ninja. Awagakure faced a succession crisis with only Inoki holding the fort. During this time, Shakam focused on supporting Uchiha businesses. Initially, when Shokum requested these commoner Uchiha to switch to business, he encountered significant resistance. However, after showcasing his skills and treating everyone to a meal, they were all captivated by the Chinese cuisine. The unique handling of ingredients and explosive flavors turned these Uchiha into loyal fans of Chinese cuisine. Shokum had already prepared a proposal for them to renovate their storefronts. His attention shifted to communication with Orochimaru. Using the summoned beast from Yaoi, Shokum sent messages daily, and aside from the initial reports from Itachi and Shursue, the subsequent messages mainly revolved around discussions between Orochimaru and Shokum. Shokum held great expectations for the strongest scientist in this world. Many of his future plans relied on Orochimaru's support. Shokum also shared some matters not included in the proposal with Orochimaru. When Orochimaru learned of the significant changes expected in the ninja world in a few years, his urgency increased. With continuous experiments and less concern for managing the Sound Village, the arrival of Uchiha elites instantly transformed it. The volume of completed missions surged, making it the most active ninja village after the 5 major villages. Leaving the Rain Takigakure and Kusagakure far behind, the unmasked Uchiha quickly revealed Itachi's defection to a small ninja village. All the ninja villages were watching Konoha's reaction, and to everyone's surprise, Konoha remained indifferent, as if the matter were of no consequence. Even more astonishing was that with so many Uchiha, if they aimed for power, the entire Sound Village would belong to them. However, the Uchiha seemed uninterested in such ambitions, content to serve as ninjas in the Sound Village. Shokum was not surprised, as these elite Uchiha had long been brainwashed by Tsukuyomi, and not only could they be obedient in completing tasks, but they could even commit suicide on command. Shokum focused much of his energy on the transformation of dining establishments in Konoha's 8 streets. After inviting the commoner Uchiha bosses to experience the cuisine, Shokum's confidence in Chinese cuisine had significantly increased. Thus, he accelerated the process, and within 2 months the signboard named Chinese cuisine adorned the entire Konoha 8 streets. Once the shops opened, they became a sensation in the entire village, with a steady stream of visitors coming to taste them. All Uchiha shops sold different specialty dishes: hot, dry noodles, rujiamo, crayfish rice rolls, rice noodles, loasafen. Enough variety to ensure one wouldn't have the same dish from street to street, each with its unique preparation methods and secret ingredients. This made it impossible for others to replicate, leading to a sudden decline in business for other restaurants in Konoha, forcing many to switch careers. Meanwhile, in the land of rice, Shokum's steps grew bolder. He drafted a more extensive business proposal that even Orochimaru praised. Medical experiments often required significant funding. Previously, the funding needs for developing ninjutsu weren't as great, but to accomplish Shokum's various projects, whether enhancing oneself or researching the evolution of the Sharingan, enormous amounts of funding were necessary. Fortunately, Orochimaru had infiltrated the land of rice over the years, and the daimyo was under his control. With the daimyo's support, the series of shops named Chinese cuisine quickly spread across the land of rice. At first, the restaurant owners in the land of rice thought the daimyo had gone mad, investing so many resources into supporting something unfamiliar. However, the final outcome left everyone with egg on their faces. The Chinese cuisine series of shops featured main courses, desserts, and special snacks. Like a whirlwind, it toppled ordinary dining establishments in the land of rice. In terms of main courses, the previously singular food offerings could not compare to the diverse array of Chinese cuisines. In terms of desserts, the endless variety of pastries and drinks within Chinese cuisine dazzled everyone. As for the special snacks, they were even more irresistible: skewers, sour and spicy noodles, hot, dry noodles, rujiamo, crayfish rice rolls, rice noodles, loasafen, jianbing, guozi, guabao ro. In a short time, many restaurant owners found their businesses empty. While many restaurant owners were pondering countermeasures, the Chinese cuisine series of shops launched a new operation, a franchise model. Restaurant owners from various regions only needed to pay a certain fee to enjoy technical support provided by Chinese cuisine along with various secret recipes. Initially, these restaurant owners were hesitant to try, fearing something they had never encountered, until the first batch of brave individuals emerged. They made up their minds and invested heavily in the Chinese cuisine snack shops. Within a few months, they completely recouped their investment, earning a fortune. Other restaurant owners could no longer sit still, waving their cash in hopes of joining the Chinese cuisine brand. Then, starting from the land of rice, the wave of Chinese cuisine gradually spread to various nations. More than a year later, Konoha's 8 streets had become the most bustling street in Konoha. The most significant reason for this was the rise of the Uchiha family's Chinese cuisine. Most of the items in these food shops were unheard of and unseen by many. Once the first triers emerged, these exotic dishes quickly conquered everyone's taste buds. Those with keen eyes would notice that the Chinese cuisine shops in Konoha's 8 streets appeared simultaneously with those in the land of rice. The driving force behind this was undoubtedly the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha also surged to become the wealthiest family in the ninja world. Naruto and Sasuke had been attending school for nearly 2 years, with Naruto's academic performance being mediocre at best. However, his physical skills were quite decent. His weakest area was chakra refinement and utilization. Recently, the school had started teaching transformation techniques, and Naruto, always ranked at the bottom. Under the regular support from Shakam and Sasuke, the Third Hokage felt a sense of threat and kept raising Naruto's monthly allowance. Anyone who targeted Naruto faced severe punishment. They feared that one day Naruto would be taken away by Uchiha Shakam. This also drew Kakashi closer to Naruto. Unfortunately, Kakashi was often on missions, and his interactions with Naruto were limited to casual conversations. As human nature tends to favor familiarity, Naruto's relationship with Shakam and Sasuke was much better. In the dream realm, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Bang! The massive silhouette of a myriad of snakes was projected. With a surge of chakra, a gigantic chakra energy body rose from the ground. Skeleton's flesh armor. Boom! The intense chakra fluctuated. Summer Tree's Susanoo produced the Yasaka Magatama and tossed it out. The colossal body of the myriad snakes could not evade. A whoa! With a low muffled roar, the myriad snakes left a layer of snake skin behind. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A gale erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, sending dust and stones flying across the ground. The view became a blur. Summer Tree remained hidden within the Susanoo, waiting for an opportunity. Bang! With the sound of rocks exploding, the myriad snakes leaped out from behind Summer Tree, and Orochimaru instantly appeared to the side. Shadow of the Serpent Technique. Orochimaru pressed his hands to the ground, and a swarm of venomous snakes crawled out. Summer Tree blocked a headbutt from the myriad snakes, and instantly released the Susanoo, placing a hand on the head of a myriad snake. Contract seal release. Bang! Under the massive cloud of smoke, Orochimaru's myriad snakes were forcibly returned. Orochimaru formed a hand seal. 8-headed serpent technique. Slither, slither, slither. With the sound of flesh tearing, a gigantic white serpent head emerged, lunging at Summer Tree ferociously. Summer Tree endured the immense chakra consumption and reopened the Susanoo, drawing out the giant samurai sword from the Susanoo. Clang clang, the sharp blade directly severed 3 heads. But it was futile. The infinite regeneration property of the 8-headed serpent allowed the serpent heads to keep emerging. Summer Tree was soon entangled. The dream shattered and spun. Summer Tree opened his eyes, consciousness returning to reality. Another failure. Orochimaru is surprisingly strong. After Summer Tree sent many topics and hypotheses to Orochimaru, his name appeared in the dream training. I must say, Summer Tree initially had little confidence in Orochimaru's combat abilities. After all, Orochimaru's greatest strength lies in research, and he was easily dealt with by Itachi's Jinjutsu. Summer Tree inevitably underestimated him. Yet after actually facing him, he realized that while Orochimaru had a flaw in Jinjutsu, it did not mean that Orochimaru was weak. In fact, he was remarkably strong. As a result, despite the numerous times Summer Tree fought Orochimaru, he lost more than he won. He either perished due to the infinite reincarnation of the 8-headed serpent, or was beaten down by the reanimated first and second Hokage. Or he succumbed to Orochimaru's bizarre soft body transformations and sneaky snake attacks. The only area where Summer Tree could restrain Orochimaru was in Jinjutsu, which he did not perform well. Orochimaru cannot withstand Itachi's Jinjutsu, but that is due to Itachi's high mastery of Jinjutsu. Summer Tree could only rely on overwhelming chakra to force the issue. To put it simply, Itachi could intricately use Jinjutsu to sever your control over a specific part of your body. Summer Tree could only create a psychological suggestion of his own demise. Whether effective or not, it indeed worked, but it consumed a large amount of chakra. The stronger the opponents, the more resistant they became. Without using Jinjutsu, Summer Tree had very little chance of winning against Orochimaru. In this situation, Summer Tree recalled his previous match with Jiraiya. Although he had held back afterward, in the end it remained uncertain whether he would be the one to laugh last in life and death struggles. Only after fighting against one of the 3 legendary Sannin at full strength did Summer Tree realize his numerous shortcomings. The victories over Itachi Shisui and Fugaku were entirely due to his high chakra, rendering their Jinjutsu ineffective. In terms of Susanoo, their Susanoo was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. In size, Itachi's Susanoo had a limit of just over 20 meters. Summer Tree's Susanoo could reach 70 meters and continued to grow as his chakra increased. Leaving that aside, Summer Tree also possesses many sealing techniques to quickly seal his opponents. However, Summer Tree lacked a powerful offensive ocular technique. Itachi's Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi were both techniques he greatly admired. Although Summer Tree had a one-time use technique on him, but once used it was gone. If only my ocular technique were an offensive type. An offensive ocular technique must be one with immense lethality. As this thought arose, Summer Tree felt a surge of restlessness within his Sharingan. Summer Tree was startled. Could it be? The mind's reflection, I, as the name implies, requires a strong desire within one's heart to awaken the corresponding ocular technique. When Obito awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan, it was due to Rin's death. He felt the entire world collapsing. In despair, wanting to escape this world, he awakened the space-time technique Kemui to flee this reality. Shursue, deeply in love with peace, dreamed of changing the thoughts of his clansmen and villagers so they could coexist peacefully. Thus, he awakened Konoha Tsukumi, which alters the thoughts and will of others. Itachi's Mangekyō awakened due to Shizui's death. Itachi's mindset was far more extreme than Shizui's. In his view, if peace cannot be achieved, then one side must be destroyed, so Itachi awakened Amaterasu, which destroys all things. His heartfelt hope formed his other eye, which reconstructs the world Tsukuyomi. Fugaku pondered daily about the future of the clan. Each decision made was in consideration of its impact on the future, thus awakening the illusion that could construct the future. And Summer Tree, after crossing over, felt a sense of detachment from the entire world. After all, in the time since his arrival, he truly had no real sense of experience. He easily activated his Susanoo, even becoming thoroughly familiar with each stage of the Susanoo. There were no difficulties in the growth of the Susanoo. However, in terms of Mangekyō ocular technique, Summer Tree did not possess a strong emotional desire. Thus, despite his immense chakra, he still had not awakened. After all, when he arrived, he had not experienced the brutality of war or faced life and death situations. The Eight Tails Killer Bee was completely overwhelming. After realizing all this, Summer Tree couldn't help but feel amused. It turned out he had made such a huge blunder. So in this sense, he had the opportunity to construct a Mangekyō ocular technique. With this thought, Summer Tree felt a surge of excitement. Should I choose to avoid everything with Kamui? Or should I incinerate all with Amaterasu? Or perhaps alter others will with Konoha Tsukumi? After careful consideration, Summer Tree felt none of these matched his personality. What Summer Tree wanted was a simple, direct, and decisive ability to cut through all chaos. With a strong desire in his heart, the chakra within Summer Tree's mind surged violently. Unable to suppress it, he opened his Sharingan, which began spinning rapidly. As the Sharingan spun, 3 tomo extended outward, reaching the edges of his eye sockets. Thud, thud, thud. Like ripples in a flat lake, the waves of chakra spread out. The remaining Uchiha combatants, as long as they had 3 tomo, exhibited very clear perceptiveness. They distinctly felt a special chakra sweeping over from Vice Clan leader Summer Tree. Moments later, it fell silent. Is Summer Tree experimenting with ocular techniques? Why is this chakra so special? Fuyu arrived at Xiaomu's residence at the first opportunity. As soon as he arrived, he saw Xiaomu, who looked exhausted, walking out of the room. Xiaomu, what happened? What was that fluctuation of pupil power just now, eh? Xiaomu tiredly waved his hand, saying, It's nothing, just experimenting with a pupil technique. Sorry to worry the clan leader. Pupil technique. A glint of sharp light flashed in Fuyu's eyes. An ordinary pupil technique would not cause such a commotion. Therefore, there was only one possibility: the pupil technique of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Xiaomu had mentioned that his pupil technique is Heaven's Gap, a powerful technique that allows glimpsing into the future. Did Xiaomu just glimpse the future again? Pupil technique. A glint of sharp light flashed in Fuyu's eyes. An ordinary pupil technique would not cause such a commotion. Therefore, there was only one possibility: the pupil technique. He had dark circles under his eyes, and there were bloodshot veins within them. He looked completely drained. Upon hearing Fuyu's words, Xiaomu paused for a moment, then closed his eyes to rest. Finally, he spoke. The activation of Heaven's Gap is beyond my control. In recent years, its activation has become increasingly rare. That's why I've been doing my best to record many useful things for the future. Just now I saw some visions of the future, but this time they were longer than before. I have a premonition that Heaven's Gap will never activate again in the future. Fuyu felt a sense of loss. Xiaomu's kaleidoscope Sharingan had brought immense benefits to the Uchiha clan. Although such a powerful pupil technique certainly has its limitations, the sudden inability to use it left Fuyu feeling somewhat troubled. However, the Uchiha clan had already found its footing. Whether it was the development of the Uchiha in the Sound Ninja village or the progress of their own clan, both had far surpassed more than a year ago. Now neither the Third Hokage nor any other ninja clan dared to underestimate the Uchiha. Clan leader, I'm going to rest for now. Once I have everything organized, I'll come back to inform you. As Xiaomu spoke, he yawned and returned. Fuyu had long grown accustomed to Xiaomu's laid-back demeanor and did not show any displeasure. Instead, he called over Elder Yang Ping and instructed him to issue a ban to all Uchiha. No one was allowed to divulge the events concerning the Uchiha tonight. In truth, as long as it was an Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan, they would sense the fluctuation of pupil power and naturally wouldn't speak of it. Nonetheless, Fuyu still issued a gag order, just to be safe. Xiaomu walked into his room and immediately dove into bed, falling into a deep sleep. In fact, he hadn't expended much of his pupil power or chakra. The reason for his haggard appearance was simply that he was experimenting with his new pupil technique in his dreams. One pupil technique was called the Eye of Susanoo, which merely enhanced observation, leaving Xiaomu somewhat disappointed. The other enhanced the weapons of Susanoo, making them sharper. It could be continuously enhanced to its strongest form, known as the Amaterasu, which could forcibly devour space. Obito, it seems you won't be able to jump in front of me anymore. However, within dreams, he would not expend pupil power or chakra. Therefore, after wreaking havoc in the dream, when Xiaomu exited his room, he felt utterly drained and needed sleep. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. The real drain on his energy came from his Sharingan. As the pupil technique awakened, the Sharingan finally completed its progression to the next tier. This meant that Xiaomu had quietly become the owner of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moreover, the pattern of Xiaomu's Eternal Eye had not changed and was completely indistinguishable from before. Feeling the surge of chakra and pupil power, he no longer had to worry about his pupil power depleting. Xiaomu thought to himself happily as he drifted into a deep slumber. Xiaomu slept soundly until midday on the third day without anyone disturbing him. In fact, Fuyu had already come to check on him and discovered that Xiaomu was not in a coma, but merely sleeping. After lamenting the incredible energy consumption of Heaven's Gap, he chose not to wake him. After Xiaomu woke up, he found himself unbearably hungry. After drinking some water, he sped off towards Konoha's 8 streets. Konoha's 8 streets. The restaurant Chinese cuisine on 8 streets became famous. Naruto and Sasuke also became its most loyal customers, and Naruto loved eating stinky tofu, while Sasuke preferred hot and sour noodles. Today, Naruto, who had again ranked at the bottom in ninjutsu scores, dragged Sasuke to 8 streets right after class to buy their favorite foods. While Naruto stuffed a piece of stinky tofu into his mouth, he recommended, "Sasuke, you really should try this fried stinky tofu, it tastes amazing." Sasuke turned his face away in disdain, saying, "I'm not eating that, or it stinks, and it leaves a foul taste in my mouth." Naruto sighed, lamenting that Sasuke had no taste, while also reflecting on his test scores. Naruto's chakra was always chaotic due to the Nine-Tails' interference, making it difficult for him to refine it. Consequently, the transformation technique, which required precise chakra control, often failed. He had once imitated Sasuke, transforming into him. While it wasn't identical, it was certainly indistinguishable. However, during class, he frequently made mistakes, and the transformation technique never looked human. Thus, it was evident that this time he would be at the bottom of the class again. Naruto hesitated, feeling uncertain, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was interfering with his chakra flow. With something on his mind, Naruto slowed his pace. Sasuke turned back to look at Naruto, who was sullen. Thinking Naruto was still pondering the previous matter, Sasuke considered for a moment and said reluctantly, "Actually, I can try that stinky tofu too." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto's eyes lit up. Instantly, he forgot about his failing transformation technique and offered a piece of stinky tofu to Sasuke. Sasuke held back the strange taste as he chewed a few times. To his surprise, the blackened crispy shell was delicious, with flavors of spice, salt, and sauce hitting his taste buds. Sasuke was instantly conquered by the taste. He quickly snatched Naruto's stinky tofu and started eating. Naruto was taken aback. What was this? Didn't he just say he wouldn't eat it? Save some for me, hey. The two quickly turned into a tussle. After a while, Sasuke emerged victorious, as Naruto wasn't genuinely trying to reclaim it. If Sasuke wanted to eat it, so be it. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. "You two, what are you causing a ruckus on the street for?" The newcomer was Uchiha Xiaomu, holding a few skewers of candied hawthorn. He tapped Naruto on the head with one hand, and then did the same to Sasuke. A smile appeared on Sasuke's face. His teacher Xiaomu had always been approachable and easygoing. It had been a while since Xiaomu had come to pick them up. When Naruto saw Xiaomu, he shrank back a bit, feeling somewhat intimidated given how much help Xiaomu had given him. However, his ninjutsu scores had plummeted to the bottom, which was simply unacceptable. Noticing Naruto's unusual quietness, Xiaomu divided a candied hawthorn skewer between him and Sasuke, asking, "What's wrong? Why the long face? Don't you want to see me?" Naruto stammered, unable to find words. Sasuke seized the opportunity to inform Xiaomu first, saying, "Teacher, Naruto didn't do well in this ninjutsu test." "Oh." Xiaomu looked at Sasuke with amusement, noticing Sasuke's expression, urging him to ask about his scores. "Then how did you do in ninjutsu?" Sasuke puffed out his chest, proudly declaring, "I'm different from Naruto, of course, in first place." "Hee, well done, Sasuke. You truly deserve to be praised. Make sure the clan leader rewards you well when you return," Xiaomu casually complimented, since Sasuke was still young and not yet in his rebellious phase. Just a few words of praise were enough to satisfy him. If it were in the future, he would definitely need a good beating. Hearing Xiaomu praise Sasuke made Naruto even less happy. He He was doing well in physical skills, but when it came to ninjutsu, he was utterly hopeless. Sometimes the chakra within him would run wild. Xiaomu ruffled Naruto's hair, saying, "Why the long face? It's just one bad test. Just work hard next time, and you'll be fine." Naruto rubbed his face, trying to appear less dejected, saying, "Xiam Yuzenpai, this time is different. When I extract chakra, I always feel like something is disrupting it." Konoha Village. Hokage Building. Is this the idea you came up with? Do you know how much the foot... Xiaomu looked around. The Dark Division was still closely following Naruto, just a short distance behind him. Even speaking a little louder would be overheard. Feigning nonchalance, Xiaomu stuffed a sugar-coated strawberry into Naruto's mouth. "If there's a problem, we should just solve it. Come on, let's sit down and talk it over carefully." Saying this, Xiaomu led Naruto and Sasuke to a nearby bench. He listened intently as Naruto explained how his transformation technique always failed during exams or practice with classmates. Sasuke listened, earnestly curious as well. Usually Naruto's transformation technique worked perfectly when he used it on him, but it always faltered at critical moments. After hearing this, Xiaomu's mind wandered elsewhere. After more than a year, Naruto was already approaching 7 years old. He hadn't expected that just as the school began teaching chakra refinement techniques, the nine tails within him would start causing trouble. Although Naruto's seal was very intact, the chakra of the nine tails was incredibly vast. Even a tiny leak could render Naruto completely unable to control his own chakra. Since he had improved so much, could it be time to try recruiting non-Uchiha elite? With so many people around, Naruto tended to ramble a bit. After all, he had no family and regarded Xiaomu as his elder. Xiaomu softly rubbed Naruto's hair and said, "Naruto, think about it again." Naruto looked a bit puzzled. "Think about what?" At that moment, Xiaomu focused his mind, merging his consciousness with Naruto's, and instantly they arrived in the depths of Naruto's inner world. Naruto nervously glanced around, and upon seeing Xiaomu beside him, he finally relaxed. The environment around them resembled an ordinary corridor with a distant gate connecting heaven and earth. Since the inner world reflects the real world, Naruto's was much improved compared to before. It was neither damp nor cold. "Senior Xiaomu, where is this place?" Xiaomu sensed around, and indeed detected 2 chakra signatures likely belonging to the 4th Hokage and his wife. However, they did not emerge, probably waiting for Naruto to grow up. Xiaomu would never wait passively for Naruto to grow alongside the fox. After all, Naruto's world was much better now, and it was unclear if he could still negotiate with the Nine Tails. He smiled faintly and said, "Naruto, this is your inner world." Inner world. Naruto was filled with questions. For him, while he understood each word, he couldn't grasp the phrase as a whole. Xiaomu didn't elaborate, but instead asked him, "Naruto, do you want to know why you were bullied as a child?" Naruto trembled all over. Although his life had been filled with sunshine for over a year, with classmates, friends, and senior Xiaomu who had faced no verbal abuse from merchants, he still held the profound memories of being hated by the entire village. Recalling those times made his heart feel as if it were in a hollow void. However, Naruto was still Naruto, quickly raising his head, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. Xiaomu did not keep him in suspense. "You should have learned about tailed beasts in school, right?" Naruto nodded. All the major villages seal tailed beasts within human vessels, and those who are sealed with tailed beasts are called Jinchuriki. And your identity is that you are the Jinchuriki of Konoha. You are sealed with the 9 tails. Naruto's face was filled with disbelief, frozen in place. I am the 9 tails Jinchuriki." This incarnation of Naruto was no longer the aimless drifter he once was, but someone who was constantly striving to learn. The essence of what a tailed beast represented had already been taught to these children. Xiaomu continued, "The reason those villagers hate you and discriminate against you is because the 9 tails within you almost destroyed Konoha. Many villagers died at the hands of the 9 tails, so they hate you. They blame you for the destruction of their homes and the tragic deaths of their parents." Naruto's spirit was greatly shaken, and he slowly knelt on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. He had waited too long for this answer. He finally understood all the reasons behind everything. Naruto cried out loud as if he needed to release all the grievances he had bottled up for years. Meanwhile, the 2 hidden chakra signatures began to fluctuate violently. But in the end, the 2 chakras still did not reveal themselves. Why do I have to be the Jinchuriki? What?" Naruto cried, struggling to catch his breath, his voice filled with rage. Xiaomu replied softly, "Because it was your parents' decision." "Parents?" Naruto trembled all over. "Senior Xiaomu, I have parents. I am not an orphan." Xiaomu nodded. "Of course you are not an orphan, you have parents." "Who told you that you were an orphan?" "Senior Xiaomu, it was Grandpa Third Hokage who told me." Xiaomu nonchalantly said, That was the Third Hokage deceiving you. After all, he promised your parents to take good care of you, but he broke his promise." "Promised to take good care of me." Naruto mulled over these words. It seemed that Grandpa Third Hokage did indeed take care of him, giving him a lot of money and visiting him often. Hey, are you silly? You don't think the money Third Hokage gave you was from him, do you? That was your parents' money. Naruto was taken aback. He had previously been very grateful to the Third Hokage for giving him so much money. He had relied on the Third Hokage's funds to grow up, but it turned out it was his parents' money. Saying that the Third Hokage didn't take care of you means that after your parents died, their property was all taken by the Third Hokage. The money he gave you was not even 1,000th of that. What? Naruto was outraged. He had long anticipated the death of his parents. If they were still alive, they would not have been absent all these years. Naruto was furious that all the hardships he had endured over the years were caused by the Third Hokage. It turned out his family was that wealthy, he could have avoided eating instant noodles and expired milk. With his mind finally turning, Naruto suddenly no longer hated those merchants in Konoha who targeted him. After all, as Senior Xiaomu said, they all had many relatives who died at the hands of the Nine-Tails within him. It was only natural for them to resent him. Now he was angry that he could have lived an easier life. After all, while money couldn't solve all problems, it could definitely take care of basic needs. Then Senior Xiaomu, who exactly are my parents, and why did they want me to be a Jinchuriki? Xiaomu shook his head. You are still too young. I cannot tell you now, I fear you might let slip. It might bring you danger. Naruto bit his lip. Senior Xiaomu, just tell me. I promise to keep it a secret. Xiaomu still shook his head. He dared to tell Naruto about being a Jinchuriki because it was a secret well known in Konoha. Not just the ninja clan, but even many civilians knew it. Even if Naruto said he already knew he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it wouldn't lead back to the source of that information. However, the information about his parents was much more tightly guarded as it involved a lot of complex matters. Seeing Naruto pleading desperately, Xiaomu chose a compromise. Alright Naruto, if you can keep today's events a secret until you graduate from the Ninja Academy, I will tell you about your parents and everything you wish to know. Seeing Xiaomu finally relent, Naruto felt a surge of joy. Although it meant waiting until graduation, at least there was a way forward. Okay, Senior Xiaomu. I will definitely keep the secret until I graduate from the Ninja Academy. Xiaomu nodded. Since you know what a Jinchuriki means, let me test you. Why do you suddenly lose control of your chakra? Naruto had already thought of this question earlier. Senior Xiaomu, is it because of the Nine-Tails messing around? Seeing Naruto answer so quickly, completely shedding the title of foolish ninja, Xiaomu felt very pleased. Not bad. The time spent in school over the past year hasn't been in vain. Summer praised Naruto. I brought you here today to let you meet the Nine-Tails. The suffering you endured over the years was because of him. But back then he came to Konoha because he was manipulated. Since you already know you are the Jinchuri, you must learn how to coexist with the tailed beast. Coexisting peacefully with the tailed beast not only enhances your abilities, but also fulfills your father's expectations of you. Upon hearing his father's expectations, Naruto's eyes gradually sparkled with light. Don't worry, Senior Summer. I will work hard. Hearing Naruto end with the familiar phrase a big deal, he knew Naruto had regained his spirit. Summer led Naruto forward. The current scene, merely a manifestation of the mind. The seemingly distant door was in fact not far away. As Summer walked forward with Naruto, his Sharingan spun in his eyes. The distance between Summer, Naruto, and the grand door visibly shortened at a rapid pace. You are Uchiha. A thunderous voice exploded in Naruto's ears, causing him to instinctively cover his ears. Bang! A massive claw struck the door, and the character seal in the center emitted a brilliant light. Damn it! The Nine-Tails claw was violently repelled. But it charged at the door again in a more ferocious stance, producing deep thuds. Calm down, Nine-Tails. Summer glared. The Nine-Tails stiffened, collapsing to the ground with a tremendous crash, unable to speak or move. Such powerful ocular energy. Could it be that person? The Nine-Tails' discomfort from being unable to move paled in comparison to the fear within. He was afraid. Such overwhelming ocular energy, he had only encountered one person before, and that was Uchiha Madara. The Nine-Tails was within the door, and although Naruto couldn't see clearly, it didn't hinder his perception of the Nine-Tails' might. Moreover, Senior Summer was able to subdue the Nine-Tails in an instant. Just how strong was Senior Summer? The thought that had been suppressed for a long time resurfaced. Senior Summer, can you be my master? To his surprise, Naruto answered eagerly, as Summer's intention today was to recruit Naruto into the organization. To see if the goal of acquiring a special trait was as he had guessed. The best way to bring Naruto into the organization was under the guise of a master-disciple relationship. Having already tarnished Jiraiya's reputation, he could no longer be Naruto's teacher. But Summer was confident in helping Naruto mature faster. He had originally planned to address this matter after dealing with the Nine-Tails, but unexpectedly Naruto spoke first. Without a hint of hesitation, as numerous thoughts flickered through his mind, Summer smiled slightly. Sure, I will be your master from now on. Naruto was overjoyed, not expecting Senior Summer to agree without any hesitation. He thought he should have. Congratulations, the host has significantly altered the life trajectory of Naruto Uzumaki. Congratulations, host acquired Sage of the Six Paths mode X1. To think it was the Sage of the Six Paths mode truly worthy of the Child of Destiny. Given this, why wasn't it the Heavy Particle mode? Summer thought greedily after all the ninjutsu acquired had no consumption. Ding. Successfully recruited Naruto Uzumaki. Reward for the host, Uzumaki clan physique. Summer immediately cast aside the thoughts he had just entertained. The most obvious trait of the Uzumaki clan is their chakra. Oh no, it should be chakra volume. Naruto relied on the unparalleled chakra volume of the Uzumaki clan. While suppressing the Nine Tails, he could also create countless shadow clones, spending chakra wildly. Nagato's chakra was even more exaggerated as he sustained 2 Rinnegan by himself. Moreover, the outer path Geto Mazo absorbs chakra daily, and yet he could still use the Rinnegan's innate techniques to resurrect so many Konoha ninjas. It was just as he had guessed were these the special traits. The system finally came through, but being stingy and only usable once still didn't change much. The stubborn pig isn't afraid of boiling water, no matter how much you scolded it won't help. Summer carefully sensed the chakra in his body. During the achievement of the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, his chakra had already surged once. Now the chakra volume was continuously increasing. He should not be lacking in chakra in the future. At this moment, Summer released his control over the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails roared in anger, but also calmed down somewhat. He had realized that the being before him was not Uchiha Madara, but another powerful member of the Uchiha clan. Summer raised his chin slightly. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Uchiha's deputy clan leader. The Nine Tails chewed on this familiar name. From within Naruto, he could sense the outside world. However, Naruto's daily routine was quite simple, merely commuting between the ninja school and home. At other times, he was in the 8 streets of Konoha. The Nine Tails' main feeling was that Uchiha had produced a deputy clan leader who was very good at business, but he knew nothing about his combat power. Unexpectedly, he was a wielder of the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. I know you. Uchiha Summer. What do you intend to do here? The Nine Tails was surprisingly talkative, showing no signs of rebellion. After all, for someone who could take his life at any moment, it was only proper to show a modicum of respect. Summer pulled Naruto, who was dazed, beside him. It's nothing much. I just want to tell you that this Naruto Uzumaki, your landlord, is my disciple, and I will protect him from now on. When he extracts chakra, don't cause me any trouble. Ha. The Nine Tails emitted a harsh laugh. It's not that I deliberately want to affect his chakra flow. It's just that when he's nervous, my overflowing chakra unconsciously influences him. That's his problem. You shouldn't come to me. The Nine Tails with its massive pupils hid behind the door. While he could show respect to Summer, he had no intention of indulging this little brat Naruto Uzumaki. After all, his overflowing chakra was unconscious. He could control it, but why should he bother? Oh, although the Nine Tails spoke the truth, this blatant disregard for Summer's authority made Summer somewhat displeased. Just as he was about to say something, Naruto tugged at Summer's hand. Master, let me handle this. Naruto said to Summer, Master, this is something I must face as the Jinchuri. All right. Summer nodded, wanting to see how Naruto intended to interact with the Nine Tails. Kid, what do you want? The Nine Tails snorted coldly, harboring no good feelings towards this landlord who... Naruto, enduring immense pressure, stepped up to the door and looked at the fox with a head bigger than a house, mustering his courage to say, Nine Tails, I want to be friends with you. Hiss. Summer instantly felt a toothache. This really was the approach. Summer watched as Naruto first explained his painful past. He expressed understanding of the Nine Tails' pain and hoped to work hard together in the future, babbling on. Summer observed the fierce Nine Tails, noticing its attitude gradually softening, finding it incredible. Was this the power of verbal persuasion? Had Naruto learned to talk his way out of situations at such a young age? Or was this a talent that came with being the reincarnation of Ashura? Although in the end the Nine Tails ignored everything Naruto said, Naruto did not give up at all, chattering nonstop. This made the Nine Tails extremely annoyed, roaring, shut up. Then its head retreated inside the door. No matter what Naruto said, it refused to come out. Seeing that Naruto was undeterred, Summer didn't have much time to indulge him. All right, Naruto. Summer interrupted Naruto's attempt to cast. You can slowly talk to the Nine Tails later. I need to take you out now. Okay. Naruto scratched his head. Summer advised Naruto, once you leave here, still call me Senior Summer, all right? Why can't I call you Master? Naruto's small head was filled with big questions. Summer ruffled Naruto's hair. It's just a title. Ooh. Naruto pouted, somewhat reluctantly agreeing. Summer reached out and patted Naruto on the head, and Naruto slowly disappeared. Xiaomu looked up at the massive prison gate. He called out loudly, QB. Boom. The surging chakra slammed against the gate, creating a thunderous noise. How do you know my name? Xiaomu replied calmly, because I have seen the future. Seen the future? QB's first reaction was disbelief, but the fact that Xiaomu had called his name was undeniable. Do you want to know how long it will take for you to get out of here? Xiaomu's lips curled into a slight smile. Seeing the mischievous look on Xiaomu's face, Kyubi couldn't help but feel curious. When it's too slow to say, let me use illusion to show you. Now that Xiaomu had advanced to the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he could transmit some images to others through illusions. Immediately, Xiaomu displayed the Fourth Shinobi World War. He showed Kyubi the scene where he was pulled out of Naruto's body and then devoured by the Outer Path's Geto Mazo. Ten Tails. Kyubi roared, his voice filled with unwillingness, anger, and fear. If being trapped inside a Jinchuriki meant losing freedom, then being absorbed by the Ten Tails would mean completely disappearing from this world. Are you saying that there will be a Fourth Shinobi World War in 10 years? Xiaomu nodded. Do you remember the person who controlled you to destroy Konoha back then? That Uchiha. Yes, that Uchiha's clan member will be the culprit of the upcoming Fourth Shinobi World War. The ultimate goal of the Fourth Shinobi World War is to feed all of you tailed beasts to the Ten Tails, then launch the infinite Tsukuyomi to create the God Tree and destroy the world. Xiaomu sat cross-legged, explaining some of the causes and effects of the Fourth Shinobi World War to Kyubi. Kyubi listened intently, not doubting its authenticity for a moment. After all, he was a fragment of the Ten Tails, and he understood its secrets well. These were secrets from hundreds of years ago that no one knew. Yet the Uchiha Xiaomu before him could accurately recount them. And Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, destined to be the one to save the world in the future. If you cooperate earlier, the stronger he becomes, the safer you will be in the future, won't you? Kyubi huffed. What about the Fourth Hokage sealing me? Kyubi still held a grudge. After all, when the Fourth Hokage sealed him, he had also split away half of his chakra. As a result, he now only had half of his chakra. Xiaomu rolled his eyes. The Fourth Hokage sealing you was merely his duty. Now that you are with Naruto, you share glory and misfortune together. Think about it yourself. As he spoke, Xiaomu slowly disappeared. In the shadows, Kyubi murmured, 10 Tails. In the world of the mind, no matter how long it took inside, it was but a moment outside. Naruto had just opened his eyes when Xiaomu followed suit. In Naruto's eyes, there was already much that had not existed before. To Sasuke, it was as if Xiaomu had told Naruto to think it over again. Naruto closed his eyes briefly and seemed to have transformed into a different person. Have you thought it through, Naruto? Xiaomu smiled. As long as the fox didn't cause trouble, Naruto could quickly improve. Naruto looked at Xiaomu and then revealed a big smile. I've thought it through. Xiaomu. Senior. Sasuke scanned between Xiaomu and Naruto, feeling that they were hiding something from him. Afterwards, Xiaomu took Naruto and Sasuke for a pleasant stroll in the streets, allowing Sasuke to go back first. Finally, he dropped Naruto off at his doorstep, ruffled Naruto's hair, and let him go inside. The monitoring Umbu relaxed as they saw Xiaomu didn't make any extra moves or utter any words, and they watched him leave. As Naruto stepped inside, he immediately pulled out a note from his head. It was a message from Xiaomu stating that entering the spiritual world wasn't always possible and required a significant amount of mental energy. Too many entries and exits would be overwhelming for Naruto. He carefully read it, then exclaimed and swallowed. When Xiaomu returned to the Uchiha clan's territory, dinner time had already passed. However, Xiaomu was already full, so he didn't have to worry about that. As soon as he returned, Fugaku approached him. Xiaomu, the vehicle you requested has been completed. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu perked up. Quick, take me to see it. He was soon led to a venue where a low-profile vehicle stood quietly. The vehicle was open on all sides, mostly made of wood, designed according to the appearance of a sightseeing vehicle from his previous life. The technology in the Hokage world was not low, but due to different national conditions, there were many places without roads, so vehicles were not widely used. The last compensation from the Hidden Cloud Village included an engine, but it was chakra-powered. Xiaomu created this vehicle to facilitate the Uchiha civilians' travel between the village and the clan's territory. It provided convenience for the Uchiha civilians and supported some future plans. As Xiaomu stepped on it and infused chakra, the vehicle quickly started moving. It had a steering wheel and brakes, and to increase speed, one just needed to release more chakra. It gave Xiaomu a nostalgic feeling of driving in the past. The one responsible for manufacturing this vehicle was Uchiha Kiyomi, who was quite interested in such creations. Its practicality was not too high, as it could only travel between Konoha and the clan's territory, since only that route was passable. However, since the Uchiha were now wealthy, they naturally had to spend. Although most of the large expenditures were with Orochimaru, even a small portion made Fugaku, who was used to hard times, uncomfortable. After looking at the vehicle, Fugaku hurriedly pulled Xiaomu into the conference room. It turned out that after more than a year since the Uchiha announced the childbirth rewards, many babies had now reached the time of birth. Fugaku also honored the promise of distributing 2,000 ryo to each baby's parents. However, with the baby boom, the money in Fugaku's treasury was flowing out like water. Fugaku was a bit anxious and hurriedly discussed with Xiaomu. Xiaomu, the fertility incentive policy you proposed before many Uchiha have now fulfilled their targets. Should we continue to distribute the childbirth subsidies? The treasury's funds are a bit short. Xiaomu firmly squeezed his hands. Of course the clan leader can't go back on his word, and besides that 200 Rio. For every graduating ninja, well, add another 400 Rio, and for those with the Sharingan, an additional 500. As for the treasury's insufficiency, I forgot to tell you about the franchise store. Franchise store? What franchise store? Fugaku looked puzzled. Ever since Itachi and Shursui settled down in the land of rice, Xiaomu's business plan had been a great success, bringing a significant amount of money to the Uchiha. If it weren't for the concern that the Uchiha might lose their motivation to progress, Fugaku would have wanted to pay everyone a salary. In such a situation, if the rewards were as Xiaomu suggested, each child would receive rewards worth over 1 million. No amount of money could withstand Xiaomu's expenditures. Xiaomu didn't explain much further, instead directly forming a hand seal. Bang! As the smoke dispersed, the storage scroll opened, revealing box after box. Fugaku looked at the boxes in astonishment. Could it be? Xiaomu gestured for Fugaku to open one. Fugaku opened a box, and indeed it was filled with cash. Each box contained a full 50 million Rio. There were a total of 8 boxes. That's 400 million Rio. To put it into perspective, the entire Konoha's annual budget was only about 1 billion. Fugaku could only widen his eyes in shock, gasping in disbelief. Xiaomu, startled, slapped Fugaku on the back, causing him to stagger. He truly feared that Fugaku might faint from shock. No wonder he was from the battlefield. Upon seeing so much money, Fugaku quickly calmed down. Why is the franchise fee so much? This is just the first batch, which exploded in quantity. It won't be this much in the future. Xiaomu carefully explained to Fugaku what the franchise model was. Fugaku, in shock, could only smile helplessly. Xiaomu, I really don't know how your mind works. Or is there truly such a business model in the future? This franchise business model was indeed invented in the future, and all successful business groups will use. Will this franchise model leak the secret recipes you've written? Fugaku realized that Xiaomu was practically a cash cow. The various dishes he invented had completely taken the ninja world by storm. Now that the franchise model had emerged, the Chinese cuisine stores had sprung up like mushrooms after rain. He worried that if such stores appeared everywhere, it would lead to his own advantages gradually diminishing. Xiaomu reassured him, "You don't need to worry about that, clan leader. Firstly, the franchisees can only franchise relatively singular types of cuisine. Moreover, the secret recipes will only be given to one person, and a forbidden technique will be implanted in that person's mind, making the possibility of leakage very small. Even if it leaked, it would be long after, when everyone was already accustomed to eating at our stores. In the past world, who couldn't make fried fries or fried chicken wings? Everyone can, but they still prefer to eat at those chain stores. It's the same principle." Looking at the piles of money, Fugaku now felt confident. "Then let's do as you say, Xiaomu. Our Uchiha will no longer be bound by anyone in the future." Fuyu looked at Xiaomu with a piercing gaze. "Xiaomu, when do you plan to accept the position of clan leader?" This was not the first time Fuyu had asked this question, but Xiaomu had always managed to dodge it. Now he had decided to pursue other matters. "The clan has stabilized, and I need to go out for a while." "How long?" Fuyu did not ask where Xiaomu was going. He never needed to worry about Xiaomu, who always had his own plans. Xiaomu shook his head. "I don't know yet. If all goes well, it will take 1.5 years, if not 2 or 3 years. Is it really necessary?" Fuyu was very satisfied with the clan's current life. Seeing Fuyu like this, Xiaomu felt it was time to give him a wake-up call. He changed to a serious expression and pointed at the sky. "Clan leader, do not be blinded by this momentary prosperity. Some dangers are always present, just not yet arrived. If you lack the capability to confront them, the final outcome for the Uchiha would still be total annihilation." Fuyu nodded. Recently, Danzo had been missing, and Konoha had been at peace with the Uchiha. The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha were practically like family. Hisashi often invited Fuyu over to discuss matters between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha, as well as to team up for missions. Xiaomu had also contributed an immense amount of resources to the clan. He even issued shurikens and kunai to all Uchiha students. These items were something that common families had to save up for, but the Uchiha clan distributed them freely. Many clan members even opened restaurants serving Chinese cuisine in the village. The lives of the clan members improved step by step, causing Fuyu to momentarily lose himself in this beauty. He forgot the apocalyptic scene Xiaomu had shown them before. Fuyu sighed. "Development is easy, but maintaining it is difficult. Be safe and return soon." Xiaomu nodded, placing his hands above his head. The surging power of his eyes gradually converged into a seal on his fingers. Transcription seal. Fuyu was somewhat surprised by Xiaomu's proficiency with sealing techniques. Xiaomu pressed the seal onto Fuyu's eye. The mark was directly imprinted on Fuyu's eye before gradually fading. Hiss! A familiar power filled his eye socket, and Fuyu could finally see things clearly again, even if just temporarily. Xiaomu, you've given me so much power, what will you do if you encounter danger? Xiaomu's power was formidable, although the power from this transcription seal was only 1/3. However, it still amounted to the complete power of a Mangekyō Sharingan. He waved his hand and advised Fu Yue, clan leader, the current prosperity of our Uchiha is like a bubble, beautiful, yet extremely fragile. Itachi and Shisui are not nearby, and you are the only shadow-level combatant left in the clan. Those who covet the Uchiha will never give up. I don't know when they will come, but our changes also represent changes for the future. We must always be on guard for ambush. Although I've divided 1/3 of my power to you, my own power is already sufficient. There is something I haven't told you. Xiaomu rubbed his forehead and instantly opened his Mangekyō Sharingan, the overwhelming power startling Fu Yue. It's important to note that Xiaomu had already divided a portion of his power with the transcription seal. Even in this situation, the remaining power still held overwhelming advantages. Fu Yue's heart raced. Could it be? Xiaomu nodded. I have obtained the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. What? Fu Yue stood up suddenly. How is that possible? Didn't you say it requires blood relatives to merge? Xiaomu was born during wartime, and not only were his siblings and parents gone, but even uncles and aunts were all dead. He was truly a solitary figure. Xiaomu found it hard to explain the system's workings. Perhaps it's because my awakened eye technique is unique. My power has been continuously growing, and by this year it naturally became the Eternal Mangekyō. Good, good. Fu Yue patted Xiaomu's shoulder vigorously. Although Xiaomu's situation cannot be replicated, at least the Uchiha now had another superpowerhouse. Xiaomu would surely become the cornerstone of the Uchiha. Fu Yue calmed down, but spoke with some confusion. In the past, Madara had many admirers. It is said that the pattern of his eternal eye is a combination of his and his brother's Mangekyō patterns. Why hasn't your pattern changed? Xiaomu shrugged. I don't know. In the last 100 years, there has only been one eternal eye, and there is no second one for reference. Fu Yue quickly accepted this explanation. After all, the pattern didn't matter as long as he was strong. Xiaomu continued. I will be away for an indefinite period. The clan should avoid revealing their wealth as much as possible, and we should conceal it for as long as we can. The captain of the guard is Hinata branch member Hisashi. Wealth can stir hearts, and after that Hinata clan members may cross Hisashi. You must be mentally prepared. Having been clan leader for so many years, Fu Yue naturally understood that there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. He nodded. Xiaomu added, if unfamiliar individuals target us, it must be that person. Who? Fu Yue asked seriously. Xiaomu replied, the one who controlled the Nine Tails during the Nine Tails incident. Fu Yue suddenly stood up. Xiaomu, do you know his identity? He had been waiting too long because of the Nine Tails incident. The entire Uchiha clan had endured years of unjust blame, nearly leading to their extinction. Xiaomu nodded, and after such a long period of development, he could now tell Fu Yue some things. He is the hero of our Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito. What? Fu Yue was filled with shock. He then slowly sat down, recalling the countless deaths during several ninja world wars involving the Uchiha clan. However, Obito was relatively well known mainly because he had a Sharingan that had gone missing. Although Obito had unilaterally decided to give his Sharingan to Kakashi, the Sharingan was still a treasure of the Uchiha clan. At that time, the Third Hokage had applied some pressure and offered some benefits to settle the matter. But Obito was just an executor. There was still someone behind him, Uchiha Madara. Xiaomu continued to drop bombshells. Fu Yue's brows furrowed deeply. Uchiha Madara is still alive. Xiaomu shook his head. He is dead now. Then Xiaomu explained to Fu Yue how Obito was saved by Madara and became Madara's will spokesperson, recounting the events involving Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Thus Obito's heart fell into darkness. He wished to fulfill Uchiha Madara's wish and create a perfect world with infinite Tsukuyomi. Fu Yue did not ridicule Obito's obsessive views on love. After all, he was an Uchiha, and it was not surprising what kind of people the Uchiha could produce. He could only feel some regret and wonder why no one had noticed Obito's talent back then. The leap from double Tomo to awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan was simply unbelievable. However, Fu Yue glanced at Xiaomu, who seemed to have also been an average person back then. The changes had all come about just 2 years ago. It seemed that all Uchiha clansmen had untapped potential. Over the next period, Xiaomu basically laid everything bare about Obito. He then spoke of the strongest organization, Akatsuki. Xiaomu introduced all the members he remembered, focusing particularly on the leader Nagato. This Nagato fellow viewed all powerful forces as thorns in his side, believing that the stronger the force, the more likely it was to lead to war. In his past life, Konoha was the strongest among all the ninja villages, and the Nine Tails was within the village. This Nagato had come to oppose them, and now the Uchiha were developing rapidly. Xiaomu worried that Nagato might make a wrong move and seek to destroy the Uchiha, which would be a big problem. Xiaomu and Fu Yue talked all night, and Xiaomu also introduced Madara's Rinnegan to Nagato. as well as how the Uchiha civilians should take refuge if Nagato came to Konoha. There were too many variables in the future, and Xiaomu could only do his best to list some dangerous individuals. If Konoha couldn't hold out, the Uchiha should retreat, and a route had already been prepared in the land of rice. Creak. The door to the meeting room was pushed open. It was Uchiha Meichin who walked in holding a tray with some food. Xiaomu nodded to Meichin. Sister Meichin, why are you here? Fuyu asked reproachfully. Meichin smiled at Xiaomu first before placing the tray down. You guys discussing matters without paying attention to time. It's almost dawn, don't you know you're hungry? Xiaomu scratched his head. He was going to be away for a long time and was worried about potential dangers to the clan, so he had been somewhat verbose. Unknowingly, he had talked with Fuyu all night. Sorry, Sister Meichin, I will pay attention to the time next time. Meichin shook her head. You are the deputy clan leader, and what you are discussing with Fuyu must be important matters, but you also need to take care of your health. Eat something first. Fuyu and Xiaomu, feeling hungry, began to eat the food that Meichin had prepared. Xiaomu sighed, inwardly thinking that if he hadn't come, Fuyu and Meichin would have likely died at Itachi's hands by now. The next day, Naruto woke up rubbing his eyes only to find another person in his home. Still a bit groggy, he shook his head and recognized it was the Third Hokage. Grandpa Third Hokage, why are you here so early? The Third Hokage smiled kindly. Naruto, have you been managing your finances well lately? Naruto replied happily. I have enough. Now I can eat whatever I want. Have you encountered any difficulties in the Ninja Academy recently? The Third Hokage sat down on a stool and began chatting with Naruto about mundane matters. In fact, Naruto's daily activities were reported to him by the Umbu, so this was merely a pretext for closeness. After chatting for a while, the Third Hokage noticed nothing unusual with Naruto and left his home. Once the Third Hokage left, Naruto closed the door and let out a heavy sigh, thinking that acting was exhausting, but he had to keep up appearances. Teacher Shemu had said that he must not let the Third Hokage know he was aware of many things. Naruto tidied up his room at home and finished the bento he had bought yesterday before heading out. As soon as he stepped outside, the Umbu immediately followed him. However, Naruto only went to the riverbank where Sasuke was already practicing fire style. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke took a deep breath and unleashed a massive fireball, sending it soaring before quickly leaping forward and throwing 2 shurikens. Thud thud. The fireball skimmed the surface of the water and vanished while 2 shurikens struck perfectly in the center of the target. Clap, clap, clap. Naruto applauded enthusiastically. Sasuke, you're amazing. Sasuke turned his head proudly, saying, Humph, of course. Let's go to the woods. Naruto followed Sasuke into the woods where 2 tall straight trees stood before them. Sasuke coughed and pretended to be serious. Yesterday my teacher said my chakra control isn't great, so he taught me how to climb trees. It's too boring to do it alone. So Naruto, I'm here to teach you how to climb trees. Let's do it together. Surprised at Naruto's obedience, Sasuke was a bit taken aback. This morning teacher Shemu had come to him and asked if he was willing to teach Naruto. Having gotten used to being rivals with Naruto, Sasuke saw this as a great opportunity. Since he had just learned chakra refinement in the academy, teacher Shemu quickly thought of tree climbing and water walking training. With the Umbu watching day and night, if he were to become Naruto's teacher, the Third Hokage would surely blow up. Though he was an Eternal Mangekyō and not afraid of the Third Hokage, Shemu was preparing to go out, so it was better to keep a low profile. After all, Sasuke had a good relationship with Naruto, and letting Sasuke teach him was something the Third Hokage couldn't say much about. Sasuke earnestly explained to Naruto, and then the two began to climb. Sasuke fell after taking 5 steps. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had great physical coordination, landing with a graceful flip. Turning around, he was shocked to find that Naruto had also taken 5 steps. As Naruto gathered chakra in his feet, he felt a bit nervous, fearing that the Nine Tails would disrupt his chakra flow, but unexpectedly this time it actually worked. In his heart, Naruto said to the Nine Tails, "Thank you, Nine Tails." Though the Nine Tails didn't respond, Naruto was still delighted. In his excitement, he fell from the tree. Though Naruto wasn't as graceful as Uchiha Sasuke, it was clear he had put in a lot of effort to learn taijutsu. Naruto landed on the ground without panic, adjusting his posture, landing on his feet, bending his knees, and rolling on the ground. Though his posture wasn't pretty, it effectively prevented injury. However, it did ruin his clothes a bit. After rolling around, he stood up dirty. Naruto, look how dirty you are. Sasuke laughed heartily at Naruto's method of landing. But then he recalled how Naruto had just climbed as high as he did. He quickly composed himself. Let's continue. Hokage building. The Third Hokage flipped through the report presented by the Umbu, noting that Naruto and Sasuke had trained in tree climbing all day. Moreover, Naruto was surprisingly on par with Sasuke, showing a stark contrast to his previous performance in the academy's ninjutsu classes. The Third Hokage picked up his pipe and took a puff. Oh well. Though he was the Third Hokage and a ninjutsu expert, he had little experience with Jinchuriki research. As long as Naruto remained under Konoha's control, that was enough. As for Sasuke teaching him tree climbing, that was a trivial matter. The third Hokage simply instructed the Umbu to observe more closely and then dismissed them. As Hokage, he had many matters to attend to. Danzo had not made any moves for a long time. The third Hokage knew that he would not simply accept this and was likely hiding somewhere gathering strength. The blood mist tyranny in the land of water had already caused many elite mist ninjas to become rogue ninjas, and the black market was completely in turmoil. As for the land of rain, it had been closed off long ago and outsiders could not enter. Hanzo had also been silent in recent years, which was something to be cautious about. The Hidden Sand Village had been relatively quiet for the past 2 years as they were too impoverished. After the third great ninja war, the sand had been supported economically, so it was temporarily safe. It was said that Anoki's genius disciple had been causing trouble everywhere, and Anoki was busy cleaning up after him. But this sound ninja village from the land of rice. The third Hokage flipped through the thick intelligence report page by page. After Itachi and Shursui took over 100 elites out of the village, they had been hiding their whereabouts. The third Hokage tried to send the Umbu to track them, but they were quickly discovered and shaken off. Unexpectedly, when they reappeared, Itachi and Shursui had already arrived at Sound Ninja Village. However, Konoha dared not say anything now. The Uchiha in the village had submitted their power and posed no threat, while the Uchiha outside the village had changed their residence. If they were to forcibly label Itachi and Shursui as rogue ninjas, it would not be in Konoha's interests. After all, 4 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan were not something they could handle, so they had no choice but to swallow their pride. What the third Hokage was particularly concerned about was what this Chinese cuisine meant created by the Uchiha clan. Was it a special code or something? The third Hokage also tried it out, and had to admit that after eating the Chinese cuisine, he felt that what he had eaten before was pig food. Regardless of the various main dishes or the rich array of snacks, it was a devastating blow to the previous daimyo. Reports indicated that they had the support of the daimyo in the land of rice, and there were numerous offerings everywhere far surpassing those in Konoha. If the third Hokage's guess was correct, this cuisine was created by Uchiha Shamo. The third Hokage knew that the Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan could awaken unique ocular techniques. Could it be that Uchiha Shamus' awaken technique was related to cuisine? The third Hokage had his subordinates calculate the profits on the other side, and found that just the shops on the 8 streets of Konoha were making a fortune. However, the specific amounts were never disclosed by the Uchiha, but from the living standards of the Uchiha commoners, it could be inferred that they had made a considerable amount of money in recent years. And all of this was brought about by Uchiha Shamo. If only Uchiha Shamo were not around. In the village of Konoha at the Hokage building, the third Hokage stared at the report in front of him, somewhat bewildered. Just a few days ago, he was thinking how much better it would be if Uchiha Shamo were not around. Today on his desk, Uchiha Shamus' application for leaving the village appeared. Uchiha in name still belonged to Konoha, so any long-term absence required the direct consent of the Hokage. After all, Shamo was previously a jonin. The excuse Shamo provided was rather amusing. He claimed he needed to travel around to gather ingredients and develop new dishes. This excuse, which sounded absurd at first glance, actually held a certain degree of persuasion. The Uchiha clan had entered a phase of rapid development. This was due to significant financial investments, and the inventor behind Chinese cuisine was likely Shamo. Refusing his request would be impossible. The third Hokage found no reason to decline, as the current ninja world was gradually stabilizing. Except for the turmoil in the land of water, all other countries were vigorously developing their economies. Moreover, for Shamo to submit an application was already a considerable show of respect. Even if Shamo were to leave the village secretly, the third Hokage would have no means to stop him. At the Uchiha clan's territory, Shamo was still packing his belongings, completely unaware that the excuse he casually mentioned had convinced the third Hokage. In this world, carrying items is very convenient, especially with the existence of storage scrolls. Additionally, Shamo could use fire techniques, making it easy to cook. Without water-type chakra, Shamo had yet to learn water release. After all, the water produced by water release would simply vanish, making it only slightly easier to find a water source. With that time, it would be better to prepare some drinking water. As he would be gone for a while, Shamo specially invited Naruto and Sasuke to enjoy a bowl of Ichiraku ramen together. When Naruto learned that Shamo was leaving the village, he nearly choked on his ramen. For Naruto, Shamo had become the most important person in his life. It was Shamo who had brought light into his life 2 years ago. Ever since he met Shamo-sensei, his life had been getting better and better. Not to mention that he had even taken Shamo as his master, and now so soon after Shamo was going to leave. Naruto's eyes turned red, nearly bursting into tears. Shamo never expected Naruto to be so attached to him. He gently patted Naruto's head, saying, "It's okay, I'm just going to be away from the village for a little while, I will come back. You and Sasuke are at a critical stage of building your foundation. Make sure to learn well in the Ninja Academy. It will all be useful later. I will do my best to return before your graduation." Naruto wiped his eyes and nodded earnestly. Sasuke, seeing Naruto's reluctance towards Shemu, felt a bit. However, Shemu was his teacher, and their relationship was even closer than that with Naruto. Thinking this way, Sasuke came to terms with it. Shemu had informed him of this news earlier, so Sasuke was mentally prepared and didn't feel as much sadness. Shemu lowered his voice and said to Naruto, "Naruto, I have entrusted your and Sasuke's training plans to Sasuke. When you return, be sure to show me what you've learned. If you have any questions, ask your uncle Fugaku, okay?" Naruto didn't expect Shemu-sensei to have arranged all this. He nodded, repeatedly touched. Sasuke, on the other hand, was excited at the thought of being able to teach Naruto again. The next day at the entrance of Konoha village, Shemu's silhouette stretched long. Many people had come to see him off, primarily restaurant owners from the Uchiha clan, as Shemu, the deputy clan leader, had solved many difficulties for them. The happiness index of the Uchiha people had increased dramatically. The Hyuga clan, including Hisashi and Hinata, also arrived. For them, it didn't matter that the Uchiha had handed over the power of the guard to them, as Shemu had once saved the Hyuga clan from disaster. The deepening cooperation made the people of the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha feel like family. Meanwhile, the third Hokage stood atop the walls of Konoha, watching Shemu walk away, feeling a sense of relief. In a certain cave, a few ethereal figures stood atop stone pillars. "Leader, your technique is truly useful. We can converse over any distance," one voice said dramatically, but the others present ignored him. The one at the forefront, revealing a pair of Rinnegan pain, said calmly, "We need more people to realize our ideal. To implement the plan, we require a vast amount of resources." Conan interjected. "Kisame, you are in charge of finances. What are your thoughts?" Kisame, cloaked in shadows, replied, "Our power is so great that we can sweep through the entire black market. However, I have recently discovered another place that may have a lot of money. The land of rice, the Sound Ninja Village. The Chinese cuisine that is everywhere in the land of rice must have made a fortune, and its source is in the Sound Ninja Village. Don't you know that's Orochimaru's territory?" Sasori scoffed. "Orochimaru is just a defeated dog." Kisame was not intimidated by this so-called Sannin. Due to Itachi's interception, Orochimaru had been unable to join Akatsuki. Akatsuki had no knowledge of Orochimaru's capabilities. For them, the once formidable Orochimaru had gradually faded into obscurity over the years. A pair of shadows resembling split aloe leaves opened their mouths, saying, "Orochimaru is nothing remarkable. He merely has Uchiha Itachi, a master of the Mangekyō Sharingan, and over 100 elite Uchiha under his command. The current Sound Ninja Village is not a place that can be entered casually." Kisame snorted coldly. Someone who had lived from the Warring States period to the present certainly knew how powerful the Mangekyō Sharingan was. Seeing Kisame fall silent, Zetsu said, "Although we cannot go to the Sound Ninja Village, we can look for another person, Uchiha Shemu." "Who is that?" Kisame did not recognize this rising star from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shemu, the current deputy clan leader of the Uchiha clan, a master of the Mangekyō Sharingan, who overpowered the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki killer, leaving the entire Cloud Village in disgrace. He is a late-blooming genius. Uchiha Itachi awakened his Mangekyō at 11, while Shemu only awakened it at 20. But what truly makes him formidable is his business acumen. The Chinese cuisine within the Sound Ninja Village was likely created by Uchiha Shemu. Within Konoha, all the Uchiha are engaged in this business, and the Uchiha clan is now extraordinary. Conan stood in the shadows, her expression unchanged, yet she was pondering. Her previous understanding of Shemu was limited to knowing he was a strong user of the Mangekyō Sharingan. She never expected that the Chinese cuisine that had taken the ninja world by storm might actually be his doing. If they could bring Uchiha Shemu into Akatsuki, it would be a tremendous boost. Damn, Zetsu, how much more information has he not disclosed? Perhaps we can recruit him into the organization, Conan. Zetsu chuckled lightly. Just in time, Uchiha Shemu has just left Konoha and is currently traveling. He will be easy to find. Everyone else continue searching for suitable personnel. Conan will go meet Uchiha Shemu. Nagato directly issued the order. Then the shadows vanished. Zhao Du coldly observed the interaction between Zhu and Xiao, and clearly indicating that Zhu, who was responsible for intelligence, had many reports that were not delivered in a timely manner. He did not mind being ignored, rather the discord among the members intrigued him. The leader had hardly spoken a few words, yet his imposing presence grew stronger. Though merely a shadow of light, its mere presence evoked a sense of trepidation. It was far stronger now compared to when it first sought to recruit him into the organization. The shadows gradually faded away. This time Obito did not attend the gathering. He was still lurking in the background. He would only reveal himself after Scorpion's death under the guise of the comedic figure Afe. Obito was now focusing more of his efforts on infiltrating the Land of Water. Ever since he took control of Kuratsuchi with his Sharingan, he had unleashed a brutal regime over the Hidden Mist. This was to weaken the Land of Water and also for revenge. Obito had eradicated many powerful bloodline clans and siphoned funds from the country's treasury. For Ju, the rise of the Uchiha clan was the greatest variable in the subsequent plans, so he naturally sought ways to address it. And the biggest variable within the Uchiha Shemu, if he could be absorbed into the organization, would certainly facilitate his plans. Thus, he disclosed the news he had just received. Should we also pull Shemu into our organization? Pain remained non-committal. We can give it a try, you can decide. The Rinnegan has grown stronger. I need to invest more time to master it. The organization requires your diligence. However, these are trivial matters, once I have full control over the Rinnegan. Pain paused, then slowly said, in the face of overwhelming power, all of this is meaningless. I will make the world feel pain, and then true peace will be born. Xiaonan gazed at Nagato's oppressive Rinnegan. He always wanted to use its power to resolve all issues. Meanwhile, she assisted him in various ways, especially in capturing tailed beasts. More people were needed as Nagato could no longer move freely. Regardless, they had to fulfill Yahiko's dream. Xiaonan perked up. Then I'm off. Xiaonan spread her white wings and soared into the sky. The villagers below, upon seeing her figure, gasped in awe. Ah, it's the angel. It's the angel. What a lucky day. In the desert, a person walked alone. The endless sand and gravel rolled about in the wind. If one was unprepared, getting scratched by the grit was commonplace. Shemu tightened the cloak around him, adjusted his hat, and continued forward. No wonder the villagers of Sunagakure were all wrapped in bandages and paint. The sandstorm felt like blades, or exposed skin was susceptible to sunburn, but being cut by the sand was far. Shemu intended to check on the child playing in the sand and educate his father, as he was nearly enraged when he first witnessed that scene. What kind of foolish father would treat his son like that? Continuing tests until failure, treating him as a defect. Why not simply declare him a defective product from the start? If you drop a piece of glass from several floors, it is death. Gaara was so innocent, having lost his mother at a young age with a father who was a fool. Instead of reinforcing the seal, he tested his son daily until he failed. After labeling Gaara as a failure, he began sending assassins, constantly provoking him. How could someone enjoy playing with fire next to a bomb? Being killed by Orochimaru was merely luck. Had he survived, Gaara would eventually have been devoured by Shikaku, annihilating the village. As Shemu pondered how to punish the foolish Raza, he made his way towards Sunagakure. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the sky, bringing him a refreshing chill. Shemu looked up to see two massive white wings descending with the wind. The two paper wings slowly dissipated as Xiaonan landed gracefully. Shemu looked up to see two massive white wings descending with the wind. The two paper wings slowly dissipated as Xiaonan landed gracefully. Shemu was not alarmed. Although Xiaonan was the secretary of the leader of the terrorist organization, she did not indiscriminately kill people. Furthermore, she was also the talent minister. Could it be? Upon seeing Xiaonan land, Shemu remained silent, showing no signs of panic or surprise, only some questions. Seeing Shemu silent, Xiaonan began her self-introduction. I am Xiaonan from the Akatsuki organization, here to invite Mr. Shemu to join our group. Now what are you thinking? Why do you think I would want to join the Akatsuki? Shemu pointed to himself, somewhat speechless. What is the Akatsuki's purpose? Why invite me? Xiaonan replied gently, we are an organization dedicated to creating peace. As for why we invite Mr. Shemu, it is because he holds value. Mr. Shemu has brought countless opportunities to the Uchiha. The Chinese cuisine is indeed Mr. Shemu's work, right? So what? I am a ninja of Konoha. Why would I join such an obviously unserious organization? Xiaonan smiled. Mr. Shemu is joking. The Uchiha's relationship with Konoha isn't very good, is it? Shemu raised a finger. One question, answer it first, and then I will consider your proposal. Xiaonan's spirit was jolted. Please, Mr. Shemu, go on. Shemu gestured with his finger. It's so hot here. Why do you wear black clothes? Don't you know black absorbs heat? Xiaonan. It is indeed very hot in the desert, but Xiaonan had endured much harsher conditions since childhood, so this little heat did not affect her. Xiaonan awkwardly said, Mr. Shemu is joking. This is our Akatsuki organization's uniform. Shemu rubbed his chin and asked a question that had troubled him for a long time. Since it's a uniform, the nail polish on your hands isn't standardized, is it? Does everyone in your organization, both men and women, wear nail polish? Xiaonan was taken aback. This had touched upon organizational secrets. Why would Uchiha Shemu know? Seeing Xiaonan's unusual expression, Shemu casually waved his hand, then took out a sealing scroll. Bang! Under Xiaonan's scrutinizing gaze, Shemu pulled out a sun umbrella, a large water bottle, and 2 cups. He placed 2 chairs and a table on the ground with great nonchalance. Shemu plopped down into one of the chairs. No need to be nervous. Sit down and have a glass of iced tea. Shemu poured iced tea into the 2 cups, pushing one towards Xiaonan. Xiaonan was somewhat baffled by Shemu's actions. Shemu's leisurely style did not resemble that of a ninja at all. As storage scrolls were expensive, they were generally used to store important supplies. A few shuriken or kunai wouldn't even cost a fraction of a storage scroll's price. The scroll Shemu used to pull out these items must have cost at least several million. It seems Shamu is indeed wealthy. Xiaonan hesitated for a moment before sitting down. However, the cooling tea before her remained untouched. Although she did not know what this tea was, it was clear that it was a refreshing drink to beat the heat. Nonetheless, not knowing whether the person opposite was friend or foe, she naturally dared not drink the other's beverage. Xiaomu leisurely took a sip of the cooling tea brought from my village, letting out a comfortable sigh. In the past, Xiaomu had never considered how to face Akatsuki, as confronting them seemed to be a matter for many years later. Now, however, the time had come sooner than expected. In Xiaomu's memory, Nagato and Xiaonan had always harbored a sense of vigilance towards Obito. That is why Xiaonan had prepared the explosive tags with the hard-earned money of Jiaodu. Unfortunately, she was unaware of the existence of Izanagi, which ultimately led to her failure. Xiaomu felt that it was still insufficient, as there was some information that Xiaonan and Nagato were still not clear about. He planned to provoke their conflict in advance, adding more obstacles for Obito. Do you still remember Jiaozhu? Xiaomu's words were startling, causing Xiaonan to stand up in shock, nearly toppling the table, but Xiaomu was quick to steady it. Who are you? Xiaonan stood up, already in a combat stance, as sheets of paper fluttered around her. However, Xiaomu remained seated, showing no signs of hostility. Xiaomu took a sip of the cooling tea and said, I am Uchiha Xiaomu, don't you know? Xiaonan dispersed the fluttering papers, her expression icy. How do you know about Jiaozhu? Noticing that Xiaonan had not touched the tea, he poured the cup back into his own, thinking that in the land of wind, one must not waste, especially since Xiaonan was not drinking. Xiaomu did not answer Xiaonan's question. There is a crucial question. If you can answer me, not only can you join Akatsuki, but I can also give you the secret recipe for Chinese cuisine. No matter whether you can answer or not, I will tell you why I know about Uchiha, Obito, and Jiaozhu. Xiaonan's focus had shifted from recruiting Xiaomu to seriously staring at him. She replied, all right. Ask. Xiaonan had always been very concerned about the deaths of Jiaozhu and others, not only because Jiaozhu confessed to her, but also because he died while trying to rescue her when she was kidnapped. Xiaonan felt that she must have caused their demise. Xiaomu spoke slowly. Why did you and Nagato work with the masked man who killed Jiaozhu, Daibutsu, and the other companions? Why did you not kill them to avenge Jiaozhu and Daibutsu? Upon hearing this, Xiaonan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. What? Jiaozhu and Daibutsu were killed by them. Where did you get this information? Xiaomu snickered. Ha, fool, you don't even know that your friends and enemies are right beside you, yet you conspire with them every day. At that time when you were kidnapped, Nagato and Yahiko went to save you. Jiaozhu received intel predicting that Yahiko would be in danger, so he gathered his companions to rescue Yahiko, but they were intercepted by the masked man and Zetsu on the way. In the end, Jiaozhu and Daibutsu joined forces to use a secret technique, risking their lives to eliminate the masked man to protect you. Unfortunately, Jiaozhu ended up turning into cement, his eyes wide open, truly unable to close them even in death. After listening to Xiaomu's words, Xiaonan felt her chakra begin to spiral into chaos. This was because she knew that Jiaozhu's secret technique was indeed to spit out cement, which was his secret. It's a pity that the person he tried so hard to protect ended up collaborating with his enemies. Xiaomu's voice was full of mockery, and there was a sense of disdain for Jiaozhu. Xiaonan could barely stand, shaking her head vigorously. No. Why did he do that? Xiaomu laughed derisively. Have you forgotten how he invited you when you first— If Yahiko were here, would Nagato collaborate with them? By then, Nagato had already joined them. It was precisely because of Yahiko's existence that they had to stop Jiaozhu and Daibutsu from aiding you. Because they needed Nagato to fall into darkness, they wanted Yahiko dead. Xiaonan recalled the first time she met the masked man, his words to Nagato, and she gradually began to believe what Xiaomu was saying. Now isn't Nagato just fulfilling their wishes? But how did Xiaomu know all this so clearly? Xiaomu tossed a scroll to Xiaonan. Xiaonan instinctively caught it. This technique is called Edo Tensei, a forbidden technique invented by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. This technique can summon the souls of long-dead ninjas back to the world and resurrect them in physical form. Xiaomu had the elementary version developed by Senju Tobarama, which was not very powerful in combat. However, the learning difficulty was low. As long as one could speak, it was fine. You should be able to find the corpses of Jiaozhu or Daibutsu, right? Just find a living person as a sacrifice, and you can personally ask Jiaozhu or Daibutsu if what I said is true. Of course, if you want Yahiko back, you can also resurrect him. Resurrect the dead. Xiaonan was taken aback. Was there such a terrifying technique in Konoha? But she had no time to dwell on it, as she needed to verify immediately whether what Xiaomu said was true, and whether it could really resurrect Jiaozhu and Yahiko. Why are you doing this? Xiaonan was now convinced by about 80%. Xiaomu poured another cup of cooling tea. That is because the person impersonating Uchiha Madara is the one who instigated the Kyuubi incident in Konoha. He made our Uchiha clan suffer misunderstandings and disdain and nearly caused the entire clan to perish because of him. He wishes to play the role of a conspirator behind the scenes. Dream on. I want him to pay the price. Xiaomu slammed his palm heavily on the table, causing both cups to jump slightly. The QB incident occurred in Konoha, and because Konoha sealed the news, outsiders had little knowledge of it. Xiaonan only knew that many people died because of it, including the fourth Hokage. Do you know his identity? At this moment, Xiaonan also took the teapot, poured herself a cup of cooling tea, and drank it in one go. A refreshing stream flowed down her throat. It made Xiaonan feel completely refreshed. Seeing Xiaonan pouring water, Xiaomu smiled, for this indicated that Xiaonan had begun to trust him. Him? Huh. Just another pawn. Let me see. Oh, here it is. Xiaomu rummaged through a pile of sealed scrolls, and then unsealed one of them. Inside the sealed scroll was a pile of pre-written scrolls. Xiaomu picked and chose this one. You can read on the way. Go back and discuss it with Nagato. Although you won't be able to kill him, even if you take action, you can give it a try. I have things to attend to, so I won't chat with you for long. Next time, let Nagato come directly to me. I will tell him more. If you need to find me, you can go to the Sound Village. If I am not around, just let Itachi send me a message. Xiaonan opened the scroll, which had a picture of the masked man, and below it was his introduction. Uchiha Obito, severely injured by the bridge of heaven and earth, saved by Uchiha Madara, becoming the agent of his will with the abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Xiaomu packed up the table, chairs, and teapot, putting them into the storage scroll. Then he headed in the direction of Sunagakure. Xiaonan quickly scanned the scroll, finally realizing why Xiaomu said they couldn't kill Obito. At that moment, Xiaomu's voice came from afar. The being summoned by Edo Tensei won't have a long active time. It is not permanent, so use this technique with caution. Xiaonan held Xiaomu's Edo Tensei and the scroll introducing Obito. She quickly sprouted wings and flew swiftly into the sky. That detestable Uchiha Obito, that disgusting conspirator. Although Obito is also a pitiful creature, it does not prevent Xiaomu from hating him. At a young age, he was brainwashed by Madara and completely abandoned his once cherished companions, turning from a kind-hearted and optimistic person into someone else. With Rin dead, he intends to bury the entire ninja world with her. He needs the power of the Rinnegan to prevent Juzo from rescuing Yahiko, leading Nagato down a dark path. To weaken Konoha and reclaim the Nine Tails, he plans to release the Nine Tails when Kushina is at her weakest during childbirth. He shows no regard for his master and mistress, while the common people of Konoha are utterly innocent. Needing funds and talents, he uses his Sharingan to control the fourth Mizukage Yagura to enforce tyranny in the land of water. While accumulating wealth, he eliminates anyone who poses a threat to his plans. He also targets those who can threaten the fourth Mizukage's position, seeking revenge on the Mist Village, resulting in the annihilation of numerous bloodline clans in the Land of Water. As for how many lives were lost in the Fourth Great Ninja War, that is even less worth mentioning, leading to countless shattered families. Thus Obito's crimes are simply too numerous to count. Although he is also a pawn of Madara and other pawns would undoubtedly arise in his absence, this does not absolve him of guilt. Kakashi's leniency in the Kamui space makes Xiaomu extremely displeased. He truly is an ingrate, having forgotten the deaths of his master and mistress. How many Sharingan has Madara accumulated over the years, and how many are left for Obito? If he can kill Obito once more and disable his Sharingan, it would be a glorious deed. The more he can annoy Obito, the more satisfied Xiaomu becomes. Once he gains the ability, he will definitely crush this disgusting pest. Xiaomu continues to walk under the scorching sun, where there are few landmarks to discern direction in the desert. As he walks, it is easy to stray off course. Xiaomu has to periodically take out his compass to determine if he has deviated from his path. However, Xiaomu awkwardly discovers that he has walked into a region with a strong magnetic field, which means his compass has become ineffective. Xiaomu scratches his head, and after walking a bit further, prepares to stick a pole in the ground to use the shadow of the sun for direction. At that moment, a violent chakra fluctuation emanates from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Xiaomu's expression shifts as he quickly heads towards the source of the chakra. Climbing over a sand dune, the distant scene elicits a gasp of awe from the inexperienced Xiaomu. In the desert, what is most abundant? That would undoubtedly be sand. There are many magnificent natural phenomena, but tornadoes surely rank among the top. When a tornado appears in the desert, it's a spectacular sight, with yellow sand swirling in the air and the sky darkening as if ink has been spilled. A massive tornado spins ahead, and this tornado is surprisingly man-made. A person is flying in the air, arms outstretched, while the cloudless sky showcases a violently rotating funnel-shaped sand column. Sand from the ground is continuously sucked up into the tornado and then thrown out again. A person is flying in the air, arms outstretched, while the cloudless sky showcases a violently rotating funnel-shaped sand column. Sand from the ground is continuously sucked up into the tornado and then thrown out again. Xiaomu activates his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the distant scenery becomes increasingly clear and magnified, revealing that the objects flying out are actually gold sand. The gold sand has already formed a mound. While making money is really easy, Xiaomu exclaims, having recognized the identity of the person, the fourth Hokage Raza, also known as the Master of Desert Gold. After watching from a distance for a while, Raza eventually spots Xiaomu. After all, in the midst of the swirling yellow sand, a person standing there is quite conspicuous. "Who are you?" Raza retracts his hands, and the spinning sand tornado suddenly explodes, pouring down like a waterfall and kicking up a storm of dust. Raza first takes out a sealing scroll to store the gold sand. It's not that he fears the other party will snatch it away, but rather that he is worried about potential conflict causing the gold sand to scatter and requiring effort to gather again. Raza is very confident in his abilities. Although he has used up a good amount of chakra, the desert is his domain, and he could easily subdue the Shikaku. Thus, he comes out to gather gold without bringing anyone else, as others would only be left watching from the sidelines. Xiaomu removes his hat and puts on the Konoha forehead protector. "I am a ninja from Konoha," Xiaomu shouts loudly. There's no other choice than this place. There are no reference points, and they are actually separated by a sand dune. Raza feels a bit speechless. "You just took out that forehead protector. Is this really how you want to play it?" However, he still flies over on a cloud made of sand. Xiaomu watches with envy and jealousy. Yet another person can fly. Raza quickly flies in front of Xiaomu, dispersing the sand cloud as he lands. "Who exactly are you?" Xiaomu takes off his forehead protector to check, confirming he hasn't made a mistake. "I told you I'm from Konoha." Raza frowns, remaining silent. Xiaomu seems to suddenly realize something. "Oh, I'm from the Uchiha clan. If you don't believe me, look, I have a Sharingan." Xiaomu's eyes instantly transform into the Threedomo Sharingan, and as Raza instinctively looks at him, the Threedomo Sharingan rapidly transforms into a spinning pinwheel. Tsukuyomi. Xiaomu finally utilizes this skill of Itachi's. Employing a one-time jutsu from the system incurs no cost, but since it is a kaleidoscope eye technique, Xiaomu can infuse it with ocular power to enhance its effectiveness. What? In almost an instant, Raza's consciousness plunges into a realm of darkness. Underground in Konoha. How are the experimental data? Danzo continues to cover his right eye, but his right arm and shoulder no longer bear bandages. His exposed arm looks just like any ordinary person's. There is also no cane beside him. Reporting, sir, after testing, your arm's activity level has increased sixfold without using would release, far surpassing your left arm. Danzo grips his hand tightly. Huh. Suddenly his right arm changes from normal skin tone to pale, then rapidly elongates, transforming into a massive branch that bursts forth. With a thunderous crash, it demolishes a large rock in front of him. Danzo pulls his arm back, returning it to its normal state. Danzo covers his arm, feeling the considerable chakra expenditure. Suddenly, a figure resembling a split aloe leaf emerges from the wall beside him, which is none other than Zetsu. Why is the consumption so high? Danzo seems to have grown accustomed to Zetsu's ghostly appearances. The cells of Hashirama are merely merging with you from the previous grafting to now. To proficiently use wood release will still require some time. You better be telling the truth, Danzo snorts. Rest assured, since we've struck a deal, it will be mutually beneficial. We provide funding, and you provide us with intelligence. Zetsu speaks with a casual tone. Danzo narrows his single eye. The news of Uchiha Xiaomu leaving the village has already been given to you. Why haven't you captured him yet? Zetsu replies, there was a bit of a problem, someone else intervened. That is your issue. The information has been provided. Capturing Xiaomu sooner rather than later would benefit us all. Uchiha Xiaomu is not so easy to catch. I will come again once I have more information. The Uchiha clan is not what it used to be. Perhaps you can discuss with the third Hokage about how to suppress the Uchiha's development. Zetsu slowly sinks into the wall, as if he never existed. Danzo gestures to the root members below. The root member raises a finger, releasing an invisible wave. Sir, he has already left. Danzo's expression darkens. This method of appearing and disappearing leaves him feeling as if he has been exposed to the scorching sun. The dissolution of root has not only caused Danzo to lose his base and the experimental equipment inside. The greatest blow is the rupture of the funding chain, as Konoha had previously allocated special funds to root. Sometimes root would also take on some dark jobs from clans, gaining financial support from them. However, after the third Hokage announced the dissolution of root, many clans dared not provoke the Hokage's wrath, ceasing cooperation with root. Although the root personnel remain, root has run out of money. While Danzo was troubled by this, Zetsu suddenly appeared, injecting a large amount of funds into root. He also assisted in developing Hashirama's cells. Although Danzo no longer has a Sharingan in his arm, he has achieved further integration with Hashirama's cells, increasing his strength. Previously, he needed to transplant a Sharingan into his arm to suppress Hashirama's cells, but now it can be removed. Unexpectedly, the old man actually has a day to cooperate with the Akatsuki, and the Akatsuki now even has factions. Taking a deep breath, Danzo looks at his normal right hand and walks outside. Luo Sha rubbed his sleepy eyes and woke up. He then jumped off the bed. At 6 years old, he was just over a meter tall and already a capable assistant to his master. His master was a renowned potter in the village known for creating exquisite and durable pottery. Today was the day he would set out as an apprentice. If Luo Sha produced a work that met his master's expectations, he would be allowed to graduate. Luo Sha quickly dressed, gathered his materials and tools, and arrived at the pottery studio. His master was observing various porcelain pieces in the room. Upon seeing Luo Sha, his master simply stated, "Let's begin." Filled with confidence, Luo Sha seamlessly mixed the clay, kneaded it, shaped the raw piece, applied glaze, and fired it. His movements flowed like water, skillful and practiced as the scenes flashed by like fast-forwarding. Several days had passed. Luo Sha presented the fired pottery to his master. His master's face was hidden in shadow as he examined it for a moment before pushing it off the table. With a thud, the pottery emitted a dull sound. Luo Sha clenched his hands. Great. He passed the test. His master picked up the pottery again, placed it on the second shelf, and pushed it off. Thud. Another dull sound as the pottery only suffered a scratch on the edge without breaking. Before Luo Sha could express any new emotions, his master picked up the pottery again and placed it on the third shelf before pushing it off. Clatter. This time there were no surprises. The pottery shattered into a pile of fragments. His master said blandly, "Failed product. Make it again." Luo Sha felt wronged. How could pottery drop from such a height, not break? However, his master's words were the truth. Luo Sha wiped his reddened eyes and began again. After several days, he completed a new piece, but his master directly tossed it into the kiln. Clatter. The pottery shattered once more. Failed product. Make it again. The cold voice echoed. Luo Sha had no choice but to keep remaking it. The scenes continued to flash by. No matter how well and sturdy Luo Sha made the pottery, his master always found a way to break it, starting with throwing it to the ground. Using a hammer, striking with ninjutsu until the pottery was smashed, and his master would always toss it back to Luo Sha with the line, "Failed product. Make it again." Finally, Luo Sha simply made a solid piece of pottery for his master, only to find his master tossing it directly into the fire kiln. Once again, the phrase echoed, "Failed product." Luo Sha broke down in tears. Why can't I succeed no matter what I make? His master's face slowly morphed into Luo Sha's own visage, while little Luo Sha transformed into a child with the character love engraved on his head. "Because I never believed in you, it doesn't matter how good your creations are." Little Luo Sha Gaara knelt down in anguish. Suddenly, Luo Sha opened his eyes wide, realizing he was still in the desert, facing a member of the Uchiha clan. An illusion. Luo Sha felt a chill. He had been pulled into an illusion in an instant. Breaking free from the Jinjutsu consumed a large amount of chakra, leaving Luo Sha slightly unsteady. Damn! Luo Sha didn't dare look into the opponent's eyes, only catching a glimpse of their lips curling downward, seemingly dissatisfied. He slammed his hands down onto the ground. Magnet release, sand gold burial. Countless grains of yellow sand transformed into gold after chakra infused them, flowing like water. Then the ground collapsed, causing the opponent to fall instantly. Luo Sha frantically channeled chakra into the ground. The sand crazily sank downward, each piece contracting. Yet Luo Sha could sense that the opponent was unharmed. Bang! The compressed sand exploded and a massive golden skeleton surged up from the ground. Then the skeleton was covered in flesh, chakra-formed armor, and a long sword materialized at its waist. The surging chakra erupted violently as the golden Susanoo emerged from the sand, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Luo Sha leapt onto a sand mat and soared into the sky, slapping a ceiling scroll above. Splash! Countless golden grains cascaded down from the air like a waterfall. Luo Sha clasped his hands together. The falling grains of gold vibrated and quickly converged into a massive cube. Under the blinding sunlight, it gleamed with golden light. With a wave of his hand, the immense cube violently charged toward the Susanoo of Shemu. No matter who you are doomed today. This cube of sand gold is incredibly hard. Even Shikaku cannot break it. I will make you perish beneath it. Shemu stood within the Susanoo, feeling somewhat frustrated that the word Tsukuyomi in his system had disappeared. Yet he realized that his recent construction of the Tsukuyomi world had not been impressive. He had added much ocular power to the original Tsukuyomi, but it did not last long. Indeed, he lacked talent in Jinjutsu, unlike Itachi, who could make Izumi live her entire life in the Tsukuyomi. Since softness wouldn't work, he would resort to hardness. Shemu fiercely drew forth the weapon of the Susanoo, infusing it with chakra and ocular power. The blade began to vibrate intensely. The Susanoo swiftly drew out the sword, seemingly covered with a layer of shadow. The blade of chakra, glinting coldly, struck the cube of sand gold. The cube of sand gold split like tofu flying apart into two halves. The divided pieces crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Luo Sha's eyes widened in shock. It was actually sliced in half. How could it be so sharp? The sand gold gathered with chakra possessed incredible hardness. Normally Luo Sha would fight using the cube of sand gold and the opponent could only dodge, yet today it had actually been cut into two pieces. This is the golden Susanoo. You are Uchiha Shemu. Luo Sha exclaimed in disbelief. Are you trying to provoke a war? Luo Sha appeared grave. He had long heard of the reputation of the Sharingan, and that Kira from the Cloud Village supposedly couldn't even land a single hit. Shemu remained silent as the Susanoo raised its sword. The Susanoo stepped forward, launching at high speed, creating a storm of yellow sand. Luo Sha's sand mat was not particularly fast, and the two were rapidly closing in on each other. Luo Sha waved his hands, and the sand gold previously split in two exploded and flew into the air. Magnet release, sand gold rain. Luo Sha brought his hands together, and the sand gold falling from the sky pelted down upon the Susanoo. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound echoed as the armor of the Susanoo was constantly stripped away by the sand rain, but inside Shemu remained unscathed. Shemu slowly exhaled. Channeling his ocular power, and with the involvement of the Whirlpool clan's chakra, his Susanoo quickly restored to its previous form. Luo Sha gasped heavily. His chakra was already depleted, and he had been caught off guard by the once confident cube of sand gold had actually been breached. Such a massive amount of sand rain had barely scratched the surface. Luo Sha's chakra was nearly exhausted. Seeing the Susanoo still advancing towards him, Luo Sha wore a face of despair. How can I fight this? Susanoo reached out and grasped Raza, gently squeezing until Raza transformed into a pile of sand. Sand clone. Xiaomu dispersed Susanoo, the two Sharingan spinning rapidly. In an instant, he detected the chakra response beneath the sandy surface. Xiaomu stepped lightly and tossed 3 shuriken, which embedded themselves into the sandy ground ahead. Hissus. The explosive tags ignited. Boom, boom, boom. Raza was somewhat flustered as he was blown out of the sand. Xiaomu leaped fiercely, striking Raza's chest with a palm. A massive sealing technique spread over Raza's body. Sealing technique. Raza was taken aback. You sealed my chakra. Sand continued to fall from Raza's face. But this time it wasn't the sand clone, it was Raza's last line of defense, the sand armor. Xiaomu brushed off the dust from his clothes and exhaled. The amount of chakra was still quite abundant as expected from a member of the Uzumaki clan. Raza, nice to meet you, I am Uchiha Xiaomu. Raza's face turned pale. I know you are Uchiha Xiaomu, what do you want? Aren't the Uchiha independent from Konoha? Why come to the Wind Country to cause trouble for us, the Sand Village? Let me think. Xiaomu pulled out a scroll from his person, retrieving a desert travel kit complete with table chairs, umbrella, and refreshing tea, pouring himself a cup, and taking a delightful sip. I want to ask you, fearing the tailed beast going berserk, why not reinforce the seal, instead of continuously provoking Gaara? How do you know that our village's Jinchuriki is Gaara? I want to ask you, fearing the tailed beast going berserk, why not reinforce the seal, instead of continuously provoking Gaara? How do you know that our village's Jinchuriki? Xiaomu tapped his head, realizing he had no interrogation skills. You are a prisoner now, so answer my questions. Raza scoffed, no comment. Xiaomu frowned. Since you don't believe your son can seal the one tail, why not become a Jinchuriki yourself? Raza turned his head away, no longer wanting to speak with this lunatic. Are all Uchihas this neurotic? As the Kazekage of the village, if I become a Jinchuriki and go berserk, what will happen to the village? Besides, it wasn't my idea for Gaara to become a Jinchuriki. Seeing that Raza was uncooperative, Xiaomu could only shrug. I guess you're thinking that as the leader of the village you're afraid of going berserk as a Jinchuriki, leaving the village in peril, right? Then if you don't even trust yourself, why insist on sealing Shikaku within your son's body, while continuously testing him? Are you out of your mind? Raza's heart shook, recalling the days he spent in the Jinjutsu. His lips quivered silently, but he said nothing. However, Xiaomu grew impatient, grabbing Raza and holding his head down, prying open his eyelids. The Sharingan in Xiaomu's eyes spun wildly, glowing crimson. Sand Village. A drunkard swayed forward, clutching a bottle. He brushed past a red-haired child. The drunkard stumbled, nearly falling over. He belched, "Watch where you're walking, you little brat." The red-haired child slowly turned his head. With a cold, dead gaze and heavy dark circles under his eyes, the drunkard broke into a cold sweat, his eyes widening. You are. This gaze again, this kind of gaze. Gaara's expression was filled with hatred. His mind flooded with images of being bullied and reviled. Get lost. You monster. What? What? Gaara's eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins. A piercing scream erupted, and the bottle shattered on the ground. Hearing the scream, a crowd rushed out. But all they saw was Gaara's silhouette. What happened? It's Gaara. He's already dead. The matter was quickly reported to the higher-ups of the Sand Village. The fourth Kazekage left orders that if Gaara goes berserk again, he must be killed. Yakamaru's eyes were filled with pain. But this was not the first time Gaara had killed. The Sand Village had already been continuously deprived of funds by the daimyo of the Wind Country. If these reports about Gaara spread, then the situation of the village would only worsen. Since that's the case, I will bear all of this. Yakamaru made his decision and stood up. The results are still not going smoothly. Gaara sat on the railing helplessly staring at his hands. Tears streamed down his face involuntarily. Why am I the only one who becomes such a monster? Suddenly Gaara recalled Yakamaru's words, the only thing that can heal psychological trauma is love. Yakamaru. Gaara cried while painfully clutching his stomach, completely unaware of the sixth shuriken flying towards him from behind. Puff. A massive amount of sand erupted from Gaara's back, encasing him securely within. Gaara was startled, turning around to find a masked sand ninja throwing countless shuriken. Why is it always me? Gaara's expression twisted as he thought this happens every time. Gaara extended his hand, and the sand quickly enveloped the intruder. It seemed that this person was about to perish at Gaara's hands. A shadow in the sky broke through the sand, directly pulling the sand ninja away. Damn it! Gaara's expression was twisted, his small hands opened, and the sand accelerated forward. Just as he was about to catch up, that shadow kicked it apart. After just a few rises and falls, the two vanished without a trace. Gaara sat on the ground in pain, his small body lacking sufficient chakra. Now he felt nothing but a tearing pain all over his body. Who the hell wants to kill me? Suddenly a figure appeared right in front of Gaara. Gaara looked up and found it was Yakamaru. Yakamaru in new clothes wore a complex expression as he immediately embraced Gaara. Gaara's heart instantly calmed down. Yakamaru, just now a sand ninja, tried to kill me. Gaara's small body trembled slightly. Yakamaru's expression softened, murmuring, "I'm sorry, it's okay, it's okay." Gaara cried, "Is it because I'm a monster that people always want to kill me?" Don't think that way, Gaara. There are still people in this world who love you. Lord Kazekage, both you and I have loved you deeply in our hearts. The sister I loved most exchanged her life for yours. You are the continuation of her life, the most precious treasure in this world. I like you very much. Your sister named you Gaara out of deep love, hoping you would cherish yourself and live well. Yakamaru recalled when Raza ordered him to kill Gaara. Yakamaru feared that the late Karura would not agree to such an act. Moreover, after spending these years together, Yakamaru knew that Gaara's volatility was influenced by Shikaku. He was very kind. He had come tonight to assassinate Gaara, but unexpectedly was saved by Raza, who indicated that there were other methods for Gaara and that testing him was no longer necessary. Yakamaru had almost said goodbye to Gaara. Having faced death, his heart stirred as he held Gaara, unwilling to let go. Gaara felt Yakamaru's affection and let out a soft cry. But this time it wasn't a cry of pain, it was tears of happiness. In the distance, Xiaomu stood on the building with Luo Sha. Luo Sha's body was somewhat stiff, but he stared intently at the distant Yacha Maru and Gaara. Xiaomu opened his Sharingan, the kaleidoscope spinning continuously. Upon seeing the scene far away, he felt a sense of relief and controlled Luo Sha to fly over while sitting on a sand mat. Tap! Tap! Hearing the footsteps, Gaara looked up and discovered his father Luo Sha with a cold expression. He lowered his head again, shrinking a bit into Yacha Maru's embrace. However, Luo Sha unexpectedly crouched down and pulled Gaara into his arms. I'm sorry, Gaara. Gaara trembled all over and suddenly struggled to break free from Luo Sha's embrace. Dad, what are you saying? Luo Sha quietly said, standing still. It was never my intention to make you the Jinchuriki. What is a Jinchuriki? Gaara had just calmed down slightly thanks to Yacha Maru's affection. Xiaomu rolled his eyes from a distance, wondering what kind of education was given in Sunagakure that Gaara at 6 or 7 years old didn't even know what a Jinchuriki was. No wonder he suffered so much as a child. How could he endure so many years without even being taught about Jinchuriki? Oh, it seems Naruto also didn't know when he was little. No wonder they would become close friends later. However, Gaara's ceiling was much weaker than Naruto's. Although the Nine Tails chakra could affect Naruto, he had no idea that a tailed beast was inside him as a child. In contrast, Gaara could easily be influenced by Shikaku's mind. If he accidentally fell asleep, Shikaku would come out and kill indiscriminately. Thus, Gaara always thought of himself as a monster. A Jinchuriki is one who seals a tailed beast, and you are the Jinchuriki of one-tailed Shikaku. Gaara clutched his clothes. Is the monster inside me called Shikaku? Why me, Dad? Luo Sha nodded. Because I am the Kazekage, and I need to protect the village. And you, Gaara, my most beloved child among all your brothers, are the most outstanding. Only you can wield the power of Shikaku. That's why I chose you. Gaara held his head as if he had hallucinations. Just now his father said he was his most beloved child, the most outstanding. Then why did you? Gaara asked, filled with doubt, anticipation, and fear of being deceived by his father. Luo Sha continued to rub Gaara's head, not wanting Gaara to see the expression in his eyes. The village is always in danger. If I constantly show my approval of you, it would only put you in more danger. I'm sorry, Gaara. Can you forgive your father? Luo Sha embraced Gaara once again. Gaara felt this unfamiliar warmth and murmured, Dad, I don't blame you. It's my fault. I couldn't control Shikaku and hurt so many people. Luo Sha's eyes flickered. It's all right. That was all Shikaku's problem. This time I invited people from Konoha to help reinforce the seal, so you won't suffer so much in the future. Really? Dad? Gaara was filled with surprise and joy. He really wanted to sleep, but if he fell asleep, Shikaku would come out and kill. He hadn't slept for many years. Luo Sha nodded yes. Maru, watching Luo Sha and Gaara reconcile, felt overjoyed and was even happier at Luo Sha's words. Kazekage, when will the people from Konoha arrive? Luo Sha stood up and looked back. I have arrived. Xiaomu walked out of the darkness, his Sharingan gradually stopping its rotation, returning to normal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for significantly altering Luo Sha's life trajectory. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gold Sand Mat X1. Xiaomu felt a surge of joy. He could fly even if just once. Remember, don't tell anyone else. You must do this alone. Maru was taken aback for a moment, and then saw Luo Sha give a signal towards the distant sand wall. Maru, go prepare the sealing materials. Remember, don't tell anyone else. You must do this alone. Maru was taken aback for a moment, and then saw Luo Sha give a signal towards the distant sand wall. On that wall were the high-level advisors of Tsunagakure Chiyo and Ebizo, who were hiding in that direction. It was Chiyo who insisted on making Gaara the Jinchuriki back in the day. Understood. I will take care of it right away. There were also power struggles within Tsunagakure. It was best not to let Chiyo know about this. In a secret chamber of Tsunagakure, a large number of Umbu were guarding outside, surrounding the entire chamber, preventing any information from leaking out. Maru had already prepared the relevant materials for the sealing technique. Gaara, receiving his father's concern for the first time, tightly clutched Luo Sha's clothes, as if letting go would cause everything to dissipate. Luo Sha gave Xiaomu a complex look and patted. Having practiced the sealing technique for more than a year, Xiaomu had become very familiar with the four-symbol seal of the Hokage lineage. The four-symbol seal is not just one sealing method, but a series of sealing techniques. From the lowest level methods of blocking summoning beasts to sealing chakra to sealing tailed beasts, and even the fourth Hokage's sealing of the dragon vein, all use the four-symbol seal. Every village has its own unique sealing technique, but there are very few ninjas who specialize in sealing techniques. Practicing sealing techniques requires a lot of time and energy, as well as a massive amount of chakra. It also depends on talent. If one's talent is insufficient, it can waste a lot of time in the early stages. Previously, during the Third Shinobi World War, no one had that much time to waste. After all, sealing techniques have little combat effectiveness in the early stages and can only serve as support. Those with abundant chakra hold important positions and have even less time to practice sealing techniques. Now, the research on sealing techniques in the ninja world has completely regressed, and many ninja villages' sealing techniques are either lost or exist only in literature without successors. Once there was a nation, the land of whirlpools, that skillfully used various sealing techniques and could apply them effectively in combat, but it was destroyed due to its prominence. After obtaining the chakra of the Uzumaki clan, Xiaomu found that besides the increase in chakra quantity, he had also become more attuned to sealing techniques. Once there was a nation, the land of whirlpools, that skillfully used various sealing techniques and could apply them effectively in combat. The various materials brought by Maru were all fairly qualified. Xiaomu drew a huge four symbols array on the ground, asking Gaara to stand in the middle. Gaara looked timid, a bit afraid, yet also expectant. Kazekage, would you like to take a look at Gaara's inner world? Xiaomu suddenly asked. Luo Sha, standing nearby with his arms crossed, was taken aback for a moment before slowly nodding. Kazekage, would you like to take a look at Gaara's inner world? Xiaomu suddenly asked. Luo Sha, standing nearby with his arms crossed, was taken aback for a moment. As the sealing runes on the formation glowed brightly, Gaara's eyelids grew heavy and he fainted. Xiaomu and Luo Sha found themselves in another world. Damn it! A series of thunderous roars instantly reached the ears of Xiaomu and Luo Sha. The location they were in was a gray-black desert. The entire sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the wind and sand flew about like blades. The world was engulfed in a deathly silence. There were no creatures in the desert, but in the distance a massive black silhouette 50 meters tall was roaring madly. The voice was sharp and frenzied. I will get out. I will get out. The words of Shikaku the One-Tail were few, but it was clear that he was not quite sane. Yet he did not stop continuously roaring, the sound vibrating in Luo Sha's ears, making it quite unbearable. Xiaomu searched around and finally spotted Gaara hiding beneath a half-circular mound of earth in the distance, tightly covering his ears. The mound was like a fortress enclosing Gaara, and one could vaguely see the face of Yashimaru above it. Luo Sha's expression darkened. Is this how Gaara lives every day? Xiaomu replied. Yes, Gaara has confined himself in this fortress of gravel no one can enter, and he cannot exit himself. Xiaomu had a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. I wonder if you, the fourth Kazekage, can maintain your composure in such an environment. Luo Sha's face grew even darker, his fists clenched tightly, the nails digging into his flesh. What should we do now? Luo Sha asked. Xiaomu raised his chin, pointing at Gaara. You should go comfort your son first. We need to face Shikaka Hiden. Luo Sha complied and walked over, and when Gaara saw him coming, his eyes sparkled with hope. He hurriedly grabbed Luo Sha with both little hands. Dad, are you here to save me? Luo Sha gently patted Gaara's head. It's okay, Gaara, I'm here. Gaara nodded blankly, tears welling in his eyes. Behind him, the sandcastle gradually grew larger, becoming a massive sand wall. The sand wall began to show Luo Sha's profile. Gaara quickly fell asleep in Luo Sha's arms. Luo Sha gently put Gaara down, slowly stood up, and gazed at the roaring Shikaku in the distance, his eyes filled with coldness. Mr. Xiaomu, do we need to defeat Shikaku next? Hey, this was the first time Luo Sha addressed Xiaomu like this. Xiaomu waved his hand, somewhat amused. This is Gaara's inner world. It is already quite a mess. Do you want to destroy it further? Luo Sha, who was initially eager to act, calmed down. Leave the rest to me. Xiaomu, not wasting words, let Luo Sha understand what kind of life Gaara had been living, achieving his goal. Xiaomu clasped his hands together. For symbols ceiling. Rise. Countless dark seals emerged from the yellow sand-covered ground. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the seals on the ground formed a giant 4 symbols array. Xiaomu's hand seals changed. Congeal. All the dark seals rapidly shrank, quickly spreading from the ground under Shikaku to his body. What is this? Shikaku roared in panic. Waves of seals swiftly crawled across Shikaku's body. He felt an indescribable sense of suffocation. The wind and sand in the sky were gradually disappearing, slowly turning into a clear day. And Shikaku also noticed Xiaomu casting spells. You are from the Uchiha clan. Let me go? Otherwise I will make you pay. Rasengan. Shikaku opened his mouth wide, producing a deafening roar. But he found that the chakra wind ball, which should have been launched from his mouth, did not appear. Shikaku merely exhaled a breath. What's going on? Shikaku exclaimed in shock, unable to use the Rasengan. Xiaomu urged the sealing technique again, and the dark seals surged, binding Shikaku's body layer by layer. His body began to shrink rapidly, reducing from a height of 50 meters to 1/10 of that size. Boom, 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 boom. The dark seals on the ground transformed into thick walls, creating a large 4 symbols seal-style structure on the sandy ground, trapping Shikaku inside. Only a hole the size of a basin was left. Despite Shikaku crashing inside, the entire structure remained unmoved. Gaara himself was already sealed. Xiaomu only needed to perform the 4 symbol sealing. There was no need for the 8 trigram sealing. Xiaomu walked to Luo Sha's side. He shook Gaara, and Gaara opened his eyes. Xiaomu only needed to perform the 4 symbol sealing. There was no need for the 8 trigram sealing. Xiaomu walked to Luo Sha's side. He shook Gaara. Let me out. I will kill all of you. Kill them all. Xiaomu extended a hand, signaling for Gaara to come. Do you want to know how to be a qualified Jinchuriki? Gaara turned to look at Luo Sha, who had an encouraging expression. Gaara nervously placed his hand on Xiaomu's hand. Xiaomu held Gaara's little hand, continuously moving until they were getting closer to Shikaku. The roars from Shikaku grew louder. Suddenly Gaara broke free from Xiaomu's hand and turned to run back. Behind him, Luo Sha gently embraced him. Don't be afraid, child. Dad will always be behind you. Gaara gradually calmed down, turned around, and his eyes became determined. When Gaara arrived in front of the box-like structure, he realized that Shikaku was inside. No matter how loud Shikaku roared, or how violently he crashed, the entire building remained unmoved. Only loud sounds came from that small hole. Xiaomu crouched down and said to Gaara, Your mother Karura has always loved you, and after her death, she transformed into a spirit and has been protecting you with sand. Now you can try to seal this window with sand. The sand is protecting me from Mom. Gaara looked down at his hands and then gently raised them. The yellow sand on the ground gradually lifted into the air. Gaara's eyes gradually lit up. Really, it really is. Xiaomu pointed at the intentionally left small hole. To be a qualified Jinchuriki, you need to be able to control the tailed beast. Since this Shikaku is so chatty, if you don't want to hear him talk, just use sand to block this hole. Gaara looked at the swirling sand with joy and nodded. With a small wave of his hand, the flying sand gradually gathered towards the small hole. In just a moment, the hole was completely sealed. Shikaku, trapped inside, immediately panicked. What are you doing? Damn it. It's so dark here. Let me out. Let me out. You all better speak up. The once thunderous roar could now only be faintly heard. Xiaomu rubbed Gaara's head. See, there's nothing to fear from Shikaku. If he shouts again, just keep the hole sealed. Once he behaves, you can open the hole again. All right. Gaara looked around happily, realizing that there were really no more wind and sand and no more deafening roars. With Gaara's laughter, Xiao Mu and Luo Sha felt a flash before they returned to the real world. Ding! Congratulations, host, for significantly changing Gaara's life trajectory. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Desert Layer Great Burial Seal X1. It seems useless. Is there any other wool to be sheared in Sunigakure? Alright, I can try it with Chiyo, but now is not the time. No matter how long the inner world feels in reality, it's seeing that both of them had opened their eyes. Yashimaru nervously approached and asked, Lord Kozukage, Lord Xiaomu, what happened? Xiaomu and Luo Sha remained silent. Gaara had already regained consciousness, shaking his head left and right. I can't hear it anymore. I really can't hear it anymore. A look of joy, happiness, and fatigue appeared on his face. Gaara gently leaned against Luo Sha's leg, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep. Yashimaru and the others were on high alert. Luo Sha waved his hand. It's okay, Yashimaru, Shikaka won't affect Gaara anymore. Yashimaru looked surprised. That's great. Gaara can finally get a good sleep. Luo Sha felt a pang of pity. How long had it been since Gaara had slept well? In the land of rain, in the village of rain, shinobi light rain pattered softly, and the entire village was enveloped in silence. Though isolated, the residents here seemed to be doing much better than before, with every household hanging origami angels at their doors. Currently, Xiao Nan is the nominal leader of the land of rain, providing stability while being deeply loved. Every time Xiao Nan spread her wings and soared through the sky, the people below felt it was an honor to see her, the angel. However, today Xiao Nan's expression was grim as she swiftly flew to a tall tower at the center of Rain Shinobi Village. Xiao Nan's form transformed into paper and merged into the tower. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that one side of the tall tower was entirely made of paper. Nagato opened his eyes somewhat dazedly and asked, what's wrong? Why have you come to find me? Nagato usually presented himself in the guise of the Deva Path, while Xiao Nan typically communicated with him. Now Xiao Nan had come to his hiding place, indicating that she must have something very important to discuss. She took a moment to calm her excited heart. Nagato, I have discovered who killed Juzo and the great Buddha. Nagato's pupils constricted. The death of Yahiko pained him deeply, but it was not just Yahiko's death. Their companions who had shared hardship with them also perished that day. For years, Nagato and Xiao Nan had been tracking down who was responsible for their deaths, but the perpetrator had covered their tracks too well. They could only find traces of wood release. Nothing else was known. Who is it? Nagato said in a deep voice. It's that masked man who calls himself Uchiha Obito every day along with Zetsu. Is it them? Where did this information come from? Is it reliable? Nagato naturally trusted Xiao Nan, but he worried that she had been deceived. Xiao Nan whispered, Uchiha Shemu told me. Uchiha Shemu. Nagato repeated the name. This Uchiha vice clan leader was quite renowned. Xiao Nan had previously sought him out to recruit. Xiao Nan took out 2 scrolls given by Shemu. Nagato Shemu provided us with this. This technique is called Impure World Reincarnation, which can summon the souls of deceased ninjas back to the living world and resurrect them in physical form. Nagato trembled all over and quickly withdrew his hand from the wooden cart. He picked up the scroll and began to read. Are you saying? Nagato's voice quivered. Xiao Nan nodded. We just need to prepare the sacrifices, and we can summon Yahiko. However, after Nagato finished reading the scroll, he felt somewhat disappointed. Is it only a temporary existence? Xiao Nan replied, Shemu instructed us to resurrect Juzo and the great Buddha to find out if it truly was the masked man and Zetsu who acted against them. Nagato nodded. Since he had given this technique to Xiao Nan, it was highly likely that the culprits were indeed those two. So it really is them. Xiao Nan exclaimed in surprise, did you suspect them all along? Nagato replied, their origins are unclear. I do not trust them. There were doubts, but no evidence. A flash of hatred flickered in Nagato's eyes. Why are they doing this? Xiao Nan conveyed Seamus' words to Nagato. Nagato calmed down. His Rinnegan seemingly stirred to lead me into darkness. He took a deep breath. I have already grown beyond the pain of infinite existence, transcending from mortal to divine. Darkness cannot consume me. I will bring true peace to this world. Nagato's tone was resolute, imbued with an unshakable determination. Ridiculous, still wanting to use the divine. Cough, cough. Nagato suddenly began to cough. Xiao Nan stepped forward with concern. Calm down, otherwise your body won't be able to take it. Huff. Nagato gasped violently a couple of times, and then gradually steadied his breath. He had to endure the extraction of the outer paths golem daily and manipulate the 6 paths, leaving his entire body in a weakened state. His emotional fluctuations were too great, which was taxing on his body. No matter what their conspiracy is, it will surely be crushed beneath my Rinnegan. Xiao Nan felt a pang of pain seeing Nagato like this. She was uncertain of what the final outcome would be if he continued to gamble everything. Nagato spoke solemnly. What else did Uchiha Shemu say? Xiao Nan unfolded the other scroll. This contains Obito's true identity and the abilities of his Mangekyō Sharingan. Nagato took a look at Uchiha Obito. Intangibility. Kamui space. Lasting for several minutes. Izanagi. How could it be so detailed? Nagato was extremely shocked. He was astounded not only by the true identity and abilities of this so-called Obito, but also by how Shemu acquired such detailed information. One must understand that the most crucial aspect for a ninja is their own intelligence. Protecting one's own information is a fundamental lesson for every ninja. If one can know both themselves and their enemies, they can almost win every battle. Yet Sheamus' information essentially laid bare Obito's abilities as if it were his own intelligence. Over the years, Obito had been very mysterious, never misusing his abilities, which made Nagato remain vigilant, only knowing that he possessed intangibility. However, how long could his intangibility last? What was the principle behind it? He had no idea. Most of the time, they seemed to have a cooperative relationship, but there was no true trust between them. In recent years, Obito and Zetsu had been very obedient, working diligently. Obito even controlled the 4th Mizukage with his Sharingan to fund the Akatsuki. He spent several years in the Mist Village continuously supplying resources and money to the organization. He even managed to improve the lives of the common people in the Land of Rain somewhat. Little did Nagato expect that Obito and Zetsu were hiding so deeply. Juzo the Great Buddha and their companions. Nagato always viewed himself as a god using Obito, yet he didn't realize that Obito was using him as well. I was also surprised after reading it, but I feel it should be true. Shounen understood why Nagato was so shocked. Shemu said that even if we act, we won't be able to kill Obito. He wants you to find him in person. Afterward, he will tell you more. Nagato, what do you plan to do? Nagato set down the scroll in his hand. His skeletal, emaciated cheeks revealed no expression. His space-time ninjutsu is too peculiar and rather restrains me. Before I fully master my Rinnegan, we shouldn't confront them yet. We still need to continue using those two to gather personnel and funds for the organization. Before everything is set up, I need to remain hidden. The outer wall tore open and the Deva path walked, and we will first resurrect Juzo and the Great Buddha. As for Yahiko, we will talk about him later. Shounen knew that Nagato still did not know how to face Yahiko. After all, what they were doing now was completely contrary to Yahiko's original ideals. Ding. Congratulations, host, for significantly altering Shounen's life trajectory. Congratulations, host, for obtaining God Paper User Technique X1. In Sunagakure, Shemu was still in the meeting room, discussing matters with Lo Sha. A sudden system notification sound echoed in her ears. It seemed Shounen's fate had been changed, as she should no longer die at Obito's hands. But what about Nagato? It appeared that Nagato's mindset had already become godlike, not easily shaken. However, they would likely confront Obito and Zetsu ahead of time. It was uncertain how far Nagato could go. Given Nagato's character, he would probably prepare thoroughly before taking action, just like when he sought revenge on Hanzo only after mastering the Rinnegan. In the mansion of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. What are the results of the investigation? The daimyo's lazy voice echoed. The subordinates below did not dare to slack off at all. Reporting to you, my lord, the restaurant called Chinese Cuisine that came from the Land of Rice was initiated by the Uchiha clan in the village of Sound. Is it the Uchiha from Konoha village? Although the daimyo was not very familiar with the matters of the ninja world, he had heard of the renowned Uchiha clan. Yes, my lord, there are also Uchiha clan members operating this restaurant in Konoha village. Are the Uchihas from the Land of Rice a splinter group? A splinter group? Did they defect, eh? The daimyo became curious. The subordinate wiped his sweat and took out 2 reports. My lord, the testimonies of the Third Hokage of Konoha and Shimura Danzo are different. The Third Hokage stated it was a departure, while Danzo said the Uchiha defected. The daimyo took the 2 reports presented to him. One was the public statement of the Third Hokage, while the other was a special letter from Danzo. Upon seeing the pile of text, the daimyo frowned and instantly lost interest. With some annoyance, he tossed both reports aside. Whether the Uchiha split or defected had little to do with him. The Uchiha clan belonged to Konoha, which formerly had a cooperative relationship with the daimyo. What happened to the Uchiha was beyond his concern. Yet the fact that the Third Hokage could allow such an oversight to occur was troubling. Humph. The daimyo scoffed. Never mind. So was this series of restaurants all created by the Uchiha? Yes, the subordinate answered truthfully. The daimyo felt somewhat irritable. There was indeed a hierarchy among the daimyos. The Land of Rice used to be a remote and impoverished area. In the eyes of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the so-called daimyo was merely a country bumpkin. 2 years ago, when the daimyo of the Land of Rice vigorously supported this restaurant, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had even mocked him. Yet in just 2 years, the Chinese cuisine spread throughout the Land of Rice, crushing all other restaurants. It achieved a unification in the culinary world, with every merchant who visited praising it. The entire economy of the Land of Rice was surprisingly lifted by this culinary success, leaving the daimyo of the Land of Fire somewhat incredulous. Only after reviewing the subordinate statistical documents did he realize it was indeed true. The daimyo of the Land of Rice also profited significantly, and the domestic economy flourished, making their ninja village the top among the 5 great ninja villages. If it weren't for the Land of Rice's small territory, sparse population, and low resources, there might have been other ambitions. Naturally, the Land of Fire had commercial teams ready to explore. However, the so-called franchise fees were several times more expensive than those in the Land of Rice, and the quotas were limited. From the perspective of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the actions of the Land of Rice felt like revenge. There was no helping it. Large nations had bullied these smaller ones for long enough, and now that they had a chance, they naturally wanted to vent their frustrations. Initially, the daimyo of the Land of Fire also wanted to replicate it, but what seemed like a simple, stinky tofu turned out bland, without that characteristic odor and flavor. They tried many seasonings for various specialty snacks, but the final results differed from the originals. They could replicate some foods, but they lacked a cohesive system. The daimyo of the Land of Fire felt intensely envious. The Land of Rice, thriving on this economy, was far more prosperous than before. If they could promote it in the Land of Fire, it would be a windfall. The Land of Rice was merely a countryside or rural area that previously had no ninja village. However, those who knew the secret recipes there were not the restaurant owners. Instead, it was the people dispatched from the village of Sound, who were as stubborn and obstinate as stones in a latrine. Whether coerced or bribed, they refused to relinquish the secret recipes, and some even committed suicide when kidnapped. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was particularly speechless. It was just business. Must they be so ruthless? What he did not know was that those dispatched from the village of Sound were all part of Orochimaru's faction. They were either diehard loyalists brainwashed by Orochimaru or had been placed under restrictions. Otherwise, they would not have been allowed to engage in business. In the culinary industry, replication is simple, but achieving the original flavor requires significant effort. Without a long-standing cultural heritage, some core secret recipes in certain dishes cannot be replicated even in a lifetime. The daimyo rubbed his aching head and decided not to think about it, allocate some funds to cooperate with Danzo, and ensure he acquires all the recipes. Understood. Konoha Village Hokage Office. Sarutobi, the third Hokage who was writing at his desk, looked up and found Danzo had entered. What surprised the third Hokage was that Danzo was not using a cane and had unwrapped the bandages on his right hand, revealing a healthy right arm. Danzo, your hand. Danzo smiled subtly and raised his right hand. The injury has healed. I no longer need the bandages. The third Hokage frowned. He remembered that Danzo's arm had undergone some modifications, which is why it was always kept hidden. Could it be that Danzo restored his arm? The third Hokage did not delve deeper. After all, he had been unaware of what modifications had been made to Danzo's arm. What brings you here? The third Hokage's tone was quite calm, even though Danzo had previously harbored great ambitions that were somewhat uncontrollable. The third Hokage had removed him from his position, which was a significant blow. The third Hokage had suspended funding for the Root organization and prohibited other ninja clans from cooperating with them, so the Root organization was likely very poor now. However, Danzo had worked with him for many years, and he would certainly need him in the future. As long as Danzo remained under his control, all the things Danzo had done previously were insignificant. Whenever he needed Danzo, he could easily bring him back. This is the profit assessment for the Uchiha clan. Danzo presented a data sheet. The Hokage picked it up and glanced at it. Incredible, it's so much. There are 20 million this month. Danzo's tone remained unchanged. This is just our data from Konoha. If we include the Land of Rice, it exceeds 50 million per month. Itachi and Shursui brought Chinese cuisine to the Land of Rice. Although the Land of Rice is poor, there are shops of this chain everywhere in the entire country. No one knows how wealthy the Uchiha clan truly is. Danzo paused slightly. The daimyo saw the profits made by the Land of Rice and insisted that I obtain all the recipes. Therefore, Hisashi, I need your cooperation now. Danzo wore a hint of pride on his face as he produced a letter of orders. He did not expect Danzo to exert pressure on the daimyo. This was not going to be easy. As a village leader, there were many places he needed to spend money. He did not expect Danzo to exert pressure on the daimyo. This was not going to be easy. As a village leader, there were many places he needed to spend money. The reason Konoha had always been the strongest in the ninja world was that they had abundant money and resources which could be infinitely converted into various war resources. Whether it was population, food, or others, it had kept Konoha village in an advantageous position during several ninja world wars. Meanwhile, the military powerhouse of the Land of Lightning had intermittently clashed with Konoha for over 10 to 20 years. In a situation where Konoha's military strength was relatively weak, they managed to wear down the hidden Cloud Village to seek peace, all because of their wealth. A large portion of the money Konoha earned came from the various subsidies provided by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire, being vast and populous with rich resources, had to maintain its leading position in the ninja world. The relationship between the daimyo and Konoha village was indeed very good. After all, Konoha village had defeated other countries, making it convenient for him to profit. Now the daimyo had set his sights on Chinese cuisine. And the daimyo had directly bypassed him, issuing orders to Danzo. Was it because of the Uchiha's departure? It seemed he had created a rift by not reporting. Although Konoha village as a military group did not need to consider the daimyo's opinions, the number of ninjas was simply too few. They did not engage in production and could not manage the entire country. Thus the daimyo had become a major financier, and in general the Third Hokage still gave him face. The Hokage Tower. The Third Hokage flipped through the documents on the table, having thoroughly investigated every possible source. From the flow of people to the average spending per customer, he had compiled long-term statistics revealing that Danzo had been eyeing the Uchiha's establishment for quite some time. Danzo's preparations were remarkably thorough, leaving no detail overlooked, much to the surprise of the Third Hokage. The Uchiha's income was shockingly high. According to the data, Konoha's funds were at least 10 times greater than the Uchiha's. However, that money didn't solely belong to the Third Hokage. He couldn't unilaterally decide how it was spent. Expenses for village construction, ninja salaries, secret technique research, and the support of the Umbu all needed to be covered from these funds. In contrast, the Uchiha clan's earnings were almost entirely under the control of Fugaku, their clan leader. He could spend it wherever he pleased. If this continued, would the Uchiha eventually turn the tables? All clans evaluated based on benefits, and if the funds were sufficient, it wouldn't be impossible for them to cast their trust votes in favor of Fugaku. The Third Hokage hadn't realized how serious the situation had become, and a sense of urgency suddenly welled up within him. Just as he was preparing to contemplate how to address the matter, he noticed Danzo standing before him. The Third Hokage smiled inwardly. Well, it's best to leave professional matters to the professionals. After all, Danzo was quite familiar with the situation. He tapped his pipe on the paper and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Danzo replied, "My people have already attempted to replicate it, but the taste always falls slightly short. There are indeed some secret recipes we do not know, the flavor just cannot compare to theirs." The Third Hokage couldn't help but say, seeing Danzo's ambitious demeanor, "You aren't planning to confront them directly, are you? You can't withstand their Susanoo." Danzo's face darkened. "I would never engage them in a direct confrontation." He shook the documents in his hand and said, "You can use the pretext of supporting them to persuade Fugaku to share the secret recipes." The Third Hokage frowned. "Fugaku probably won't agree to that." Danzo smirked ominously. "If he refuses, there are ways to make him comply." The Third Hokage seemed to ponder. "What do you want?" Danzo answered without hesitation, "Restoration of the root." The Third Hokage paced back and forth for a long time, finally glancing at the enormous numbers under the Uchiha family's income column. The Third Hokage shook his head. "Restoration of the root is impossible." Danzo remained silent. He understood that restoring the root would not be easy, but he had been tasked by the daimyo. The Third Hokage had to consider the daimyo's face, so he knew he had more to say. He continued, "I can speak to those ninja clans, allowing them to collaborate with you." Danzo scoffed, saying, "That's not enough, Hokage." The Third Hokage thought for a moment. "I'll grant you 2 honorary elder positions." Honorary elder. Danzo contemplated briefly. The position of honorary elder was one held by every major ninja clan aside from the Uchiha. They wielded no real power, but held advisory rights, making their votes crucial during the election of the Hokage. This was already a position of influence. To sit in the position of consultant elder, having honorary elders was essential. The Third Hokage had clearly offered Danzo one honorary elder position, while the other was essentially an asset for Danzo to manipulate. Danzo was satisfied and asked Hokage, "Who do you think would be suitable for the other honorary elder?" The Third Hokage took a puff of smoke and replied, "The security department could use some movement." Danzo thought for a moment. Currently, the security department was overseen by Hinata Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, whose ideas were already outdated. If there were benefits to be had. Coincidentally, Danzo had planted roots within the security team as Nakamura had been dismissed, leaving them in a deadlock. Hayashi had been subduing this group of roots, only allowing them to patrol from Street 1 to Street 4 of Konoha. They were forbidden from intervening elsewhere. If an elder from the Hyuga clan intervened, could the root team move at all? The Hokage Tower. Fugaku suddenly received an invitation from the Third Hokage. Therefore, he arrived early at the Hokage Tower. Upon entering the office, the Third Hokage was already attending to his duties. Since the last incident with the Cloud Village, this was the first time he had seen the Third Hokage. Third Hokagesima Fugaku now had a different mindset and felt no emotion towards the Third Hokage. After witnessing the devastation of the ninja world, it was difficult for a village leader to command Fugaku's respect. The Third Hokage maintained his usual genial demeanor, smiling as he said, "Fugaku, you're here, please sit." Fugaku complied and took a seat. "May I ask why you summoned me, Third Hokage?" The Third Hokage picked up a teacup and said, "Fugaku, it has been a while since we last met. I see that your Uchiha clan has been developing quite well. Your contributions as clan leader are commendable. Fugaku replied nonchalantly, it's going well, I suppose. It's all thanks to Shemu, or it has nothing to do with me. The third Hokage clearly sensed the shift in Fugaku's attitude. He cheerfully remarked, all your Uchiha restaurants are quite popular in Konoha. However, Fugaku did not engage. The third Hokage continued, Fugaku, the village is preparing to strongly support your establishments. Fugaku raised an eyebrow. What kind of support does the third Hokage have in mind? The third Hokage produced a map of Konoha and circled an area with his finger. The restaurants of Chinese cuisine are all concentrated on Street 8, while the other streets still have significant foot traffic. This represents a considerable waste, the third Hokage said with a serious expression. I plan to reserve 8 storefronts for you on each of the streets from 1 to 7, allowing your restaurants to cover all of Konoha. Fugaku glanced at the area circled by the third Hokage, which essentially encompassed all the commercial streets. If these streets were filled with Chinese cuisine restaurants, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly see a significant increase in income. However, Fugaku looked a bit apologetic and said to the third Hokage, Third Hokage-sama, we Uchiha do not have that many people, but we cannot manage so many storefronts. The third Hokage nodded. I had already considered this issue, so I will send people to manage the stores. You Uchiha only need to focus on technical training. In the end, we can split the profits. What do you think, Fugaku? Fugaku sneered inwardly, realizing the third Hokage was coveting their secret recipes. No need, Hokage-sama. I believe the Uchiha's business is already sufficient. We do not have the energy to manage more. We currently do not plan to open additional stores. Fugaku stood up. There are many affairs within the clan. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. With that, he walked. Though the Uchiha currently appeared to have earnings less than a tenth of Konoha's, Shemu had previously left behind substantial franchise fees from the land of rice. Fugaku was now quite confident, no longer needing to worry about the third Hokage's expression. The third Hokage did not try to retain Fugaku and calmly put away the map. This time he was merely using diplomacy before conflict. Regarding the current Uchiha, he already knew that he could no longer manipulate them as he once did. In the land of wind, Sunagakure. This is sour plum soup, this is burned fairy grass, and this is herbal tea. Xiaomu presented one plan after another to Luo Sha. This section includes desserts, peach gum, glutinous rice, cough remedies, and poria cocos paste. These are all detailed production methods. Luo Sha held the stack of plans, and as the shadow of the village, he certainly had strategic vision. He quickly realized the commercial value within. These are all selected by me, better suited to the climate of your land of wind. You find trusted individuals to manage it yourself, and we will share the profits later. Luo Sha furrowed his brow. What is your intention? Xiaomu smiled. You are the shadow of the village, and with you promoting it, our Uchiha clan can earn even more. It can also serve to find an ally for our Uchiha clan. Xiaomu emphasized the words our Uchiha when Luo Sha suddenly realized that the current Uchiha clan was dominant in Konoha, unparalleled in both economy and high-end combat power, surpassing all of Konoha. However, overall strength was still slightly inferior to the coalition of the major ninja clans in Konoha. What the Uchiha needed most now was development. Although Fugaku had stepped down from the position of captain of the guard, as long as the Uchiha had money, they could provide resources to various ninja clans. The selection of the Hokage does not matter prior to your position. If you can provide sufficient benefits, even if you were a commoner before, you could still be elected as the shadow of the village. Luo Sha was elected based on the merits he gained during the Third Great Ninja War. Fugaku had already revealed the strength of his Mangekyō Sharingan, yet the third Hokage suppressed him in terms of power. The Uchiha sought an indirect path to develop economically to compete for the Hokage position. Xiaomu, the vice-clan leader of the Uchiha, came to Sunagakure with ample benefits. The sealing problem that the entire Sunagakure could not solve was resolved by Xiaomu alone. Luo Sha sent many people in the village to check, and indeed Xiaomu's sealing technique was unique. He genuinely came with good intentions. In the future, Gaara would be able to control whether to communicate with Shikaku freely without the fear of rampages. It also allowed Luo Sha and Gaara to reconcile, helping Luo Sha realize that he had made many mistakes. Although the process made Luo Sha uncomfortable. But circumstances are stronger than individuals, rules are made by the powerful. Moreover, Xiaomu only needed an ally from the Uchiha clan. In a win-win situation, Luo Sha could think of no reason to refuse. Alright, I agree. As long as I, Luo Sha, am in power for a day, I will be your Uchiha's most solid ally. Xiaomu smiled. Now that business is settled, let's move on to personal matters. After receiving Luo Sha's promise, Xiaomu relaxed and sat back in his chair. Oh, Xiaomu began. Although the ninja world has gone through 3 wars, there are still many ambitious people. Gaara's ceiling is now stable, but as a Jinchuriki, he is bound to be coveted. Luo Sha listened intently. The land of wind is considered relatively poor among the 5 great nations, and the daimyo has little interest in governing the country, leading to long-term budget cuts for Sunagakure. Thus, he as the shadow of the village could only go out to pan for gold to supplement Sunagakure's finances. If it weren't for Uchiha's skills in this area, perhaps he wouldn't have been chosen as the Kazekage. The Jinchuriki should be regarded as a strategic weapon for the village, but Sunagakure lacked talented individuals proficient in sealing arts. This resulted in Shikaku always being a power that could only be seen but not used. Originally, the control over Shikaku by Fuku was quite good, and his clear mindset earned Shikaku's admiration. However, the higher-ups of Sunagakure, due to power struggles, did not want each other to control the Jinchuriki. Thus, they chose to imprison Fuku until he grew old. Countless opportunities were lost in vain. Xiaomu continued, "We Uchiha have reliable information that a massive force is eyeing the tailed beasts. Their strength is so formidable that the villages affected will not be limited to Konoha and Sunagakure. And Gaara is also part of their plan." Uchiha did not ask Xiaomu about the source of the information, as that was someone else's secret. He only felt a tightening in his heart. Someone was targeting the tailed beasts, and Gaara was now the Jinchuriki. Everyone knows that extracting a tailed beast will result in the death of the Jinchuriki. This means that they are aiming for Gaara's life. What does Mr. Xiaomu plan to do? Xiaomu replied, "I have high hopes for Gaara's talent. He must have often rampaged before due to a lack of proper education. In the coming years, Lord Kazekage should focus on nurturing Gaara to face the disasters that will inevitably occur in the future. With Gaara's potential, he can grow into the best candidate for the next Kazekage." Uchiha was somewhat moved. Recognizing the child's talent was one thing, but having someone else recognize it was another matter. He had personally experienced Xiaomu's strength, yet here was such a powerful figure, showing such confidence in Gaara. Uchiha solemnly replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Xiaomu, I will cultivate Gaara well. I came this time not only for commercial cooperation, but also to bring you this news, so you can be prepared." Uchiha felt a bit uneasy, as the vice-clan leader of the Uchiha, a wielder of the Mangekyō Sharingan. A person standing at such a height would not speak recklessly, especially with a specific warning. However, since that organization had not yet revealed itself, Uchiha could only keep his worries to himself. After Xiaomu explained everything, he did not linger and quickly set off. His purpose for coming to the Land of Sand was precisely for Gaara to establish a good relationship, now for future inclusion in his force. Now that Obito was causing trouble in the Land of Mist, Xiaomu had little time left. He took out a map and carefully examined it. The targets he needed to recruit were distributed in the Land of Grass and the Land of Water. But the Land of Water, which had the most talent, was isolated overseas, and he had to cross the entire Land of River and the Land of Fire to get there. Taking a ship from the Land of Soup, a regular merchant ship, would take several months to reach the Land of Water, and if there were storms, it would take even longer. The ships from the Land of Cloud and the Land of Mist were much faster, only taking a little over a month, and they had ships available at any time. Besides, Xiaomu did not wish to expose his whereabouts. Konoha and Sunagakure had a relatively convenient route due to their alliance, but other countries would likely not be so easy to traverse. Xiaomu sighed. He still needed Itachi to make a trip. He could just go to the Land of Water himself. Seeing the yellow sand filling the sky and no one around, Xiaomu quickly wrote on a scroll instructing Itachi to go to the Land of Grass to recruit Karen and to the Land of Water to capture Jogen. Both of these individuals could play a crucial role in Orochimaru's research. Xiaomu formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom. As the smoke cleared, a raven appeared. "Deliver this message to Itachi," Xiaomu instructed. The non-speaking ninja, Crow, quickly vanished. The Uchiha clan has always had a good relationship with ninja cats and ninja crows, and Xiaomu chose the ninja crow. Xiaomu had no specific requirements for the summoning beast. To him, the most useful aspect of the summoning technique was communication and reverse summoning. After all, in the later stages, any summoning beast becomes merely decorative. The clan had always used Kaiamorous ninja cats for communication. Now that Xiaomu was out and about, he used the ninja crow to exchange messages with Itachi. In the Land of Water. "Why?" The female ninja staggered, asking the shadow before her in agony. Beside her lay the bodies of two companions. Kisame Hashigaki's shark-like eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. "To eliminate my companions, that is my special mission." The female ninja collapsed to the ground, not blaming him, but weakly asked, "Your life must be quite hard, right?" Kisame's pupils constricted heavily. Yet he approached with a blank expression and plunged his sword in. Buzz! Suddenly, a pixelated block appeared in the sky, and a figure fell from above. What the hell? Xiaomu used Sasuke's space teleportation skill, instantly transporting from the Land of Wind to the Land of Water. Little did he know he ended up suspended in midair. Fortunately, Xiaomu was agile and performed a backflip to land safely. On the ground lay several corpses, and a blue-skinned shark-faced figure stood at the edge of a cliff. Are the Konoha pursuers this quick? Kisame coldly glanced at Xiaomu. Then he jumped off the cliff. A commotion arose in the forest as a large group of people moved towards this direction. Xiaomu looked around and approached to see that the female ninja was already dead. Tisk Kisame really knows how to strike hard. I remember this girl, she seems to have a crush on Kisame. A dying last word gave Kisame a mental shock, making him remember it for a lifetime. That damned Obito. Xiaomu complained. Well, since I've encountered it. Xiaomu raised both hands. Bang. Transformation jutsu. Xiaomu first changed his appearance. A bright light emanated from his palm, the celestial technique he obtained from Kabuto. Tisk Kisame is really ruthless, stabbing the heart. This female mist ninja must have died without suffering. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of rustling echoed as a large crowd of Konoha ninjas burst forth from the forest. Leading them was Konoha's interrogation expert Ibiki Marino along with 6 elite Konoha ninjas. Xiaomu used transformation jutsu, morphing into a common face, but wearing a Konoha vest. One hand pressed the celestial technique against the female mist ninja's chest while the other casually pulled out a Konoha forehead protector to flash it. "We're one of you." Ibiki immediately recognized that the opponent had used transformation jutsu, and even the forehead protector had been freshly pulled out. However, the opponent could indeed perform Konoha's medical ninjutsu, the celestial technique, which puzzled Ibiki. "What are you doing?" The elite ninjas of Konoha couldn't help but notice that this female mist ninja had just been killed. Yet Xiaomu ignored them and continued to channel the celestial technique. The celestial technique truly was a divine skill for external injuries. Within mere seconds, the wound on the female mist ninja's heart had healed. "Hey, this mist ninja is already dead. Why are you wasting chakra?" The celestial technique truly was a divine skill for external injuries. Within mere seconds, the wound on the female mist ninja's heart had healed. In that instant, Xiaomu unleashed 2 more strikes. Thump thump. The sound of a heartbeat. Cough cough. Huh. The female mist ninja suddenly sat up, coughing and gasping for air. She was still a bit dazed. Hadn't she been killed by Kisame? Ibiki and the other 6 Konoha ninjas were stunned. Could someone really be revived after dying? "Stop staring, you are now my prisoner. Come along." Obediently. The female mist ninja looked around and didn't see Kisame, but a bunch of Konoha ninjas surrounding her. She glanced at the person beside her, a common face with a Konoha forehead protector lying on the ground. "So I was actually captured." She resignedly lowered her head. Ibiki frowned. "This is our mission target." Xiaomu scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. These were all Konoha elites, and he didn't want to reveal his identity yet. "There's no choice now." Xiaomu's tone shifted. The wary Konoha ninjas hadn't even had time to assume a fighting stance. Without Xiaomu forming seals, the space behind the Konoha ninjas suddenly filled with a vast expanse of the yellow sand obscured the sky and sun, darkening the entire atmosphere. All the yellow sand descended rapidly like a massive blanket. Desert burial ceiling. Boom. Countless grains of yellow sand coalesced into solid chunks, trapping the 7 Konoha elites securely within. Countless grains of yellow sand swirled chaotically, obscuring everything around. Ibiki was startled. Wasn't this a technique from Sunigakure? How could this be? Such a high-level technique. Without even forming seals. Am I going to die here today? Ibiki and the others felt a deep fear, unable to move as they endured the onslaught of the swirling sand. The sand quickly wrapped around everyone's bodies, leaving them unable to move even a finger. The sand rapidly restrained all their limbs and sealed their faces. Xiaomu watched as everyone was wrapped tightly, looking like statues. Is this a sand sculpture? The product of the system is indeed exquisite. Ignoring the conditions for releasing techniques, no seals required, it activated directly. If I just walked away, wouldn't that be too fake? Xiaomu controlled the technique, allowing the sand to reveal many voids. He approached each Konoha ninja and searched their pockets. Then he rummaged through Ibiki's belongings, pulling out several scrolls without time to check their contents, stuffing them all into his pockets. The Konoha ninjas felt despair as the opponent began to search them. What would happen next? They had even prepared last words. After a long while, the yellow sand on their bodies loosened and fell to the ground. The one who had just used the celestial technique and the female mist ninja had vanished, leaving only 2 corpses of mist ninjas. As the group checked each other, they found that everything on them had been searched away and they were left without weapons. Their pockets were cleaner than their faces. Not even a kunai was left for them. Ibiki frowned tightly as the intel scrolls he had were missing. This intel was extremely confidential, detailing the mist ninjas' secret mission away from the village. That is why Konoha specifically sent interrogation expert Ibiki to carry out this mission. This mission was full of twists and turns with not a single detail overlooked. Indeed, they had pursued the secret mission team along this route, but mist ninja personnel had been eliminating witnesses all along. Just when they thought they had reached a dead end, a mysterious figure emerged. One technique had incapacitated everyone in Ibiki's team. Fortunately, the opponent had no intention of killing them, merely taking their belongings. Ibiki scooped up some yellow sand from the ground. Indeed, it was yellow sand. So much yellow sand was it all manifested through ninjutsu. How much chakra would that require? Looking at the slowly dissipating yellow sand, Ibiki fell into deep thought. The climate in the land of water is very humid, and the ground here is quite solid. Such yellow sand shouldn't exist, unless it was brought in or the soil was forcibly transformed into yellow sand using ninjutsu. However, the speed of this technique's activation was too fast. All the yellow sand was manifested with chakra. Who on earth could perform both celestial techniques and techniques from Mangekyō, especially on this level? Strange, too strange. Ibiki couldn't figure it out, as Xiaomu merely used a disposable ninjutsu to conceal his identity. The celestial technique was indeed from Konoha, but Xiaomu couldn't actually perform it. He had merely borrowed it from Kabuto. And this sealing technique originally belonged to Gaara, hence it was naturally from Mangekyō. Captain, we didn't find any survivors. A nearby person reported after searching around. With no supplies or weapons on them, everyone could only look towards Ibiki. After pondering with no results, Ibiki could only reorganize the team and return to resupply. This mission had become increasingly bizarre. At the bottom of the cliff. Splash. The sound of water splashing. Xiaomu dragged the female mist ninja out of the water. Underneath this cliff was actually a pool. No wonder the Ōtsutsuki member didn't die. Xiaomu observed the wet footprints on the shore. It seemed that the Ōtsutsuki member had already left. He took out some fuel and conjured a fireball in his mouth, igniting a bonfire on the ground. After opening the collection of items, he realized that the weapons had long been tossed into the pool. There weren't many valuable items in the ninja tool pouch either. When Xiaomu opened the scroll of Ibiki, he frowned for a moment. The sealing technique of Konoha. He tapped his hand on it, and the sealing technique was released. After looking it over, Xiaomu thoughtfully rolled up the scroll. After a long time, did he forget something? Turning around, he found the female mist ninja staring at him with wide eyes. Oh, my apologies, I forgot to release your seal. Just now, when Xiaomu had grabbed the female mist ninja and jumped down, he had inadvertently sealed her with the 4-symbol seal. He had indeed forgotten to release it. Xiaomu slapped his palm onto the female mist ninja, and the dark 4 symbols technique shrank back into his hand. The female mist ninja was able to move at once. Where are you planning to take me? She realized that the person in front of her was not from Konoha. Xiaomu, having released the transformation technique, was still dressed in the attire of the Land of Wind. He wore a large gray cloak and a straw hat. Xiaomu removed the straw hat and tossed it aside, revealing his true appearance. Though Xiaomu was somewhat well known, his likeness was not widely circulated. So the female mist ninja did not recognize him. Where will you take me? That depends on you. Xiaomu stroked his chin. What do you mean? Do you hate that Kisame killed you? The female mist ninja seemed to ponder something, her expression changing as she hugged her knees by the bonfire, her gaze somewhat lost. For ninjas like us, obedience is our duty. If you don't save me, I will die just the same. What's there to blame? Tisk tisk. Xiaomu clicked his tongue with interest. Sometimes the fates of two people are indeed quite remarkable. This Kisame actually encountered such a girl. I have high hopes for Kisame. I believe he is a talent worth recruiting. Can you help me persuade him? Xiaomu greatly admired Kisame, who had always sought peace and beauty throughout his life. In the end, he even summoned sharks to protect information, sacrificing himself. If possible, Xiaomu hoped to change all of this. The female mist ninja looked surprised, incredulously pointing at herself. Me. Xiaomu understood what she was surprised about. He explained, whether you believe it or not, if I hadn't saved you, Kisame would remember your death for a lifetime. The female mist ninja's eyes widened, somewhat surprised, then her face turned slightly red. She hurriedly covered her face. How is that possible? Besides, Kisame would never betray the mist. Hey girl, are you okay? Didn't Kisame stab you? Why do you still look at Kisame with such affection? Calling him Kisame bro. Are you going to change it to Kisame dai next? This kind of fate, in Xiaomu's view, was like the god of marriage welding two people together with steel. Xiaomu sighed. You don't need to worry about that. Your 4th Mizukage has been controlled by the enemy's illusion technique, and the mist is finished. What? The female mist ninja, who had just been blushing, stood up in shock upon hearing this news. Xiaomu casually threw the scroll he had just looked at to the female mist ninja. The female mist ninja opened it to take a look. This is the route map of our secret code unit. She was taken aback, as they were on a secret mission. They hadn't even left the land of water, and the mission had been leaked. Xiaomu shrugged. It was the Mizukage who sent your information out. He's the one being controlled. What? The female mist ninja was greatly impacted. Then the tyranny of the Mizukage for these past few years? Xiaomu nodded. Exactly, it was done by the person controlling him. Really? Is it true? The female mist ninja's voice trembled. Xiaomu chuckled. What benefit do I get from lying to you? The female mist ninja, being an elite of the secret code unit, began to ponder. The fourth Mizukage had suddenly changed overnight. He brutally slaughtered the bloodline limit clans, and the management of the village became extremely harsh. Many elite ninjas from the mist either died or fled. The notorious demon Zabuza had also defected not long ago. It seemed that it was indeed true. The female mist ninja suddenly felt a bit disheartened. Her relatives and friends had perished in the bloody tyranny of the past 2 years. She never expected that all of this was just a deception. "What's your name?" The female mist ninja looked up at Xiaomu, her mood quite low. "Anko Kurita Anko." "Do you have any family left?" Xiaomu casually asked. Anko shook her head. The Mist Village was originally filled with talented ninjas, but with Obito's actions, many elites had been lost. "Then it's perfect. You can help me persuade Kisame. When the time comes, you both can come work for me. You're both from the same hometown and can look out for each other." Xiaomu felt like he was luring others into doing undefeatable work. He had initially planned to experiment with the sand pad, but now he had brought along a burden. He would wait for an opportunity in the future. Kisame walked somewhat confusedly towards the village. To protect his comrades while executing a mission, but he needed to kill his comrades before they were captured. Kisame's life was too difficult playing the protector while also being the executioner, twisting his worldview entirely. And Kurita Anko, whom he had only briefly interacted with before her death, had said, "Your life must be very hard." This made Kisame's entire mindset begin to collapse. This false ninja world, the so-called excellent ninja, was nothing more than a murderer who betrayed their comrades. They risked their lives for the village, yet couldn't find their own stance. Kisame wandered alone, and before he could return to report, he was unexpectedly intercepted. "You are the subordinate of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish." The fourth Mizukage, Karasuma Yagura, appeared on the path Kisame had to take. "Mizukage-sama, I am Kisame." Kisame bowed. Karasuma Yagura had rarely appeared since being assassinated a few years ago, and was very harsh with his subordinates. He hadn't expected to meet him here today. "Your superior, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish, colluded with external enemies and sold information to the enemy country." "What?" Kisame was quite shocked. "The one who told me to kill my comrades to prevent leaks is now selling information to the enemy." Karasuma Yagura said coldly, "The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish is very cunning. Only you have the opportunity to get close to him. Find a chance and kill him." Kisame numbly replied, "Yes, Mizukage-sama." After Karasuma Yagura issued the order, he left indifferently. Kisame stood there dazed for a long time before raising his head and continuing toward the village. In mist-hidden village, Kurita Kyoko reported to Terumi Mei and handed over the scroll in her hand. Terumi Mei's expression darkened after reading it. After all, no one can accept the fact that the shadow of their village is being manipulated by an illusion. "Please invite Mr. Shemu in." Terumi Mei rubbed her temples, realizing why the water shadow had not appeared in public for years, especially in places where Qing was present. Shemu pushed the door open and entered. He had come to Mist Hidden with the intention of recruiting a few talented individuals. As for whether Mist Hidden was filled with human brains or pig brains, it had nothing to do with Shemu. Thus, he directly connected Kurita Kyoko with Terumi Mei. After all, Terumi Mei would soon rise to power in a few years, and she was already part of one of the most powerful factions in Mist Hidden. "I have long admired your name, Mr. Shemu. With talents like you and Uchiha, the revival of glory is just around the corner." Terumi Mei remained courteous as she spoke, given that Shemu had just provided them with evidence of the Water Shadow's betrayal. Moreover, this evidence was obtained from a ninja of Konoha, which made it particularly interesting. Shemu looked at Terumi Mei, who had a tall figure and an alluring mature appearance, unable to understand why no one was pursuing such a beautiful woman in Mist Hidden. However, Shemu had no romantic inclinations toward Terumi Mei. "Oh, he was here to discuss business." "You flatter me. Miss Terumi Mei is also outstanding. With this incident confirmed, the next position of Water Shadow must belong to you." After exchanging pleasantries, Shemu and Terumi Mei got down to business. "I wonder how Mr. Shemu plans to cooperate with us?" Terumi Mei inquired. "If you want to rightfully sit in the seat of Water Shadow, you must unveil to the public the fact that Yagura has been manipulated by an illusion. Currently in the village, no one can guarantee they can suppress the Water Shadow, can they? Not only is there no way to suppress, but Mist Hidden currently lacks high-end combat power, and most of the renowned bloodline limit clans have been nearly wiped out by Obito. Terumi Mei had not yet grown strong enough to take on the fourth Hokage. The Water Shadow also possesses a secret technique, the Water Mirror Technique. The Water Mirror Technique can create a mirror made of water reflecting an exact duplicate of the enemy, capable of using the same ninjutsu with equal power. Thus, as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Yagura could essentially walk unchallenged in Mist Hidden. This was why Terumi Mei harbored doubts previously, but could not act. Fundamentally, she was powerless. Mist Hidden could not afford much more turmoil. It was unwise to sacrifice more lives. Terumi May looked at Shemu with a scrutinizing gaze, and Shemu smiled faintly. Since I can obtain this evidence, I have the confidence to suppress the fourth water shadow. Terumi May nodded, acknowledging the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Mr. Shemu came all this way just to assist me in rising to power. Terumi May lazily leaned back against her chair, exuding feminine charm. Shemu, however, ignored her charm, waving his hand. Just call me Shemu. You are likely aware of the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha. Terumi May nodded. She was indeed aware of the current state of affairs between Uchiha and Konoha. Both sides only maintained a superficial relationship, and apart from carrying out some missions for Konoha, Uchiha essentially did not participate in any other activities of Konoha. It was basically akin to being affiliated with foreign ninjas. The reason for this had already spread throughout the entire ninja world. Terumi May smiled. If Mr. Shemu desires something, feel free to speak plainly. Shemu raised 2 fingers. After the task is completed, I want 2 individuals and assistance in locating 2 others. Oh, I wonder which 2 individuals are worthy of your attention. Shemu nodded and pointed at Kurita Kyoko, this one, and also Kisame Hashigaki. Terumi May glanced at Kurita Kyoko, giving Shemu a meaningful look. She pondered for a moment. Kurita Kyoko and Kisame Hashigaki are both part of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish, and he is not someone who easily lets people go. Shemu shrugged. It doesn't matter. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish is a dead man walking. Why should I care about his feelings? Terumi May furrowed her brows. What do you mean? Shemu chuckled lightly. This time the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish ruined his good fortune. Do you think he will be eliminated? Do you have confidence? Terumi May narrowed her eyes. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish was considered an elder in Mist Hidden, controlling the communication department and another assassination unit. Since Yagura was manipulated by an illusion, the Blowfish had been reclusive, rarely appearing in front of others. He was one of the remaining pillars in Mist Hidden. However, the Blowfish did not support Terumi May's rise, making his presence an obstacle for her. Given that Mist Hidden was already in such a dire state, Terumi May was ready to break and rebuild. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish, being an old relic, was an obstacle that must be removed. I naturally have confidence. Oh, as long as you keep an eye on Kisame Hashigaki, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish will surely die. At that time, it will also be your best opportunity to strike Yagura. Terumi May contemplated for a moment. After all, they were merely 2 rogue ninjas. All right, I agree. Kisame, you bastard. Cough. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish spat out a mouthful of blood again. He never expected that his most trusted subordinate would betray him. Another blade thrust forward, and the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish felt all his strength being drained. He fell heavily to the ground. Kisame crouched down and removed the Samahata from behind the Blowfish. This counted as his spoils of war. Kisame kicked the corpse lightly, turning to leave. A voice came from behind him. Thank you for your hard work, Kisame. As Kisame turned around, he tightened his grip on Samahata. I deduced that he would definitely let his guard down around you, and sure enough, my assumption was correct. This guy colluded with the enemy. From now on, you are the master of the great sword Samahata, and you will be my subordinate from this day forth. Seeing the water shadow appear, Kisame released his grip on Samahata, but did not show any signs of happiness. A fake smile stretched across his face. In the end, I will also be eliminated by you, Lord Fourth Water Shadow. Kisame had always executed tasks that involved killing comrades or superiors. Therefore, even when facing the Fourth Water Shadow, he still felt a lack of belonging. It is precisely because you have completed countless dirty tasks for the sake of the country and village, executing many betrayal missions, that you are the one more worthy of trust. The Water Shadow spoke emotionlessly. Because you know this world is filled with hypocrisy. Kisame's expression remained unchanged. I understood this when I first killed my comrade. As a mist-hidden ninja, yet killing mist-hidden ninjas, what am I truly? Kisame seemed to be questioning the Water Shadow, as well as himself. Am I an enemy or a friend? What is my purpose? What is my position? Where should I go, and where can I find peace? Kisame looked at his own hands. I can only deeply feel that I am merely a hypocritical existence. A shadow stepped out from behind the emotionless Fourth Water Shadow. Kisame was taken aback. A deep voice echoed. Let me liberate you from the pain of hypocrisy. Let me help you create a place to belong. Who are you? Kisame instantly became alert, gripping the hilt of Samahata. Let's start with this country. Until now you have acted to deal with comrades. From now on you will act as my companion. A low voice resonated. Kisame felt that the person opposite him seemed to trust him greatly, feeling somewhat puzzled. You seem to trust me quite a bit, but I still don't know who you really are. A blood-red Sharingan opened in the darkness. Kisame's heart skipped a beat. This is the eye shining in the darkness. Kisame suddenly realized. I see, so the person I thought was the Fourth Water Shadow is actually you. You are the one who manipulated the Fourth Water Shadow, the host of the Three Tails with those eyes. Ha, indeed, this world is filled with falsehoods. But you possess the ability to control the fourth water shadow, who is the Jinchuriki of the three tails. Who exactly are you? My name is Obito Uchiha, he said in a deep voice. What? Kisame was greatly shocked. That person should have long been dead. Obito was about to make his final move. Yes, so he is deceiving you. A mocking laugh came from behind Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sound, and he leaped to the side with great vigilance. Dato furrowed his brow, wondering how he had arrived. Xiaomu walked out leisurely, saying, I'm sorry, but your performance was so atrocious that I accidentally laughed out loud. Hoshigaki Kisame frowned and asked, Are you the one from that day? Xiaomu raised an eyebrow and greeted Hoshigaki Kisame. Dato with his deep voice questioned, What's so funny? Xiaomu's lips curled into a mocking smile. You're the one who sent Hoshigaki Kisame on these missions, and you're also the one who plunged him into confusion. What gives you the right to claim you're helping him relieve his suffering? The tyranny of the Mist Village in recent years was the result of your illusion controlling Kojutsu Yagura, wasn't it? Now you come pretending to be Uchiha Obito, playing both sides. Dato fell silent, not fully understanding what it meant to play both sides, but the sarcasm was evident. Xiaomu's presence was quite troublesome for Dato, but he was already prepared to act as Uchiha Obito, so he had to keep his composure. Suddenly Xiaomu asked, Are you really Uchiha Obito? Dato could only grit his teeth and reply, Yes, I am Uchiha Obito. Hearing Dato insist on his identity, Xiaomu burst into laughter. Ha ha. Dato, feeling embarrassed and angry, retorted, What's so funny? You're Uchiha Obito. You are Uchiha Obito. Obito has traversed battlefields throughout his life. When has he ever concealed his face? How could Obito be a coward who hides and reveals himself? Your illusion might fool others, but can it deceive the Uchiha? Xiaomu angrily exclaimed, declaring that Dato was the most disgusting person in the world. If it weren't for Dato causing trouble everywhere, would he need to run around? Hoshigaki Kisame stood silently nearby, wondering if the others referred to him. Oomph. Dato snorted coldly, unable to retort. He stepped back, standing behind Kojutsu Yagura. Yagura waved his hand, and a mirror appeared reflecting the image of Uchiha Xiaomu. Oh, isn't this the legendary water mirror technique? From the water mirror, a person identical to Xiaomu emerged. Xiaomu's eyes sparkled. He really wanted to test this water mirror technique. He formed seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The figure in the water mirror also executed a great fireball. The two attacks collided, and the ninjutsu was extinguished. Impressive, it can truly replicate. But what about Susanoo? Xiaomu activated his Sharingan, and the Mangekyō Sharingan spun rapidly. Susanoo. The golden Susanoo rose instantly, its overwhelming chakra filling the dark basement. Dato's expression darkened. How could Uchiha Xiaomu possess such powerful ocular strength? Susanoo began to materialize from the skeleton. The water mirror technique flickered twice and shattered instantly. It seems the water mirror technique cannot replicate Susanoo. Xiaomu's Susanoo was already adorned with flesh and blood, and with a thunderous crash it burst through the rubble above its head. Moonlight illuminated the scene, casting a hazy golden glow over Xiaomu's Susanoo. Meanwhile, Kojutsu Yagura had already completed his half-tailed beast transformation chakra, wildly spilling in all directions. Dato, wearing a mask, stood behind his Sharingan, glowing ominously red. Once Kojutsu Yagura transformed into a tailed beast, Dato could no longer completely conceal his presence. This was in the heart of the Mist Village. A quick resolution was necessary. The half-tailed beast Kojutsu Yagura leaped forward, striking at Susanoo. Xiaomu intentionally met the blow head-in, using Susanoo's arm to block it. With a loud thud, a massive coral appeared on Susanoo's arm. Xiaomu's Susanoo didn't budge an inch, simply shaking off the coral from its arm. A slap hit Yagura, sending him flying right towards Dato. Dato calmly watched as Yagura flew towards him, remaining completely still. Indeed, Yagura flew through Dato's body and out the back. Xiaomu's Susanoo drew a blade from its body and slashed at Dato. Make your move. You're trying to impersonate Uchiha Obito, aren't you? Boom. A deafening sound erupted. The ground was split open and dust rose everywhere. But the blade merely passed through Dato's body, leaving him unharmed. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Dato's mouth. You can't harm me. Kojutsu Yagura, enveloped in chakra, charged forward at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds echoed. With each powerful charge from Kojutsu Yagura, Xiaomu firmly countered. Regardless of the flying debris or Xiaomu's sweeping attacks, they all passed through Dato's body. Dato continued to control the water shadow, with his Sharingan attacking Xiaomu. Unbeknownst to him, many people from the mist had already assembled in the distance. Sir, aren't we going to move in? Someone beside Terumi May inquired. Terumi May squinted her eyes. It's not time, but the water shadow. Terumi May interrupted. That's a puppet. It's not the water shadow. Yes. Xiaomu Susanoo had blocked multiple high-speed assaults from the water shadow, and he looked as lively as ever. Could it be that his ocular technique reduces Susanoo's consumption? I wonder how long your Susanoo can last. Dido's voice carried a hint of provocation and inquiry. Now the mist had yet to appear, and Terumi May remained remarkably composed. Meanwhile, Hoshigaki Kisame stood not far away staring with his shark-like eyes. Xiaomu grinned, pointing the weapon of Susanoo at Dado. You don't need to worry about that. What about your Susanoo? Uchiha Obito, without Susanoo. A cowardly Uchiha Obito hiding and revealing himself. Without Susanoo you're just a maggot. Though Terumi May had cleared the area around their battle was too intense, the Susanoo towered dozens of meters high, illuminating the night like a massive torch. More people from the mist had already gathered, and seeing so many coming, Terumi May knew she could no longer lie low. She immediately called out and led everyone to surround the area. Dado then realized he was surrounded by the mist. Xiaomu, Dado exclaimed in shock and anger, urging his ocular power to fully transform the fourth water shadow into a tailed beast. Kojutsu Yagura rapidly transformed from a person into Isabu. Isabu's body quickly enlarged, matching the size of Xiaomu's Susanoo. With a body resembling an armored turtle, it swung 3 massive tails. Unlike suppressing the 9 tails, Dado had to suppress both Isabu and Kojutsu Yagura's will. Even for Dado, the consumption of ocular power was considerable. Isabu curled its body, wrapping its massive heavy shell around itself, rolling forward like a wheel. Boom. A rumbling sound like an earthquake. Isabu charged forward, utilizing its massive size and weight in a crushing manner. Xiaomu urged his ocular power again, solidifying Susanoo, further evolving from flesh and blood to donning armor. The weapon in his hand became more solid and gigantic. Xiaomu's Susanoo collided with Isabu in a sweeping motion. Boom. The ground shook violently. Hearing the distant rumble, the members of the mist-hidden village, standing on the periphery, turned pale with fear. The stones flying up from the ground scattered like shuriken, making it impossible for them to approach. Is this the power of the tailed beast transformation? Is this the strength of Susanoo? It can actually contend evenly with the 3 tails. Terumi Mai's face was also ashen. Whether it was Uchiha Shiku or the 4th Mizukage, their power was far beyond her comprehension. Susanoo and Iwabomi were currently locked in a struggle, neither able to overpower the other. Worm, you are the one who controlled the 9 tails during the Konoha 9 tails incident. Now you're using the same trick to manipulate the Mizukage. Do you dare to take off your mask? Shikuha's voice was exceptionally loud, echoing through the mist-hidden village. The Mizukage has been manipulated. Is it really the one who controlled the 9 tails back then? Is this true? Many in the mist-hidden village had only come to investigate the commotion, some only hearing that someone was impersonating Uchiha Obito. And now their own Mizukage was battling against an Uchiha. They were shocked to hear that their Mizukage had been manipulated. Obito was taken aback. How does Shikuhu know that I was behind the 9 tails incident? Taking advantage of the moment, Shiku used his ocular power to charge at Iwabomi. Wake up! Iwabomi staggered and was immediately knocked away by Susanoo. Seeing Iwabomi freeze, Obito intensified his ocular power and regained control over Iwabomi. Huff! Shikuhu was extremely frustrated. His Jinjutsu was so poor that he had exhausted so much ocular power without waking up Iwabomi. Using the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan too roughly, if other Eternal Mangekyō users saw this, they would surely laugh at him. Shikuhu reflected. He couldn't continue attacking or he would reveal the truth about his Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. He quickly wiped his eye, a hint of red showing. Your eyes must be hurting, right? I wonder how much ocular power. Obito's cold voice rang out as he saw Shiku desperately trying to conceal the red hue. Obito stood with his arms crossed as if everything were within his grasp. Being intangible is impressive, huh? Shiku's mind flashed with an idea. Pretending to be drained of ocular power, he covered his eyes amid heavy gasps. Susanoo also regressed to a flesh form. The weapons in its hands began to dissipate. Obito silently snorted, oh, as expected. Huh? Shiku trembled with rage, shouting, final strike. Susanoo reformed, donning armor and materializing weapons. Obito watched Shiku's desperate appearance, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The buzzing intensified. The 3 tails Iwabomi began to gather a purple-black-tailed beast bomb before Obito, who stood confidently. Shiku's heart steadied. Aim no Murakumo. He called out the name of his ocular technique. Instantly, Shiku's ocular power surged into Susanoo's weapon. A layer of light seemed to envelop Susanoo's weapon, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Shikuhu suddenly slashed down, targeting Obito. Obito smirked, thinking, I have Kemui's space, how can you injure me? Yet as the blade descended, his heart raced with alarms. It felt like the heart-stopping dread of a small animal facing a natural disaster. This terrifying sense of despair had only occurred when he activated the Mangekyō many years ago. How is this possible? Following his instincts, Obito instantly relinquished control over the Mizukage. He activated his Anaji. Crackle. The sound was like breaking glass. There was no loud noise, no smoke. A 50-meter-deep chasm silently appeared on the ground, resembling an abyss. The edges were smooth as a mirror, as if an eraser had wiped it clean. The person impersonating Uchiha Obito completely vanished from the scene. The gathered crowd fell silent, their expressions filled with fear and disbelief. A few people's legs gave way, and they sat down on the ground. Iwabumi regained control of his body when Obito activated Izanagi, canceling the tailed beast bomb's release. If the tailed beast bomb had exploded in the village, Mist-Hidden Village would have suffered greatly. The tailed beast transformed, Iwabumi quickly returned to his original appearance. Looking at the chasm created by Shikuhu, he found himself at a loss for words. Ha finally crushed you pest. Shikuhu dispelled Susanoo, utterly exhausted. When he activated Aim no Murakumo in the dream space, his ocular power had been intact. After he emerged, he divided his ocular power with Fugaku, and he hadn't fully activated Aim no Murakumo since. He hadn't expected that with incomplete ocular power materializing Aim no Murakumo would be so taxing. But being able to defeat Obito once was truly satisfying. The surroundings fell into dead silence. Shikuhu looked up, seeing the people around him frozen like wooden statues. Shikuhu frowned as shouldn't Terumi May step forward and speak next. Why were they all staring blankly? Ahem. Shikuhu coughed lightly. Terumi May abruptly came back to her senses, stepping forward, first glancing at the chasm with fear, then addressing Iwabumi. Mizukage, because you were controlled by a Genjutsu, the village suffered tremendous losses. So I specially went to Konoha to invite Uchiha's deputy clan leader Uchiha Shikuhu to assist in breaking the Genjutsu for you, Mizukage. Iwabumi had been conscious while manipulated. He knew what he had done, feeling anger and despair. As the village leader, the perfect Jinchuriki to be controlled by someone else's Genjutsu, becoming a toy for others. The entire Mist-Hidden Village was left in ruins. This was a shame he would struggle to wash away for the rest of his life. Yet he felt little emotion. Now his face was numb as he gazed at the chasm created by Shikuhu. What if that strike had hit him? Iwabumi shuddered, as if finally beginning to awaken. After a long pause, Iwabumi sighed deeply and looked at Shikuhu. All high-ranking members of the Mist-Hidden Village gather for a meeting. Iwabumi said, no longer paying heed to the gazes of the crowd or the complex expressions of the Mist-Hidden members. Having made his decision, he took the lead toward the village conference room. The members of the Mist-Hidden Village dispersed, all secretly glancing at Shikuhu as they walked, their eyes filled with both respect and fear. Shikuhu entrusted the stage to them, while silently searching for the location of Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame, however, lay on the ground, having tossed aside his big sword. The massive chasm nearby was nothing compared to the emptiness inside him. It's all fake, all of it is fake. Uchiha Obito is also fake. What is the truth of this world? At that moment, Uchiha Shikuhu's face appeared before Kisame Hoshigaki's eyes. Hey, how about joining my side? You won't have to worry about food and drink, and you won't have to kill your comrades. There won't be betrayal. Kisame's shark-like eyes slowly turned. He sat up and glanced at the grinning Shikuhu before looking at the chasm beside him. It was simply impossible to reconcile these two things. What are you planning to do? Kisame's voice was dry. Me? If I lack capability, I'll just lie down, or if I have capability, I'll do what I want. Shikuhu smiled. Kisame opened his mouth as if to say something, but the image of that girl flashed through his mind. Your life must be very hard. Kisame lay back down. It's too hard to forget it. Shikuhu smiled, but remained silent. A gentle voice rang in his ear. Was it an illusion? Kisame hesitated to believe it, but turned his head toward the sound. Kurita Kyoko tilted her head and said to Kisame, we promised to have a meal together. In the land of water. Congratulations to the host for significantly altering the life trajectory of Kisame Hoshigaki. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Water Burst Wave X1. Successfully recruited Kisame Hoshigaki. With the affinity for water, Shemu found it much easier to learn water escape and locate water sources. As for ninjutsu, it was merely a supplementary skill, as he could train himself, albeit it required some time. However, Kyoko Kurita received no rewards, perhaps because she had never been named in the story. Shemu was initially reluctant to hand over the Samahata, worried about Terumi May and Yagura. Yet they were surprisingly accommodating, respectfully providing the information Shemu needed, and he gave the Samahata to Kisame. Terumi May even expressed that they would always be allies of the Uchiha clan, vowing to look out for each other, lowering their stance significantly. Their actions were also compelled by the fact that the Mist Village had lost much of its elite combat power. Shemu was initially reluctant to hand over the Samahata, worried about Terumi May and Yagura. Yet they were surprisingly accommodating, respectfully providing the information Shemu needed, and the currently fragmented Mist Village could no longer afford to create enemies. A scandal arose when the Mizukage was controlled by Jinjutsu, who after Yagura explained everything he passed on the position of the 5th Mizukage to Terumime. He himself was imprisoned in the Mist Village's dungeon. Although his crimes warranted 100 deaths, he was still, as an important strategic resource for the village, he could not afford to die until a suitable successor was found. However, the succession of a new Mizukage would not have an immediate positive impact on the current Mist Village. The long-standing Blood Mist rule and the destruction of the bloodline clans had plunged the entire Mist into chaos. The Land of Water is isolated overseas, with the Mist Village nestled deep in the mountains, perpetually shrouded in dense fog, making it relatively closed off. Thus, the relationship between the daimyo and the Mist Village is tighter. The chaos in the Mist not only led to the decline of a single ninja village, but also triggered a significant chain reaction affecting the national power of the Land of Water. Had it not been for the distance from the mainland, it would have been difficult to guarantee that other major nations would not harbor any ill intentions. Having obtained the desired information, Shemu left the Mist Village. He set off on the journey to find someone. The islands of the Land of Water are not small, but there are many unique mountainous terrains. The surrounding islands also have a variety of customs. Many islanders live according to customs, and the weather across different regions seems to reflect the 4 seasons. Due to its remoteness from the mainland and the barrier posed by the ocean, this is also why the Land of Water rarely intervened in the previous Ninja World Wars. However, within just a few years, the entire Land of Water had been thrown into disarray by Obito. Along the way, civilians were gaunt, and various banditry had proliferated with wandering ninjas everywhere. Some even viewed Shemu as a target. He had already dealt with several groups along the way, yet more kept coming to provoke trouble. Were it not for his need to find someone, Shemu would not have wished to linger in these remote villages. Some even viewed Shemu as a target. He had already dealt with several groups along the way, yet more kept coming to provoke trouble. Were it not for his need to find someone, Shemu would not have wished to linger. A boy named by Holloweed crouched by a pile of trash, reaching out to catch a snowflake, which quickly melted in. At that moment, a cart rolled by, dumping a load of garbage in the area. Bai quickly stood up and began rummaging through the refuse for something edible. A dog suddenly began barking fiercely at Bai. Bai coldly kicked the dog away, causing it to whimper as it fell to the ground. 2 small dogs ran out from a corner, rushing to protect the larger dog, baring their teeth at Bai. Bai lowered his eyes, his expression unreadable. Not bothering with them, he turned away from the trash pile and left. Even the dogs are needed. Oh, what about me? I finally found you. A voice called to him, and a large robe was draped over Bai's shoulders. A wave of warmth washed over him as he turned, slightly shivering. He saw 2 men and a woman standing behind him, the man in front smiling warmly at him. The man behind him had an unappealing appearance, blue skin, a fierce face, and carried a massive weapon on his back. Who are you? Did you mistake me for someone else? The 10-year-old Bai was very frail and short, with a clean but dirty little face. With black hair, his eyes held a vacant expression, and there was a chain around his neck like one used to restrain a dog. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Shemu retracted his blade, and the chain around Bai's neck shattered. I've been looking for you. I need companions like you. Can you help me? Bai stared blankly at the dog chain that had fallen from his neck, which had previously been used to capture him. Do you need me? A flicker of emotion crossed Bai's eyes. Shemu patted Bai's head. Yes, I need you. Bai felt as if a ray of light had pierced through his sky. He revealed a gentle smile and said, my name is Bai. Shemu took out a bun from his belongings. Eat this to tide you over. He'll take you to wash up. My name is Uchiha. Bai obediently accepted the not a hot bun and took a bite. He chewed slowly several times before swallowing, a warm current rising slowly from his stomach. Kyoko Kurita crouched down and handed Bai a water bottle. Eat slowly, I'll be careful not to choke. Having seen many homeless children like Bai, she had grown somewhat numb to it. She just didn't understand why Shemu treated Bai differently. The information Shemu received only mentioned that a nearby village had experienced an ice release rampage, but the exact location was unclear. Since Bai could move, Shemu had to search several village markets before finally locating him. Bai consumed the bun, quickly washing it down with water. Shemu took out another one. If you're still hungry, have another. Bai shook his head. If I eat too much after being hungry for so long, I'll throw up. Shemu sighed and tightened the robe around Bai. Are you still cold? Bai shook his head again. I'm not afraid of the cold. Shemu took the towel from Kyoko Kurita and gently wiped Bai's face. Bai shyly dodged a couple of times, but eventually had all the dirt wiped off. A delicate little face emerged from beneath the messy hair. Wow, Shemu exclaimed in admiration. He looked at Bai and then at Kyoko Kurita. Both were quite beautiful. But, Bai, are you a boy? Bai had grown up in an environment of hunger. Now at 11 or 12 years old, he looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child. There were no discernible male or female characteristics on his appearance. Bai smiled gently. I'm a boy. Shemu sighed inwardly. Indeed, Kishimoto understood Naruto. Shemu was prepared for this, but Kyoko Kurita was surprised, having always thought Bai was a girl. Congratulations to the host for significantly altering Bai's life trajectory. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Magical Mirror Ice Crystal X1. Successfully recruited by. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Natural Affinity. Shemu was somewhat puzzled. Recruiting by should have granted him water release or ice release right. With a natural affinity, Bai's personality would indeed be suited for training in sage arts. Kisame stood behind like a bodyguard, rolling his eyes briefly before returning to his dead fish look. In the Kamui space, amidst an intertwining of reality and illusion, Obito appeared on the ground. His right eye was filled with immense fear. How is this possible? He actually cut through space. Kamui has failed. How could this happen? After a long time, Obito removed his mask and placed it aside only to feel something light in his hand. Obito turned his head and discovered a massive chasm lying beside him. Countless stone platforms had been devoured, leaving a smooth cut like a mirror. It wasn't that Kamui had failed, the Kamui space had been consumed. Uchiha Shemu, how could your ocular technique be so powerful? Obito felt a wave of fear. Had he not used his Anaji at the last moment, he might have died. Lin, are you helping me? Death may come in many forms, but dying by Sheamus blade is painless. In an instant, everything dissolved into nothingness. Obito could only recall the terror of that moment after being revived. Had it not been for his left Sharingan turning gray, he would not have dared to believe it. The nearly invincible Kamui ability could actually fail one day. Obito took a long time to calm his emotions, carefully reviewing the battle. Sheamus Susanoo was incredibly powerful, with formidable ocular power and remarkable endurance. One of his ocular techniques must reduce the energy consumption of Susanoo. Another must enhance the weapons of Susanoo. Madara had taken away many records from the Uchiha, and Obito had read them all over the years. However, he searched his mind, but could not find what this ocular technique was. But it didn't matter as long as he didn't give Shemu the opportunity to enhance his weapons, as Kamui would be invincible. Sheamus Sharingan posed too great a threat. He must be eliminated. The situation in the Mist Village was growing more complex and factional conflicts became increasingly evident. Although Terumi may assumed the role of the fifth Mizukage, many were dissatisfied with her. Because of Yagura's issues, many in the Mist had lost faith in the Mizukage. There were also many targeting Yagura with numerous requests for his execution. Zabuza attempted to assassinate Yagura while he was in prison, but it failed. Had it not been for Yagura's reluctance to leave the prison, Zabuza might have lost his life. Having found by Shemu headed straight for the Kagaya clan. Kisame's strength was already at the level of a Jonin, while Kyoko Kurita was a member of the Mist's Ambu. Naturally they kept up, but Bei's health was poor. He had not undergone any training, so his speed was not fast. Shemu worried that Kimimaro might have wandered off somewhere, so he had no choice but to carry Bei as they traveled. Though Bei was getting older, he was still frail, and Shemu felt like he was carrying a porcelain doll each time. Although Bei's face turned red from embarrassment each time, he had no choice but to allow Shemu to carry him to avoid holding him back. Fortunately, with Kisame and Kyoko Kurita, both locals, Shemu knew where to find the Kagaya clan. By the time they arrived at the Kagaya clan's territory, it was already late at night, and the place was ablaze with raging flames. Oh no, are we late? Shemu stroked his chin. He couldn't recall where Kimimaro was, whether he was locked in the dungeon or had already fought it. He could only search around. In the land of water outside the Hui Yi clan, amidst the woods, a child with white hair leaned against a tree, his green eyes calm and undisturbed, framed by red eyeshadow. Once again, I am all alone. Since birth, he had been confined in solitude, emerging from his cage solely to engage in battle. After the battle, Jun Malu felt an emptiness within. He pondered what the meaning of his existence truly was. He wandered aimlessly by the lake, contemplating the significance of life. By the lakeside, Jun Malu suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. There he discovered a flower blooming amidst the overgrown marsh. He took a few steps towards that direction. Indeed, the flower continued to bloom in this lonely, desolate place. The flower was pure white and delicate, adorned with tiny dewdrops swaying gently in the breeze. Jun Malu gazed at the pure white flower for a long time. Why do you bloom here? Suddenly he grew angry. Why won't you answer me? You are ignoring me too. Don't do that. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Jun Malu abruptly turned around to find someone standing there unbeknownst to him. Living may not necessarily have meaning, but continuing to live may lead to discovering something meaningful. Xiaomu paused. Just like how you found that flower and I found you. Xiaomu slowly approached Jun Malu and gently touched his face. Jun Malu's cheeks flushed visibly. Orochimaru truly is a spiritual guide. Borrowing your words is far quicker than speaking for oneself. Come with me. Shadows flitted through the forest, and Kurita Anko descended with Bei, followed closely by Jinchuriki Kisame. Orochimaru truly is a spiritual guide. Borrowing your words is far quicker than speaking for oneself. Come with me. Shadows flitted through the forest, and Kurita Anko descended with. Xiaomu made the introductions before asking, "What is your name?" Jun Malu. Xiaomu smiled. From now on we are companions. Junmalu nodded, but his gaze shifted to Bai. Although Bai had changed clothes and cleaned up, Junmalu could still see her frailty. There was also a light in Bai's eyes. Behind them, Jinchuriki Kisame's shark-like eyes seemed perpetually fixed on someone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for significantly altering Junmalu's life trajectory. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dance of Early Fern X1. Ding. Successfully recruited Junmalu. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Combat Intuition. Hiss. Xiaomu was taken aback. This was a talent that every taijutsu ninja yearned for. As a taijutsu ninja, close combat was fraught with danger every second. Some specialized secret techniques could be executed so swiftly that if one failed to react, they would face instant death. Thus, purely taijutsu ninjas were quite rare. Kai was an anomaly among the peculiar. After all, Kai did not possess Junmalu's invulnerable bone structure. A misstep in close combat could lead to death. With this talent, Xiaomu's eyes narrowed, uncertain if that idea could succeed. He had not anticipated that Junmalu would quickly become familiar with Bai. Perhaps Junmalu and Bai shared a similar loneliness. Junmalu had been imprisoned in a dungeon, and he himself did not know how old he was. From his bones, one could not tell Junmalu's age. However, he had perished at 15 in his past life, and Bai had also died at 15. Xiaomu speculated that Junmalu and Bai were about the same age. However, Junmalu was half a head taller than Bai, and his body appeared healthier. While Junmalu had food in captivity, Bai had been wandering. Xiaomu tested Junmalu's Shikatsu-miyaka bloodline limit. It was practically born for combat. Although Junmalu had not received systematic education, his attack methods lacked any form or structure. Yet precisely because of this, it was impossible to predict from where he would strike. After all of Junmalu's bones could be extracted. Currently, in terms of developing his bloodline limit, Junmalu could only utilize his bones to engage in combat. Yet the various dances of Shikatsu-miyaka were already ingrained in his mind. Xiaomu was very curious about who had taught Junmalu these dances. It should be known that although the Huiyi clan fought using bones, Junmalu's Shikatsu-miyaka was unique. The dance of early fern, this secret technique, could not have been taught to him as a child. Junmalu's response astonished Xiaomu, for Junmalu claimed that these dances appeared automatically in his mind. No one had taught him. Xiaomu also confirmed that the Huiyi clan was indeed a branch of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. Junmalu was among those children exhibiting ancestral regression. This ancestral regression phenomenon had likely not been the first occurrence, otherwise the term Shikatsu-miyaka would not exist. Junmalu's regression from Shikatsu-miyaka to his appearance and the fairness of his skin closely resembled Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. The current Huiyi clan members all bore odd and unattractive features. Junmalu's cool and aloof appearance was completely an anomaly among them. After consuming the chakra fruit, Kagaya's personality had already begun to transform toward divinity. One should understand that the gaze of a deity toward humans is akin to that of a human viewing an animal. Thus one would find the other cold and aloof. The grown Junmalu had wholly regressed into this temperament. If one were to say that the eyes of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans represented the eyes of a sage, then the chakra of the Uzumaki clan represented the embodiment of a sage. Junmalu's Shikatsu-miyaka represented the essence of a sage. Unfortunately, all descendants were unable to bear such a bloodline. Anyone exhibiting ancestral regression generally could not withstand this genetic mutation. Meanwhile, the Uchiha and Byakugan possessed a particularly stable inheritance. However, because of this stability, the Uchiha needed to break the shackles of their bloodline step by step to regress. Yet during the Mangekyō period, even the Uchiha could not harness it, resulting in special powers having side effects. The same was true for other bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the risk one had to endure. Byakugan did not bear risks as they did not evolve. If there were a way to evolve Byakugan into Tensigan, it would also come with corresponding risks. Hashirama's healing ability was so strong, yet his death remained a mystery. Xiaomu speculated whether Hashirama's cells had divided too much and too quickly, leading to the depletion of his life energy. Junmalu now bore a similar significance. Xiaomu prepared to send him to Orochimaru as soon as possible. Orochimaru had been researching for 2 years and had achieved certain results. There should be a way for Junmalu to withstand the essence of a sage. As long as Junmalu could endure the genetic mutation, Kagaya's ultimate bone mass would be the culmination of Shikatsu-miyaka. In his previous life, Orochimaru's study of sage techniques was limited to the curse marks on Yugo. Those were merely degraded sage techniques, which caused serious erosion and side effects on the body. In the village of Konoha, the classes at the Konoha Ninja Academy had just finished. The Umbu directly under the Hokage continued to monitor Naruto every day, yet Naruto had shown no unusual behavior. However, Naruto's relationship with Sasuke had grown increasingly close, as he would always accompany Sasuke home before returning. Today was no different. Naruto and Sasuke chatted and laughed as they walked together with Naruto, following Sasuke into the Uchiha clan grounds. The Umbu could only stand outside as the third Hokage had instructed them not to enter the Uchiha clan grounds. Fortunately, Naruto never lingered. After dropping Sasuke off, he would be back out in just a few minutes. Once home, Naruto diligently did his homework and some training, much to the Umbu's relief. However, they were unaware of what was happening in the Uchiha clan grounds. Oh, hey! More than 10 Narutos were vigorously tying balloons filled with water, transforming the water balloons into various shapes. Sasuke, on the other hand, was sprinting rapidly across the surface of the pond in the courtyard. After reaching the other side, he halted abruptly and then dashed back and forth. After just a few explosive training bursts, Sasuke collapsed onto the ground exhausted. Watching Naruto and his many clones still playing with the water balloons, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. However, he quickly turned his gaze back to the water's surface. In the water's reflection, Sasuke's eyes each displayed a spinning Sharingan. A smile crept onto his lips before he quickly masked it. After a brief rest, he got back up and resumed his training. Fugaku stood above, arms crossed, observing the two boys training. Shinmoku truly had an eye for talent. Not only was Sasuke's innate ability exceptional, but even Naruto, under tailored guidance, was quickly growing stronger. At just 9 years old, Sasuke had already awakened his Sharingan, rivaling Itachi. Itachi had done so in a time of war, while Sasuke was in a time of peace. Of course, Fugaku did not believe that Sasuke was inherently more talented than Itachi. He attributed all the credit to Shinmoku. If Shinmoku hadn't informed Fugaku about the various characteristics of the Sharingan and how to stimulate Sasuke's abilities, Sasuke wouldn't have awakened his eyes at such a young age. Before leaving, Shinmoku had already given Fugaku the relevant training plans for Sasuke and Naruto, asking Fugaku to supervise their training. Considering the third Hokage's surveillance of Naruto and Naruto's unique characteristics, Shinmoku specifically instructed Fugaku to teach Naruto the shadow clone technique. This allowed Naruto to leave school with Sasuke every day, then create clones to train in the Uchiha clan grounds, while his main body returned home. At first, Sasuke didn't believe Naruto could learn this branch jutsu. However, the results shocked Sasuke. He couldn't understand why Naruto, despite his numerous shortcomings, was able to learn this technique so easily. But the shadow clone technique was something Naruto grasped immediately, able to create dozens of clones without any adverse effects except for a bit of fatigue. Seeing Naruto's rapid growth from using the shadow clone technique, Sasuke felt a hint of envy. He also pleaded with Fugaku to teach him the technique. Fugaku sternly refused and explained to Sasuke that only Naruto could utilize the shadow clone technique in that manner. For others, it was fraught with danger. Little Sasuke, proud and defiant, refused to believe it. Seeing how easily Naruto learned it, he insisted on having Fugaku teach him as well. In the end, it was Mikoto who, unable to watch any longer, secretly gave Sasuke the scroll for the shadow clone technique. Sasuke, filled with confidence, spent an entire week learning the technique. In the end, he used up all his chakra and managed to create just one clone. Although the number was small and left Sasuke a bit disappointed, the increase in his training efficiency thrilled him. That day, both he and his clone completed their training tasks and even added extra training. Fugaku merely stood by, arms crossed, saying nothing. However, after the clones disappeared, Sasuke collapsed. He spent 2 full days at home recovering. When he woke up, his head buzzed, and it took him a long time to regain it. Sasuke realized that everyone has their strengths and that he shouldn't push himself in areas he didn't understand. He recalled what Shinmoku had told him about mastering one's abilities. Feeling slightly embarrassed at his arrogance, he approached Fugaku to apologize. Fugaku chuckled at Sasuke and said, "It seems Shinmoku was right. You have a bit of talent, but whenever you learn something or gain some ability, you become arrogant. The reason your mother gave you the shadow clone scroll was to see if you truly understand yourself. You clearly don't know your own limitations and insist on comparing yourself to others. Did I ever mention that Naruto has a unique physique, enabling him to learn the shadow clone technique now? Why don't you listen?" Shinmoku said that when you see Naruto do something, you immediately want to learn it. Whether it's suitable or not, he really guessed it right. Sasuke, feeling embarrassed, stammered, "Did Shinmoku predict even this? You won't listen unless you face some hardship. Now do you understand that the shadow clone technique isn't suitable for you?" Sasuke, his face flushed with frustration, could only lower his, "You won't listen unless you face some hardship. Now do you understand that the shadow clone technique isn't suitable for you?" Sasuke, his face flushed with frustration, could only lower his head, not daring to say anything. Fugaku had intended to stop there, but he recalled Shinmoku's analysis of Sasuke's character traits and insisted on comparing Naruto to Sasuke repeatedly. Is being better at academic subjects than Naruto a reason to feel proud? You've received elite education since childhood, while Naruto has had no teachers. It's only natural that your foundation is stronger than is not something to be proud of. Naruto handles everything on his own: food, shelter, and clothing. You don't have to cook, and someone washes your clothes. He has ample time every day to practice ninjutsu and shuriken throwing. Isn't it only expected that you're stronger than others? Naruto possesses wind affinity and can use wind release, can you? Why insist on comparing? Fugaku transformed into the most harsh of fathers, belittling Sasuke entirely. Finally, with tears in his eyes, Sasuke admitted he was wrong, and as he lifted his head, Fugaku noticed that Sasuke had quietly activated his Sharingan. Before he could feel pleased, Sasuke suddenly collapsed. After waking up, Sasuke learned that although he had awakened his Sharingan, he was no longer as arrogant as before. From then on, following Fugaku's training plan devised by Shimiku, Sasuke diligently completed his task. The explosive training Sasuke was now undertaking laid the groundwork for teaching him Chidori later. Sasuke's lightning affinity was most compatible with Chidori, and Shimiku hoped to teach Sasuke Chidori at an early stage, allowing him to embark on the path of lightning release sooner. Of course, the Uchiha clan had Chidori as it was taught to them by Kakashi himself. Back then, the village had expended many resources due to Obito's Sharingan. As for Chidori, it was something Kakashi willingly taught to the Uchiha clan. In the Uchiha clan grounds, Lord Clan Leader Uchiha Kiyomi brought some new intelligence. Lord Hayashi's position has been replaced by the Hyuga clan. This is a letter from Lord Hayashi. Fugaku unfolded the letter to find an apology from Hayashi. The third Hokage had made a deal with the clan elders to replace him, advising Fugaku to be cautious. In the streets of Mai, as soon as the stores owned by the Uchiha clan opened their doors today, the patrolling security team was found to have been replaced by unfamiliar faces. All the members had cold expressions contrasting the warm demeanor of the Uchiha. Some well-informed shopkeepers had already learned that these were former members of the route who used to patrol from the 1st to the 4th Street. The shop owners complained, "Why did we have to change when the Uchiha were doing just fine?" Some even approached the security team to voice their grievances. However, they found that Hinata Nichi was no longer in the security team, replaced by an older member of the Hin. He was not very clear about the affairs of the security team and seemed reluctant to speak to the common folk, merely stating arrogantly, "This is a normal reorganization of the security team." Then he said no more, waving his hand to usher them away. The shop owner, being dismissed, felt a surge of anger at the arrogance of this Hinata member. On his way back, he encountered Hinata Urin. Hinata Urin had made quite an impression during the last capture of Jiraiya, and many in the village recognized him. The shop owner seized the opportunity to complain to Hinata Urin, saying, "Why isn't Lord Nichi in charge of the complaints office anymore? You wouldn't believe it, that old man in the complaints office had such a terrible attitude, he wouldn't even look at me." The shop owner complained, "When will you bring back the Uchiha security team? You wouldn't understand, those members from Root have cold faces and cold words, they don't seem like good people at all. Family be in the security team." Hinata Urin glanced around and replied, "This is beyond the control of someone from my branch family. Lord Nichi has returned to the clan. Now the security team is entirely managed by the main family members." The shop owner complained, "When will you bring back the Uchiha security team? You wouldn't understand, those members from Root have cold faces and cold words, they don't seem like good people at all." Hinata Urin shrugged, saying, "Without Lord Nichi, I can't do anything either." The shop owner had no choice but to leave in frustration. Back at Mui's 8th Street, many shop owners, after being dismissed by the security team, returned to open their shops. The Root's security members also began their normal patrols. Initially, the Uchiha shops felt fine, but as time passed, they began to feel something was off. These Root security members constantly loitered in front of Uchiha shops, causing some customers to abandon their plans to enter the stores, not wanting to deal with those from Root. The Uchiha shop owners negotiated with them, stating that there was no need for such a heavy security presence. However, the other party completely ignored their pleas, and any extreme actions from the Uchiha shop owners would result in immediate arrest. Danzo stood in the shadows at the street corner, coldly smiling. He had once looked down on such small businesses. Later, when his investigators informed him of the profits generated by the Uchiha's dining establishments, he began to take these shops seriously. If these shops could be his, he would have ample funding for research. He would no longer be restricted by the Third Hokage. By not asking the Third Hokage for money, the Third would naturally have no control over him. Even if the Third disagreed with the reconstruction of Root, it would only mean a loss of one name. Thus, he had to take over all the small Uchiha shops. Today was merely a test. There were certainly other methods. Time was on his side, he could take it slow. However, he was unaware that the Uchiha already had plans in place for them. After receiving news from Nichi, Faike also got updates from the security team, followed by reports from the Uchiha's civilian shop owners. The news reached Faike through various channels. Within a few hours, he had completely reacted. Each Uchiha shop had received a visit from a clan member. This clan member exchanged a few pre-agreed hand signals with the shop owner before hurriedly leaving the shop. Shortly after, the Root members who were still lurking around discovered that in these shops either the stove had problems or the pipes had burst. The furnace was broken, the pots were damaged, and the ingredients were contaminated. The shop owners sincerely apologized to the villagers still in line. We sincerely apologize to our customers if our kitchen equipment is damaged and we can no longer serve meals. We must close the shop for today. Customers expressed their disappointment saying, "How can this be? I've been waiting in line for an hour just to eat your spicy crayfish." Exactly. I came early just to wait in line. Which equipment broke? I can fix it. Please don't close. The shop owner, looking very apologetic, said, "All customers still in line will receive a £3 discount coupon for spicy crayfish. You can come back another day." £3 of discount is still quite a lot, worth several hundred ryo. Although many customers complained, they accepted the coupons and gradually left the shop. The villager who offered to help the shop owner fix the equipment was pulled aside by the owner. "This customer, our equipment isn't broken. Closing is unavoidable." The customer looked astonished, saying, "You want to do business even when there are customers?" The shop owner merely raised his chin, indicating for the customer to look outside, where they could see several root members loitering not far away. The shop owner gave a knowing look. The customer seemed to understand, but still accepted the shop owner's coupon. As they left, all Uchiha shops closed down under the watchful eyes of Root. The villagers who missed out on the delicacies cast glances at the Root members. The Root members noticed, but did not take it seriously, simply reporting the whole series of events to Danzo. Danzo calmly waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, as since they are in this business, they will eventually open their shops again. No need to rush." However, the Uchiha shop owners formed a prolonged tug-of war with Root. Danzo initially thought the Uchiha would close for only a day or two before reopening, but he was mistaken. The once thriving shops were closed for a full 7 days. Countless customers who came to patronize the shops left disappointed. The once thriving shops were closed for a full 7 days. Countless customers who came to patronize the shops left disappointed. Initially, he used his influence to send Nichi from the branch family back to rest, and took on the duty himself. This was because Danzo had approached him, indicating he had a position of honorary elder to offer in exchange for Hinata's cooperation. However, upon arrival, it was merely a simple shift change, leading to the closure of all Uchiha dining establishments. Now, not only was there no supply, but there were also potential troubles. It must be noted that in recent years, these dining places had driven significant consumer traffic on the street. Even the Hokage praised the bustling 8th Street. With all dining establishments closed, the foot traffic on the street visibly declined. While the Uchiha clan had yet to voice their opinions, complaints from other shop owners on the 8th Street, who were not from the Uchiha clan, began to flood into the Hokage. In Konoha village, although the Uchiha clan members said nothing, the shopkeepers exchanged glances with their customers as they closed their stores, subtly signaling towards the Root nearby. The reputation of the Root had long been tarnished, leading people to speculate. Could it be that these Root security team members were retaliating against the Uchiha? Were they trying to sabotage Uchiha's business? The villagers spread rumors with conviction, suggesting that the Root was indeed intent on bringing down the Uchiha. As a result, Hyuga Hizashi was summoned to the Hokage building. The third Hokage, puffing on a cigarette, spoke to Hizashi with some irritation. "I don't care what deal you Hyuga clan have with Danzo. In any case, you must ensure the Uchiha shops are reopened within 3 days. Initially, Hizashi disagreed with the clan elders' interference in the security team's affairs. Now, Hizashi harbored no goodwill towards the Hokage's faction, especially since the previous incident with the Cloud Village had led to the Hyuga clan's betrayal. However, the clan elder was stubborn, believing that opposing the Hokage would bring no benefit. Moreover, Danzo had promised that if the plan succeeded, the Hyuga clan would receive an honorary elder position, and it merely involved reallocating personnel. Unexpectedly, the Uchiha seemed to have anticipated this. As the moment the Root members arrived, the shopkeepers immediately closed their stores, refusing to do business. Now supported by the third Hokage, Hizashi quickly went to negotiate with the elders. The third Hokage sighed in relief, although he had delegated some powers to Danzo, he had not made it public. Everyone was unaware that Danzo had tacitly approved the actions taken against the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha's overreaction meant that a long-term strategy was necessary. Hizashi swiftly conveyed the third Hokage's orders, but the clan elders still clung to the thought of the honorary elder position, unable to just disregard the situation. Thus, he had no choice but to call Hizashi back to work while he remained in the security team, claiming to assist. During such times, Hizashi despised these idle individuals, but as a branch family member, he could not anger the main clan members and could only swallow his frustration regarding the elders' meddling. Later, with the Root security team reassigned to other streets, the Uchiha shops on 8th Street opened simultaneously once more. Oh ho! Skewered delights. Stinky tofu. My favorite sour and spicy noodles. Lamb soup. The villagers were thrilled. Their appetites had long been conquered by Chinese cuisine. With the Uchiha shops closed, many had lost their appetites for an entire week, becoming rather disheartened. Now that the shops reopened, a massive influx of customers rushed in, placing orders frantically. The Uchiha clan members were exhausted by the end of the day's business. The villagers, having seen their beloved dishes again, emerged from the shops leaning against the walls. They feared that these shops would close again the next day. Fortunately, such a dreadful scenario did not occur, and the Uchiha shops opened one by one the following day. This allowed the many villagers to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, by the fourth day, all the shops closed again uniformly. The diners encountered the Uchiha shopkeepers in private, who explained with wry smiles. The patrols in this area a few days ago were conducted by our Uchiha members or members of the Hyuga clan, so there was no issue. But today it's the security department composed of root members. How could we dare open shop? Those root members. The shopkeepers then deliberately fell silent. Once the root security team rotates out, our shops can reopen. Thank you, everyone. The Uchiha clan shopkeeper squeezed through the crowd and left. With so many people around, news quickly reached Danzo. At that moment, he smashed the teacup in his hand. How could the Uchiha clan be so heavily fortified? He was still pondering how the root had begun patrolling. He planned to find an opportunity to tamper with their food, create an incident, and use safety as an excuse to shut down their shops and take them away for interrogation. Once they were in his territory, he would dictate the terms. He didn't just want secret recipes, he would even demand to know where his personal funds were stored. However, the Uchiha never gave him any opportunity. As soon as root members patrolled, all Uchiha shops collectively closed. They refused to do business, preferring to suffer losses rather than operate. They were not afraid of angering customers, and initially some customers were indeed upset. However, the Uchiha clan had long prepared for this, issuing various coupons and free food to placate customers, making it clear that they were also forced into a corner. Later, all customers developed an understanding. Somehow word spread about the security patrol schedule. On days when root members were patrolling, customers would not go, knowing they wouldn't be able to eat. Thus, whenever root was on patrol, not a soul was seen on the entire street, as if the shops had closed down. For the root, it was more than just a challenge to find an Uchiha. What infuriated Danzo was that the Uchiha closed their shops every day without complaints from the owners. He was perplexed. Such a profitable shop would not simply close down. Each closure meant a loss of an entire day's customer flow. Customers would stop wanting to eat there over time. If they had prepared too much food, it would spoil after a day. The loss of ingredients was not a small sum. Danzo had no idea that Shemu had foreseen such occurrences. From the very beginning, he had made contingency plans with Fugaku. Any probing related to Danzo and the root would prompt an immediate response from the Uchiha. Otherwise, it would be like boiling a frog in warm water. Eventually, the frog would not be able to jump out. Customers who missed a meal. No problem. Everyone who came for free would receive coupons. Moreover, these coupons were not trivial discounts. They were given without limits, providing enough food for an ordinary meal. If too many ingredients were purchased, it was fine. They would all be transported back to the clan and distributed for free. The restaurant owner's costs would be entirely reimbursed by the clan. For each day the restaurant closed, they would directly compensate the shop owner according to the average daily revenue for that month. There was no other option. With money, they could afford to be extravagant. Did the shopkeepers have complaints? Yes, they wished the root would be stationed on their streets every day. They wouldn't even need to open their shops. The clan would pay them directly. It was a delightful situation to receive money for not working. However, most Uchiha clan members were grateful to the clan for providing them with security. After all, these shops were originally set up by deputy clan leader Shemu to support everyone. Now their business was thriving and the profits had increased several-fold. Most people directed their grievances about missing out on the delicious food towards the root members. Ordinary villagers inflicted no substantial harm. At most, they would give them unfriendly looks. Remember them fondly. Any losses during this period would be borne by the clan. This was why the unique flavor of Chinese cuisine remained unmatched. Those who had experienced it would not forsake it due to a few temporary closures. Most people directed their grievances about missing out on the delicious food towards the root members. Ordinary villagers inflicted no substantial harm. At most, they would give them unfriendly looks. Konoha village may not have much, but it was populous and various hidden techniques could easily cause difficulties. Thus, these root members could only patrol during work hours. There were even occurrences of finding worms in fruits and accidents occurring in the restroom. They all knew someone was sabotaging them, but they had no evidence. Konoha village may not have much, but it was populous and various hidden techniques could easily cause difficulties. Thus, these root members could only patrol during work hours and quickly vanish after. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Konohagakure village. Hokage building. Is this the idea you came up with? Do you know how much the foot traffic has decreased on Hachiho Street? The villagers' complaint letters are filling up the mailbox. Several clans of ninjas with shops over there have all come to me to express their concerns. The third Hokage tapped the table, visibly dissatisfied with Danzo. Danzo, with a hint of impatience in his eyes, replied, "The Uchiha had this contingency plan in place. Oh, I wasn't aware they would react this way." The third Hokage took a puff of smoke and said, "Leaving your roots in the Umbu was a terrible move. and it has proven utterly useless so far. Go ask around in the village hall, you will find out how notorious your roots have become. People go out of their way to avoid them. How can they serve in the Anbu like this? Danzo's expression darkened. During the time he cultivated his roots, he had instilled loyalty above all else and taught them how to kill. Now to expect them to learn how to act in the Anbu is to say that those lacking emotional intelligence are simply not cut out for it. Danzo replied, I will think of another way. How about you pull your people from the Anbu for now, the third Hokage said calmly. Impossible. Danzo exclaimed, suddenly agitated. He had worked hard to insert his roots into the Anbu. Although they performed poorly, having a position was crucial for future plans. The third Hokage's tone grew colder. The elder of the Hyuga clan has already come to me twice demanding that I exchange the honorary elder position for him. You tell me, isn't this what you promised? Danzo scoffed. He hasn't even received the items yet, and he already wants the honorary elder position. The third Hokage directly picked up a stack of complaint forms beside him and threw them in front of Danzo. Then you handle this. Danzo's brow twitched, and he fell silent. Seeing Danzo's silence, the third Hokage softened his tone. The former root base is still sealed, it's just sitting there unused. You take the roots away and it'll give the vacant position to the elder of the Hyuga as a way to make amends. Danzo pondered for a moment, realizing that his roots were indeed not fit for the Anbu. Recovering the root base was also acceptable. Then give me the appointment letter for the honorary elder, leaving the name blank. The third Hokage readily agreed. The daimyo's orders must be fulfilled, so this position would definitely be handed over to Danzo to manage. Amidst countless complaints, the despised root Anbu members were removed. When the villagers learned that the Anbu had been disbanded, they all rejoiced and flocked to Hachiho Street. Indeed, all Uchiha shops opened as promised. Countless delicacies drew the crowd into the stores. The Uchiha owners expressed that they couldn't keep up with the demand. Hokage building. The third Hokage, feeling quite vexed, was smoking. The Uchiha clan was indeed being obstinate and unyielding. Neither soft persuasion nor hard tactics seemed to work. Unfortunately, he couldn't step in personally. Danzo had been left in a disheveled state temporarily, without a plan. The Uchiha's nonviolent resistance was becoming a major headache for the third Hokage. He had someone call for Tsukihime Kamaru, but to his surprise, she took a long time to arrive holding a cup of This drink was of course made by the Uchiha clan and was extremely popular. The chewy pearls and sweet milk tea had become the most sold beverage by the Uchiha. To his surprise, Tsukihime Kamaru also enjoyed this youthful drink. Elder Kamaru, how is the task acquisition rate for the Uchiha these days? The third Hokage had to focus on the tasks taken by the Uchiha. Ninjas need to eat, and the likelihood of elite Uchiha appearing is undoubtedly greater than that of other smaller clans. She had even prepared everything in advance. The third Hokage picked up the task statistics and frowned slightly, noting that although over 100 elite Uchiha had left now, creating a rather odd image. I have already brought over the statistics for the tasks taken by the Uchiha recently. The third Hokage nodded approvingly, recognizing her as a true ally. When he summoned Tsukihime Kamaru, she knew exactly what it was about. She had even prepared everything in advance. The third Hokage picked up the task statistics and frowned slightly, noting that although over 100 elite Uchiha had left now, there should still be more than 100 remaining. However, the current monthly task completion rate was less than 30% of what it used to be. Are the Uchiha not accepting tasks to support their families anymore? The third Hokage inquired in confusion. Tsukihime Kamaru evidently knew more. Many Uchiha are having children at home, and naturally fewer are taking on tasks. I don't understand. Shouldn't having children motivate them to work harder? Tsukihime Kamaru shook her head. You don't understand, Hiruzen. Before he left, Shikuki announced rewards for encouraging childbirth, offering substantial money for each child born. So many ninjas are no longer accepting tasks and are focusing on having children at home. Even those accepting tasks are only taking on simpler ones. The third Hokage looked at the task acquisition details and saw that there were about 50 Uchiha still accepting tasks. On average, these 50 individuals completed 7 crank tasks per month, while most of the rest were drank tasks. Drank tasks are mostly trivial matters like finding pets or picking up trash. Substantial money. How much? Tsukihime Kamaru indicated that she didn't know either. The third Hokage paced back and forth in the room. Given that the Uchiha had taken such actions, it indicated they were indeed making money from the food industry. It was essential to curb the Uchiha's momentum. In that case, let's revise the rules for our task acquisition center. The third Hokage had an idea. Jonin must complete at least 1 brank task or 3 crank tasks each month. Special Jonin must complete 2 crank tasks or 5 drank tasks monthly, while Chunin must complete at least 1 crank task or 3 drank tasks. He did not impose any requirements on Genin, as there was a significant disparity among them. Tsukihime Kamaru couldn't help but appreciate the third Hokage's approach. This rule would not be a significant burden for other ninjas who would surely exceed the requirements monthly. However, for the Uchiha, it effectively raised the bar. Very few Uchiha were still taking on tasks. Most had shifted to business. Those who struggled and had not been promoted after years as genin were also numerous. Many had just had children and were taking care of them. Currently, most of the Uchiha taking on tasks were chunin, and a small number of special jonin, representing the core strength of the Uchiha. Sending this group of Uchiha out to take on tasks would further reduce their gathering in the clan. As long as they did not gather together, a group of chunin posed no significant threat. What if they refused to complete the tasks? Tsukihime Kamaru asked. The third Hokage replied nonchalantly. Then we will downgrade their share from village internal to village external. In the village, there is a share system for task acquisition. When a client posts a task, they must give 20% to the village while the task completer keeps 80%. It seems like a lot, but what is most important in this world is intelligence. If you want to complete a task, you also need to prepay for some intelligence costs. The more detailed the intelligence, the more expensive it is, and because Konoha is vast, it has spies everywhere in the ninja world. Konoha supports them, and they provide clues to the village. Of course, you can also sell clues directly provided the information is valuable. Thus, the village's ninjas can roughly obtain half of the task bonus, which is already quite good. Ninjas from outside villages or wandering ninjas have to part with even more money, and in the end, they might only receive 30 or 20%. Under such circumstances, many ninjas still choose to take on tasks in the big ninja villages. Buying intelligence is necessary because without it, they can't even find people outside, let alone complete tasks. With this punitive system in place, if the Uchiha still do not complete their tasks properly, their shares will be adjusted to those of external villages, leading to a steep decline in their earnings. Even though there are subsidies for childbirth, they can't keep having children forever. In the end, the Uchiha will still have to rely on task acquisition to sustain their livelihoods. The third Hokage strategy was undeniably ruthless. If the Uchiha complied, it would result in more people taking on tasks, thus stabilizing the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha refused, Fugaku would certainly come to him for a talk. In that case, the third Hokage could exploit the Uchiha's hold over the food industry. Konoha root base. Danzo has returned, bringing back many pieces of equipment intact. The Uchiha clan's gradual estrangement from Konoha and their booming restaurant business are apparent. This is a lesson deeply ingrained in the third Hokage. In any place interests prevail, currently the Uchiha clan's profits must be the highest among all the ninja villages. The Uchiha have just witnessed a baby boom. As this generation grows up, they will welcome a period of unprecedented strength. With people and wealth, Shisui and Fugaku are still two powerful figures. However, Itachi and Shisui, who have left the village, pose significant threats. Isn't it precisely because of these interests that the major clans support the third Hokage? If the Uchiha can bring more benefits, then the next Hokage's candidate is almost a given. Surely, it will be from the Uchiha. Although Danzo no longer holds the title of root leader, it doesn't matter. The root acknowledges him as a person. During this period, Danzo has recalled many of his old subordinates. The third believes that as long as there are no funds allocated to restrict Danzo's income, the root won't stir up much trouble. But what he doesn't know is that Danzo has found other sources of funding. The third promised Danzo that as long as he could provide more than half of the recipes from the Uchiha stores, he would restore the relevant funding for root. Danzo agreed with a smile. If I can obtain half of the recipes, do I still need you? After the third painted a picture for Danzo, he waited to reap the benefits. As for whether Danzo would embezzle, he naturally had his ways. Hyuga Kaido, the fourth elder of the main family, a contemporary of Danzo. In his youth, he was a prodigy, dominating the battlefield, leading the Hyuga clan to numerous victories, upright and ambitious. But heaven is jealous of talent. During a mission, he was gravely injured while saving a companion, with his left leg suffering catastrophic damage from bones to muscles, even nerves, all were ruined. The Hyuga clan exerted all efforts to save his leg, but thereafter not only could he not return to the battlefield, he couldn't even stand up. He only managed to keep his leg, but it lost all sensation, becoming completely useless. In the end, he could only sit in a wheelchair. A once great prodigy thus fell. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. After Hyuga Kaido became disabled, discussions about him within the clan gradually began. People are always envious. When Hyuga Kaido was still a prodigy, naturally no one dared to speak ill of him, but once he became disabled, all sorts of unseemly rumors began to spread. Hyuga Kaido felt anger, sadness, and despair, but ultimately, he rallied, leveraging his past achievements to ascend to the position of fourth elder. The elders of the main family mostly do not care about the lives of the branch family members. However, Hyuga Kaido is different. He has always helped the young regardless of whether they are from the main or branch families, and over the years he has built a vast network. He frequently strategizes for the clan, aiming to make the Hyuga clan even stronger. One day, Hyuga Kaido stood in the courtyard struggling to move forward. He once thought that by persisting in rehabilitation perhaps a miracle would occur, allowing his leg to recover. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. He has gone from youth to middle age, and now nearing old age, the daily exercise has not improved his condition. His left leg remains completely numb, and his right leg has suffered numerous injuries due to forced exercise. Perhaps this is how his life will be, Kaido thought dejectedly. Kaido! A strange voice called out. Hyuga Kaido turned around and discovered it was Shimura Danzo. Hyuga Kaido hadn't seen Danzo in over a decade, although they were contemporaries they had no friendship, and he wondered why Danzo had come to find him. Kaido frowned slightly and sat down against a pillar. He did not inquire why Danzo had suddenly appeared. His courtyard was not within the main family compound, and there weren't many guards outside to stop Danzo. Danzo, why are you here? At this moment, Kaido noticed that Danzo's right arm was surprisingly unbandaged. Your arm, Danzo's arm had been wrapped in bandages for many years, officially said to be injured. However, as an elder of the Hyuga main family, Kaido had received different information. Danzo not only covered his arm tightly, but there were also seals on it. It goes without saying that Danzo's arm must hold a significant secret. Over the years, everyone had become accustomed to Danzo's appearance, but it was unexpected that there were now no seals. Moreover, Danzo had revealed his arm. Having recovered it naturally shows itself. Danzo waved his arm a couple of times, the strong and powerful physique causing the air to whistle. Kaido's expression changed, staring complexly at Danzo's arm. Danzo smiled slightly with a hint of pride. This is something our root has developed. It can enhance the body, even with severed nerves. It poses no problem. Kaido leaned against the post and moved toward a nearby wheelchair. Danzo did not assist him. Kaido moved slowly, and after several minutes, he heavily sat down in the wheelchair. What is your purpose? Kaido panted slowly. Danzo came over to show off his arms, certainly with ulterior motives, though otherwise why would he come to offer warmth? Danzo casually swung his arm and calmly stated, the guard. Hyuga Kaido waved his hand. Your root's reputation is already tarnished. I don't think you can join the guard again. Moreover, the guard has always been under Nidame's control. If it weren't for the interference of the Grand Elder, you wouldn't even be able to swap shifts. Danzo casually waved his hand. I do not want Root to rejoin the guard, but rather wish for the guard to help me. Your left leg is under my care. I guarantee it will be more agile than before. Hyuga Kaido warily asked, for what purpose? Though he hoped his leg would recover, he would never trade the interests of the clan for it. A small matter, Danzo said easily. As long as you instruct your Hyuga guard to use their Byakugan more during patrols to help me observe Uchiha's various secret recipes, that will suffice. Hyuga Kaido's expression darkened slightly. The Uchiha clan now treats those restaurant shops as cash cows. Are you asking me to help you steal their secret recipes? The rise of Chinese cuisine relies on its unique preparation methods and secret recipes. Since no one had tasted it before, they were curious to try. After tasting, they found it nearly impossible to replicate the flavor, leading to an increasing number of consumers. But unless you run a shop with the same name, other shops wouldn't even have heard of those recipes. Our Hyuga clan will not betray friends for some trivial benefits. Kaido refused Danzo as he sought the clan's strength rather than his own recovery. Danzo squinted. Trivial benefits. Kaido, do you know how much their shops earn each month? At least this. Danzo held out 2 fingers. Kaido dismissively said, only 200,000. Their business is so good, isn't that expected? Danzo shook his head. Wrong, it's 20 million. What? Kaido was greatly shocked knowing that in Shrank mission only rewards around 100,000. Moreover, Shrank missions often come with a high risk of death, while the Uchiha merely need to open their shops. By making food every day, they actually earn 20 million in profit each month. This is simply unbelievable. Even if you possess the strength of a Kage, you might not even complete a few Shrank missions in a year, especially since some Shrank missions can take 1 or 2 years to finish. Is it really that profitable? Kaido still had some doubts. Danzo was prepared and handed over the investigation report to Kaido. Heidu slowly looked over the report, examining every detail meticulously. Danzo said, the Hyuga clan is merely enjoying a favorable relationship with the Uchiha for now. The Uchiha are diligently developing, and their clan encourages reproduction. A batch of infants has already been born, and in another 10 years the Uchiha will become the foremost clan in the entire ninja world. With their economic prowess, soon the entirety of Konoha will have to heed their commands. The position of Hokage will be within their grasp. Heidu's expression subtly changed, for Danzo's report also indicated the presence of numerous Chinese cuisine establishments within the Land of Rice. Though the Land of Rice is small, it boasts many shops. While these establishments are not operated by the Uchiha, they undoubtedly have ties to them. As is well known, Itachi and Shui should be in the Sound Village, yet they have not made any public appearances. The third Hokage, wary of the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, did not label the 2 Uchiha as rogue ninjas. The third Hokage discussed with the Uchiha about supporting their shops, but the Uchiha refused. They have kept the methods of preparing Chinese cuisine to themselves, monopolizing the profits. If we do not think of a solution, perhaps in 20 years the Hyuga clan will become a mere vassal. You Hyuga can obtain the secret recipe and collaborate with the village to expand this business together. Given the relationship between the third Hokage and the daimyo, promoting this business throughout the Land of Fire is also feasible. Danzo exerted his persuasive efforts. Heidu remained very clear-headed. It is quite normal for each ninja clan to have its secrets. If a secret can yield profits, it must be well protected. Heidu felt quite envious. He knew that with the third great ninja war behind them, all nations were striving to develop their economies. Now, for the sake of national and clan advancement, every family was working. The reports contained statistics on food prices, foot traffic, and a final calculated figure. These figures were relatively conservative, meaning the Uchiha's profits could far exceed the monthly sum of 20 million. Heidu felt quite envious. He knew that with the third great ninja war behind them, all nations were striving to develop their economies. Now, for the sake of national and clan advancement, every family was working tirelessly to make money. However, the Hyuga clan faced a dilemma. Their strength lies in their reconnaissance abilities, which rank among the best in the ninja world. During wartime, Konoha provided generous subsidies to the Hyuga for acting as scouts. In peacetime, having a Hyuga clan member on missions significantly reduced the difficulty. Thus, Hyuga members are in high demand at the mission hall. Whenever they appear, others seek to team up with them. Therefore, the Hyuga clan has never lacked for money and has sustained itself this way. Yet the main family of the Hyuga has grown somewhat weak, lacking any leading figures. Coupled with their comfortable lifestyle, they have gradually lost their drive. They delegate tasks to the branch family, who only follow the orders of the main family, meaning that even if the branch family achieves great military merits, their power within Konoha remains minimal. Elders who have long wished to strengthen the Hyuga clan have been eagerly hoping to gain greater power. Hence, when the Uchiha relinquished the security force, the elders and Hinata were overjoyed. By managing the security force, while the Hyuga would gain actual authority in Konoha. In the future, the Hyuga might even have a chance to compete for the position of Hokage. However, the branch family, having endured the ravages of war, is not very numerous. The various arrangements of the security force have caused the branch family to expend nearly all their members there. Once the Hyuga family obtained control over the security force, they soon realized how challenging it truly was to manage. Not only did they often offend others, but they also had their personnel tied up in this role. Families that previously maintained good relations with the Hyuga could borrow Hyuga members to assist in completing difficult tasks. Now, with the Hyuga family short on personnel and unable to lend out members repeatedly, many families no longer maintain their previous enthusiasm towards the Hyuga. With no other choice, the Hyuga can only grit their teeth and endure. After all, the security force cannot simply be abandoned. The authority of the captain is still significant. The previous conclusion reached by the Hyuga was to endure for these few years. Once the new generation of the Hyuga could take over, the problem would be perfectly resolved. At that time, they believed that the Uchiha had voluntarily relinquished their power, and so many had left. Though the Uchiha had produced strong users of the Mangekyō Sharingan, their numbers were few, and they held no power. They could barely maintain their existence while the rise of the Hyuga was imminent. Unexpectedly, the prodigy Uchiha Shikumo appeared, having somehow acquired a plethora of strange recipes. Like a whirlwind, he swiftly occupied the dining market of Konoha and the land of rice. Moreover, the variety and types of dishes were particularly abundant, leading the Hyuga to suspect that the Uchiha had unearthed ancient relics. However, there is no recorded food called Chinese in history. Previously, Heidu thought that even though these shops were highly profitable, the monthly profit might only be in the millions, but it turned out to be in the tens of millions. The Uchiha clan's lack of personnel for missions is inconsequential, as they are wealthy. In a few more years, the Uchiha's accumulation will be sufficient for them to dominate all of Konoha. Furthermore, if this restaurant business can be promoted nationwide across the Land of Fire, the profits generated would be unimaginable, and their rise would be imminent. Seeing Heidu lost in thought, Danzo took out his trump card. Upon seeing Danzo produce a scroll, Heidu's eyes were immediately drawn to it. The honorary elder appointment. If the Hyuga clan could increase one honorary elder, Danzo is a clever man. He is keenly aware of how deep Heidu's love for his clan runs. Heidu could not refuse the position of honorary elder. He took a deep breath and asked, "How do you plan to treat my leg? How long will it take?" Danzo displayed a satisfied smile. This method could also be used for other Hyuga clan elders. However, Heidu had already taken many branch family disciples under his wing, making these arrangements convenient. Moreover, there were demands. For the sake of my experiment, only you, Heidu, must be sacrificed. This matter is confidential and cannot be disclosed to you, but my technique will enable you to stand within a month, Danzo said confidently. "Oh, Heidu was somewhat curious, but Danzo refused to disclose any more details, and he had no recourse. Heidu pondered for a moment. I have a few people in the security force, I can have them keep an eye out for recent developments. However, you need to give me the honorary elder appointment. First, I also need treatment. Danzo appeared somewhat displeased. As classmates, do you still not trust me? What does being classmates matter? Back then Uchiha Kagami saved you so many times, yet you turned around and dug out Shizui's eyes. If it weren't for your need to rely on me to obtain the secret recipe, would you even bother discussing this with me? If you want to achieve great gains without effort, that is simply impossible. Heidu remained silent, merely staring fixedly at Danzo. Recognizing that Heidu was not easily fooled, Danzo felt powerless. If it were possible to stealthily obtain these secrets without anyone knowing, only the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could accomplish that. Furthermore, the daimyo has already sent people to inquire about the progress. Fine, Danzo tossed the appointment to Heidu. Heidu unfolded it, examining it multiple times, his expression gradually taking on a rosy hue. Then what about my leg? Danzo seemed somewhat irritated. I'll arrange it for you when you return. Send a copy of your previous medical records to the route, and I will prepare and notify you to come over. All right, I will dispatch someone to the route immediately. Heidu squinted his eyes, thinking that the Third Hokage indeed had some involvement. With the deal sealed, Danzo did not linger and quickly departed. Until the end of the Byakugan's vision, Danzo's figure was nowhere to be seen. The smile on Heidu's face instantly faded. He glanced at the appointment in his hand, and then at his leg. A glint of inscrutable light flashed in his eyes.